The minds of the masses are always endless, and imagination is not bound by reality. Most people associate holographic projection technology with aspects of life, but few people consider scientific research-related expansion. Although holographic projection technology is actually more practical for scientific research, it can make it more convenient for scientists to carry out research work. But Tongren doesn't care about scientists. They only care about things around them. However, the focus of the material scientists on the golden interest projection technology is completely different from that of ordinary people. After seeing Jiang Cheng's thesis, many material scientists thought of the real purpose of holographic projection. That is to assist them in scientific research or design work. Yes, these scientists have already guessed Jiang Cheng's true thoughts, and Jiang Cheng is preparing to do so. It is not unusual for those scientists to think of this. After all, there are many such things in movies, and you can discover them with a little imagination. However, they also know that the current assumption is not very realistic. After all, such things need artificial intelligence to control, and it is very impractical if there is no control. But now other artificial intelligences can't do this. Lucy is unique. After discovering that this idea could not be realized, those scientists paid less attention to this technology. Except for some scientists in related fields who are still conducting in-depth research based on Jiang Cheng's thesis, not many scientists care about this technology anymore. Unlike those scientists, the enthusiasm of ordinary people has never faded. The discussion about holographic projection technology tends to become more intense. Everyone is looking forward to the day when the holographic film is realized, and their enthusiasm for this holographic projection is very high. Now that some fans are discussing who should be the protagonist in the first holographic film, such discussions will never yield results. Of course, their respective fans will support the celebrities they like. In the end, they will only develop into online scolding wars. This kind of situation gradually increased, and later many media began to discuss this matter. Some media also invited some scientists to discuss the feasibility of holographic film in the program. Those so-called bricks discussed in the program for a long time and analyzed the feasibility of holographic film from various angles. The final result disappointed everyone. Basically, all scientists believe that it is not possible to make movies with holographic technology. Humans currently do not have this kind of shooting technology, which can take all the pictures. The image of the shooting plane only needs to capture the light in one direction, but the holographic shooting has to collect the light in all directions. This kind of technical difficulty is too great, and there is no hope of realization at all. The current cameras are only shooting planes. In the opinion of those scientists, it is impossible to achieve holographic shooting. Even if the holographic projection equipment is used to show the existing movies, it is only clearer, and it is impossible to achieve a true holographic experience. After all, those movies are only two-dimensional and cannot be converted into three-dimensional data at all. After the popularization of those bricks, everyone's enthusiasm dissipated a lot. After all, good things can't be realized, and it's useless. If you can't do it, what else seems to be? But soon things took a different turn, letting those disappointed entrants ignite hope again. The topics related to holographic projection have begun to get colder, but they are hot again, even higher than the beginning. At that time, many people were shocked by this result, thinking that they would not see holographic movies in their lifetime. Soon, he came up with an idea, that is, let Jiang Cheng complete the holographic shooting technology. What scientists can't do does not mean that Jiang Cheng, a genius, can't do it. Speaking of holographic technology, he invented it. If anyone can overcome this difficulty, then apart from the demon Jiang Cheng, I am afraid there will be no one else. Since Jiang Cheng can invent holographic projection technology, it is normal to invent holographic photography technology. This kind of argument was quickly recognized by many people, and this idea began to spread on the internet. Jiang Cheng's epoch-making inventions have left a deep impression on everyone. In everyone's hearts, Jiang Cheng has become a symbol of omnipotence. If you have any scientific and technological issues, please ask Jiang Cheng. We will be able to get answers that satisfy everyone. Those who were not reconciled began to appeal online so that everyone could unite and make a request to Jiang Cheng, asking Jiang Cheng to take action to realize their wishes. At first, this idea was only discussed by a few people, but it became more and more fierce and formed a storm on the internet. Soon someone started a voluntary activity, hoping to make Jiang Cheng notice their thoughts in this way. Bai Jing Jiang Cheng is a lofty figure, and it is not easy for Jiang Cheng to fulfill their wishes. More and more people began to join the consensual action, and after a while, the situation became somewhat uncontrollable. Among those willing, some fanatics have started gathering activities, gathering a large number of people to act collectively in reality. They walked onto the street and held high signs, all of which were written requesting Jiang Cheng. What is even more exaggerated is that some girls have started to declare on the internet that as long as Jiang Cheng is willing to study the technology of holographic photography, they are willing to spend a good night with Jiang Cheng. There are many of those girls who are of very high quality. Seeing that all the otakus start to drool, I can't wait to be Jiang Cheng and promise these girls right away. This activity soon began to change its flavor and began to develop in an unexpected direction. Of course, those media will not let this news go, and all the headlines are reserved for this event. For a while, the name Jiang Cheng became a phenomenon, as if it could be heard everywhere. The willingness of these people quickly alarmed Jiang Cheng, and he had to temporarily interrupt his work and began to think about how to deal with this matter. Originally, Jiang Cheng had very little to do with these things. What was helpless was that this time the incident was really too much trouble, and even Jiang Cheng had to come out and solve it. Ask for flowers. In the beginning, Jiang Cheng didn't care about the impact of holographic projection and was always busy supervising the construction of the laboratory. This is his most important work at present, so it has nothing to do with external trends. Although the holographic projection technology is very powerful in his mind, it will not cause such a big disturbance. After all, holographic projection is just a technology, and none of the things he took out before had such a big influence. Jiang Cheng never thought that everyone would have such enthusiasm and watch holographic movies so important. So Jiang Cheng mistakenly estimated the gloomy development and missed the best time to deal with this matter. In the beginning, if Jiang Cheng could deal with it in time, it could be solved easily, but the big deal was to come out and say that he couldn't do it. But now things are developing like this. If Jiang Cheng comes out to say this again, it will be a huge blow to his reputation. So many people have poured a lot of hope on him, and the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If you know that Jiang Cheng can't do it, you don't know how to think of him. If someone else encounters such a problem, I'm afraid it will be overwhelming. But Jiang Cheng has no such troubles because he can satisfy everyone's wishes. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Cheng decided on the solution, which is to fulfill everyone's wish and develop holographic photography-related technologies. Anyway, this technique is not too difficult for him, and it can be solved by wasting some time. And Jiang Cheng also has a certain interest in holographic shooting technology. It is also very good to be able to complete a holographic film. Anyway, the construction of the laboratory is now on the right track, and then just pay attention to it from time to time. Jiang Cheng does not need to stay there all the time. Taking some time to satisfy the wishes of the people is still worthwhile in Jiang Cheng's view. The meaning of science and technology is to change the lives of human beings. Now that there is such a good opportunity, Jiang Cheng certainly wants to try it. After Jiang Cheng decided to develop holographic photography technology, he immediately left the laboratory construction site. When I returned to my home, I started to stay in the house again to do research. Since it was temporarily decided to develop a new technology, Jiang Cheng immediately began to act. Jiang Cheng will never make mistakes when he decides things. Just doing what he wants is Jiang Cheng's style. But before starting to research related technologies, Jiang Cheng notified Zhang Manlin and told her that she was going to start researching holographic photography technology. This is for Zhang Manlin to come forward and respond to this incident. Now that you have agreed to everyone's wishes, you must be notified as soon as possible. so that everyone will not suffer from waiting. Jiang Cheng was afraid that those who would continue to make trouble like this, he still didn't know what kind of trouble would be caused. Anyway, I was ready to meet everyone's requirements, so I just made the news public. Let the turbulent masses stop a little and wait for Ruo Jiangcheng to study with peace of mind. Jiang Cheng returned to the laboratory and began to consider what aspects of research should be conducted. If you want to achieve holographic shooting, then the traditional camera is absolutely impossible. No matter how much Jiang Cheng modified the original camera, it would not be possible to meet the requirements of holographic shooting. It is impossible for you to install a camera at every angle at the shooting site. The cost of such shooting is too great. Even if you have enough money and a large enough movie budget, you really have the money to use a large number of cameras to shoot at the same time, shooting all the pictures from different angles. But this still cannot achieve true holographic photography, because the images captured in this way are separated flat images. But what holographic shooting needs is a three-dimensional picture. This dimensional gap cannot be solved at all. Even Jiang Cheng can't change this boundary. Therefore, only by fundamentally changing the way of shooting and completely abandoning traditional cameras can the problem of holographic shooting be solved. This time, Jiang Cheng is going to adopt a brand new technology to bypass the limitation of dimensionality and realize the purpose of holographic shooting. The traditional camera captures light through the lens to shoot. Because the light travels around, it is difficult to record all the images. Since light cannot be recorded three-dimensionally, as long as the problem of light is bypassed, holographic shooting may be completed. Jiang Cheng is ready to completely abandon the direction of light and not use light to capture the picture. In this way, all the problems have been perfectly solved, and another new way has been opened. But since then, a new problem has arisen. Everyone knows that all movies, TV shows, or photos are finished by recording the light of the target. If there is no light, then these video products will be completely non-existent, and there will be no shooting technology. After all, light is the basis for humans to see everything. Without any light, human eyes can only see a piece of darkness. If humans can't see it, then holography is just a joke. It is very difficult to get around the light to shoot. However, Jiang Cheng is not afraid of such difficulties. For him, there are many ways to solve this problem. On the current Earth, shooting out of light may be just a fantasy. However, in Jiang Cheng's previous life, he left the light for a long time. Many machines that record images have all given up the backward method of collecting light. It is true that shooting with light is a very backward technology, and distortion of the imagination will inevitably occur during the spread of light. Even a small effect will change the light, which will change the final picture. No matter how high you use a camera, the shots will be somewhat different from the real ones. This is a problem caused by the nature of light, which cannot be solved by improving technology. Only to give up the light completely can we get the most realistic picture. In Jiang Cheng's previous life, the new shooting method has long been popular, and this method is to record the picture through scanning. Scanning uses a special magnetic field to record the painting from the nature of the object. The molecular structure of the object is contacted through a special magnetic field, and then the image of the object is reorganized. And finally, the most true round face of the object is obtained. To put it simply, measure through the specific segments, draw the object itself, and then include the final picture in the group. And this way of scanning is to directly scan the entire object, so there is no problem of two groups and three dimensions. The scanned image is directly on the holographic circular surface of Xingson, so you can get a holographic shot without any technical processing. Effect. Moreover, the scanned image is definitely more real than the image taken by the camera, and will not be any different from the real object. Since Jiang Cheng already has a research direction, the research this time is not very difficult. After a few days, Jiang Cheng finished all the work, and a machine with a height of one person appeared on the bench in the laboratory. This machine is a machine capable of holographic shooting. Jiang Cheng named it holographic scanning camera. The holographic scanning camera perfectly solves the problem of holographic shooting and has many advantages. This kind of machine is very convenient to use, As long as you put him on the scene of shooting and set the relevant parameters, you can automatically record the scene of the scene. And there is no need to think about the lens, because all the pictures are taken from any angle. One of the most important advantages is that this machine can completely ignore the environment of the shooting scene. Even if you are shooting in a dark room, you can take pictures in the room without turning on the lights, and there will be no difference from when there is sufficient light. Because this machine does not operate by light, it does not need enough brightness to shoot. In this way, it is very convenient to shoot movies without considering the influence of lighting and natural light. Even if it is rainy, it can be shot on a sunny day. After researching the technology of holographic photography, Jiang Cheng was finally able to breathe. During this period of time, he was spent in constant busyness, and he didn't even have time to rest for a while. From the beginning of the research on holographic projection technology to the supervision of laboratory construction at the back, to the accidental start of research on holographic photography technology at the end, there was no rest time at all. After working continuously like this, if it weren't for Jiang Cheng's strong physical quality, he would not be able to persist at all. Until now, after completing everything at hand, Jiang Cheng was finally able to take a break. After completing the holographic scanning camera, Jiang Cheng was not busy releasing this technology to let everyone know that he had succeeded. He was going to hide it for a while, so that those who were waiting could continue in a hurry. Jiang Cheng did not think that he would make those people anxious, but he had his own ideas. He wants to make this technology an instant success, appear in the public sight in a shining way, so that everyone can deeply remember this technology. This is mainly to pave the way for future things. He developed this technology not just to satisfy everyone's wishes. Since he has spent so long, it is only natural to get enough profit from it. If you can't make any money after spending so much effort, Jiang Cheng wouldn't do such a loss. Jiang Cheng wants to use the technology of holographic photography and holographic projection to make a lot of money. His current goal is the film market, and there is no better place for holographic technology than this. Jiang Cheng believes that as long as holographic technology enters the film market, traditional films can be thrown into the trash. Since we want to make money through this technology, we must demonstrate the potential of holographic technology. And to demonstrate technical strength, you need to plan well. The impact of directly releasing technology is not that big. Therefore, Jiang Cheng wants to operate in this to maximize the value of holographic technology. And if you want to fully demonstrate the value of holographic photography, it is the best way to take a picture directly. There is no need to shoot any complicated movies, and there is no need to shoot any specific content. As long as everyone sees the final shot, it will be enough to achieve Jiang Cheng's goal. Said that Jiang Cheng would do it immediately. He directly arranged for someone to move the holographic scanning camera to the street and directly took a picture of the street. Now that we are going to take pictures temporarily, it is most suitable to take pictures that people are most familiar with. This kind of familiar scene that can be seen every day can bring the greatest shock to people. The places that individuals see every day suddenly appear in the virtual picture in a three-dimensional manner, which can definitely shock everyone's eyes. There is nothing more impactful and impressive than this. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the streets he photographed. He just randomly found a tight street in Los Angeles and photographed the pedestrians passing by on the street, and there are cars driving on the road. After the filming, Jiang Cheng handed over the rest of the work to Zia Ziaoue and let her take care of the rest, and he himself began to pay attention to the laboratory affairs again. New personal entry into the laboratory is much more important than making a holographic film. Jiang Cheng still knows who is more important. During the shooting, many passers-by were curious. No one had seen such a machine before and didn't know what it was used for. But their curiosity was quickly answered, because soon they will know the answer. A video appeared on major video websites, and the content in the video is also very simple. It just records a scene on the street. But it was such a simple video that attracted everyone's attention, and soon this video rushed to the top click. It ranks first on all video sites, and it's far away from the second place. Such a simple video is watched by so many people. The reason is very simple. Because this video was shot using holographic technology, this is what everyone looks forward to most during this time. The perspective in the video is constantly changing, showing the scene on the street from every angle, and it is a different perspective at the same time, which brings a brand new experience to people. Seeing that video is like being on that street. This kind of viewing experience was completely unavailable before. This video has achieved an amazing amount of broadcasts all over the world, allowing everyone to see the power of holographic photography. No one dug up the street in the video, confirming that the street was a Los Angeles street. This confirms the authenticity of the video from the side, and no one doubts that this video was produced with special effects. Hologram shooting completely subverted everyone's impression of video, letting everyone know that the original video can still be shot like this. Just a simple video is so exciting, everyone can't help but start to imagine what it would be like to make a movie with holographic photography. And now, it's only a computer screen. If you add holographic projection technology, it's really perfect. No one thought that Jiang Cheng would fulfill his wish so quickly, and everyone found that it seemed that he could really see the holographic movie. When this fact was really placed in front of everyone immediately became excited. The holographic film has become the most anticipated thing for everyone, and when you can see the holographic film is also the most concerned issue. Now that all the technical problems have been solved by Jiang Cheng, the next step is the problem of filming. Just when ordinary people were looking forward to it, many movie theater people found Jiang Cheng on his head. They can all see the potential of holographic film and think this is a good opportunity. The holographic film is also shot in the cinema. If the cinema can be transformed in advance, then it will definitely be able to get enough profit, and Jiang Cheng is also looking forward to this matter so that he can intervene in the film market. The reception desk of the Universe Umbrella Company suddenly became busy, and a large group of people came to the door. These people are all high levels of the cinema chain, and they are all coming to discuss the holographic projection technology. After discovering that Jiang Cheng had completed the holographic shooting technology, these movie theater people immediately saw business opportunities. The holographic movie is a brand new thing, and the previous movie theaters could not show this new type of movie. This kind of holographic film requires corresponding holographic projection equipment, which everyone understands. Therefore, the business opportunities are very big and can even change the fate of a movie theater company. If you can get the relevant technology first, you can start to transform the movie theater immediately. It will be able to set up holographic screening halls in the first batch to show new holographic movies. Judging from the current public expectations for holographic films, as long as the holographic films can be shown, even if the film is badly made, there will be people rushing to watch it. By then, the hot scenes of movie theaters can already be imagined by the high levels of these theaters. Don't think that these people are a little anxious because the holographic film has not started shooting. They are afraid that it will be too late. After all, it takes time to renovate the cinema. Even if the holographic film has not yet started shooting, it is too late to wait for the film to be made. At that time, I can only make money by watching other people's movie theaters, and I have no business here. So as soon as these people heard the news, they immediately came to work with Jiang Cheng. He wanted to get the technology of holographic projection from Jiang Cheng's hands, and immediately went back and began to transform the movie theater. But it was not easy to find Jiang Cheng, so they all went to the Universe Umbrella Company and wanted to cooperate with Jiang Cheng through the Universe Umbrella Company. The Universe Umbrella is, after all, Jiang Cheng's company. If Jiang Cheng wants to develop a holographic film, it will be handled by the Universe Umbrella Company. Some companies that are more anxious are already contacting the construction unit just to grab the first batch of opening holographic movie theaters. I can't blame these people for being so anxious. Everything is the most attractive at the beginning. This brand new movie is the most profitable at first. Just like when the 3D movie just came out, the first batch of 3D cinemas made a lot of money. If holographic movie theaters are popularized in all movie theaters, profits will definitely drop a lot. The high-level management of those movie theaters are waiting at the reception desk. These people didn't communicate with each other. All Bai Jing was present were future competitors. Now they have nothing to say. There were anxious expressions on their faces, waiting for Jiang Cheng's arrival. Some people are already impatient and start to walk around to ease the emotions in their hearts. Jiang Cheng finally arrived while they were waiting anxiously. When he appeared at the reception, he was immediately surrounded by these people. The management of a movie theater company was the first to speak. "Mr. Jiang, our company is here to discuss cooperation with you this time, which is about the cooperation of holographic projection equipment. We want to build a batch of holographic movie theaters, so we are here." Then another person said to Jiang Cheng, "Mr. Jiang, our company also came to talk about cooperation. Our company is very powerful. We have a very large number of movie theaters. Cooperation with us will definitely satisfy you." The others were not to be left behind, and they all began to speak to Jiang Cheng. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the people from the movie theater line company almost didn't fight here. At this moment, a young man spoke, and he shouted loudly, "Okay, look at what you look like. Do you want to make trouble with other people, Mr. Jiang?" All of them say their own. "The company has strength. Do you still have our company strong?" After hearing what he said, everyone noticed that the party was a bit gaff, so they all began to quiet down. No one tried to refute the words of the young man Lu Zhang just now, because what he said was not wrong, and his company was the most powerful company in it. The young man who just spoke is the Prince Sichang of the Wanda Group. This one is here on behalf of the giant Wanda Group. We must know that although the main business of the Wanda Group is real estate, the movie theater line is also their key industry. Wanda Cinema is now the largest cinema group in China, and no one here is qualified to compare with him in terms of the number of cinemas. Moreover, as a giant consortium of China, Wanda Group's strength in all aspects far surpassed the others present. The key is also to hear that the CEO of the Wanda Group has a big relationship with the senior management of China, so Sichang's words will be so effective. Seeing that his own words worked, Sichang nodded with satisfaction and said to Ruo Cheng, "Mr. Jiang just made a laugh. We are all here to discuss business with you today. As for the specific content of cooperation, you might as well find someone. It's not easy to discuss things here." Sichang didn't have the usual attitude at all, and instead spoke politely to Jiang Cheng. There was a hint of flattery in his tone, which was rare for the prince. His attitude towards Jiang Cheng is not surprising, and Jiang Cheng's background in senior China is not a secret. Sichang knew more than ordinary people and knew Jiang Cheng's terrifying relationship. He can't afford this kind of relationship, so the attitude is so good. The reason why Sichang came here in person today was because he wanted to know Jiang Cheng. Finally, everyone has the possibility of cooperation. Of course, Sichang will not let go of this opportunity. Jiang Cheng recognized Sichang's identity at once, so he said to him, "It turns out that it is Master Wang. I really admire the name for a long time. If this is the case, then I will listen to you. Let's find a place to talk." Jiang Cheng's attitude towards Sichang is also pretty good. And Bai Renjia is so face-saving, he also knows that this is really not a place to discuss business. So let's change the place first. Since he wanted to discuss the matter of cooperation, Jiang Cheng took Yuan away from the company's reception desk without being wordy. The room that had been bustling just now suddenly became deserted, and only the employees of the cosmic umbrella were left, with big eyes and small eyes. When the staff at the reception saw that everyone was gone, they breathed out one by one. It is really exhausting to deal with so many senior executives. These people have never received so many senior executives at once. Especially among those people is the Prince of Sichang, the Wanda Group. They were afraid that they would offend the prince if they were not careful. If that's the case, these little employees, I'm afraid they won't be able to eat. Now it would be best for Jiang Cheng to entertain them personally, and they don't need to be as frightened as before. The employees here don't just relax. Jiang Cheng on the other side is about to start to get nervous. Although this cooperation was led by Jiang Cheng, none of the people he faced was a fuel-efficient lamp. There is no one who is not shrewd enough to be able to get to this position. Even the rich second generation, who is quite famous, is not as simple as it seems. From the prince of the Wanda group, if he can use his reputation to make money, he can know that Sitchong is not a rich second generation in the ordinary sense. He can use his own advantages to open a live broadcast website. From this point of view, he is very business-minded. He is not a prodigal who can only eat, drink, and have fun. As long as Jiang Cheng is not paying attention, I am afraid that these people will not know if he was sold. Therefore, Jiang Cheng needs to take this negotiation seriously next, so as to fight for the greatest benefit for himself. Jiang Cheng took Ruo the high levels of the cinema line to the door of a conference room. This meeting room is a large meeting room, which is usually used for high-level meetings. It is quite large and can accommodate so many people. Jiang Cheng walked directly into the door of the conference room and then watched Ruo's group of people say, "You guys, please sit down, don't worry, we will have this discussion right away." After speaking, Jiang Cheng directly sat on the main seat and didn't care about how those people arranged their actions, as if let them arrange their own. Jiang Cheng's behavior was actually a bit impolite. After all, as the host, he had not arranged the guests, so he sat down by himself. Moreover, Jiang Cheng also asked the guests to find a place to sit on their own, without consciously being a master. However, Jiang Cheng did this with his own intentions, and this kind of unceremonious behavior was exactly what Jiang Cheng gave to these people. Jiang Cheng just wanted to tell everyone in this way that Jiang Cheng was not begging them in this negotiation. But these people came to the door to ask Ruo Jiang Cheng to cooperate. Without these movie theater lines, Jiang Cheng, the senior executive, could open a new movie theater on his own. But it just took some time and money. For Jiang Cheng, the money spent is not worth mentioning, and even building a few movie theaters is just a trivial matter to the Universe Umbrella Company. The current cash flow of the Universe Umbrella Company is scary to death, and opening a few theaters is not a piece of cake. In terms of time, Jiang Cheng can also afford to wait. After all the technology of holographic film is in his hands, and he is not afraid that others will eat this big piece of cake first. And these movie theater companies are completely different. If they don't have Jiang Cheng, they can only watch them. Whether it is the equipment for shooting holographic movies or the projection machine for playing holographic movies, all are in the hands of Jiang Cheng. If Jiang Cheng doesn't play with them, these movie theater companies may soon be squeezed by Jiang Cheng. The future is bound to be the era of holographic films. These people have a deep understanding of the film industry and can naturally see this inevitable trend. Otherwise, the high-level management of these movie theaters would not come to Jiang Cheng like this. From their actions, they can see the confidence of these people in holographic movies. Holographic movies will definitely make traditional movies disappear, which can be seen from the expectations of the people. Now those people are already waiting impatiently and can't wait to see the holographic movie right away. Even some impatient people started to go to the cinema to ask if they could book tickets for the holographic movie now. Now that holographic movies have not yet started shooting, these people are afraid that they will not be able to buy movie tickets by then. Those people didn't mean to be dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng's behavior at all, and even the usual arrogant and domineering Si Chong did not express anything. It is precisely because they are here today to beg Jiang Cheng to cooperate, so they dare not have any dissatisfaction with Jiang Cheng. And Jiang Cheng is so unscrupulous when he sees this clearly, and he doesn't put these people in his eyes at all. After entering the conference room, all those people honestly found their seats and sat down. There is no contradiction due to the seat problem, and the seating position is also very particular. Basically, the strong company management is seated in the front position, and the Prince Sichong of the Wanda Group did his part to be next to Jiang Cheng, a very high position. Judging from the seats, we can see the status gap between each management. No one has any objection to this. Everyone sat like this in a tacit understanding. Those who were sitting at the back were not dissatisfied and sat there very comfortably. After seeing everyone found their seats, Jiang Cheng did not waste time and immediately began today's negotiations. I think all of you sitting here are here to discuss cooperation matters, so I don't say any more polite words. I imagine that everyone's time is very precious. Let's go directly to the real problem. The people sitting under Jiang Cheng listened carefully to Ruo Jiangcheng's words and wanted to hear the bottom line of Jiang Cheng's negotiation from Jiang Cheng's words. Only by knowing Jiang Cheng's specific meaning can we formulate the best plan and obtain the greatest profit for their company. There is a very important skill in negotiation, and that is the skill of listening to the other party's conversation. Listening is more than just listening to others. You need to hear all the information from the other's words. Analyze the other party's true intentions from the other party's words, so as to win the leadership of this negotiation. People will inevitably reveal their true thoughts in their words, and even if they are covered up, there will be flaws. The negotiator can know a lot of details in the other party's words. These people present are all masters of negotiation. From some subtle words, they can grasp Jiang Cheng's psychology and finally achieve a successful negotiation. If Jiang Cheng really negotiated with them, he would definitely be defeated by these people. After all, these people rely on this ability to eat, and business negotiations are as easy as eating and drinking for them, and they don't know how many times they have experienced it. And Jiang Cheng is completely different from them. He has a demon-like talent for scientific research, but there is no such thing as negotiation. No matter how talented people are, there are areas that Jiang Cheng is not good at. Negotiating with others is exactly what Jiang Cheng is not good at. However, Jiang Cheng himself knew his own affairs, and he knew that Jiang Cheng still had it, and he understood that he could not negotiate honestly with these people. So Jiang Cheng is not prepared to follow these willingness to enter this time. He is going to use a conventional method to complete this commercial negotiation. Jiang Cheng said to the people below, "I don't like negotiation very much, so I decided to use a direct way to determine the partner of cooperation. This simple and direct way is my favorite to hear Jiang." After Cheng's words, those people's brows frowned immediately, and they didn't know what the direct way Jiang Cheng said was. Although they don't know what it is, these people have a faint hunch. They all know about this negotiation. I'm afraid it was not easy for them when they came originally. They were still very confident in themselves, thinking that even if Jiang Cheng was talented in scientific research, he would not be in control at the negotiating table. In their thinking, this kind of negotiation is very simple. It is nothing more than Jiang Cheng's conditions for cooperation, and then they bargain with Jiang Cheng. Then, after repeated discussions, everyone finally reached an acceptable result. If this is the case, they will be able to take the lead, after all. These people are very good at doing such things. But Jiang Cheng's words made their dreams shattered, and some of the things they had originally prepared were of no use. This negotiation is destined to not be an ordinary negotiation. Soon, their vague premonition will be fulfilled, and this negotiation will definitely not develop in accordance with their ideas. The high levels of those movie theaters saw a few employees of the Universe Umbrella Company and walked quickly into the conference room. Each of them held a thick stack of documents in their hands, and they just went to work without saying much. After they came in, they distributed the documents in their hands to everyone, and then left the meeting room. After seeing that everyone had obtained the documents, Jiang Cheng continued to talk about the cooperation holographic movie hall. I also came up with a cooperation plan. Everyone can take a look at the documents in hand. The document is the specific content of the cooperation. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, those entrants immediately took action, and the content of cooperation was what they were most concerned about. They couldn't wait to open the file and began to carefully read the specific content on it. The sound of paper flipping sounded in the conference room. Those people took it very seriously and didn't want to let go of anything on the document. Just when those people were still watching the document, Jiang Cheng spoke again. "Our negotiation this time is very simple. All my cooperation requirements are on the document. If you can accept it, we will cooperate happily this time. If you are dissatisfied with the way of cooperation, then I am very sorry that there is no way to cooperate this time, and I can only talk about it next time." Jiang Cheng's words were very firm, with an unwavering tone in his words. First of all, I want to emphasize that the contents of the document will not be changed at all. If you want to cooperate, you can only come here according to my requirements. I will not accept any discussion. The final cooperation plan is written on the document. If you disagree with anything, you can leave here directly. My bottom line is the content on the document. Today, I decided that there will be no slight changes. These words shocked everyone. They all forgot to check the files by themselves and looked at Ruo Jiangcheng with incredible eyes. None of them expected that Jiangcheng would be so overbearing and would not give any room for negotiation at all. Negotiation is nothing more than a compromise between each other, and Jiangcheng has completely lost the meaning of negotiation. Jiangcheng directly set the final result. He aggressively blocked everyone's thoughts and made the senior executives of the movie theater company directly silly. Jiangcheng didn't give them a chance to negotiate at all and directly set a dead request, turning the original negotiation directly into a multiple-choice question. This cooperation either agreed to Jiangcheng's terms and everyone officially began to cooperate, or turned around and left to abandon the negotiation. It's the first time these people have seen this kind of thing, so there is no room for others to move. There are only two ways to accept and not to accept, and there is no third way for them to choose. Originally, these people were still prepared to rely on their negotiation skills to fight for benefits in front of Jiangcheng. It's a pity that Jiangcheng didn't play cards according to the routine at all and directly let them all useless. These entrants also analyzed all Jiangcheng's behavior at the beginning and gained a deep understanding of Jiangcheng's character and mentality. They are going to use these things to test Jiangcheng's bottom line and then earn a lot of money in cooperation. The things these people prepared now are all useless now. How can this not surprise them? The high-level movie theater line in the conference room quickly recovered from the shock. Many of these people have gone through countless winds and waves, so they are very able to withstand them. The surprise Jiangcheng brought to them was adjusted by themselves within a short while. After adjusting their mentality, they immediately began to make noise. President Jiang, your negotiation method is too overbearing, right? You directly decided on the cooperation plan and did not allow us to discuss it. I have never heard of this negotiation method. That's right. If the negotiation is not even allowed to talk, what kind of negotiation is it called? Cooperation should be based on the wishes of both parties. President Jiang today is preparing to buy and sell. Mr. Jiang, don't you think this is too overbearing? There is no room for any changes to the cooperation plan. Don't you care about the feelings of our companies? Everyone is here to make money. There is no need to make it so stiff, right? Mr. Jiang, do you think there is still room for discussion? What are your requirements? We can talk about it. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate to make a plan directly like this. The meeting room became noisy in an instant, completely lost the quiet atmosphere just now. Although these executives all came to ask Jiangcheng to cooperate, the cooperation method Jiangcheng presented was too domineering. They are not given any room for negotiation at all, and either agree or leave. This is not a commercial negotiation at all. They all felt that this was Jiangcheng threatening them, and if they didn't agree to Jiangcheng's terms, they would let them go right away. Jiangcheng's attitude deeply irritated everyone present, making them all feel that they had been humiliated by Jiangcheng. These people who are usually above all have been so angry, so they all yelled loudly. They all felt that Jiangcheng hadn't put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, they would have just negotiated in this way. These people really didn't think wrong. Jiangcheng really didn't put these people in his eyes. A group of high-level executives of the company are already amazing people outside. The companies that can come here are not small companies. When it comes to the entire film industry, they are all those that can be ranked. If the kind of small company with only 1 or 2 movie theaters is not qualified to appear here, although these people are very good in the eyes of ordinary people, regardless of their personal strength or social status. But in Jiangcheng's eyes, these things are all floating clouds. In front of him, these people are no different from the beggars on the roadside. It's just a group of slightly stronger ants, too small compared to giants. Of course, Jiang Cheng, a giant, would not put ants in his eyes. Those executives were just humble ants in Jiang Cheng's eyes. If the group of ants gets angry, can Jiang Cheng worry? The answer is of course no, so Jiang Cheng is not afraid of these people being angry because of this anger. If someone disagrees with Jiang Cheng's idea, just leave it and decide that no one will stop them. Stop arguing. Seeing some signs of loss of control in the scene, Jiang Cheng directly yelled to everyone, directly causing those people to close immediately. After everyone was quiet, Jiang Cheng continued, "My conditions are all laid out here. You can say that I am very domineering. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter what you say. The conditions will never change." After saying this, Jiang Cheng turned and pointed to the door of the conference room and said in a cold tone, "The door is there. If you are not satisfied, you can leave immediately. I will definitely not stop you." Jiang Cheng's ostentatious behavior angered everyone even more and made those high levels, who are usually very self-reliant, no longer able to hang your smile on their faces, and looked at Jiang Cheng angrily. Even Sichang, who hadn't said much just now, couldn't help but speak to Jiang Cheng. He looked at Jiang Cheng and said calmly, "I'm afraid that President Jiang is not very serious about doing this. We are all sincerely coming to cooperate today. President Jiang should also show corresponding sincerity." There was no anger in Sichang's words, and it sounded quite self-cultivating, not as if Sichang could say something. Sichang is usually a big-mouthed person and can't hide anything unpleasant. It is not once or twice that he satirizes people in the media, and the previous disturbances were also great. Today he was able to speak to Jiang Cheng so calmly. It really exceeded everyone's expectations, and everyone had a different understanding of him. Even Jiang Cheng felt that the Prince of the Wanda group was not simple. He could remain calm even if he was so. It seemed that all his usual performances were pretended by him, and there was a deep sense of reason hidden under his slick surface. However, Si Chang was not as calm as everyone thought. He was still very angry after hearing Jiang Cheng's words. Where did Si Chang have been so angry before? And just now he almost couldn't help but start with Jiang Cheng. If others dare to speak to him like this, he will not tear that person up yet. But when Sichang was about to break out, he remembered what his father had said to him. "You must not provoke Jiang Cheng. If you provoke him, no one can keep you. Don't think that I'm really joking. Jiang Cheng is really an unreasonable person." At that time, Jian Lin, the president of the Wanda Group, said the above to Sichang with a serious expression. After thinking of his father's words, Sichang finally held back his beriberi and instead spoke kindly to Jiang Cheng. He is not the kind of no-brained, rich second generation. He can't afford to provoke anyone. Sichang still knows very well, and Jiang Cheng is someone he can't afford to provoke, which he has always emphasized to him repeatedly. So Sichang calmly said the above words, calmly making him unable to believe it. Sichang probably didn't even think of it, but Jiang Chenggao watched him a lot just now. After Sichang finished speaking, he did not continue to say anything. He just looked at Jiang Cheng quietly, looking like he was waiting for Jiang Cheng's answer. But Jiang Cheng didn't speak right away. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at the angry company executives in the conference room. Then he looked at the calm expression of the prince next to him. He didn't immediately give Sichang any reply, but temporarily calmed down as if thinking about something. Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Cheng, and everyone wanted to see what kind of answer Jiang Cheng would give. I don't know if Jiang Cheng will give Sichang a face, so as to relax the conditions of cooperation, so that everyone can have room for negotiation. Or Jiang Cheng still insisted on his original idea and was not prepared to give Sichang any face to the prince. Everyone present could not predict this. After all, Sichang's face might be useful elsewhere, but it might not be useful here in Jiang Cheng. Even if the old Sichang came in person, it might not be worth Jiang Cheng's face. Sichang did not urge Jiang Cheng, but waited quietly for Jiang Cheng's reply. Maybe what he wants is not so good cooperation conditions. What he wants is only Jiang Cheng's respect. Today, Sichang endured his temper and discussed with Jiang Cheng. He felt that he had given Jiang Cheng enough face. If Jiang Cheng is still the same as before, then he will probably give up this cooperation. He doesn't want the senior executives of those companies, no matter how high the position is. It's just a part-time job. The Wanda Group will be his business in the future, and his future boss is completely different from wage earners. Anyway, the cinema is just a branch of the Wanda Group. He doesn't have to pay too much for this industry. Jiang Cheng can't afford to provoke, but he can afford to hide. What I think is that the big deal is that I won't cooperate with Jiang Cheng this time and give up some of the profits of the film industry. It is the limit of the prince to do this now, and he will not give up his dignity for some profit. There is still a difference between Sichang and ordinary businessmen, and this difference may determine this cooperation. Don't look at the high-level people in the conference room. All of them have anger on their faces, and they seem to be more excited than Sichang. But those people were just pretending to be angry, and now even if Jiang Cheng drove them away, they would not want to leave. They just want to make Jiang Cheng make concessions in this way, so as to obtain greater benefits in the cooperation plan. The face of these people is worthless. If there are enough benefits, let alone watching Jiang Cheng's face here, it will be fine even if they are asked to kneel down and beg Jiang Cheng. This is the nature of the businessman, who can give up everything for profit. Among all the people present, those who could not stand Jiang Cheng's attitude and left may only seem to be the most calm thinking. Sichang is different from others. He might instead give up this cooperation for the sake of face. Jiang Cheng may have considered this issue, so he did not continue to remain silent. He spoke again in the eyes of everyone watching. Wang Xiao, why are you so anxious? Why don't you decide after reading the contents of the cooperation? Now these disputes are meaningless. You might as well look at the documents in your hand. As for whether the conditions for cooperation can be discussed, it seems to me that it has nothing to do with my sincerity. All my sincerity is in the document. In the end, everyone doesn't want to look at the specific content. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng took a look, and the others below then continued, "Why don't you take a good look at the contents of the file first, in my opinion? The difference between you and me is whether the cooperation content can be changed. But if you can accept this plan, what is the difference if you can discuss it?" Jiang Cheng's tone against Sichang this time was not as tough as before. This is not to say that Jiang Cheng is afraid of the prince of the Wanda Group. Even if his father came over, Jiang Cheng would not be afraid of anything. Jiang Cheng's attitude was slightly better, just because Sichang had just given him face. So now he has to report to the other party and give him a step down. A person who was so arrogant in Sichang was so subdued this time. This already gave Jiang Cheng great face, so Jiang Cheng didn't mind explaining it to him. Jiang Cheng is such a person. People respect me a foot, and I respect others. That's why Jiang Cheng speaks to Sichang so well. In addition, Sichang's identity is different from other people after all, and it is not very wise to treat him roughly. Wanda Pictures is a very powerful cinema chain in China. Basically, there are cinemas all over the country. If the young master of the Wanda Group was really ran away by Jiang Cheng, it would not be very beneficial for Jiang Cheng to promote holographic movies. Jiang Cheng still values the holographic film plan very much, so he doesn't mind taking a step down. After Sichang heard Jiang Cheng's words, his attitude changed a lot. Judging from his relaxed expression at once, he was at least very accepting of Jiang Cheng's explanation. What he wants is not so good cooperation conditions, just a little face. As long as Jiang Cheng is willing to explain to him, the prince will have enough steps down. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, everyone looked down at the document. Just now, everyone was interrupted by Jiang Cheng's words, and even the contents of the file hadn't been read through. Jiang Cheng's words are also very reasonable. At least they have to read Jiang Cheng's conditions before speaking. Jiang Cheng took advantage of other people looking down at the document, and then said, "The content of this document is perfect in my opinion. It is an acceptable result for everyone, so I wasted time discussing it. It seems meaningless. People who are really sincere will definitely agree to my plan. I believe that everyone can make enough profits with this plan to share the big cake of the holographic film market." He said that he was very confident and seemed to think that everyone else would agree with his plan. The meeting room was quiet again, and the noisy feeling just disappeared. Regarding Jiang Cheng's self-confident words, no one would refute anything. You still have to decide on the specific situation. First, look at the plan on the document. Just like what Jiang Cheng just said, the specific content is not clear, and it is useless to say anything. Jiang Cheng looked at the people in the meeting room lightly, still with a confident smile on his face. Regarding the plan listed above, Jiang Cheng is quite confident. He believes that no one can refuse this cooperation plan, let alone give up the big piece of holographic film. He asked Rem to draw up this plan. Taking into account all aspects of the problem, it can be said to be a perfect plan. Moreover, in the plan, various specific plans are distinguished according to different cooperation objects. These different programs allow the other party to choose their own opportunities, and the incompatible programs have different ways of cooperation. From selling holographic projection equipment directly to cooperating with Jiang Cheng with shares, or letting Jiang Cheng invest in the renovation of a movie theater. Each plan has a different amount, as well as the specific content of the cooperation. These programs actually give movie theater companies the space to choose, allowing them to make the most suitable choice according to their own circumstances. Speaking of this negotiation, it seems that Jiang Cheng did not give others the opportunity to bargain, but the choice of these different plans is the content of the negotiation. It's just that these discussions are within the fan country given by Jiang Cheng, and all choices are led by Jiang Cheng. It was quiet in the conference room that even a needle dropped to the ground, and everyone looked down at the contents of the document. There are still a lot of content in the document. There are many cooperation clauses alone, and there are many choices for specific plans. There are a lot of content under different programs, so this wastes a lot of time for everyone to watch. Everyone analyzed the terms one by one, trying to understand the contents of the file. These documents are related to the interests of everyone in the future, so they cannot be taken seriously. It took a long time before the meeting room became cluttered again. The executives of those companies finally finished reading, and the contents of the documents began to discuss with each other. Because there are many options for cooperation, everyone wants to communicate with each other. Everyone wants to see what kind of plan others will choose, so as to make some reference for their own decision. These choices may determine the future interests of their company, and they are also the key to their success or failure this time. Everyone has the slightest negligence on this kind of thing, and sloppy people are calculating various possibilities in their hearts and analyzing if different plans bring them different profits. Jiang Cheng did not urge those people, but waited quietly if they made the final decision. After those people discussed for a while, they began to persuade Jiang Cheng again. Mr. Jiang, your plan is really good, but isn't there still room for negotiation? The price I decided to buy directly is too high. Can I lower the price a bit? It seems that this person is going to buy holographic projection equipment directly from Jiang Cheng, so I want Jiang Cheng to reduce the price. The price of purchasing equipment directly is very high. After all, this scheme is a secondary transaction, and the price is of course much higher than other schemes. If you choose to take out shares and cooperate with Jiang Cheng, the price of the equipment will be much more favorable. It's just that Jiang Cheng will be involved in his company in this way, and that kind of plan is not better. I think the latter proposal of swapping shares for technology is good, but is the share of shares a bit too much? If President Jiang can make concessions in this regard, we will agree to this proposal. If President Jiang invests money to renovate the cinema with us, can we discuss the proportion of everyone's shares in this plan? Everyone is in business, and there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Others also spoke their own thoughts, and from their words, they could hear their own choices. What they are discussing with Jiang Cheng is the plan they care about most, and the plan they are most inclined to choose. Everyone decides his choice in his heart based on the specific situation of his company. In fact, they have agreed to Jiang Cheng's plan in their hearts, and now they are just making the final struggle. Although it seems that Jiang Cheng's attitude is extremely tough, but maybe after their efforts, they can still make Jiang Cheng make some concessions. Even a small concession can make them happy. Anyway, they just move their lips, and they will not lose a piece of meat. These plans are final cooperation plans, so the specific terms will not be changed. I believe you can all see the prospects for cooperation. These plans are not that they don't have enough profits for everyone, nor are I the kind of person who only knows that he makes money alone. Since they have given everyone enough profits, it would be boring to entangle them again. Now please make the final decision, whether to choose to cooperate or to leave. Jiang Cheng said the final notice seriously, without any concessions in his attitude. It seems that this is Jiang Cheng's final decision, and this has not changed since the beginning. Seeing Jiang Cheng's attitude, some people still don't want to give up, but want to continue to discuss and make their last efforts. But a voice interrupted these people's words, and Si Chong, who had been sitting, opened his mouth and made his decision. We at Wanda Pictures agreed to President Jiang's terms, but the specific plan is still not decided. Let me go back and discuss it with others, and finally give President Jiang the final choice. Si Chong agreed very happily. In his opinion, Jiang Cheng's plan was very reasonable, so he didn't do much to correct it. It's just that he still can't pay attention to which plan to choose, and he has to go back and discuss it with his think tank, and which plan to choose is more beneficial to them. After hearing that Si Chong had agreed to cooperate, Jiang Cheng was completely relieved. As long as the largest theater group starts to cooperate with him, other small fish and shrimps will not be so important. Anyway, this has occupied enough market share, enough for Jiang Cheng to promote holographic movies. Jiang Cheng, who had achieved his goal, was very happy, and said to Si Chong that Xiao Wang was really happy. He is a man of great significance. Jiang Cheng didn't feel any dislike for Si Chong's hesitation. After all, there were so many specific cooperation methods, and the final choice had a great influence. Perhaps it can also affect the future development direction of this company. Behind this cooperation plan represents countless money. It is no wonder that Si Chong is so careful. Anyway, Jiang Cheng wasn't very anxious. He insisted on making the final choice immediately. So Jiang Cheng went on to say to Si Chong, "You can go back and think about it slowly. What kind of model to cooperate with me? After you decide, you can notify the people in my company. Then someone will discuss the specific things with you. For a large theater company like Wanda Pictures, it is not something that Si Chong can decide alone. Therefore, it is normal for Si Chong to go back and take a good look at it." After hearing this, Si Chong also smiled and said to Jiang Cheng, "President Jiang, don't worry. I will contact you immediately after the decision is made. Mr. Jiang will need to write more letters in the future." On the right, the Prince of the Wanda Group is very satisfied with the meeting. Not only did they finalize the cooperation with Jiang Cheng to transform the movie theater, they also had a relationship with Jiang Cheng. At least with this level of cooperation, this time he personally came here even if he made a profit. You know that cooperation with Jiang Cheng is hard to come by. If Jiang Cheng wanted to promote holographic movies this time, then Si Chong really couldn't find a chance to cooperate with Jiang Cheng. Si Chong was about to leave now that things were all done. He didn't care about the entry of other companies. Whether those people agree or not has no effect on him, and it can be said that it does not affect the behemoth of Wanda Cinema. As the young owner of the dying group, Si Chong still has this confidence. "After everything is done, I won't bother Mr. Jiang. I'll leave if I have something to do today. If you have time, you can get together more. If you have anything, please call me. If you can help me, I will definitely not. Will refuse." Before leaving, Si Chong had a relationship with Jiang Cheng. It seemed that he hoped to have a deeper friendship with Jiang Cheng. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not ignore this kind of goodwill, so he rushed to Ryuosi and then said, "If you have something to do, you can go to work first. In the future, everyone will work together, and there will be a lot of opportunities to get together. There are still things left here. Then I'll be happy to cooperate this time. Goodbye." Si Chong shook Jiang Cheng's extended hand, then said goodbye to Jiang Cheng and left the meeting room. The young Prince Wanda left in this way, leaving behind the senior executives of other companies, looking at Jiang Cheng in embarrassment. After Si Chong happily agreed to Jiang Cheng, these people became a bit awkward. A company as big as Wanda Pictures has so happily agreed to Jiang Cheng's terms. These companies are not comparable to the scale of other people's Wanda Pictures, and they are still a little bit too petty when they are still calculating with Jiang Cheng here. Jiang Cheng didn't have any good tempers to these people, and he made the final announcement straightforwardly. It's a waste of time to continue to entangle and cooperate with me. If you can't decide now, then I'll go first and come to me after you've figured it out. Jiang Cheng was ready to leave after speaking. He didn't have time to grind his lips with these people after seeing Jiang Cheng really preparing to leave. Those people couldn't sit still anymore. They finally gave up continuing to struggle with Jiang Cheng and fully agreed to Jiang Cheng's conditions. In fact, after Sichang made the decision to cooperate, these people had no other choice. If they agree to Jiang Cheng's terms, they will be excluded from the holographic film market. With the overlord of Wanda Pictures ahead, how dare they give up this market? If you don't agree to Jiang Cheng, maybe there will be no room for them to survive in China's movie market in the future. Although they all agreed to all Jiang Cheng's conditions, they did not immediately choose a specific cooperation plan. They are all the same as Sichang, and they have to go back and think about how to choose. These people are just top managers and cannot make a choice alone. They have to go back and discuss with the boss to see which plan is better. After seeing everyone succumbing, Jiang Cheng smiled confidently and said to everyone, "I believe you will definitely not regret today's decision in the future. The future movie market will definitely be the world of holographic movies. We will sweep the whole movie together." Market. Jiang Cheng's self-confidence has infected everyone. Everyone has forgotten the unhappiness just now and began to be full of confidence in the future. His confidence also represents Jiang Cheng's hand, formally reaching into the film industry. In the future, he will be able to slowly control the entire film industry by reaching into it. These movie theaters that have been prepared to cooperate with him already account for more than 80% of China's entire market, and the rest are small movie theaters in remote places. As long as the cooperation is officially started in the future, Jiang Cheng will be able to use these films to affect China's entire entertainment industry. The movie is only the first one that Jiang Cheng has made. In the future, he will use this hand to affect other more entertainment fields. For example, entertainment companies, music scenes, showbiz, and TV stations are all things Jiang Cheng is targeting. If he can influence the entertainment industry of China through his own company, then Jiang Cheng's influence will be even higher. At that time, not only among the civilians, but also the high-level military and the military, even in the entertainment industry, Jiang Cheng will have a huge influence. This kind of influence is something Jiang Cheng has always pursued, and this is the reason why he developed holographic technology. Influencing the entire Chinese entertainment industry is only part of Jiang Cheng's plan, and Jiang Cheng's entire plan also contains a lot of content. The influence in China is only the first step for Jiang Cheng. In the future, he will slowly penetrate his influence into the world. In the end, through his own words and deeds, he can influence the development trajectory of the whole world. This is Jiang Cheng's ultimate goal. Jiang Cheng, who relived his life, is very ambitious. He wants to use his own power to drive the development of the entire human civilization. But Jiang Cheng's thoughts are not too exaggerated. If he doesn't even have this ambition, then Jiang Cheng will be blinded by the opportunity God gave him. Each of Jiang Cheng's research results is constantly adding his influence. The holographic technology he took out this time has allowed him to successfully deploy the Chinese film market, but this is not the technology's greatest potential yet. Such a powerful technology has more than a little effect. Jiang Cheng wants to make all the film and television entertainment industries in the world be holographic. The influence of technology has allowed him to intervene in the entertainment industry of the entire human race on Earth. This plan is very bold, and it may take Jiang Cheng a long time to realize it. But Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry. He will slowly move towards his goal. The cooperation discussed today is a good start, and these are only cinemas in China. Those movie theater companies in other countries did not appear here today, just because they are far away. Even if they hear the news, they will leave right away. and they haven't arrived in Los Angeles yet. All the people who came today were from China's domestic companies, and all came here non-stop. So it's not that those foreign companies are too slow, but that these people are really too fast. How can those foreign movie theater companies fail to see the potential of holographic movies? They are still very concerned about working with Jiangcheng. It's just that because of distance restrictions, it can't compare with China's domestic companies. However, they all dispatched relevant people early and flew to China to discuss cooperation with Jiangcheng. Next, the Universe Umbrella Company will receive a large number of foreigners, and these foreigners will discuss with Jiangcheng about the transformation of the film on behalf of their company. Holographic movies will inevitably take the world by storm, and those foreign companies will not lag behind others. However, these people do not have as good conditions as domestic companies, and various cooperation plans will be harsher than domestic companies. The profit left to them is much less than that of domestic companies. Beijing is a foreigner's company that does not kill it. Moreover, none of the people behind could see Jiangcheng's face. If he had to take care of everything himself, then his boss would be too tired. Moreover, it is not Jiangcheng's style to manage the company himself. Today is only the first time to promote holographic movies, so Jiangcheng has personally started. In the future, there will be similar business negotiations, and Jiangcheng is ready to hand it over to Zhang Manlin. Jiangcheng asked this CEO to come to the company because Zhang Manlin was better at this kind of business negotiation than Jiangcheng. If Zhang Manlin had gone out, she wouldn't be what she is today. Jiangcheng really didn't know how to negotiate, so he made a condition that he would never change. If Zhang Manlin came out to negotiate today, it would go through the normal negotiation process. Slowly reach a final agreement with each other so that everyone's face will look better. After completing today's negotiations, Jiangcheng immediately returned to the laboratory site and continued to stay on the site to supervise the laboratory's construction. And the Universe Umbrella Company also began to run unfamiliarly, busy with holographic technology. After some discussions, the domestic movie theater companies have all chosen their own ways of cooperation. He sent someone to the Universe Umbrella Company and signed a formal contract with the representative here. As a result, everyone's cooperation has officially started, and China's domestic movie theaters have begun to carry out renovation work. The related holographic projection equipment, Jiangcheng, also arranged for the factory to manufacture it. Now, it is enough to wait for the renovation of the movie theater. Renovation of the projection hall cannot be completed right away. It is a very troublesome thing to cooperate with the holographic projection equipment. The movie theater needs to make great changes to the original projections to be able to adapt to the new film projection mode. These movie theaters are part of the first remodeling of the theaters, so that these theaters can play holographic movies. Then, increase the number of holographic screening halls step by step, and finally completely eliminate traditional movie screening halls. Such a step is very reasonable. After all, holographic movies have not yet been shot, so it is the best choice to modify a part first. When the number of holographic films slowly increase in the future, other theaters will be further transformed. A few days later, movie theater companies in other countries also began to contact the Umbrella Company. They all want to cooperate with Jiangcheng to transform their country's cinemas, just like the cinemas in China. This time, it was Zhang Manlin who came forward to negotiate with them, and the professional negotiators were completely different. Those foreign movie theater companies still choose to cooperate with Jiangcheng in the face of more stringent conditions if domestic companies have to. And when they left one by one, they were very happy, as if they were taking much advantage. From this point, you can see Zhang Manlin's ability, and Jiangcheng values her for her ability. These foreign movie theater companies have all achieved their goals. All of them returned to their home countries happily and started to transform the cinema with Ruo. At the same time, cinemas in all countries released relevant news. Let everyone know that you can enjoy the fun of holographic movies in the cinema immediately. These movie theater companies are not fuel-efficient lamps. With such a good publicity opportunity, of course, we must take a good publicity in advance. After all, holographic movies are now a hot spot, and everyone is paying attention to relevant news. At the same time, all movie theaters around the world began to promote holographic films. In this way, one by one attracted a lot of attention. While propagating that these companies are also busy with renovations, all decoration-related industries have become popular for a while. Beijing has so many cinemas to be remodeled, and the business of the decoration industry will soon improve. From the perspective of progress, these companies are working very hard, and it seems that it will be completed soon. By then, these cinemas will have the conditions to play holographic movies, and now only things about shooting holographic movies are left. Of course, you don't need these cinemas to worry about shooting holographic movies. Naturally, there will be film companies worrying about it. Of course, those film companies will not do nothing, as long as they heard the news of holographic technology. Many film companies focused on holographic films, and Jiang Cheng later took out a holographic scanning camera. Those film companies are even more interested. After all, this camera is so convenient. Compared with the original camera they used, it is so much more advanced. When I saw this kind of photography equipment, many companies were moved by it. It's just that the potential of the holographic film market was not very obvious at that time, so these film companies have not done anything yet. For holographic film-related matters, these film companies still maintain a calm attitude. They were not as anxious as those theater companies, and immediately rushed to Jiang Cheng to seek cooperation. But when the news of the renovation of the cinema came, these companies could not keep calm. The theater companies here are all busy, so how could they not see them? Film companies and theater companies have a very close relationship. One of them is responsible for making movies, and the other is responsible for showing movies. From the perspective of the relationship, the two are inseparable. Generally speaking, on the film company's side, the senior executives of the theater company have a good relationship. These relationships allow their company's films to get better screening conditions, thereby creating a better box office. Why those big film companies can control the entire market is not because they have a better relationship with theater companies and can get more screens. After discovering the actions of their partners, the film companies immediately woke up. The actions of the theater companies made the film companies speed up their actions, and they ran to Los Angeles one by one and began to talk about cooperation with the umbrella company. A large part of the reason they were hesitant before was the worry that the number of holographic movie theaters was insufficient. If they have made a holographic movie by that time, but there are not enough cinemas to show it, then even if the holographic movie is made well, it will be in vain. So the film company is not so anxious, just want to see the development of the cinema. At that time, 3D technology was the best proof. When there were few 3D scenes at the beginning, there were not a few film companies shooting 3D movies. After the increase in the number of 3D screens, coupled with the box office sales of Avatar, 3D movies immediately appeared one after another. Later, if the blockbuster is not shot in 3D, it seems that the grade is not high enough. Nowadays, blockbuster movies must have 3D technology. Otherwise, no one will watch them. Those film companies saw that movie theaters started a lot of renovations, and many holographic movie theaters would soon appear. In this way, I have a lot of confidence in holographic movies, and I am busy shooting holographic movies. One thing they can't get around when shooting holographic movies is that they don't have the technology to shoot holographic movies. The holographic scanning camera is unique to Jiang Cheng. Shooting holographic movies without this machine is just a joke. It was for these reasons that the Universe Umbrella Company was immediately surrounded by the film companies ran. The Universe Umbrella Company has once again fallen into a busy scene. They have just finished the remodeling of the movie theater and are about to usher in the baptism of the film company. However, the employees of Universe Umbrella Company do not have the slightest complaint. Being busy means that their performance is even better. The benefits provided by the Universe Umbrella Company are linked to performance, And the more busy you are, the more bonuses you can get. For the bonuses that are about to get in hand, all of these employees started desperately. However, what embarrassed those film companies was that Jiang Cheng seemed not at all concerned about their requests for cooperation. Not only did Jiang Cheng not come forward to negotiate with them, but even the CEO Zhang Manlin of the Universe Umbrella was somewhat lukewarm towards them. Although I didn't directly refuse to cooperate with them, I didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about cooperation. The attitude of the Universe Umbrella Company made the people at the film company anxious. Faced with unprogressive negotiations, the bosses of those film companies could not sit still. All the bosses have given death orders to the high levels they have sent in the past to get the holographic film shooting technology as soon as possible. At the very least, you have to sell the brand new shooting machine from the Umbrella Company. Now the company is ready to shoot the movie, and the script director and actors are all ready. Some blockbusters to be shot have also been changed to holographic films, and Marvel Studios is even more bold. Directly change all the next Avengers series movies into movies shot with holographic technology. And the news has been released. The film company has long been unable to wait for the filming. Those movie fans were even more excited after hearing the news and began to look forward to seeing their favorite superheroes in a holographic environment. Such a violent response made the film company even more anxious. After all, they had already prepared everything, only the technology provided by Jiang Cheng. It is useless to prepare other things without the technique of shooting. Only the things in Jiang Cheng's hands are the most important, but no matter how anxious they are, it will have no effect. The Universe Umbrella Company is in charge of Jiang Cheng alone. As long as he disagrees with the relevant technology, those people have no choice. Time passed slowly like this, and Jiang Cheng didn't know what he thought. Jinian did not agree to the cooperation requirements of those film companies, nor did he express his refusal to cooperate, nor did he have the vague attitude of selling Dongjiang Makoto in his hands. But it hurt the people of those film companies. The people sent by the film company to the cosmic umbrella are more anxious like ants on a hot pot. Now whether it is the giants such as Universal, Warner, Disney, and Fox, or those other small film companies, or those film companies in China. None of them can get the technology in Jiang Cheng's hands, and they can't make holographic movies. And without Jiang Cheng's technical films, there is no way to start shooting, especially those Hollywood movie giants. Many of their company's blockbusters are all ready for shooting, and now only waiting for Jiang Cheng's technology. To know that this kind of brand new things, the first shots are always very cheap. Back then, Avatar was the first to try to use 3D technology, but it got a surprising global box office. The massive box office makes everyone watch enthusiastic, so I am so concerned about holographic movies. These film companies all want to shoot the whole movie first and be the first to eat crabs. And it's not just a matter of seizing opportunities, it's also a matter of the future development of film companies. This kind of technology is something they must get, and it is an important technology related to the life and death of the film company. The people in the film company know that if they can't keep up with the times and shoot holographic movies, they will all be eliminated by history. It's like audio movies eliminated silent movies, and color movies eliminated black and white movies. And the previous 3D movies are almost out of the 2D movies. Now the holographic movie just repeats the previous thing again. This is the general trend of history, and nothing can be changed with manpower at all. Only by following the development of the times will it not be eliminated. Under such circumstances, the boss of the film company all gave death orders to the employees who went to Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, get the technology to shoot holographic movies as soon as possible, or they won't come back this time. They were all pressed by the boss of the company this time, and they tried their best to let Jiang Cheng let go and let them get the technology they wanted. What does Jiang Cheng think? Why don't you want to cooperate with these film companies? No one knows what Jiang Cheng is thinking now, and he himself understands why. Jiang Cheng was unwilling to cooperate with the film company immediately, but wanted to shoot a holographic film in his country. He knew that the success of the first holographic film must be a super-selling film. If such a movie was shot by Huixia itself, it would be a good development for Huixia Film. And Jiang Cheng is also planning to use this movie to promote Chinese culture in the world. Heikewu movies have been rampant in the world for so many years. Jiang Cheng wants to use the technology of holographic movies to break the of Hollywood movies in the global market. It is for this reason that Jiang Cheng is unwilling to immediately use the technology of holographic film shooting. Those domestic film companies, to be honest, Jiang Cheng didn't believe it at all. The films they made, Jiang Cheng couldn't be stunned at all. When they gave the reputation of the first holographic film to these film companies with only money in their eyes, Jiang Cheng was not at ease with 10,000. And if Jiang Cheng is in charge of the shooting himself, he doesn't know the skills of filming at all, so he is really not sure that Jiang Cheng can shoot him by himself. Jiang Cheng always doesn't like to intervene in things that he is not good at. The key is that Jiang Cheng doesn't know who to look for as a director, so he has not decided yet. Precisely because of the above reasons, the current situation is suddenly deadlocked. In this situation, not only the people from the film companies are anxious, but also those from the theater companies. They have all begun to renovate the cinema now, and the remodeling of the cinema will be completed soon. But now that the movie theaters have movies but they still haven't settled, this situation makes people in those companies start to worry. After all, if the movie theater is remodeled, but there is no holographic film to show, no matter how good the projection equipment is, it will just be there to make dust. In a hurry, the people from the theater company approached Jiang Cheng and asked him to sell the holographic projection technology in his hand. If you don't start making holographic movies, you won't be able to keep up with the progress of the movie theater renovation. The speed of the transformation originally expected by these people was just right, and the filming will be finished immediately after the transformation is completed here. It just happens to be available for screening, so the timing is just right. And now that Jiang Cheng's behavior has disrupted the movie theater's plan, and they may face the embarrassment that no movie is released. Facing the requests of these collaborators, Jiang Cheng also knew that he couldn't continue to delay this time. After all, these companies are now their own partners. If they pit others, it will be a huge blow to the reputation of the Universe Umbrella Company. The credibility of a company is very important. After all, no one wants to cooperate with a company that has pitted their partners. So Jiang Cheng now had to change his initial thoughts and directly ordered Zhang Manlin to start formal negotiations with those film companies, started to discuss the sale of holographic scanning cameras. As for the related technology, these people don't even think about it. The specific technology, Jiang Cheng will only stay in his own hands. If he wants to shoot a holographic movie, he must come to him to buy a special camera. By doing this, Su also figured out some things. He was stuck with other companies shooting here, and he couldn't make any changes to China Film. Huixia Film wants to truly rise by relying on its own continuous efforts rather than by means like Jiang Cheng. Let's talk about the first holographic movie. Even if he sells the machine, Jiang Cheng is confident that he can take it out first. Even if the people in those companies buy holographic scanning cameras now, they still cannot start shooting right away. Because this shooting method is a brand new shooting. It takes a period of adaptation to be able to shoot smoothly. It's just a question of wearing gangs, and it's enough to cause headaches for the crew. After all, the holographic scanning camera is shooting without any blind spots. Regardless of anything worn on the scene, the holographic scanning camera will record it faithfully. If you let those audiences see a lot of things that shouldn't have appeared in the movie. At present, the movies that can be shot using holographic technology will definitely be big-produced blockbusters. If the shooting fails, the film companies will be bleeding. The price of the holographic scanning camera alone is not a small expense. Jiang Cheng is ready to slaughter those film companies this time, and the price will not compromise. If you want to buy the shooting machine from him, you can't do it without paying the price to satisfy Jiang Cheng. In this way, those film companies must act cautiously, which also gave Jiang Cheng enough time to find someone to shoot a holographic film of China's own. Besides, there's another key problem with holographic movies, which none of those film companies thought of, and that is the production of movie special effects. Since the first batch of holographic movies will definitely be blockbusters, special effects are indispensable. The audience is all for special effects, and other plot and acting skills are all for special effects. It can be said that the current Heikewu blockbuster has nothing left but wonderful special effects. At present, the blockbuster of Heikewu is inseparable from special effects. At least a quarter of the time in each blockbuster is made with special effects. The special effects of holographic movies are very different from ordinary movies. Compared with the previous special effects technology, the difficulty is not a little bit higher. The previous special effects were only on the plane, adding some virtual effects so that the audience can see scenes that cannot appear in reality. But when it comes to holographic movies, the previous special effects technology is completely obsolete. The special effects of holographic movies require three-dimensional virtual images. The increased workload alone is not a good solution, because now it is necessary to process all the viewing angles. If the workload of special effects was 1 before, then the workload of holographic movie special effects is now 10. Even the top special effects company cannot finish the production quickly because of the increased workload. And Jiang Cheng himself does not have such a problem. Although Jiang Cheng knows very little about making movies, the special effects technology is within the fan country he is good at. To put it bluntly, movie special effects are related to the original picture using a computer. In terms of computer processing, Jiang Cheng is an expert-level figure, and special effects processing does not require Jiang Cheng to do it himself. Don't forget the existence of Lucy, an artificial intelligence. Although Lucy is not as beautiful as a real human being, it is not as beautiful as a real human in some emotions and creativity. But Lucy is very good at this kind of thing, and special effects production is not a problem for Lucy at all. This kind of work that does not require creativity, just tell Lucy the desired picture effect, and Lucy can do all the work well. A single issue of work efficiency can explode all the special effects. Lucy can make computer special effects by himself, much faster than all the special effects companies combined. After all, the people from the special effects company can hardly compare with Lucy's computing power in this regard. Lucy's current calculation speed is many times faster than the fastest supercomputer in the world. Even the computer special effects produced by Lucy are far more realistic than other companies. Simulating the real picture to achieve the effect of deceiving the human eye, this matter is also very good at work intelligence. Lucy's computer special effects can even fool professional photographers. As long as Jiang Cheng hands all the unfinished movie scenes to Lucy, there is no need to worry about special effects. Lucy will do the special effects fast and well, and finish it before the other film companies. Movie special effects are the killer in Jiang Cheng's hands, and this factor alone can save him a lot of time. You must know that the production of special effects takes time. For general special effects movies, the shooting time may not be as long as the special effects production. Therefore, Jiang Cheng can safely quasi-sing his own movies, and he is not afraid of being robbed of the first place by others. Although Jiang Cheng is not worried about the time issue, there are still many problems that are bothering him. That is what kind of movie is going to be made to be the first holographic movie in the world. Another thing is that Jiang Cheng needs to find someone to be the director to make this movie wonderful. The subject matter and the director are both very important things. Jiang Cheng can leave all other actors and other things to the director. These tasks are the responsibility of the director, and Jiang Cheng doesn't need to worry about it at all. As for the subject matter, Jiang Cheng quickly had an idea. Since it is to shoot Huaxia's own holographic film, he must choose something with Huaxia characteristics. The Xiangxia theme with Chinese characteristics is Jiang Cheng's best choice. The ethereal mood of Xiangxia is very suitable to show the characteristics of China, and there are many special effects in Xiangxia movies, which is very suitable for Lucy to play. After deciding on the theme of Xiangxia, Jiang Cheng's first thought was the first Xiangxia novel he had read. The Legend of Swordsman in Shu Mountain is said to be the earliest Fairyzia novel, and it is also the first Fairyzia novel that Jiang Cheng has ever read. Jiang Cheng has been yearning for the fantasy scenes described in this book for a long time. Now that Jiang Cheng has a chance to realize the scene in the novel, he certainly won't let it go easily. So Jiang Cheng decided on the content of the filming this time, which is to put The Legend of Shushan Swordsman on the stage of a holographic movie and shoot a holographic version of the biography of Shushan. After the decision was made, Jiang Cheng began to look forward to the release of the movie. He felt extremely excited when he thought of watching such a wonderful movie in the environment of holographic projection. The magic weapons in The Legend of Swordsman in Shu Mountain, as well as all kinds of exquisite swordsmanship and incomparably magnificent scenery. At that time, when Jiang Cheng was reading this novel, he was able to imagine the beautiful picture in his mind and entered that wonderful world in his dream countless times. Now, Jiang Cheng has the opportunity to realize his illusion back then. Such a thing makes him full of motivation, and he can't wait to find someone to start shooting right away. Now that the subject matter of the holographic film is ready, the next step is the choice of the director. In the process of filming a movie, the director is a very important job. It can be said that it is not too much to be the creator of the movie, but the choice of director made Jiang Cheng quite difficult because the director is so important. This made him dare not make a decision lightly. If the director cannot control the entire movie, it would be a disaster for the entire movie. For a movie, the director can determine the ultimate success or failure. Whether it is a classic movie or a bad movie, a large part depends on the director's level. Jiang Cheng still values the holographic movie this time, so he doesn't want to make a choice lightly. If he chooses the wrong director, no matter how good the special effects Lucy produces, the film's failure cannot be undone. Jiang Cheng rushed to shoot the first holographic film, just to take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vigorously promote the development of China film. By the way, I also promote the unique charm of Chinese culture to people all over the world. When the time comes, if the film is not good enough, let alone the development of Chinese movies and the promotion of Chinese culture. If the first holographic film fails, it might turn into a complete farce by then. It is precisely because of various concerns that Jiang Cheng dare not make a decision lightly. The director of Bai Jinghuazia didn't know him very well, and who should be chosen is not a simple question. This caused Jiang Cheng to fall into entanglement all at once, and he suddenly lost interest in doing other things. He hadn't made a final decision in a few days. The choice of director here is still embarrassing Jiang Cheng, while the Hollywood studios on the other side are busy. The giants in the film industry have announced the start of holographic films one by one. A well-known masterpiece has begun to enter the stage of publicity, and many well-known sequels have also adopted holographic photography. These films are all big productions with high investment, and the cast is very luxurious. Just by hearing the names of the actors and actresses of the famous Black Station, you know how much the film company has invested. It is not a small number to invite these actors to make films, which also shows the confidence of the film company in holographic films. They believe that the films shot by their company can earn back the massive investment funds through the brand new model of holographic film. These film companies all want to catch up with this holographic film boom and make a lot of money at the box office. After hearing the news of the filming of these films, the fans were even more happy. The thought of seeing so many blockbusters soon, the movie fan community began to look forward to it. Not to mention that these blockbusters are still holographic films, which makes them even more looking forward to. Other people's Heikewu movie is being filmed lively. Jiang Cheng can't sit still here. If he can't decide on the director, even if making computer special effects can save a lot of time, Jiang Cheng's movies will probably not keep up with time. You must know that the shooting of a movie is not a simple matter, and the preliminary preparations need to waste a long time. It can be said that from the decision to start shooting to the official start of shooting, there will be a long period of preparation. and these preparations generally require the director to decide. For example, the preparation of costumes and the selection of the cast. All these trivial matters have to be decided by the director. Now Jiang Cheng doesn't even have a director here, let alone preparations. Heikewu had already prepared for the shooting. Now as soon as he got the technology provided by Jiang Cheng, he immediately started shooting. If Jiang Cheng is not happy anymore, the title of the first holographic film can just watch other people's chapters go. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not let this happen, so Jiang Cheng came up with a way to select a suitable director candidate. Since Jiang Cheng didn't know much about director Hua Zia, he didn't dare to judge easily. Then why not change your mind and let Jiang Cheng look for the director, but let the director run over to find him. Jiang Cheng can ask those directors who want to make this movie to come and meet him once, and communicate with him about the idea of filming during the meeting. Although Jiang Cheng didn't know much about filmmaking, he was able to see through the meeting whether a director had real talents or not. As long as enough directors come to find Jiang Cheng will be able to select suitable candidates. Since the director's candidate has not yet been determined, Jiang Cheng has not announced that he wants to shoot a holographic film. This time, Jiang Cheng is going to announce the news first. As long as the director's candidate has not been determined in the news, then there will definitely be a lot of directors who will come by themselves. Jiang Cheng is planning to invest a lot of money in this movie, and the shooting budget can be said to be unlimited. This kind of big money will definitely attract many directors. And this is the latest holographic movie, and countless directors are dreaming of opportunities like Rock. Those directors who have dreams will definitely be impressed. Such an opportunity is very rare, and Jiang Cheng's purpose is to attract filmmakers who chase dreams, and directors who are just making money are completely unwelcome on his side. In Jiang Cheng's concept, a director must first have enough dreams. In Jiang Cheng's view, people who don't even have dreams don't admire making movies. Jiang Cheng believes that why it is difficult for Yangyuo movies to produce excellent movies is because many directors with dreams do not get enough opportunities, and those who can keep making movies are just a bunch of mediocre people with only money in their eyes. It is impossible for such people to make good movies. They only make movies to make money, not to realize their dreams. These people have taken up a lot of shooting opportunities, so the Yangyuo movie has not improved. This time, Jiang Cheng wants to give those filmmakers who have dreams a chance to pursue their dreams through filming, and also to give the entire Yangyuo film industry a chance. Soon a message appeared in major domestic media, and the whole news caught everyone's attention at once. Jiang Cheng, the boss of the Universe Umbrella Company, a demon-level genius scientist, is actually preparing to get involved in the film industry and wants to invest in a film. This incident is surprising to many people because Jiang Cheng is not the kind of person who is willing to invest money in making movies in their opinion. In everyone's mind, if Jiang Cheng invests in a new technology or high-tech project, it will be something very high-end anyway. If one day it is said in the news that Jiang Cheng is going to invest in an immigration plan to Mars, no one will be surprised because the impression Jiang Cheng brings to everyone is like this. But investing in movies is not like Jiang Cheng can do. In everyone's opinion, Jiang Cheng disdains such low-end things when investing in movies. Generally, only those upstarts who want to play with female stars will do it, not Jiang Cheng, who is so cool that he is frozen in the sky. What is even more surprising is that Jiang Cheng's handwriting this time is very large, and he is directly preparing to shoot a holographic film. The holographic film alone can't make everyone so surprised, because this technology was taken out by him, and it is normal to use it by himself. The really surprising thing is that the investment in this movie is initially set at 1 billion yuan. Jiang Cheng also said that if there is not enough funding for filming, he can continue to increase investment. Such a huge investment shocked everyone's attention. It was a full 1 billion yuan. So much money is just shooting a movie, which is too extravagant. Many people think that shooting a movie can cost as much as 1 billion yuan. Don't take a good look at the movie budget of Keiwu's blockbuster movies. It can cost hundreds of millions of dollars at all times. This figure is also hundreds of millions in RMB. But that is the cost of filming in Hollywood, and the cost of filming there is much higher than that of Yanguo. The costs of props, costumes, venues, equipment, and staff are all much higher than those of Yanguo. Not only these odds and ends are more expensive than Yanguo, but the pay for big-head actors in the movie is many times higher than Yanguo. Now, the first-line big-name actors in Heikewu can cost $20 million in a movie, and Yanguo's biggest actor is not defeated in a film that wants so high. This is just the price of a big-name actor, and movies with supporting roles other than the leading role are also astronomical. The cost of a one-step movie alone is the cost of remuneration. Making a movie in Hollywood is many times higher than that of Yanguo. Calculated in this way, Jiang Cheng's film budget is very staggering. If the investment of 1 billion yuan is exchanged in Hollywood, it is at least equivalent to an investment of more than $500 million. There has never been an investment of $500 million in a movie in Hollywood. Jiang Cheng's handwriting this time can be said to be a record. This account was calculated by many media for Jiang Cheng, but these people all revealed a large amount of expenses, that is, the expense of movie special effects. Generally, one-step Hollywood special effects blockbusters cost tens of thousands of dollars just to produce special effects, which often accounts for a large part of movie investment. But Jiang Cheng's special effects expenses can be regarded as nothing. Jiang Cheng is going to hand the special effects to Lucy to imitate, and Jiang Cheng only needs to pay for the electricity bills when Lucy is calculating. Jiang Cheng only needs to pay some low electricity bills, and he can surpass the level of a good vegetable dock in special effects. Yanguo said that Jiang Cheng's investment amount far exceeded public expectations. After all, this special effects cost has been saved, but all must be invested in filming. Calculated in this way, the amount of money the director of this film can spend may reach an unimaginable figure. This kind of investment made everyone talk about it, and they began to have great expectations for this holographic film. Bai Jing put so much money in. As long as the director is suitable, the movie will not disappoint everyone. What's more, the theme of the movie that Jiang Chengkai announced at the same time, such as The Legend of Shushan Swordsman, is even more exciting for everyone. Many people have read this Fairy Xia novel and are quite familiar with the content. This kind of blockbuster in Yanguo style is something that no one has ever seen. In the past, the blockbuster movies that everyone saw on the movie screen were all from Heikewu. No matter how good these movies are, they are not their own. Now, I finally have the opportunity to be able to see blockbusters full of Yanguo culture on the big screen. This is something that many fans have been waiting for a long time. Soon such news gathered a large number of people's attention, and those directors even noticed that the director candidate has not yet been determined. This gives those aspiring directors a chance to prove themselves. Jiang Cheng is going to openly choose a director this time and choose a suitable candidate. As long as Jiang Cheng can be satisfied, even if he has no experience in filming at all, he can still shoot this masterpiece. He doesn't look at the previous qualifications of these directors at all. No matter how high the box office the movies these people have made before, it is meaningless here for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's fancy is the director's talent and amazing imagination. These are all essential elements for a good director. And those old directors who have made many films, Jiang Cheng has no choice at all. The rich experience of those well-known old directors is not helpful in making this kind of brand new movie. On the contrary, it will be constrained by previous experience. Such things as holographic movies don't need those experiences. If it's just a talented talent and a passion full of energy. Those old directors have been smoothed by time, the sharp-edged young man Jiang Cheng wanted. Only this impulsive young man is the best candidate for director of this film. As soon as Jiang Cheng's public choice of director was announced, it immediately received the attention of the entire director circle. Whether it's the young people who are fledgling or the veteran who has been on the battlefield, one by one is eyeing the position of this director. The amount of shooting funds that day and the title of the first holographic film made them unable to despise this opportunity. Perhaps this opportunity is the only one, as long as they can seize their future. They all know that this shooting opportunity is a turning point in their lives. Maybe after the filming of this movie, the whole life of the director is completely different. Soon a large number of directors approached Jiang Cheng and started the selection of directors. Those directors explained their thoughts about the film to Jiang Cheng, and some also looked forward to the scenes they expected. In addition, many old directors have shown their qualifications, hoping to attract Jiang Cheng's attention through this. It's a pity that these old directors were just doing it in vain, and Jiang Cheng didn't plan to choose them from the beginning. Although Jiang Cheng didn't know director Yan Guo very well, he had seen some of the things made by these old directors. Jiang Cheng didn't want his films to become those works for money, so he didn't choose them at all. Those people were all eliminated at the beginning, and basically those who entered the later rounds of selection are all new directors who have just entered the film circle. The oldest of these people is only in their 30s. In the profession of director, they are all young and excessive. Jiang Cheng's choice made the old directors very dissatisfied. They think that young people are unreliable, and only their older generations can control the movie. Some old directors who were eliminated also publicly mocked Jiang Cheng's choice, saying that his use of young directors would inevitably make the movie fail. It is a pity that his remarks like this can't affect Jiang Cheng at all. In Jiang Cheng's view, he is just the sad cry of a negative dog, and everyone didn't agree with the old director's point of view. Everyone was imitated by Yang Yuo movies over the years, and no one liked to watch the things they made. Everyone has absolutely no expectations for these old directors, and they all think that giving young people a chance is not bad. In case it is possible to find a talented young director, it will be beneficial to this Yan Guo movie. After going through layers of screening, Jiang Cheng finally decided on the director of the film. In the end, a very young director was selected by Jiang Cheng and was given the opportunity to direct the blockbuster. This director has only made 2 unknown movies before, and he is also an unknown buy among the directors, and most people have never heard his name. But fame is not something Jiang Cheng valued. What he valued was the special system unique to this young man. His thoughts deeply moved Jiang Cheng and made Jiang Cheng finally choose him. After the director's candidates are determined, the next step is to prepare. The young director selected by Jiang Cheng couldn't believe this fact when he first got the news. In his opinion, Jiang Cheng can choose countless well-known directors, and he, a newcomer who has only filmed 2 films before, is no longer in the range of choice. At that time, he chose to participate in this selection of directors, but he just wanted to give it a try. But he didn't expect to eventually become the director of the film. The young and overly director was stunned by this sudden surprise, and he forgot his last name happily. While happy, he still felt deeply moved. He knew how difficult his opportunity this time was. The motivation that Jiang Cheng valued and filled the young director made the young director determined to make an excellent film to repay Jiang Cheng's kindness of the encounter. As soon as the director started the preparations, he was shocked by the huge funds. The entire movie budget of 1 billion RMB makes him wonder how to spend it. The average director is worried about the lack of funds for the film, and only this one starts to worry about running out of money. And he also knows that the 1 billion is still shooting funds, not including any special effects and post-promotion costs. With this money, he will be able to realize all his ideas and will never fail to shoot what he wants because of insufficient funds. Jiang Cheng also explained that he let him spend money boldly. Don't think about saving him money. If the funds are not enough, he can still ask him. Such a huge amount of support allowed the young director to prepare boldly. He's going to invite the best performers in China this time, and he needs the most famous ones. Even in supporting roles, he wants to perform the old drama bones with superb acting skills and prepare to adopt the all-star lineup completely. Not only did the actors prepare very luxuriously, but he also worked costumes and props. Just for the costumes used in the performance, he is going to invite famous domestic designers to make them. All kinds of exquisite clothes will appear in the movie. The scene even sent a large number of people to investigate in various places in the country. Prepare to find the most beautiful environment to reproduce the magnificent mountains and rivers in the novel. The director is prepared to strive for the most perfection in all details, and even pursues the details to the degree of nitpicking. However, such a pursuit is a necessary condition for making a good movie. Only by working hard enough can you get an excellent work. He wants to make this film an eternal classic and leave a deep mark on the entire film history. Can this ambition be realized in the end? It depends on the result of the final movie. After Jiang Cheng decided on the film's director, he went to work on his own affairs. He left everything related to filming to the young director. Regardless of whether it was the choice of actors or the direction of the plot, Jiang Cheng let the director decide on his own and did not interfere with the filming at all. At most, it sent a few financial personnel to follow up on financial matters under the management of the crew. Since Jiang Cheng chose to believe in that director, he would naturally have full authority to let the family be responsible for everything. Jiang Cheng doesn't know anything about filming, so he will not express his own opinions and do things that interfere with the director's shooting. Jiang Cheng has never liked to intervene in fields he has not set foot in. He believes in letting professional people do professional things. What you don't understand, Jiang Cheng can't pretend to understand. From this point of view, Jiang Cheng can be regarded as the best movie investor. The power of directors in the Yangluo film industry is far inferior to their foreign counterparts. They often need to face the interference of investors. Generally speaking, people on the investor side like to intervene indiscriminately and do things that outsiders lead experts. Not to mention those actors who were forced into by investors. This kind of thing all directors of Yangluo will encounter. The young director felt that he was the happiest person now and met a boss who was willing to invest a lot of money in making movies. Moreover, the boss never ignored the filming and let him decide the filming alone. The director Jiang Cheng didn't care about the filming process. He just had to wait for the filming to be completed before handing over the original material to Lucy for post-production special effects. Jiang Cheng has always been busy with the laboratory. After a long period of transformation, it is now nearing the end that a huge basement has been reconstructed from the underground of the laboratory. This is where Jiang Cheng will prepare for security in the future, where the fusion reactor is located. In the future, the laboratory's energy will be supplied by the reactor. Of course, Jiang Cheng has not yet completed the work of controlled charge fusion. These are things in the future, and now the laboratory still needs external power supply. Basically, most of the projects have been completed, and Jiang Cheng will be able to use this new personal laboratory soon. Although the construction was about to be completed, Jiang Cheng still had to stay at the construction site. Because now the renovation of the laboratory is finished, the rest is the installation and debugging of some experimental equipment and instruments. However, the work of installing and debugging equipment cannot be careless at all. These devices are all very sophisticated things. A little mistake in the installation process may affect the effect of the final device. For some precision experiments, even the slightest impact will make a huge difference in the experimental results. And these things are all Jiang Cheng will use in the future, and he has to adjust the equipment to the best condition according to his habits. Jiang Cheng has been soaking in the laboratory construction site these days, directing the workers to install different machines. I saw trucks have been coming over this period of time, driving directly into the industrial park, and then unloading the equipment on the laboratory construction site. The size of the machines recently transported by the car are basically different. Each kind of machine installation requires attention, because these devices all need special installation and debugging methods, and each type is basically not universal. If someone else is responsible for the installation and commissioning, it is not easy to distinguish the different machines, let alone the specific installation methods. Therefore, Jiang Cheng was very busy during this period, and all the machines had to be installed and debugged under his guidance. He must be around the workers all the time, otherwise something will be troublesome. Jiang Cheng has been really hard these few days. Basically, he has very little sleep time, and the other time is completely spent on the laboratory. However, no matter how hard it is, Jiang Cheng feels it is worth it. Bai Jing's laboratory will be used for a long time in the future, so in order to make future scientific research smooth, Jiang Cheng is willing to spend more energy. And watching his own laboratory slowly complete for a research madman like Jiang Cheng, it is a very happy thing. There can be such a laboratory, but many people dream of something. Jiang Cheng now has his own high-end laboratory, which is much luckier than many scientists. Many of Jiang Cheng's colleagues have to work with others to share the right to use a laboratory. Time passed slowly, and the progress of laboratory construction also continued to accelerate. Various machines for different purposes were installed inside the laboratory, and the originally empty laboratory began to be gradually occupied by those equipment. Those equipments are basically experimental instruments used in various disciplines or some high-end processing equipment. Judging from the tight packaging of these machines, we know that the things inside are not simple. The workers carefully open the package, revealing the complicated machinery inside. If ordinary people see the appearance of these machines, they will never recognize what such machines do. Because these machines are all highly specialized things. If they are not scientists in related professional fields, they will not be able to understand the things about these machines. Of course, the worker in charge of the installation couldn't recognize it. Looking at the weird-shaped machines in front of them, they were completely in a daze. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng is on the side for guidance. Otherwise, it would be painful enough to install these things. After overtime installation, basically all the machines have been installed and debugged. This Jiang Cheng brand new personal laboratory is basically all completed. The rest is some cleanup work, and this work does not need to be done by Jiang himself. He only needs to ask Xia Ziaowei to arrange someone to come and clean, and he just needs to wait obediently. Soon the laboratory was completely cleaned up, and the entire laboratory became completely new. The garbage generated during the renovation process is now completely invisible. The people who came to clean up were very attentive. Xia Ziaowei also knew that Jiang Cheng attached great importance to this laboratory. All of them were arranged by the most reliable people. After cleaning up, Jiang Cheng took Su Kaiyanqian, Guan Ziaofei sisters, and his personal secretary Xia Ziaowei, and walked to the gate of the laboratory. The four Jiang Cheng didn't come here empty-handed this time. Each of them had their own daily necessities in their hands. It doesn't look like going to a laboratory at all, but like going somewhere on vacation. And the reason why they brought their personal things is because they will live in this laboratory later. This laboratory is not just a place for Jiang Cheng to do scientific research. It also contains a lot of accommodation. From now on, Jiang Cheng and the third daughter will move to live here, and this will be their home in the future. Living in a laboratory sounds shabby, but it's not easy in this laboratory. The entire laboratory occupies a very large area and is divided into two major areas, living area and experimental area. And the living area is where they live in the future. Maybe they have been here for a long time. The facilities in this laboratory are very complete, which is not only reflected in things related to experiments. The living area contains all the necessary facilities for living, and the area is still very large, enough for many people to live in it. There is even an indoor swimming pool in the living area, so you don't have to go outside if you want to swim in the future. There is not only an indoor swimming pool in the living area, but also a small movie theater, allowing Jiang Cheng and the others to watch movies anytime, anywhere. This small movie theater is certainly not an ordinary movie theater, but it can be holographic projection inside. The holographic projection hall here was completed earlier than other places, and it can be said that it is the first holographic cinema in the world. In other words, after having holographic movies in the future, Jiang Cheng and the others will be able to enjoy the movie theater experience in their own home. There are not only swimming pools, cinemas, and other facilities here, but other living rooms are also perfectly arranged. The layout and decoration of all the rooms are all made by famous interior designers. Just living in it is a kind of enjoyment. And all kinds of furniture and decorations are very luxurious, much more upscale than those five-star hotels. Living in the living area of the laboratory is exactly like living in a luxury villa, which makes people unexpectedly still a laboratory. The living area is so well decorated, Jiang Cheng naturally has his own consideration. Now his laboratory is officially completed, and he will definitely spend a lot of time here in the future. If you continue to live in the original home, it would be too far to go back and forth between the laboratory and home. Jiang Cheng is not willing to waste precious time on the road. Jiang Cheng simply made the living area of the laboratory more comfortable. After that, he took his woman and moved in directly. Anyway, living at home is also living. Living in the laboratory is exactly the same. Therefore, the living area of this laboratory has been specially transformed into what it is now, which can provide people with quite comfortable living conditions. With the addition of the living area, this laboratory can no longer be regarded as a mere laboratory. Nobody's laboratory has so many luxurious facilities. It can now be counted as a small scientific research base that can meet all the needs of scientists. Staying here, Jiang Cheng can not only conduct scientific research here, but also meet his daily living requirements. It's just that this scientific research base belongs to Jiang Cheng alone, and at most he has a few women. If you let other scientists know that Jiang Cheng owns this place alone, I don't know what it will be like to be jealous. Having such a scientific research base is the ultimate dream of all scientists, and now Jiang Cheng has realized this dream and mastered this small scientific research base. Jiang Cheng and the others put down their personal belongings in the living area and left the cellar Hua place directly to the experimental area next door. In fact, the living area of this laboratory is nothing. At least it is far worse than the experimental area. The experimental area is the most quintessential part of the entire laboratory. It took Jiang Cheng's countless efforts to finally complete the construction. As soon as you enter the experimental area, you can see many different machines, which are placed in different areas in an orderly manner. These machines are all very high-end models, and some are even the latest models that the manufacturers have just begun to produce. It cost Jiang Cheng more than $1 billion just for these equipment, which is more expensive than the equipment used in the Guo's laboratory. And some devices are still good things that money can't buy. If there is no special relationship, even if you have a lot of money, you can't get it. If Jiang Cheng had the hardest back in Yan country, some equipment would never be available for private use. These equipment are the guarantee for Jiang Cheng's future scientific research, so he is willing to spend such a large capital. After some of these high-end equipment, many experiments that could not be performed before can now be completed. After owning this laboratory, Jiang Cheng has many things that can create power. These new things are all epoch-making products, which could not be realized because of insufficient conditions. But now that we have so many advanced equipment, all the things that could not be realized before will slowly appear in the world, and these things will continue to bring more wealth and influence to Jiang Cheng. The style of the entire experimental area is completely different from that of the living area. The living area adopts the style of Hua, and you can feel the noble feeling as soon as you enter. The experimental area becomes the style of the future, and you can see designs full of science fiction everywhere. Being in the experimental area is like coming to the future world. The walls and floor in the laboratory all adopt the overall construction model. There is no gap between the floor and the wall at all. It looks the same as the whole. All floors and walls are painted in a uniform color, and the color is still Jiang Cheng's favorite silver white. Jiang Cheng has always felt that the silver white room looks particularly comfortable, and the icy feeling can be refreshing. Such a color can keep him clear all the time, and work efficiency can be improved a lot in such an environment. Not only the color of the floor and the walls, but the machines placed in the laboratory are basically silver white. These machines are all customized by Jiang Cheng with the manufacturer, so you can choose the color you like. This arrangement makes the interior of the laboratory a silver-white ocean, which looks full of infinite sense of technology. Wow, the laboratory is really bright. This environment looks great. It's like a future laboratory in a science fiction movie. As soon as Su Kaiyan entered the experimental area, she immediately made a sound of admiration. It seemed that she was very satisfied with the laboratory environment. Yes, all are silver white. It feels very comfortable to stay here, let alone do experiments in it. It is simply the most bright laboratory in the world. Of course, Guan Xiaofai didn't keep her composure, and there were cheers in her mouth. It seems that she was quickly conquered by the environment in the laboratory and fell in love with it in an instant. Jiang Cheng brought the two sisters over to the experimental area, mainly to familiarize them with the environment, so he brought them over just after moving in. For example, Xia Xiaowei stayed in the living area and did not come over because she didn't care about scientific research and didn't have much interest in the experimental area. This is not only the place where Jiang Cheng conducts his own experiments, but also the place where the two sisters conduct their own research. Regarding the training of the two sisters in scientific research, Jiang Cheng is very attentive and provides them with the best conditions, even allowing them to use their own personal laboratory. The intensity of such training has made countless students in schools envy. After all, Jiang Cheng, a genius scientist, is here to guide him. And being able to do the experiments you want to do anytime, anywhere, is simply what all students dream of. While those students were still learning theoretical knowledge, the two sisters had already started experimenting. Such a gap is very large, and the scientific research level of the two sisters has improved rapidly. They almost surpassed those PhD students in the school to reach a very good height. Some time ago, the two sisters cooperated to complete many experiments, and then wrote several papers based on the experiments. The content of these papers is of great research value. Even Jiang Cheng thinks it is quite good. The key is that this paper was independently completed by them, and Jiang Cheng did not give any guidance on the side. Although these papers could not be published in the top magazines like Science or Nature, they were also published in the next-level, high-level magazines. The paper quickly received a lot of response, and many people in the scientific community knew the names of the two sisters. Many people know that in Los Angeles in Yan country, there are not only the genius of Jiang Cheng, but also two sisters named Su Kaiyan and Guan Xiaofai. The genius sisters of Yan Kingdom, this name has appeared in many scientific magazines, and more scientists have gotten to know them. Both many people are optimistic about their future development and believe that they can make some amazing contributions in their fields. Although they are not as enchanting as Jiang Cheng, they have achieved their current achievements at such a young age, and they are already two great geniuses. After all, Jiang Cheng cannot be used to measure other geniuses. Otherwise, other geniuses would be too pitiful. In front of Jiang Cheng, even the geniuses seemed a little inadequate, so no one now compares Jiang Cheng to others. Because Jiang Cheng himself is a separate standard, the following is where others can exist. Tian Japanese letter of the same grade as Jiang Cheng doesn't seem to exist yet. Even Hawking is a lot worse than Jiang Cheng. Even if this fan country is expanded to history, there are not many existences that can match Jai and Jiang Cheng. Although the two sisters cannot be compared with Jiang Cheng, they can still look forward to their future considering their age. Jiang Cheng worked so hard to train their two sisters so that one day someone could help him in scientific research. Although Lucy is his experimental assistant, Lucy Biking is only an artificial intelligence, not a real human being. There are some things that Lucy can't help Jiang Cheng, so Jiang Cheng needs some assistants who can help him. Jiang Cheng, the other scientists in the world, simply doesn't like it, thinking that those people can't help him at all, and staying by his side is just a waste of food. That's why Jiang Cheng has always done experiments on his own. It's not that he doesn't want experimental assistance, but that he can't find suitable experimental assistants. Since no suitable researchers can be used as experimental assistants, Jiang Cheng decided to train a few by himself. Jiang Cheng, who could not be found ready, had to be cultivated slowly, so the two sisters became the best training targets. Regarding the talents of IQ, the two sisters still quite satisfied Jiang Fen. Although their talents are not enough to allow them to reach a high level, there is still hope as long as they work hard to become a qualified assistant. That's why Jiang Cheng looked at the development of the two sisters so much and gave them the best growth environment. From time to time, Jiang Cheng also took time out to personally guide them so that they could walk on the right path. After this period of training, the two sisters grew up very fast, and the previous papers are the best explanation. Although they still can't help Jiang Cheng, as long as they keep working hard, they will meet Jiang Cheng's requirements one day. Jiang Cheng believes that this requires the two sisters to work their own, coupled with his careful training. In the future, let's not talk about how great a scientist is to be. At least it will be fine to achieve something in your own field. The two sisters also knew Jiang Cheng's good intentions towards them, so they never let Jiang Cheng down. They didn't rely on the identity of their Jiang Cheng woman, they just wanted to enjoy it. They have always been very hardworking in scientific research, and their level of progress is visible to the naked eye. Jiang Cheng took the two sisters around in the laboratory casually, getting acquainted with the place to stay next. Thinking of being able to conduct research here in the future, I feel so happy. The conditions here are much better than those in the laboratory in our university. Many of the equipment is very advanced. I have never seen it before. Looking at the high-end instruments in front of Ruo Kaienqian, Su Kaienqian made a heartfelt admiration. The machines here are indeed very high-end, not comparable to those university laboratories. After all, these things took Jiang Cheng a lot of work, and even the Guo family used some relationships. Guan Xiaofai also said with a happy face, "Husband Jiang Cheng is so kind to us. We can use such an advanced laboratory. It is the most romantic thing to be able to experiment in it." When the two sisters thought that they could do their own research in it, they became uncontrollable and even got a little excited when they spoke. For people like the two sisters who love scientific research, this high-end laboratory is simply the best gift. For them, this laboratory is more attractive than flowers and jewelry. Seeing that the two sisters liked this laboratory so much, Jiang Cheng was also full of pride in his heart. Bai Jing built this laboratory by himself, and every place was filled with his hard work. Seeing his achievements were affirmed by the two sisters, Jiang Cheng's mood also became very good. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "As long as you like it. This is also for your growth. You can do experiments together in the future, and you can ask me immediately if you don't understand. Your growth is the best gift to me, Bai Jing. You are my most precious wealth. Nothing can compare to you." The hearts of the two sisters melted by Jiang Cheng's gentle words. The two of them looked at Jiang Cheng affectionately, with tenderness and honey in their eyes. People stood in the laboratory and stayed warm for a while, and then Jiang Cheng said to the two sisters, "Okay, let's continue to show you the laboratory. Get acquainted with the conditions here as soon as possible, and you can start using it formally." They haven't seen the entire laboratory. Until now, they just selected a small area. The area of the experiment area is really too big, and it takes a lot of time just to go through one article. Although the living area seems to be big enough, it is still not enough compared to the safe area. Most of the area of the entire laboratory is occupied by the experimental area, which basically accounts for 2/3 of the entire laboratory. The reason why the experimental area occupies such a large area is because there are so many experimental projects that can be carried out here, and these different projects require specialized machines. In order to be able to satisfy experiments in various directions, Jiang Cheng had to continuously increase the chassis of the laboratory, so the area of the laboratory became what it is now. Who told Jiang Cheng to be ready to develop in an all-round way in the future? So I had to build the laboratory so big. But a large area has its advantages, and a large area is not a disadvantage. At least this laboratory looks very wide, completely different from the narrow environment of an ordinary laboratory, and there is no depressive feeling in it. However, if the place is too big, there will be some troubles. At least it will be very time-consuming to choose. There is also a person with the attribute of road obsessed here. I am afraid that they will get lost in the laboratory in an instant. Just like this, Jiang Cheng took the two sisters through the laboratory, constantly familiarizing themselves with the role of each room, preparing for the experiment that was about to begin. I saw the two sisters watching everywhere in the experimental area, just like two curious babies, touching the huge equipment from time to time. Husband Jiang Cheng, what is this machine used for? Why does it look weird? I have never seen this type of equipment before. Guan Xiaofei saw a device with a peculiar appearance, so she asked Jiang Cheng. Lin, who is usually relatively stable, can't stand calm anymore here and is full of curiosity about everything in the laboratory. When I saw something I hadn't seen before, I immediately asked Jiang Cheng next to him. There are so many things that make them feel curious, and they are full of mysterious feelings everywhere. On the way, Jiang Cheng was always explaining to them, introducing the detailed situation in Ruo's laboratory. Jiang Cheng took the trouble to explain to them what are the detailed uses of each machine and the precautions for using these machines. This is also something Jiang Cheng must tell them clearly, otherwise they won't even be able to do experiments in the future. The machines in the laboratory are very advanced, and the steps to use are not generally complicated. If you don't say it clearly, it will easily cause problems. After a long time, Jiang Cheng finally took them through the entire experimental area and gave the two sisters a preliminary understanding of the entire laboratory. The latter is the process of their own exploration. Bai Jing and Jiang Cheng can't help them prepare everything, and they have to rely on them for their own research. After visiting all the places in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng takes Ruo's two sisters back to the living area. Too much time has been lost today, so Jiang Cheng is not ready to conduct any experiments. The reason why Zia Xiaowei didn't come with him was because he had to prepare meals there and waited for them to go back to eat together. Today is also a good day for the four of them to move. They moved to a new place, so they must celebrate. Jiang Cheng and the third daughter started a sumptuous dinner, which was also their first meal in this new home. Just the second day after moving to the new laboratory, Jiang Cheng started a new experimental project. Jiang Cheng of the two sisters did not continue to take care of it, but just divided a place for them to conduct their own research. Although the current scientific research level of the two of them is fairly good, they have not yet reached Jiang Cheng's requirements, so it will take a long time to work hard. Jiang Cheng can only provide some help in scientific research, and ultimately it depends on their own ability. Without continuing to supervise the research of the two sisters, Jiang Cheng concentrated on his own affairs. Now that he moved to a brand new place, Jiang Cheng would naturally start a brand new research project. The project Jiang Cheng is preparing to carry out this time is a controlled fusion project that has been prepared for a long time. Jiang Cheng wanted to carry out this project a long time ago, but the conditions at the time were not enough to complete all the research. And there are still many pre-technologies that have not been completed, so Jiang Cheng temporarily put it down. The conditions in the new laboratory are much better than before, and there are many more experiments that can be carried out. Just like the normal temperature superconducting material some time ago, which is a necessary condition for controlled charge fusion, it was also completed by Jiang Cheng to Gulai. Many key front-end technologies have been completed by Jiang Cheng, and now it is time for research. After so long of preparation, I was finally able to start this important project, and even Jiang Cheng was a little excited. You must know that this is a controlled fusion project, a dream of mankind for many years. Countless outstanding scientists have spent their entire lives on this, but they have not seen any hope of success. As long as Jiang Cheng can successfully complete the controllable charge fusion, the energy problem of the laboratory will be solved. There is also a huge basement underground in the laboratory, which is still empty with nothing. Here is the place left for the construction of the fusion reaction, and it is also the main energy supply for the laboratory in the future. There is no problem with using external power supply in the laboratory, but these external power supplies are connected to the city circuit of Los Angeles. It seems that there are not too many problems. The power supply system in Los Angeles can bear the burden of the laboratory. However, many experiments in the future will require the energy of Chengde University. If these experimental projects are carried out, then Los Angeles may need power outages. Those huge amounts of energy will directly drain the power supply lines of Los Angeles, causing the entire Los Angeles region to fall into power outages. Although with Jiangcheng's current status, there is no problem even if the Los Angeles city powers out. In this place in Los Angeles, no one dared to find Jiangcheng's hemp. Even those loyal officials dared to find Jiangcheng. Maybe he will give Jiangcheng the green light at that time, so that he can use the energy of the entire Los Angeles city with confidence. But this will also have a certain impact on his reputation. He decided to shut down the entire Los Angeles city for his own experiment, which would be too selfish. Moreover, after Jiangcheng's research, I am afraid that all the electricity in Los Angeles will not be enough for him to use, and by that time he will also be in trouble. Without electricity in this era, it is very troublesome. Thinking of the situation where countless people can't use electricity, Jiangcheng can't drain the electricity in Los Angeles. Jiangcheng has researched epoch-making technologies, but in order to facilitate everyone's lives, so that everyone can enjoy the convenience of future technology in advance. Instead of doing your own research, let everyone fall into difficulty and resistance. Acting in this way is not Jiangcheng's style. He is unwilling to expose ordinary people to unreasonable writing for some research projects. Therefore, controllable fusion has become a top priority, and Jiangcheng must complete this project as soon as possible. As long as the energy problem is completely solved, Jiangcheng will be able to carry out many experiments, and by that time, there will be many results that he can use. Controllable fusion is the solution selected by Jiangcheng. It can be said to be the best energy solution under the current conditions of the Earth. The fusion power supply is much larger than other energy sources, and there is basically no pollution. It is not known how many times better than those thermal power plants. Moreover, Hefei is not as polluting as the current Hedo power plant. As long as an accident occurs, it will pose a huge threat to the surrounding environment. The raw material for charge fusion is the hydrogen element that can be seen everywhere. The problem of raw materials is also very simple, and it is inexhaustible. For the current human civilization, controllable charge fusion is an infinite source of energy. The issue of energy has been plagued mankind. It seems that there is no problem now, but the energy on the Earth in the future will definitely be exhausted. Petroleum will be completely depleted within 100 years, and then machines that use gasoline will become scrap iron. Coal mines seem to be a lot more abundant, but they cannot withstand the endless consumption of humans. Countless people are also working the source of energy. Many new types of energy have been developed by mankind, which can be regarded as a temporary solution to some of the problems. But these are just solutions to the symptoms and not the root cause. Those new energy sources have many problems and cannot solve all energy consumption at all. If there is no solution, the development of mankind will be stagnated due to energy problems, and civilization may even regress. Therefore, for the energy issue, mankind has broken out many wars, and those wars are to contend for the limited energy on the Earth. And fusion can perfectly solve this problem in terms of the total amount of energy consumed by humans. As long as the problem of controllable charge fusion can be solved, it will be enough for current human consumption. Even if the energy consumed by humans is increased by dozens to hundreds of times, the charge fusion is sufficient to provide a source of consumption for humans. If Jiangcheng can complete the research on controllable charge fusion, he will be able to completely solve the entire human energy problem. Perhaps in the future, human beings will develop into the space age, and the energy of fusion will become insufficient. At that time, new energy will be studied. But that was a long time later, and it was not Fanguo that Jiangcheng was considering now. Although it sounds like this technology is perfect, it is simply the hope of human civilization. But this kind of technology is really too difficult to realize. Fusion has been discovered very early. Moreover, the Dutch fusion was used in the war, turning it into a devastating and terrifying weapon. The principle of the explosion of the green bomb is fusion, and that huge power can easily destroy a city. Judging from the power of the green bullet, we know how much energy the fusion energy is, so everyone wants to master this energy, precisely because this energy is approximately infinite. It is a pity that the green bullet has been manufactured for decades, but the energy of Dutch fusion is still not mastered. Regardless of the fact that many Guo families have mastered Kingdon, Yang Guo has also researched it out long ago, relying on his own strength. But the devastating strategic weapon of the green bullet is completely different from the technical difficulty of controlled fusion. The charge fusion of the green bullet is beyond human control, and when it is released, everything around it will be destroyed. This kind of devastating energy cannot be used by humans at all, and it is impossible to collect energy in that kind of explosion. If the green bullet technology is used to build a power station, the power station can only be used for a moment. Once this charge fusion begins, the power station will be destroyed by devastating energy, and there may be nothing left near the power station. That kind of extremely violent energy will destroy everything nearby in an instant, so it is impossible to collect and use it. Of course, this kind of energy is not what humans want, so I will study how to control this kind of energy. As long as you can surrender this violent energy, you can completely solve the energy problem. But this kind of domineering energy is difficult to tame, so making this energy controllable has become the biggest problem for mankind at present. As long as the occurrence of charge fusion can be controlled, and the ability of this physical phenomenon can be slowly output, this ferocious monster can be surrendered. Research on controllable charge fusion has been carried out for a long time, and many methods have been discovered to control charge fusion. The occurrence of charge fusion is the output of a large amount of energy in an instant, and many scientists are studying ways to control the output power. So many years of research still have some results, and there are some ways to control output power. Although these methods are not very mature yet, at least there is hope for results. The issue of output power is relatively simple. What is really difficult is what container is used to load the fusion reactor. The occurrence of charge fusion will produce a very high temperature. This kind of high temperature has exceeded ordinary people's understanding and reached an incredible level. The sun is actually a constant fusion of Hengsen, so it can provide such a large amount of energy. You can trust the temperature above the sun to know the high temperature produced by charge fusion. Although the scale of the charge fusion created by humans is far inferior to that of the sun, the temperature produced is too high. At present, all human materials cannot withstand this high temperature, and there is even a long distance from this temperature. Even the strongest material available on the Earth will be melted instantaneously at the same time that the charge fusion occurs, so that controllable charge fusion is impossible to talk about. Some time ago, the coal country brought it out, and Edmund alloy could not withstand such high temperatures, nor did the gold titanium alloy manufactured by Jiangcheng. Even humans cannot manufacture containers now, which shows how difficult it is to control fusion. Now this container problem has become the biggest problem in the controllable charge fusion project. This problem has trapped countless scientists. Over the years, the money spent on this subject has reached an astronomical figure. There are also countless outstanding scientists who have spent their entire lives on this project in order to achieve controllable charge fusion. It is a pity that all the money and energy have been wasted, and there is still no hope of success. In recent years, every Guo family has invested tens of billions in this area, and the pile of money is as big as a small hill. However, these inputs are not all in vain. At least several solutions have been developed. One of the most feasible solutions is to use a magnetic field to control the charge fusion reaction. This technology is called magnetically confined controlled charge fusion. The problem with this technology is that the volume of the reactor is too large, reaching a range of several kilometers. Because it can control the fusion magnetic field, it must have a very high intensity. In order to generate such a strong magnetic field, a very large reactor is necessary. However, after Jiangcheng has developed superconducting materials at room temperature, the volume of this reactor has dropped a lot. Because the superconducting material can omit the cooling device, it directly saves a lot of space. However, this scheme has a fatal problem. That is, the output energy is less than the input energy. These magnetic fields will consume the energy of the halo, and the energy consumed is greater than the energy output by the charge fusion. In this way, this kind of reactor has become very tasteless. A power station that requires a large amount of energy input is very unreliable in any way. Moreover, the energy input is higher than the energy output. Such a loss-making business is simply ridiculous. It seems that humans cannot master the technology of controllable fusion at all, but this is just a case where Jiang Cheng does not participate. Jiang Cheng knew many ways to restrain fusion, and these methods were very reliable. It now seems that the future energy issue of mankind depends on Jiang Cheng's performance. Jiang Cheng now bears the hope of mankind on his shoulders. And Jiang Cheng certainly won't let everyone down. He is now conducting the final experiment. Jiang Cheng has a complete idea of controllable fusion, which is different from those scientists who can't find the direction. As long as Jiang Cheng's experiment is completed, controlled fusion will become a reality, and it will no longer be a technology that only exists in fantasy. Now is the most critical moment. As for the success or not, it depends on the results of the experiment. In a special room in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng was standing in front of the test bench. There is a huge machine on the test bench, which looks very strange. The top of the machine is a smooth surface, but the bottom is a lot of uneven squares. The whole machine looks very uncoordinated and has no aesthetic feeling at all. This machine is the result of Jiang Cheng during this period of time, a machine that restrains fusion. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the appearance. Anyway, this kind of machine would not be exposed. Sooner or later, it would be put in the basement of the laboratory. As long as it is not something that needs to be seen every day, Jiang Cheng is still very casual about the appearance. Soon this experiment officially began. Jiang Cheng first said to the little girl in midair, "Lucy, help me monitor the temperature and energy output of all the experimental data. These must be monitored in detail." "Okay, master." That little girl is exactly the image projected by Lucy, who is responsible for assisting Jiang Cheng in this experiment. Lucy's image looks very straight, and the naked eye can't tell whether it's real or virtual. This is the effect caused by the holographic projection technology. Now the entire laboratory is covered with nano-level imaging crystals. As long as he is in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng can perform holographic projection at will. In this way, Jiang Cheng's experiments have become more convenient, and Lucy can help many things. All the processes of the entire fusion reaction must be carefully recorded. If any abnormal data is found, immediately warn me to be ready to terminate the experiment at any time. Jiang Cheng calmly looked at the machine in front of him, and then seriously reminded Lucy to carefully monitor the various data of the experiment. This experiment is no better than the ones he has done. The experiment of charge fusion is very dangerous. If there is any mistake, it will cause a devastating disaster. If the experiment goes out of control, a small hydrogen bill will be detonated in the laboratory. Although Jiang Cheng has taken protective measures in advance, even Jiang Cheng himself has no idea about those measures. After all, it is an experiment of fusion. If there is any accident, it will produce huge power in an instant. This kind of devastating energy, no matter how well prepared it is difficult to resist. Even if Jiang Cheng's body is very powerful, it can't stop the power of the bullet. So Jiang Cheng-o will be so careful, for fear of any accidents during the experiment. Lucy may see that Jiang Cheng is a little nervous, so she said, "Don't worry, master. Lucy has simulated this experiment many times and decided that no accidents will happen." After hearing Lucy's words, Jiang Cheng relaxed his tight nerves a bit, but reminded Lucy again. Although the probability of success of the experiment is very high, you still have to be careful. After all, this is a fusion experiment. There is always nothing wrong with being careful. If something happens to the experiment, Jiang Cheng is likely to die during the experiment. If fusion fails to control, the terrifying energy will tear Jiang Cheng's body apart, and he will not even have time to react. Let's start. Jiang Cheng let out a long breath and then firmly gave the order to start the experiment. Although this experiment was very dangerous, Jiang Cheng did not back down. This small danger can't scare Jiang Cheng. There are many such dangerous experiments on the road of scientific research. If he was afraid of everything, Jiang Cheng simply stopped conducting scientific research. Moreover, the process of the experiment has been simulated many times, and the possibility of accidents has been reduced to a minimum. Jiang Cheng pressed a few buttons on the machine, and then the machine made a roar. The experiment has officially started, and the final success or failure lies in this. As the machine continued to run, some fluctuations appeared on the smooth platform. Some changes began to occur in that small space, as if a stone was thrown into the calm water. Soon the fluctuation reached its maximum, and that small piece of space was shaken by this machine. As the space continued to vibrate, a small independent area appeared in the midair. The situation in this area is difficult to describe in words, as if the space is separated out. After the stripped space invaded the steamed bun stabilized, Jiang Cheng began the next experiment. This small piece of space is easy for Jiang Cheng to set up for the fusion reaction, using space to constrain the fusion reaction process. That small piece of space has been isolated by Jiang Cheng alone. No matter how big a reaction occurs inside, it will not affect the surrounding environment. Even if a charge bomb was detonated inside, there would be no movement on the edge of that space. Nothing is stronger than space, so the method of isolating space is used to restrain the charge fusion. This is the controllable charge fusion solution that Jiang Cheng found, which is to isolate a small piece of space from the outside world through a special machine, and then conduct the charge fusion reaction in the isolated space. The space isolation is complete, and the fusion reaction begins. Jiang Cheng gave Ruoxi the next step. Soon a small spot of light appeared on the top of the machine, and that spot was so small that it was hard to see with the naked eye. That light spot is the fusion reaction that is taking place, and now the most critical time for the experiment has come. However, this situation only lasted for a short time, and the small spot of light instantly expanded, quickly filling the isolated space into a ray of light. As the volume of the light became larger, the brightness of that piece of light continued to increase, until the light began to become dazzling. The intensity of the light gradually becomes exaggerated, reaching a level that makes people unable to look directly at it. In the middle of the laboratory, a small sun suddenly appeared. The artificial sun exudes a dazzling light, illuminating the entire room. This small sun is the fusion that is taking place. The artificial sun is so beautiful, just like the eternal sun. Jiang Cheng looked at the light of Luoyan in front of him, and he was already a little fascinated. This artificial sun made by his own hands looks so magnificent. This little sun represents the infinite possibilities of mankind and will lead mankind to a glorious future. Looking at the light in the midair of the laboratory, Jiang Cheng remained silent and just stared at it, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. All the experimental data of the host are in line with expectations. At present, the charge fusion reaction is stable, and there is no abnormal situation. This experiment is very beautiful. Next, it's time to conduct various tests. I suggest that the host perform follow-up tests on this experiment. We need more data to improve the fusion reaction process and thoroughly understand all relevant content, until a crisp, childish voice interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts, pulling him from his own world back to the real world. It turned out that Lucy saw that Jiang Cheng had no response, so she reminded Jiang Cheng that it was time for the next experiment. I know, record everything, and then perform a test to increase the output power, and then measure the other data of the fusion reaction. After Jiang Cheng broke away from the meditation, he immediately gave Lucy the order for a follow-up experiment. His words were filled with incomparable excitement, and at the same time there was a touch of loss. Lucy has a very advanced sentiment analysis system, and immediately heard something wrong in Jiang Cheng's tone, so she immediately asked, "Master, you seem to be a little abnormal. Shouldn't the master react like this if the experiment is successful?" There is nothing abnormal about me. I am just happy because of my success. Jiang Cheng didn't pay much attention to Lucy's inquiry, but just handled it casually. Lucy's personification level is very high, and he can hear the abnormality in Jiang Cheng's tone. But artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. It is impossible to really fully understand human thinking mode. Just now, Jiang Cheng's tone is actually very normal. His excitement is because he has completed a very important experiment. Controllable fusion is a very important part of his follow-up plan, so he will be so excited. And Jiang Cheng's faint loss just now is not something Lucy, who is an artificial intelligence, can understand. Jiang Cheng, who successfully completed controllable fusion today, is, in a sense, creating an artificial sun by himself. Because the principle of the sun's luminescence and heat generation is the charge fusion. It is very appropriate to use the small sun to describe the charge fusion. The reason Jiang Cheng felt a little bit of loss was precisely because he created a sun with his own hands. The sun has always been a very special existence among the civilizations in this category. This star that brings heat to the earth is a very important symbol in all cultures. It has always been the dream of mankind to control the power of the sun, and to be able to shine and heat like the sun is a desire that began in primitive society. Today, this dream was finally realized, and an artificial sun appeared in this laboratory. This time, Jiang Cheng can be regarded as realizing the ultimate dream of mankind for several years, and becoming a man with the power of the sun. The power of the sun was stolen by humans at this moment, and Jiang Cheng officially controlled this great power. When Jiang Cheng was very young, he imagined that one day he could create his own sun, so that the night could be filled with light. For Jiang Cheng himself, this experiment can be regarded as a childhood dream. When a person suddenly realizes his dream, Jiang Cheng's sense of loss of talking will appear. The sense of loss after the realization of this dream may be due to a kind of emptiness after satisfaction. However, this sense of loss was very small and was quickly replaced by the joy of successful experiments. Since then, Jiang Cheng has been under the assistance of Lucy, monitoring all kinds of data and controlling the reaction process of the fusion at any time. Judging from various relevant data, Jiang Cheng's experiment was very successful. First of all, there is no problem in the isolated space, which perfectly solves the easy problem of carrying the fusion reaction. From the data, Jiang Cheng can see that the small, isolated space is far from reaching the upper limit. Even if the output power of the charge fusion reaction is increased, it will not leak any energy at all. Space isolation technology is indeed very suitable for loading and fusion. At least human beings do not have to worry about safety issues in the future. As long as the use of space isolation technology, such as the previous leak of the Dutch power plant, it will never happen again. Secondly, the energy output of this experiment is very stable and can be used directly for power generation. Moreover, the input energy is much smaller than the output energy, which proves the effectiveness of charge fusion. From the points analyzed above, Jiang Cheng now has all the technologies for controlled fusion. Even this kind of technology is very mature. It is the kind of technology that can be used directly. It can be directly invested in large-scale promotion without any optimization research. Jiang Cheng is planning to vigorously promote controllable fusion technology in Yan country. This kind of energy is much more advanced than previous power generation methods, and it is several times better in all aspects. In Jiang Cheng's plan, the Dutch fusion reactor will one day eliminate all previous traditional power plants, whether it is hydroelectric power generation or wind power generation, or a very polluting thermal power station. All are things to be thrown into the garbage dump. Compared with fusion, these power plants have too many shortcomings and are not worth continuing to use. However, such a plan must be realized slowly. First, Jiang Cheng is ready to suggest the Guo family to build a batch of fusion reactors first. Let these first batch of fusion reactors eliminate the severely polluting thermal power plants. Thermal power plants are an important source of pollution. In the past, Yang Guo had to continue to use it because of insufficient electricity. Now that there are better new power generation methods, it is inevitable to eliminate thermal power stations first. After that, fusion reactors will be promoted in an all-round way so that everyone can use this almost unlimited energy. In Jiang Cheng's heart, he has a complete plan, and he will eventually be able to make Yan Guo walk in front of all Guos on the road of fusion reactor. As long as Yan Guo can develop according to Jiang Cheng's plan, and when other Guo families still have a thorough grasp of this technology, Yan Guo will have fully used fusion energy. As long as this goal can be achieved, Yan country will be able to completely stand on the pinnacle of human civilization in terms of energy. This is not just Jiang Cheng's imagination, but it is quite possible. Jiang Cheng will not let other guys easily get the technology related to controllable fusion. In the past, the Western Guo family carried out the technical blockade of Yan Nation for so many years in order to delay the rise of Yan Nation. And this time, Jiang Cheng is going to blockade the Western Guo family to prevent them from developing a fusion reactor smoothly. This technical blockade is actually very simple for Jiang Cheng. As long as he does not disclose all the technical details, no one can copy Jiang Cheng's skills. Those guys can only study on their own and don't want to succeed in a few decades. After all, they don't have a genius like Jiang Cheng. No genius to promote the development of science and technology. They only rely on the accumulation of time to slowly explore. The technology of fusion, but it is very difficult. In fact, Jiang Cheng's technology is not very difficult, and other aspects of technology cannot be said to be high-end. Most of them are technologies that have already appeared on the Earth, and Jiang Cheng just made relevant optimizations. But this is only the case for most of the technologies, and the most critical technology is the technology of space isolation. This kind of technology can't be realized by accumulation. I'm afraid those scholars would dare not imagine that they have no control over the basic principles of human beings alone, let alone realize this technology. Even Jiang Cheng relied on the experience of the previous life to successfully complete it. Otherwise, if he only relies on his own research, he still doesn't know when to study it. The experience of the previous life is Jiang Cheng's most precious treasure. He knows that he can know those directions are correct, and then work towards the correct direction. This saves a lot of time and gives Jiang Cheng a lot of convenience. Jiang Cheng now is just like Edison back then, but the difference is that Jiang Cheng doesn't need to experience 1,000 failures to get the final success. Because Jiang Cheng does not need to accumulate experience through failed experiments one after another like Edison. Jiang Cheng knew the correct answer directly, but only needed to implement the answer. The test in the laboratory soon ended, and the isolated space began to slowly dim. This time, the small charge fusion experiment was officially completed. The next step is to promote this technology in Yan country. This time, Jiang Cheng is going to contact the leader directly and ask the leader to support him in promoting the Dutch fusion reactor. Jiang Cheng believes that with the support of the leadership, the promotion process will greatly reduce the resistance of Gen Duo. As for how to get the support of the leadership, Jiang Cheng is still very confident in his own technology. He believes that as long as he demonstrates this technology with his leader, the leader will definitely support him. This technology is so important to Yan country, it can be said that it is irreplaceable for the entire human civilization. As long as Yan country fully realizes the Dutch fusion reactor, Yan country will surely lead the world in the future. However, before promoting this technology, Jiang Cheng plans to build his own fusion reactor to be used as a new energy source for the laboratory. The space for his new experiment underground has been prepared for a long time, and it has been empty for a long time. Now wait if he completes his previous vision and replaces an infinite energy source for his laboratory. Jiang Cheng did not rest after completing the experiment and started building the reactor non-stop. The construction of a fusion reactor is not a simple project. Generally speaking, it takes hundreds of experts in related fields to work together to complete this complex task. But Jiang Cheng doesn't need the help of so many people. He can complete the work of those hundreds of experts alone. What's more, with Lucy's artificial intelligence assisting, Jiang Cheng is confident that he can complete the construction of the reactor alone. Soon a few days passed, and Jiang Cheng never appeared in everyone's sight. But for everyone, Jiang Cheng's style is accustomed to many people, and it doesn't feel very strange. In the past few days, Jiang Cheng's laboratory has heard slight vibrations, and it seems that the source of the vibrations came from underground in the laboratory. Many people passing by found the ground shaking and did not know what experiments Jiang Cheng was doing while hiding in the laboratory. Don't be some employees in the park. They are very curious about their boss's research. Because every time Jiang Cheng wants to stay in the laboratory like this, he will bring shocking results after he comes out. Jiang Cheng did this every time before, and after disappearing for a period of time, he could bring out an epoch-making thing. However, the employees of these Cosmos umbrellas are just curious. They dare not fight against their boss's research. Jiang Cheng, who was in a state of scientific research, even their CEO Zhang Manlin didn't dare to fight, and there was nothing to say after Jiang Cheng came out. The employees of these Cosmos umbrellas can only look forward to it curiously, but some of them can't sit still and directly ask Shang Jiang Cheng to ask. It was Xiang Dong Shaojian who had been in contact with Jiang Cheng, who had found Jiang Cheng. He went directly to Jiang Cheng's laboratory to find out what Jiang Cheng was studying this time. In one word, Jiang Cheng would not be able to study what the Guo family did, but the news Jiang Cheng made this time made it impossible for the people at the Guo family to ignore it, because Jiang Cheng has obtained a lot of special materials through his relationship with Guos these days. These materials are all related to the Dutch project, and they are all things that can't be bought, so Jiang Cheng would buy it from Guo's family. You know that these materials are all very sensitive things. Jiang Cheng bought so many again this time. The people on the bacteria side thought that Jiang Cheng wanted to make the charge bomb himself, otherwise he would not use so many materials from the charge engineering. Originally, with Jiang Cheng's current status, no matter what the Guo family studied, he would not care. But this time, the things Jiang Cheng bought from Guo's house were too sensitive, so this time he sent Xiang Dongshao to inquire about the news. Although everyone believes that Jiang Cheng has only done things that are detrimental to the Guo family, but everything is in case. Moreover, with Jiang Cheng's scientific research strength and the materials purchased this time, it was enough to make a lotus flower in his own home. The matter about Dutch weapons is very sensitive, which is why Yan Nation pays so much attention. If Jiang Cheng really got the idea of making lotus at home, they couldn't ignore this matter. Who knows how much trouble Jiang Cheng will cause after he builds the bomb. This is the bomb that can instantly destroy a city, not something that can be played at will. But the Guo family was wrong this time. Jiang Cheng wouldn't have nothing to do with lottery at home. All his materials are used to build the fusion reactor. Jiang Cheng has been busy working on this matter these days, and the vibration from the laboratory underground is also because of this. Since it is a fusion-related reactor, the material must have a lot in common with the material of the bomb. So this caused the misunderstanding of the Guo family. It's also the blame for Jiang Cheng to have not said hello to the above before, who knew that he had brought out the controllable fusion. After all, it was such a difficult project. Jiang Cheng managed to get it out so quietly. It's no wonder the people above didn't think about it. Jiang Cheng didn't think much about it at the time, just thinking if he built the reactor first. It can not only facilitate future experiments, but also accumulate experience for large-scale construction in the future. At that time, Jiang Cheng wanted to directly communicate with the leader after completion, so this made the people of the Guo family misunderstand. Xiangdong Shaojian came directly to the laboratory and asked Jiang Cheng's secretary Zia Ziaowei to call him out, saying that there was something very important to see Jiang Cheng. Of course, Zia Ziaowei, the representative of the bacteria formula, did not dare to neglect, so he ran into the basement to inform Jiang Cheng of this matter. In this way, Jiang Cheng could not continue the construction of the reactor, so he had to come out first to deal with Xiangdong. "What are you doing here this time?" I haven't seen that I am still busy here. It is best not to interrupt me when I am studying, otherwise it will greatly affect the efficiency of my research. If you have something to say quickly, if there is nothing important, just wait for me to finish before processing. I still have a lot of work to do. Whenever I saw Xiangdong, Shejiang Jiang Cheng had no good expressions, and his expressions were all complaining. When anyone is focusing on one thing, being disturbed by outsiders is very annoying. Jiang Cheng is now in this irritable mood, and of course his tone is not much better. After hearing Jiang Cheng's complaint, Xiangdong Shejiang didn't care, but he knew Jiang Cheng's mentality of a scientific madman very well. If this kind of person goes deep into the research, he won't care even if the sky falls. He went directly to the door to interrupt other people's research, and he didn't blame Jiang Cheng for treating him like this. I can't help it here. If it weren't for the order above, I wouldn't want to disturb your research now. Who doesn't know how important your research is, and I can't afford it if it affects the research progress. Xiangdong Shejian's mentality is very good. When he opened his mouth, he first spit out his boss with Jiang Cheng, and then slowly said his intention. This time I came here mainly because someone noticed that many of the materials you bought this time were used in the manufacture of Dutch weapons. That's why I was sent over to ask about it. Things about these weapons are not trivial, valued. Xiangdong Shejiang easily talked to Jiang Cheng about his mission this time, but he didn't mean to question him. He just came over to ask Jiang Cheng where he was making lotus bombs at home. They didn't believe it. Jiang Cheng's name is still very credible on the top of Yan Guo. It's just that it's a matter of great importance, so I sent Xiang Dongshao to come over and ask. Those who don't know the situation will not be relieved. Xiang Dongshao Jiang saw that Jiang Cheng had no reaction, so he said, "After all, those materials are all controlled materials, which means you can only buy them. Others don't even think about it, even though they are sold to you this time. But you always have to talk about the purpose." Jiang Cheng reacted after listening to Xiang Dongshao Jiang's words and understood what Xiang Dongshao Jiang was doing. So Jiang Cheng said helplessly, "It turned out to be for those materials. I thought it was such a big thing. Of course I buy those materials. Of course it is useful. Otherwise I buy those things for nothing. Wouldn't they look good at home? Of course everyone knows that you are useful. The key is what you use for it. You won't really have nothing to do at home, right?" Xiao Jiang Xiangdong was surprised when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. He thought Jiang Cheng had really made Dutch weapons, otherwise he wouldn't answer him that way. "He weapon? Who told you that I am going to load the bombs early, so why do I build that stuff at home if I have nothing to do? I was to build a fusion reactor, so I bought those materials from the Guo family. It's fine if you don't build a bomb. What do you say you are building? Are you building a fusion reactor? Are you sure you are building a fusion reactor? Did you lie to me?" Xiangdong Shejiang first heard Jiang Cheng's denial of Dutch weapons, and at first he became a lot easier. As long as Jiang Cheng didn't make Dutch weapons, there would be nothing. But when he heard the word fusion, he immediately jumped up and asked Jiang Cheng excitedly. He is not the kind of general who can only lead troops to fight, and he doesn't know about controllable fusion. Xiangdong is a highly educated general at Junfeng. He has a lot of understanding of these scientific research matters, so he was arranged to communicate with Jiang Cheng. He knew very well how important the technology Jiang Cheng said was to Yan Nation and even to humans. It was precisely because he knew the importance of this matter that he suddenly became so excited. When Xiangdong Shejian heard about the fusion reactor, he couldn't calm down. "Do you know what you just said? Fusion change. Did I hear it wrong? You just said it casually. Is this still true?" He, who was always calm, suddenly seemed to be a different person. Then he grabbed Jiang Cheng's shoulder and shouted incoherently. Now Xiangdong Shejiang looks like. Jin saw it and never thought that this was a Shejiang with a promising future. I am afraid that when you see him now, you will think that this is a neurosis that ran out of a mental hospital. Xiangdong Shejiang suddenly became like this. Jiang Cheng was also quite speechless about it. Jiang Cheng didn't know what Xiangdong Shejian was excited about here, and it wasn't the result of his research. What's so exciting? Jiang Cheng stepped back 2 steps and avoided the claws of Xiangdong Shejiang. He didn't want to be so close to a crazy person. After Xiangdong Shejian calmed down a little bit, Jiang Cheng continued to say to him, What's all the fuss about? I don't know how excited you are there. It's just a research project. It's not a big deal. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xiangdong will not be calm. Such a great technology is just a project in Jiang Cheng's return. What is no big deal? Do you know what this thing means to the Guo family? How can such an important thing be regarded as a normal project? Can I blame me for being so excited? Xiangdong Sheiajian couldn't understand Jiang Cheng's thoughts. In his world, I don't know how happy it would be to have such research results. This kind of technology that can be blamed for changing the entire human civilization, if the results of ordinary people are researched, they may still be excited about what they will be like, or they may expect this project to live a lifetime. Xiangdong Sheiajian is not wrong. Most people really can't face this technology calmly. But Jiang Cheng is not an ordinary person, so he was so calm. In Jiang Cheng's view, although this technology is very important, it is not worthy of his constant care. Jiang Cheng was very excited when he succeeded at that time, and then slowly became very calm, and now he has no feeling at all. In Jiang Cheng's future, there are many achievements of this grade if each result is excited for a long time. Then Jiang Cheng didn't need to continue to study anything, just stay excited there all day long. It's really no big deal for me. I just told the truth, but many people don't believe it. Seeing Xiangdong Sheiajian's reaction, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to counsel his shoulder. Seeing Jiang Cheng's innocent appearance, Xiangdong couldn't calm down even less. But he couldn't refute Jiang Cheng's words because Jiang Cheng was really telling the truth. In the eyes of a genius like Jiang Cheng, controllable fusion is really nothing. For a moment, Xiangdong Sheiajian wanted to continue to complain about Jiang Cheng, but he didn't know how to complain. Jiang Cheng's invisible pretending behavior made him unable to refute. Well, there is really nothing to you. You said that you are already building a reactor. That is to say, you have completed the technology of controlled charge fusion, right? In desperation, he had no choice but to continue to ask about the controllable charge fusion, and he didn't care about it. Now that material matters are completely unimportant, and what C cares about most is Jiang Cheng's most devoted research results. Of course, it has already been completed. I have been busy responding to things these days. If you didn't come and call it today, the room would be completed in 2 days. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xiangdong Sheiajian immediately rushed to his colleagues. Can't this technique be spread across the country? You will be responsible for the construction response of the Guo family. Ran Jiang Cheng has completed all the skills, so the same topic that is promoted in China is what Xiangdong Sheiajian cares most. However, he was worried about Jiang Cheng's feelings, afraid that he might think that he was here to grab the skill, so he changed his mouth and let Jiang Cheng host it himself. Jiang Cheng is calm about this same topic, because Fang Si was originally going to make a big factory in China. You don't need to say that this kind of skill will also be widely used in the country. After the complete construction of my side is completed, I will personally talk to the leader. At that time, I will come up with a specific construction plan. As long as the plan is approved, the construction can begin immediately. But you have to let me finish the task at hand first, otherwise I can't continue the work below. If someone always disturbs me like you, I don't know when I can finish it. Jiang Cheng was still full of resentment for Xiangdong Sheiajian's interruption, and by this time he had not forgotten to say a few words. Then you can study with peace of mind, and I won't bother you. Shaojiang Xiangdong was afraid that he would really fight Jiang Cheng's research, so he left immediately. He was indeed afraid that because he had delayed the reactor, he could not afford such an important project. Jiang Cheng soon returned to the basement and continued his unfinished construction work. Vibration came from near the laboratory again, and it was much stronger than before. Soon Jiang Cheng completed the construction of the reactor, and then directly connected the circuit output port to the internal circuit of the laboratory. From now on, Jiang Cheng's personal laboratory will have a fusion reactor to provide energy. In the future, Jiang Cheng will no longer have to worry about energy issues. With the reactor energy in the basement, Jiang Cheng will no longer be able to limit Jiang Cheng. After Xiangdong Shao returned, he reported the reactor incident, and Yan Guo quickly paid attention to it. The leader also personally asked about this matter, and I heard that he was waiting for Jiang Cheng to come to him, and no matter what he was up to, he would take time to talk with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's accomplishment of controllable fusion of the Netherlands not only caused a shock in the senior officials of Yan country, but also attracted a lot of attention from other senior officials in the Guo family. All other senior officials in the Guo family knew about this because of a paper. After Jiang Cheng completed the construction of the reactor, he wrote a paper for publication in Science magazine. The title of this paper is On the Specific Construction Plan of Controllable Fusion and Related Data Research. What Jiang Cheng thought at the time was that it had been researched anyway, so it's better to write a paper to brush up on your reputation. Jiang Cheng has no idea of keeping this technology secret. When the time comes, a large number of reactors will be built in China. Even if it wants to keep it secret, it will be impossible. After all, such a large-scale construction project, other people from the Guo family will find it clear if they just ask. Since it has been discovered that the controllable fusion cannot be kept secret, it is better to use it now to improve your reputation. Anyway, this paper is just some general concepts. Otherwise, it is the data of reactor operation. The paper did not mention how to build the reactor at all, and it was vague to say what kind of technology should be used to constrain charge fusion. If any scientist can't figure out how to study controllable charge fusion with this paper, it will probably be impossible to study until death. Jiang Cheng believes that other people from the Guo family will not be able to develop this kind of technology in the near future, and Yan Guo will soon be able to lead the world in energy. So Jiang Cheng was relieved to publish a paper, announcing to the whole world that he had solved the problem of controllable charge fusion. When Jiang Cheng's paper appeared, the entire human world was shaken. Jiang Cheng's new achievements have completely solved the energy problem, so that everyone does not have to worry that human beings will fall into a state of energy exhaustion in the future. As soon as this paper appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Even ordinary people who didn't understand anything knew how powerful this technology was. There has been a lot of news about controllable charge fusion over the years, and most people have a certain understanding of this technology. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's reputation once again resounded in the world and became an idol in the hearts of countless people. The new technology Jiang Cheng presented this time is even more valuable than the previous products. At the very least, for the entire human civilization, the technology of controlled fusion represents an infinite future. When the technology has developed to a certain level, the energy problem is the biggest problem that plagues the development of civilization. With the controllable fusion of almost unlimited energy, mankind has the hope of breaking out of the Earth and going to the universe. This is something related to the future of mankind, and ordinary people can't help it. Everyone has been worried about the depletion of energy in the future for many years, but now they no longer worry about this problem. After Jiang Cheng solved the problem of controllable fusion, the future of human civilization became brighter. The other senior officials of Guo's family attached great importance to this news. If Yan Guo can really promote fusion reactors in an all-round way, the impact on the international community will be very large. If Jiang Cheng's thesis can be realized, the international situation still does not know how much change will happen. The coal nation has been the world hegemon for too long, and now the emergence of fusion reactors gives Yan nation a chance to surpass the coal nation in an all-round way. As long as Yan state can fully utilize the fusion reactor, achieving this goal will only be a matter of time. Therefore, most of the Guo family are paying attention to this matter, and the change in the international situation is not a trivial matter. It is very important for all Guo families and may affect the changes in the foreign policy of those Guo families. The senior officials of those other Guos are now most concerned about whether Jiang Cheng has the technology to build a large number of reactors. Is that kind of technology only available in laboratories, or can it be widely promoted? And what is the specific performance of the reactor? Is it really as good as Jiang Cheng's paper? These are all hot topics recently, affecting the hearts of countless Guo families. Among the Guo's families who are concerned, the coal country is the one that cares most about after all. To say the influence after Yan Guoki, the influence on them is the greatest. The rise of a new hegemon will inevitably be accompanied by the decline of the old one, and the high levels of those coal nations do not want this to happen to them. So the people who care most about fusion reactors now are those high-level coal nations. A secret meeting is going on in a secret base in Coal Nation. Those who attended the meeting were all high-level figures from coal countries, including people from all walks of life. Coal country bacteria sent a minister to attend the meeting in person. In the political acts, a large group of powerful figures came, headed by the current president of the coal country, Trump. Even the head of SIA came here. This meeting had a lot of information about Yan country, and he was here to report some intelligence matters. Sitting in the middle of the conference room, Trump first drove back. Everyone knows about controllable fusion, and this time it is here to discuss countermeasures. After speaking, Trump looked at the CA's director and asked, "In terms of intelligence, you know better about whether Yan Guo can build a reactor." The director said with a somewhat unpleasant face, "It is no longer a question of whether Yan country can be built. According to our intelligence, Yan country is already preparing to build a reactor." After hearing the words of the chief of intelligence, Trump showed a shocked expression on his face and asked in a flustered manner, "Is the intelligence reliable? The construction started so soon, it can't be true." Trump's words were full of incredible tones, and it seemed that he was quite shocked by this incident. After all, Jiang Cheng just released the paper. He didn't expect Yan Guo to be ready to build a reactor. "This speed is a bit too fast," the intelligence chief said helplessly. "There is a lot of intelligence that can point out that Yan Guo is mobilizing relevant materials and preparing to build a large number of fusion reactors, while saying that he also took out some information and began to show it to everyone." After listening to the information, Trump muttered with a shocked expression, "Yan country really has fully mastered the technology of controllable fusion. If this is the case, it would be a disaster for our Guo family." Trump looked at the intelligence in front of him and didn't know how to face this matter face to face. This Mr. General Polk knows very well that once Yan country has a thorough grasp of the consequences of controllable fusion, in the future, Yan nation's national power will gradually become stronger, until one day it completely surpasses Coal Nation. Trump, as the head of the Coal Nation, is unwilling to see such a day anyway. But he couldn't think of a solution, so he could only stare at the intelligence on the table in a daze. "Sir, we must now find a way to deal with it. We can't watch Yan country build a reactor on such a large scale. We have to come up with a solution." At this time, a voice awakened by Trump, who was still in a daze, let him escape from the daze. "The director of SIA, who just introduced intelligence to you, saw that Trump has not responded. So I reminded him to let the president poke out and preside over the overall situation, and this memory would not go on without him." Trump was awakened by the voice of the intelligence chief, and soon he realized that he was a little gaffe. In such a critical meeting, being in a daze is not something that a qualified general manager should do. He is still discussing very important things, and he can't show a desperate look. If even he starts to panic, others will be even more helpless. Soon Trump adjusted his emotions and asked, "What do you think about this intelligence? Any good opinions can be put forward for everyone to discuss." After Trump said this, the meeting room was quiet. Everyone frowned, thinking about how to deal with this matter. While everyone was still looking down and thinking, an old man wearing glasses broke the silence first. "Mr. Zhang Pio, I think these information are all fake, and Yan Nation may not have been preparing to build the reactor. I think there must be a problem with this information, and Yan Nation cannot be so fast." This old man with glasses is a scientist who belongs to the coal country, and is a talented person who specializes in charge energy. He was responsible for leading the research on controlled fusion of the coal country before. That's why he came to this meeting today, to give relevant opinions as an expert. After hearing this scientist's words, the intelligence chief's face became a little ugly. What the scientist said just now was doubtful about his intelligence work and questioned the authenticity of his intelligence. So he immediately retorted, "Do you know that this information was obtained by our intelligence clerk, and at what cost?" After the intelligence chief said this, he turned his head and looked at the scientist. His expression was very bad, as if he was about to swallow the other person. "May I ask what reason do you think these information is false? Judging from my many years of intelligence work, the information is completely true and credible, and nothing is false." He said that his voice was getting louder and louder behind him, making the entire conference room reverberate like his voice. From his tone of voice, you can hear how angry he is now. This is the anger that his work has been questioned by others. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with the scientist now. What the scientist said just now was too hurtful, so he didn't directly say that his intelligence was fake. That tone of voice was unacceptable to the intelligence department. As the intelligence chief, of course, he couldn't bear such doubts, but he had spent a lot of money to obtain this information. For the information on the table, he has lost several excellent intelligence personnel in Yan country. Many agents who had been lurking for many years exposed themselves in order to obtain this information, and soon after being exposed, they were caught by Yan Guo. The intelligence that his people had paid so much sacrifice to obtain, of course he would feel angry after being questioned. That scientist is not something to provoke. He immediately retorted that you can't control the fusion technology at all. This technology is not that simple. Our Guo family invests tens of billions of dollars in this every year. What about Jiang Cheng's thesis, who cannot fully master the entire technology so quickly? Is it fake? The technology you can't break through doesn't mean that others can't complete it. It seems that Jiang Cheng is doing much better than you. Of course, intelligence chief will not show weakness and immediately confront the target. You are so embarrassed to mention the tens of billions of expenses. The Guo family spends so much money on you every year, but you can't see any results. In the end, the people of Yan country preempted the completion. All the investment was wasted, and the money invested so much for you all used water. The intelligence chief was questioned about his job, so he became rude. Instead, he began to question the work of the scientist, thinking that the other party was really wasting the funds of the Guo family. After the scientist heard the intelligence chief's words, he blushed for a long time, and he refuted loudly. "I don't have the time to explain to someone like you how difficult the technology of controlled fusion is. Anyway, it explains that you don't understand what you need to know, that Yan Guo cannot fully master this technology. He also has a high status in the scientific community and has always been a top international expert on Dutch fusion. In the coal country, he has always had a high status. When did he receive such anger? He also shouted angrily at the intelligence chief. The scene suddenly became hot, and the two of them were about to fight. Trump looked at the two who were arguing and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Originally, Yan Guo's affairs caused him a lot of headaches, but now the two men are quarreling again, which makes him even more uncomfortable. Now Trump feels that his head is dying, and he doesn't know how to solve the situation before him. Both of these two have very high status in the coal country. They are both leaders in related fields and have a say in this meeting. Even the general stabbing him cannot easily accuse him. He must communicate with them properly. Although Trump didn't dare to offend these two people casually, he couldn't watch them arguing here either. In this kind of highest-level meeting, if it turns into a quarrel in the end, then where will he put his stabbed face in the future? He can only control the increasingly chaotic situation before things get out of control. Okay, stop arguing, everyone. Today this is a formal high-level meeting, not a place for you to quarrel. You see what you are now. Everyone, please pay attention to your emotions. Calm down first. Don't be arrogant, and don't do things that deprive yourself of your identity. If the noise ends up with everyone being unable to get off the stage, I believe that everyone would not want to see that situation. Seeing such a scene, Trump immediately began to mediate, so that both of them calmed down first. After hearing Trump's words, the two horses stopped arguing. They also found that they were a little gaffe. So they stopped talking and just stared at each other, trying to overwhelm each other in this way. Seeing the two people with big eyes and small eyes, Trump has no good idea, but since they have stopped arguing, then he doesn't want to continue. As long as they stay calm at the meeting, it doesn't matter if they fight to death afterwards. The meeting room became quiet for a while because of what had just happened. No one wanted to speak at this moment, so the entire conference room seemed to freeze, and only two people staring at each other could be seen there. Seeing that the atmosphere in the conference room had cooled down, Trump spoke to ease the embarrassment. Well, don't be angry anymore. Everyone is just discussing the problem. You have done a very good job. I believe everyone has seen it. No one doubts the work of your intelligence department. If you can get this information to prove your excellence, you will have to leave the intelligence work to you in the future. Next, the intelligence work of Yan country must be put first, and detailed information must be obtained just work. He first comforted the intelligence chief. This meeting wouldn't work without him. A lot of the next things still need his intelligence chief to contribute, and Yan Guo's intelligence still needs his hands to investigate. Please rest assured, our CA promises to complete the mission. I will continue to send agents to Yan country. No amount of sacrifice can stop us. Our agents are willing to give everything for the Guo family. The intelligence chief immediately made a guarantee to the general stabbing. This can be regarded as a military order, which shows his determination to this task. After making assurances to General Polk, the intelligence chief also demonstrated that he seemed to look at the scientist. His appearance is like saying, "We have done our own work, what about you?" The scientist saw what the intelligence chief looked like, but he didn't respond with a cold snort. After hearing the assurance from the chief of intelligence, Trump nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since you have said so, then I won't arrange anything. You are an expert on intelligence matters, so I will leave the work in this regard." "Is you?" Then Trump turned his head to look at the scientist and asked with a puzzled expression, "You think it is impossible for the Yan kingdom to fully grasp the technology to build a fusion reactor, so what do you judge based on? You can't be arrogant about this matter. You are the most authoritative expert in this aspect of our Guo family. Your suggestions are very important, so I hope you can explain it. This is related to the next lot of the Guo family. Action must make the most appropriate prediction." Faced with Trump's question, the scientist immediately answered, "We have been researching reactor technology for many years, and we have always been in a leading position on this project, so I am still in this project. Have a say. The technology of the fusion reactor is a huge engineering system. Just a container that can hold the fusion reaction is a difficulty that cannot be overcome for the time being. There are still many technologies that cannot be solved now, so I will say that Yan Guo cannot master the technology of construction." The scientist's tone is quite affirmative, which stems from the self-confidence brought by his years of research. He believed that he was an absolute authoritative expert on the research of controllable fusion, so he dared to make such a positive judgment. It is a pity that he was too confident in himself, and such confidence made him make a wrong judgment. Jiang Cheng's talent is not something he can understand. When he judges Jiang Cheng by himself, his judgment of the situation will of course be completely wrong. Trump saw that the scientists were so sure, and there was also a tremor in his heart. Of course he believed what this scientist said, so he was allowed to appear at this meeting. However, Yan Guo's recent actions could not be explained, so that he could not completely believe the other party's words. So Trump asked again, "Then what's wrong with Jiang Cheng's paper? No one has found any errors in the paper. It seems that Jiang Cheng's paper has no problems. He should have completed the controllable charge." Fusion experiment. The scientist had already prepared for this problem and began to explain to General Polk. "Of course, I know Jiang Cheng's paper, and I also know the importance of that paper. Of course the paper is true, and there is no need to question it, but the paper is one thing, and building a reactor is another matter. It is necessary to know how big a gap is between the completion of the project in the laboratory and the official start of large-scale construction. Generally, after a project is completed in the laboratory, it takes a long time to conduct experiments before it can officially begin construction. Generally speaking, after the experiment is successful, it will take many years of follow-up preparation. not to mention the extremely complex project of the fusion reactor. According to our analysis, it will take at least 10 years before Yan country can officially start the construction of the reactor. The scientist told his team's judgment, but unfortunately he did not understand Jiang Cheng's strength at all. Will it take another 10 years? How accurate is this analysis? I must know a clear time so that I can make specific arrangements. Trump immediately asked again. He didn't dare to be careless about this matter. This time is already the fastest estimate. This is an analysis based on the overall scientific research level of Yan country, and also takes into account Jiang Cheng's role in this. This is the conclusion drawn from Jiang Cheng's own paper. After a detailed analysis by our entire team, it is quite reliable, and you can rest assured. The scientist immediately began to explain to Trump, his voice with incomparable confidence. After Trump listened to the scientist's analysis report, his worries were relieved a lot. Perhaps it was this confidence that moved Trump and made him choose to believe in his own scientists. However, he remembered Jiang Cheng's previous achievements, and he was still not at ease with this genius. So he asked with some worry, "Have you ever considered Jiang Cheng's influence on this matter by the brain of a talented person? You can't look at this kind of genius from ordinary eyes. If you know that genius can change a lot of things, I'm afraid that Jiang Cheng's reason will bring this time forward, and that will catch us by surprise." Trump's worries are entirely due to Jiang Cheng's previous performance, and Jiang Cheng's previous astonishing results are really beyond denial. That's why Trump looks forward and backward, because he is afraid that Jiang Cheng will do something amazing this time. The scientist saw Trump's concern, so he hurried back to comfort Jiang Cheng, of course. "Is Tian Yu, even I have to admit this. But there are limits to geniuses. The fusion reactor project requires the strength of an entire team and the support of the comprehensive scientific research level of the Guo family before it can be built. It takes hundreds of outstanding scientists to work together to accomplish something. This is not something that can be changed by one day. There is only Jiang Cheng in the Yan family, and other aspects are not up to the requirements for building a reactor. Please don't worry. I guarantee with my reputation for many years that the Yan family will definitely not be able to build a fusion reactor within 10 years. In order to win the trust of General Polk, a scientist did not hesitate to lose his reputation. The analyses, he said, are all right. The Yan family's scientific research strength is not as good as that of the Cole family, so his analysis is still very reasonable, except that he incorrectly estimated Jiang Cheng's strength. Hundreds of scientists. The Yan family can surpass hundreds of outstanding scientific researchers by relying on his research alone. Jiang Cheng was able to research all the reactor technologies by himself, allowing the Yan family to start building the fusion reactor 10 years in advance. After the scientist finished speaking, he looked at Ruo Trump, waiting for him to make his final judgment. It may be that his words are too self-confident, and he has built up the reputation he has accumulated over the years. Well, it seems that the Yan family does not have the strength to build a reactor, but the information should also be true. Why does the Yan family have to prepare for the construction? In the end, Trump chose to believe his analysis, but he still had doubts about the intelligence. The scientist also had his own explanation for this question, so he immediately replied, "This matter is very simple to explain. I think the Yan family's preparation work is just to make some preparations in advance, perhaps for us wrong estimation of the situation. After all, it's just doing some construction preparations in advance. By the way, it can also mislead our judgment. What loss does the Yan family have to do? After all, Trump, who was ready to use it sooner or later, did not speak immediately after listening, but fell into deep thought. Looking at his expression is like making a difficult decision, struggling for a long time before finally making a choice. Regarding the construction of the reactor by the Yan family, we temporarily assume that they are not capable of building it. This time is set at 10 years. All departments are requested to make preparations. First of all, our own research must be accelerated. Within 10 years, we must develop controllable charge fusion technology. In order to achieve this goal, the Guo family will increase investment. Don't worry about funding. I just need to get the final result. The scientist also smiled satisfied after hearing Trump's assurance. He is very happy to have more research funds, and no scientist would think he has too much funds. After Trump ordered to speed up the research progress, he turned and said to the people of Ryujunfeng, "You also have to be prepared. If you cannot catch up with the Yanjia research progress within 10 years, then we will use unconventional methods." Solved. Even if we initiate a full-scale fight, we can't watch the Yan family complete the fusion reactor. If it doesn't work, we can only choose to fight. It seems that Chuan also sees clearly that if the Yan family is allowed to complete the plan, the Yan family will gradually surpass the Mei family. Therefore, he chose to take action ahead of time to eliminate the results in the capsule. 10 years is the final deadline. If the Cole family can't catch up, they will resort to fighting methods to maintain their current position. The people on the bacteria side nodded solemnly, ready to go down and arrange related matters immediately. Should we make a trial move? At least we can't let the Yan family develop with peace of mind. Even if we don't need to do it right now, we still arrange a small move. We can completely let the Guo family that we support take action by ourselves first, and try to collect the reaction from the Yan family. And by the way, we can also create some quality for the other party. I thought that the generals of Junfeng had put forward their own opinions. This was also the method used by the Cole family. I watched from behind without taking a shot, and then let the younger brother under my hand move out, first to compete with the other party before doing it myself. They have used this method many times in the past year, and it is also an incomparable practice. And every time the effect is very good, it can always achieve the purpose that the colorists want. Test the Yan family's reaction? Very good suggestion. We really can't let the Yan family develop comfortably. It is also good to find a little trouble to distract the other party. This matter is left to your bacteria formula to do a good job. You are still good at this aspect. I am waiting for your good news. After Trump heard the advice of the general, he thought for a while and agreed with the idea. But be careful to hide yourself. It's okay that you can't get off the court personally now and let the Guo family take action. We will just watch if it's good. It's not the time to fight the Yan family. We are not ready to stand. But in the end, Trump reminded the other party to be careful not to leave any handle to the Yan family. Although he had decided that he would fight the Yan family if he couldn't catch up, but now is not the time to fight. Although the current Cole family is very powerful, no one in the world can compete with them. But after so many years of development, the Yan family is not a vegetarian if it is really fighting now. Even if the Cole family can win the final victory, I am afraid they will have to pay a heavy price. What's more, the Yan family now has Iron Man armor, and Trump knows the combat effectiveness of that thing very well. If the Yan family deployed Iron Man armor during the fight, they wouldn't have much power to contend. The Mei family's own humanoid armor is still under study, and it is impossible to use it to fight the Yan family. Unable to restrict the opponent's humanoid armor, the Cole family will fall into passiveness in the fight, and then he does not know how much damage he will suffer. The reason why Trump set the time for 10 years is because the humanoid armor of the Cole family needs time to study. Although Jiang Cheng pitted the Cole family on the humanoid armor last time, the Cole family himself has also researched some features, but it takes time to complete the research. According to the reports of his subordinates, enough research was completed in 10 years, so he decided to start the fight in 10 years. This time is enough for the Cole family to prepare for the fight, so Trump will say that it will not be possible to develop controllable nuclear fusion after 10 years, and fight to stop the development of the Yan family. But now, the Cole family is not ready to fight at all, and many things have not been completed. Opening a bucket in a hurry will increase unnecessary losses for the Cole family, and may even make the Cole family lose the fight. This result is not what Trump wants to see, so I hope they will be more careful. Try to let those little brothers rush ahead and make some hemp for the Yan family. The general of the bacteria side smiled and said relaxedly to Trump, "Always sting you, rest assured. We have done this kind of thing many times. Those Guo families dare not listen to us. We just need to send a notice, then just sit and watch a good show." It seems that they do not do this kind of thing once or twice, so Japanese letter will be so sure. It is true that the local fights that have occurred in the past 10 years have something to do with the Cole family. It can be said that the fighting in recent years has basically been the result of the Cole family fanning the flames. If there is no Cole family instigated on the side, many fights will be impossible. So the general's confidence is not unreasonable. They are indeed very experienced in doing these things, and they rarely miss their hands and can generally complete them intensively. The Cole family has been in the southeastern region for so many years and can easily respond to many gyojia in the southeast region. It is easy to provoke some conflicts, and it depends on how the Yan family copes. Ling and Chunian arranged a lot of things in the meeting room and asked those departments to take responsibility for their own affairs. Trump saw that the arrangements were almost completed, so he decided to end the meeting. Okay, let's stop here for today's meeting. I have already arranged the work that should be arranged. Everyone should be more careful about what they are responsible for. This matter is related to the future of our Guo family. I hope everyone will give it to me, take it seriously. In the end, I don't want to leak the content of this meeting. I must do a good job of keeping it secret. If I can hear something that shouldn't happen outside, you know what the fate of the person who leaked the Guo family's secrets will be. Finally, Trump also reminded everyone present to keep the secret of the meeting. This kind of thing can't prepare the Yan family. Confidentiality is the most important thing, therefore. This meeting will be held in a secret base, just for confidentiality considerations. Trump's final warning made everyone feel sinking. They all knew the end of the leak. They knew all the methods of the intelligence chief, and no one wanted to fall into his hands. Everyone left the meeting room in this mood, and this meeting officially ended. After Trump waited until the conference room was empty, he sat there alone, wondering what he was thinking. He looked at the ceiling and let out a long breath and then said softly, "I hope I can deal with the past this time. I can't let the May family decline in my hands." After saying this, Trump left the conference room, his face with unparalleled determination. The actions on Meijia's side began slowly, and preparations for all aspects were underway. After Jiang Cheng completed the reactor, he was busy building the reactor on a large scale. He needs to draw up a detailed plan before he can persuade the leader to support him. What Jiang Cheng still doesn't know is that the Mei family can't watch the Yan family slowly develop, and they are already preparing to deal with the Yan family. The dark tide is slowly surging, and the conspiracy against the Yan family is quietly proceeding. I don't know that the Yan family can respond safely this time. Because the Mei family miscalculated the development time of the Yan family, it was too late 10 years later. So as long as the Yan family can deal with the past smoothly this time, no one can stop the rise of the Yan family. This time was a crisis for the Yan family, but it was also an opportunity at the same time. Whether this turbulent undercurrent can cause an impact on the Yan family depends on how things will develop this time. In recent days, several fruit houses in the southeastern region have not been calm, and some mysterious people have found the authorities of these fruit houses. These people are agents sent by the Mei family to provoke the conflict between the Guo family and the Yan family. These people use the deterrence of the family to coerce and lure the senior officials of the Guo family, hoping that they will act according to their own wishes. This is what happened in the general house of an island city in the southeast. A white man in a black suit was sitting in the General Polk mansion, waiting for Ryan, the leader of the Guo family, to meet. The wide sunglasses on his head obscured his appearance, as if he did not want others to see his identity. I saw him sitting in front of a small table, tasting a cup of coffee in his hand. The man didn't feel nervous at all for the next meeting, as if he was full of confidence in what he was going to do. The source of his self-confidence is precisely because of the Guo family behind him. He believes that the other party cannot resist the pressure from the Cole family. Coupled with his willingness to give the other party some benefits, then the other party will definitely act according to his own ideas. After all, the other party's Guo family and Yan family had always been in conflict with each other on ocean issues. This kind of contradiction has been going on for a long time. Some time ago, There was even a good show of ocean punishment. Now the contradiction between them and the Yan family is irreconcilable. No matter which side it will not retreat now. As long as he picks a little bit in the middle, it is still very simple to cause greater conflict. The Mr. General Polk didn't let him wait too long and soon opened the door and walked in. This Mr. Rodriguez, General Polk, walked in and looked at the black man sitting there, then walked up and stretched out his right hand and said, "Welcome to the country of Fey. Is it still accustomed to us? If you are not used to living, just tell me. I will meet your requirements." It seems that this general stabbing person is very afraid of the opposite person, and as soon as he came up, he began to show his favor to many parties. The man in black also stretched out his right hand, squeezed the other's hand, and said, "There is nothing unaccustomed to. For people like us who run around the world, everywhere is like our own home. By the way, your coffee here is very authentic, and I personally like it very much." After speaking, he sat down again and continued to take the coffee on the table and drank. The boss also sat down at the small table and said with a smile that you like this kind of coffee, so please take some with you later. By the way, what are you doing here this time? After Mr. Polk, he stared nervously at the other party, curious about the other party's purpose this time. He knew that the man in black had an extraordinary background, and he often contacted other senior officials of the Guo family on behalf of the Cole family. I heard that this man has endured many major events, and many conflicts in the Guo family are related to him. So he was still very nervous about the other party's arrival, and didn't know why the other party came to him. The man in black did not immediately answer the other party's question, but slowly took a sip of the coffee in the cup, and then said his intention. "I came here this time with an important mission. The relationship between your Guo family and the Yan family has recently become a little flat. Such a flat relationship makes the people behind me not very satisfied. It seems that you should be more proactive and give it at sea. The Yan family is looking for some trouble." The man in black didn't treat each other too politely and directly stated his purpose. It is to let the Fey country conflict with the Yan family at sea, so as to test the Yan family's reaction. After hearing the words of the man in black, the general stabbed his face immediately. He also didn't think that the other party came here for this purpose, and the conflict with the Yan family is not that simple. The Yan family has developed very rapidly in recent years, and its comprehensive strength has been continuously improved. Compared to his little fruit family, can be regarded as a behemoth. Randomly clashed with a Guo family like the Yan family, but it had a great impact on him. The last time he held the judgment on the ocean, he had completely offended the Yan family. He was afraid that if he did any more actions this time, his Guo family would be completely involved in a fight. Mr. General Stabbing hesitated, and he drove back and declined the other party's proposal. This matter should be discussed in the long term. We are not yet ready to conflict with the Yan family, so I am afraid that this matter will not follow you. Arrangement. After he finished saying this, he felt that he had refused too quickly, fearing that it would cause dissatisfaction from the other party, so he hurriedly said, "I am quite willing to pay for this, so you can pay me this time for nothing. But if we are ready, if so, our Guo family will definitely follow the arrangements of the Magia Yemen." The man in black was not angry even after being rejected. He just said faintly, "We won't let you do things for us in vain. It's indispensable to give you the benefits of the Emerald Country. I think you should be good, think about it." After hearing the benefits, the always poke eyes brightened, and he knew that the other party had a lot of benefits. What's more, the other party also promised to give himself a benefit, which made him start some actions. The benefits he can get from this total poke are actually limited. After all, the country of Fey is only a small fruit family. The black-clothed man was already a little moved when he saw General Fey's stabbing, so he made a promise to him. "You can rest assured to do it. When it comes time to fight, the Guo family behind me will definitely support you. Don't you think my Guo family can't beat the Yan family?" After hearing this, the always stabbed to dispel the last worry in his heart. As long as the May family agreed to help, then he would have nothing to fear. So Mr. General Stabbing promised to let his subordinates act immediately. After finishing the business, the man in black left the main stab mansion, but there was a disdainful sneer on his face when he left. He actually deceived the general stabbing just now, and the Mei family didn't plan to make a move by himself this time, just betting that the opponent would be cannon fodder. The chief stabbing of the Jade Kingdom still doesn't know. I am afraid that he will be pitted by the Cole family this time. After the man in black left the Fey country, he did not carry out this mission in the southeast region. He went to another island city in the southeast, and this time he was going to use the same method. Let the Guo family obey the Mei family and provoke some conflicts with the Yan family. Both he and the people behind him knew that a small Fey country was not enough to fight the Yan family. Especially when the Cole family is not ready to take action this time, they still need more Guo family to unite against the Yan family. Only in this way can it put enough pressure on the Yan family so that the Yan family cannot develop at ease. This is the most important part of Trump's plan and the crisis the Yan family is about to face. In the past few days, a white man dressed in black has been active in various countries in the southeast, as if he was planning some conspiracy. These Guo clan are all conflicts with the Yan clan. Basically, they are in conflict with the Yan clan over the Coral Sea issue. The targets selected by the black clothes are very suitable, even if these Guo clan are in conflict with the Yan clan now. The Yan family would not suspect that it was the Mei family who was behind it. After all, these conflicts between the Guo family and the Yan family weren't for a day or two. It's normal for a sudden conflict to occur. The old Daquin of the Guo family all met the man in black and had a secret meeting with him. No one knows the specific content of the meeting, but the situation in Guo has undergone some changes after the black-clothed people left. They all seem to be preparing for something. The Bacteria team and the Yemen organization are all busy, and it seems that there is going to be some big move recently. Frequent contacts have started between the few Guojia, and there have been many meetings between the senior leaders. There should be a tacit understanding between them. It seems that they are planning something together. This time, they united to go to the Yan family. They also knew that it was difficult for them to fight the Yan family alone, so Japanese letter would unite together. With the actions of those Guojia, some changes have taken place throughout the southeast region. No one knows what the change of the situation is for. Only those Guojia who are preparing know that something big will happen near the Coral Sea. The originally calm southeast area gradually becomes moving, and it seems that under that calm surface, what is conceived. Of course, these Guo clans' small actions in the southeastern region cannot be hidden from the Yan clan's intelligence agency. They themselves think their actions are very secretive and want to catch the Yan family by surprise. But they didn't expect that the Yan family's intelligence agency was not vegetarian, and these actions were basically mastered by the Yan family. There are quite a few Chinese in the southeastern region, and how many of them are agents of the Yan family? No one knows this. Therefore, these Guo clans' self-confessed conspiracies have always been seen by the Yan clan. It's just that the Yan family doesn't know what their goals are, whether they really plan to conflict with the Yan family. Still, eagerly made a gesture, wanting the Yan family to make concessions over the Coral Sea issue. Although the Yan family didn't know their specific goals, the Yan family also started their own preparations. Since the opponents of the Guo clan wanted to plot a misconduct, the Yan clan naturally had to fight back hard. The Yan family is not what it used to be. After possessing the Iron Man armor, the Yan family is confident to fight against all the Guo families. Even if the Mei family is now fighting the Yan family with all their strength, the final victory will not be known until after the fight. After equipping Iron Man armor on a large scale, Yan family Fungus's confidence must have risen to its highest point. Now Yanjiajun Fang is trying to give the humanoid armored troops some opportunities for actual combat. After all, the exercises are just exercises. This new type of troops still needs to pass the test of war. The Bacteria side was still worrying about actual combat, and the actions of the Guo family in the southeast just hit the gun. Maybe even the Mei family didn't know it, but the Yan family's attitude was so tough this time, and they even did not hesitate to start a formal fight with the Guo family. People on the Mei family's side seemed to think that the Yan family was now focusing on development, and shouldn't really fight the Guo family. That's why the Mei family would pick out those Guo family who clashed with the Yan family, just to believe that the Yan family did not dare to do anything this time. However, the Mei family had miscalculated the power of Iron Man's armor, not knowing that the Yan family was now waiting for a chance to fight. The appearance of the Iron Man armor last time did not show too much success, so the Cole family underestimated the current strength of the Yan family. They didn't know that the Iron Man armor had recently updated their weapons, and they thought that the Yan family's humanoid armor would still use the previous fighting method. After possessing those new weapons, the fighting power of Iron Man's armor has risen to another level. These things are all unforeseeable by the Cole family, so this conspiracy by the Cole family is destined to be unfulfilled. Those who dare to provoke the Yan family will inevitably be severely punished for this. The Yan family quickly began relevant preparations, and the Iron Man armored team all began to get busy. Now these new types of troops have entered a state of preparation for war, and will go to the battlefield just waiting for an order. In this upcoming conflict, the Yan family is going to let the Iron Man armored forces take on the main tasks, and other foreign troops and air teams are only auxiliary. The Yan family is preparing to officially appear in the world with a humanoid armored team so that everyone knows the power of those fighting weapons. Now all the guys are ready, and the conflict is about to erupt. Now it is up to whoever provokes a trace of sparks first, and a fire will spread throughout the southeast. But Jiang Cheng knew nothing about these things now. He was still busy with his own affairs and didn't care at all about the news from the outside world. Jiang Cheng, who is in a serious state of work, is very indifferent to the outside world. He will only concentrate on the things in his hands. He doesn't care about what happened to the outside world at all, just like those things don't affect him at all. After drawing up a plan for the construction of the generator, he quickly met with the captain. Jiang Cheng used his detailed plan to impress the Yan family captain in an instant. The captain completely agreed to Jiang Cheng's plan and vigorously promoted the great changes in the Yan family. Jiang Cheng's plan for the Yan family's construction of the catastrophic reactor was very detailed, including the number and location of the reactor at each step. He had already planned very clearly. In Jiang Cheng's plan, the Yan family had to build the first batch of reactors for the Great Change. These reactors were mainly for familiarizing themselves with the construction process. Shunjian used these first batch of generators to cultivate a group of related talents for the Yan family to maintain generators. The generator reactor cannot be built and operated by itself, and a large number of technicians are required to maintain and debug it during operation. The Yan family is actually not enough in this aspect, so a lot of training is needed. If it weren't for the lack of these people, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have to build in batches. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to build a large number of generators in one step? Because of the shortage of personnel to maintain the generator, Jiang Cheng could only build the radical generator step by step. In Jiang Cheng's entire plan, in the initial stage, it was prepared to build 10 reactors of great changes. No matter how many people there will be insufficient manpower on the Yan family's side, and these spawn piles are distributed in many different places. These places are far away from traditional hydroelectric power generation. Because there is no hydroelectric power station, all these places use thermal power generation. The pollution of those thermal power stations is very large. Jiang Cheng's first plan is to replace these old-fashioned thermal power stations. Let the huge change generator replace these polluting power stations, thereby improving the surrounding environmental problems. Regardless of the fact that there are only 10 huge change reactors, they seem to be incomparable with those thermal power stations, and the power generation cannot replace those thermal power stations. The entire Yan family has hundreds of thermal power stations, and the annual power generation capacity is an astronomical figure. It seems that the 10 great changes are far from being satisfied, and the power gap after the thermal power station has been cancelled. But the fact is that the annual power generation of the 10 mega-change reactors is enough to replace those very polluting thermal power plants. The power generation capacity of one huge change reactor is comparable to dozens of thermal power plants. This kind of power generation method is very efficient. It can be said that the power generation capacity of a huge change reactor is much higher than that of the 3 dams. Therefore, the emergence of 10 great changes is enough for the Yan family to cancel all thermal power plants. As long as these huge changes occur and the reactor is built, the Yan family's pollution problem will definitely be solved, and the annual cost of the thermal power station will be eliminated, which will save the family a lot of money. The operating cost of thermal power plants is very high, and the coal burned every year is a huge expense. Compared with the cost of a thermal power plant, the huge change reactor can basically tolerate the road. The low cost of generating electricity from the hugely changed reactor is also its advantage, and it is basically the cheapest way to generate electricity. Jiang Cheng has been busy with incidents recently. Under his arrangement, construction of the 10 incidents began at the same time. The Yan family gave a lot of support in the construction of the incident. That's why the construction of the generator pile started so quickly. Basically, a lot of the Yan family's strength has been invested in this, just to complete the construction and investigation as soon as possible. Soon, the construction of the piles was formalized, and the construction teams sent by the Yan family were basically mechanized construction teams. The quality of these construction units is very high, and many have experience in the construction of large buildings. And if they are allowed to carry out the construction, the problem of confidentiality can be easily solved. The Yan family is prepared to keep secrets about what happened, just to catch other guys by surprise. After all, they are all active soldiers, so there is no need to worry about confidentiality. When they reacted, the first-generation reactors of the Yan family had already begun to generate electricity. At that time, even if they wanted to do anything, it was completely too late. The incidents of the Yan family's construction are now listed as a big secret. These reactors all claim to be built as bases, and no outsiders are allowed to approach them. The construction of the Cataclysm reactor is proceeding steadily, and everything is going very smoothly without any major problems. The construction of the reactor has been on the right track, and Jiang Cheng has also slowly relaxed. Anyway, Jiang Cheng has handed over the construction technology of the generator to the expert team at home. These people make it impossible for them to study the technology that has changed dramatically. But it is okay for them to be responsible for the construction of the generator. Now that he is responsible for the specific construction, Jiang Cheng is also happy to be a shopkeeper. After Jiang Cheng found out that he did not need to direct the construction, he returned to Los Angeles directly. During this period of time, I have been busy with a lot of things, and all the research on my own side has fallen. Now that Jiang Cheng is busy with the work at hand, he can start his own research. Jiang Cheng has never understood the research work and has always maintained a vigorous enthusiasm. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng's ideas are destined to be unfulfilled. An unexpected event interrupted his plan, making him unable to continue his research work for a while. Xiangdong Shejiang directly approached Jiang Cheng and pulled him out of the laboratory. It turned out that something big was going to happen recently, so I asked Jiang Cheng to come over and advise. The guys in the southeast region near the Coral Sea have all completed their preparations. After a long period of preparation, these guys finally couldn't sit still and began to pick new things from the Yan family. In the past few days, these guys have kept making small movements and have had several conflicts with Yan family ships on the Coral Sea. In several conflicts, they even used ships, which almost caused a fight between the two sides. The Mei family also set their sights on the Coral Sea, watching how the Yan family would react. Of course, the Yan family would not tolerate such a selection. Soon the Yan family bacteria recipe took action and mobilized a large number of ships to the Coral Sea. For a while, the situation in the Coral Sea immediately became tense, and the entire southeast region was exuding gunpowder and asked. Now both sides are in the right time. as long as a small spark will cause conflict. The tense atmosphere of the Coral Sea attracted the attention of the whole region. Everyone was watching the reaction of both sides and analyzing whether the fight would start. The Coral Sea, a small sea area, has now become the focal point of the entire region. After some mobilization in the past few days, the Yan family directly dispatched their own navigation farther to the sensitive area of the Coral Sea. After the arrival of the Yan family's navigation farther, the situation in the Coral Sea became even more tense. Those guys were all carefully guarded, afraid that the Yan family would suddenly take action against them. Seeing that the Yan family had sent their own flight farther, those guys were still very scared. The ultimate force on the sea like navigator is difficult for these guys to contend, although there is only one navigator of the Yan family, and it is not the latest navigator. It is enough to put a lot of pressure on these guys. Those guys were a little worried at first seeing the Yan family's tough attitude. If they were really allowed to face the Shangyan clan, it would be a disastrous result. However, these people's concerns were quickly dispelled, and the Mei family sent someone to give them a promise. If the Yan family really started a fight, the Mei family would not sit idly by. At the same time, the Mei family sent 2 navigators to the sea near the southeast area, and it seemed that they were here to support these guys. After getting the guarantee from the Mei family, those guys are relieved a lot. They still believe in the strength of the Mei family. They think that as long as they have the support of the Mei family, the conflict with the Yan family will become much easier. In addition to the Mei family's side, 2 Hangfu ships were sent, which gave these guys the confidence to fight the Yan family. But what these guys don't know is that the Mei family sending flight farther over this time just pretended to be, and didn't plan to do it themselves. The Mei family sent the Hang father over just to cheer up those guys and give them the confidence to trouble the Yan family so as to delay the development of the Yan family. With the Mei family backing up, the guys in the southeast region have acted bolder. They constantly sent ships to sail in the Coral Sea, picking up the nerves of the Yan family's sense of numbers. The recent gunpowder in the Coral Sea has made many people in the area nervous. You must know that this conflict is already very serious. A further step may be a formal fight. The conflict between the Coral Sea countries and the Yan family is not once or twice. Small-scale bacterial conflicts have occurred several times before. The 2 sides have already forged a lot of beams. If there is a fight this time, no one will be surprised if the Yan family only had a fight with those guys. It wouldn't worry the other guys. Gai Gu is worried about the further escalation of the fighting. If the Mei family can't help but join the fight, the regional fight may break out. Because if the Mei family participated in the war, Shengguo would definitely not sit idly by. Once Xing country officially enters the arena, many other guys will be involved. Many invading guys will participate in this fight. With the continuous expansion of the guys participating in the war, the whole region may be caught in the flames of war. This kind of regional battle is something that many people would like to see. If things really get to this point, no one can get away safely. The regional fight will affect all the guys and all the people in the region. No one can escape. Maybe in the end, the entire civilization will be destroyed by this fight. You know that the development of modern weapons has far surpassed that of Urdu, just the power of advanced weapons now. It was countless times stronger than the Cole family used at that time. If the situation really deteriorates to that point, a regional nuclear fight is very likely to happen. If things are really going to this point, the destruction of mankind is only a matter of minutes. Just when everyone was worried about the outbreak of regional fighting, the changes in the situation made everyone more at ease. The Yan family didn't seem to make the next move for the selection of these guys. It just mobilized the fleet to the Coral Sea without any action. The sailing father of the Yan family stayed in the Coral Sea and did not move. It seemed that the Yan family was not prepared to expand the conflict. The Yan family, who has not taken action for the time being, made many people sighed, and there is no need to worry about the destruction of the area, however. These people can only be relieved temporarily, because the Yan family has nothing to do. It's just because I'm still prepared it's not that I don't want to conflict. The main force of the Yan family has not yet arrived, so they are still controlling the scope of the conflict. As long as the main Iron Man team of the Yan family is ready, the next move will begin. At that time, the conflict may escalate, and it is very possible to escalate into a fight. The dispatch of the Iron Man team is very troublesome, and the logistics of this new weapon makes the Yan family bacteria recipe very unfamiliar. The logistical supplies required for Iron Man armor are completely different from those of the previous team, so the Yan family side will continue to be delayed until now. But now that everything is ready, the Yan family's latest ace team is about to debut. Jiang Cheng was dragged away from the laboratory by Xiangdong Shaojiang just for this bacterial operation. He, the inventor of the Iron Man armor, still has a say in this action. Jiang Cheng knew the Iron Man armor very well and was able to give a lot of opinions on actions. Therefore, Junfeng made Jiang Cheng a special advisor for this operation, responsible for pointing out the problems of the humanoid armored team during the operation. After all, this weapon was the first official use by the Yan family, so the people in Junfeng had no idea. That's why Jiang Cheng was invited to be a consultant, just to add an extra layer of insurance in a secret base south of the Yan family. Countless engineers are busy inside. They are responsible for the Iron Man armor, the final debugging work to make the Iron Man armor in the best condition. After the commissioning was completed, the armored controller appeared, and many strong fighters walked towards the Iron Man armor. After entering the armor, the thrusters were activated and a roaring sound was made. With the roar, those armors flew out of the base, and thousands of humanoid armors appeared in the sky. They lined up neatly in the air and flew towards the Coral Sea. The Iron Man armor team is officially dispatched. This time, the Yan family dispatched thousands of Iron Man armors just to teach those guys a profound lesson. Let them know that some guys are not something they can afford, and if they dare to pick it up, they have to accept punishment. After thousands of humanoid armor flew out of the base, they flew directly toward the south. Thousands of armored armors were dispatched in a neat line on the sea, which looked full of momentum from a distance. The entire humanoid armor queue occupies the entire sky, covering the sky and the sun, making people feel daunting. This brigade is a humanoid armored team, which represents the most powerful force of the Yan family. After rigorous training, they constantly touch the new fighting weapons in their hands. Now it's time for them to exert their strength. They have to remove all obstacles for their fellow. After so long of preparations, it was finally time for them to play, and all those Iron Man armored controllers couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. The sweat they had paid before was all for this moment, and the guys in the Coral Sea were their goal this time. After the Yan family's hard work during this period of time, the Iron Man armor has reached as many as 3,000, although there is still a goal of reaching 10,000, but it has also formed enough fighting power. The matched Gauss rifle and high-frequency plasma blade are all ready. It can be said that the Yan family now has enough fighting power in terms of humanoid armor. At the same time, the supporting gene-enhancing drugs are also being produced, and elite fighters are constantly being selected and injected with gene-enhancing drugs to become stronger fighters. After these fighters are strengthened, they will all be trained in Iron Man armor and eventually become an Iron Man armor controller. The selected fighters are all elites of the elite. It can be said that this team has gathered the essence of all the Yan family teams and is currently the most powerful force of the Yan family. And this is the time for them to show their strength. And it is also an excellent opportunity to declare themselves to the entire region. The 1,000 humanoid armors sent out this time are 1,000 fighters belonging to the Blood Brigade. They were the first batch of super fighters to be genetically enhanced, and they were also the first to be selected as the manipulators of the Iron Man armor. These people have all gone through the longest training time, and they are the most experienced existence among the manipulators of the Yan family's humanoid armor. It can be said that they are the best people in the Yan family to control Iron Man armor. This group will also be the trump card among all shaped armored teams in the future. Soon the name Blood Eagle Brigade will resound throughout the region, making everyone afraid of hearing this name and trembling under the prestige of Blood Eagle Brigade. Fungus gave the order before they were dispatched, and they went to the Coral Sea for patrol this time. But this time it was not a normal patrol mission, and the bacteria had already issued an order. This patrol allows them to make their own choices and have the maximum freedom to fire. As long as a hostile target is found within the Yan family's sea area this time, the Blood Eagle Brigade can expel any personnel and ships at will. If the expulsion is invalid, they can freely choose to fire. Even if it turns into a fight, it doesn't matter much. This time, the Yan family has determined to punish those guys. Those few Coral Sea guys have been jumping on the Coral Sea for many years. Recently, he has been making trouble for the Yan family, so Junfeng is ready to clean them up this time so that they can know who they can't afford. Especially the Emerald Country is the main target of this operation. Among those guys, this island city jumped the most fiercely. The Yan family was very annoyed the last time it came up with a marine judgment. Among the guys who provoked the Yan family this time, the Fey Kingdom was the most conspicuous one. Basically, this time the alliance of several guys, the Fey Kingdom is at a core position. The other guys are all led by the Jade Country and can be said to be the culprit of this incident. Moreover, the Emerald State was the one who contributed the most this time, sending a large number of ships to the Coral Sea to make trouble. The Jade Kingdom basically sent all of its ships to the Coral Sea to find trouble with the Yan family. In this operation, other guys' ships can be ignored, and the people of the Fey Country will never let them go. The Yan family wanted to let the Fey Kingdom know the truth of the shots and destroy the power of the Fey Kingdom very hard. The entire Blood Eagle Brigade maintained a complete formation, told to fly over the Coral Sea. They quickly approached the target position before long, where they assembled a team of several guys. At the very center of the formation of the Blood Eagle Battalion, there is a special Iron Man armor. This armor was protected at the innermost position of the formation, and some nearby humanoid armors were scattered around his country, intentionally or unintentionally. A tight protection net was formed, as if it were protecting the armor. The armor is protected from all directions, and if you want to hurt him, you must break through the blockade. They protected the armor so tightly for their own reasons, because the status of the controller in that armor was too special. It was the person who had to protect it after the death order was issued. The manipulator of the Iron Man armor was Jiang Cheng, who ran over to join Ruo. Originally, Junfeng asked Jiang Cheng to come over this time, but he just asked him to help advise him, and he didn't plan to let him come in person. At the beginning, he was arranged in the command post to observe through live video signals. But Jiang Cheng was unwilling to stay in the headquarters, watching the actions of Ryuksu Brigade from a distance. Wearing Iron Man armor for a real fight is something Jiang Cheng wanted to do a long time ago. While watching how could he ever experience cancer in person, Jiang Cheng applied for driving the armored operation himself. In the beginning, the people in Junfeng disagreed life and death. For someone as important as Jiang Cheng, if something happened during the action, they couldn't afford it. However, Jiang Cheng insisted on following the action together, saying that only by participating in the action personally can he observe better. There was no one on Junfeng's side to manage Jiang Cheng, and under Jiang Cheng's insistence, there was no way to let him follow Ruo. Since Junfeng really couldn't control Jiang Cheng, he couldn't help it. So I had to pinch his nose to let Jiang Cheng participate in the action, so this action added a special character. Since Jiang Cheng's joining Junfeng gave a death order to the Blood Eagle Brigade, Jiang Cheng's safety must be protected. Even if the mission fails, Jiang Cheng will not be in danger. Jiang Cheng's safety is even higher than their mission this time. Before coming, the big bacteria side said that if Jiang Cheng hurt his roots this time, they wouldn't have to go back to the Blood Eagle Brigade. Jiang Cheng's existence is the most important of the Yan family. It's no wonder that the people in the fungus formula pay so much attention to it, for fear that Jiang Cheng might have some accidents in his actions. So the Blood Eagle Brigade is now like this, Chuan protecting Jiang Cheng towards his destination. The soldiers of the Blood Eagle Brigade have a lot of pressure now, and the pressure does not come from the opponent's ships. Those fleets in the southeastern region have not been put in their eyes, and it is not a level of competition at all. They were worried about Jiang Cheng's safety, and they were afraid that Jiang Cheng might have something wrong during the operation. The Blood Eagle Brigade was originally an easy task, but it was complicated by Jiang Cheng's joining. This filled the hearts of the native soldiers with resentment. They didn't know what Jiang Cheng was doing. Wouldn't it be good to stay in the headquarters? Bringing a burden makes these fighters feel very bad. They are kind of feeling unable to let go of hands and feet. At this time, Jiang Cheng, who was a cumbersome, had no such consciousness at all, and instead chatted with the person next to him first. Da Biao, please tell me how we will take those people away, or whether we should rush to kill them. I would have regarded those people on the island a long time ago. This opportunity is simply too rare. Jiang Cheng expressed his thoughts and was full of expectations for the next fight. It seems that Jiang Cheng didn't enter the mission of the Blood Eagle Brigade for close observation this time. Jiang Cheng is watching those guys upset this time, holding back his energy, and coming over to take them out this time. In fact, Jiang Cheng came here for the sake of himself. As for the difficulty of the task that was added to the Blood Eagle Brigade, Jiang Cheng himself didn't feel that adding his goal that needed to be protected would make this mission more difficult. Among all the people present, Jiang Cheng is the one who has the most confidence in Iron Man's armor. In Jiang Cheng's view, their 1,000 Iron Man armors were equipped with a complete weapon pill, not to mention dealing with the fleets of the little guys in the southeast region. Even if it is the aviation father formation of the Cole family, it will not be defeated by the frontal rigidity. Iron Man armor is as simple as dealing with unarmed civilians against the fleet at sea. Because the weapons on the ship can't deal with the Iron Man armor at all, they can only let them worry about in the fleet. The cannon on the ship could not hit the Iron Man armor in flight. The speed of Iron Man's armor is simply not lockable by naval guns. They only need to accelerate to avoid the shells easily. Those missiles that can track targets are also completely ineffective against Iron Man because Iron Man's armor is too flexible. They can carry those missiles at will and guide the missile strike team. Iron Man armor, a brand new fighting weapon, is different from all previous weapons. Without the same humanoid armor to contend with, traditional weapons simply cannot cope with this new type of equipment. It can be said that the emergence of humanoid armored teams completely changed the mode of fighting. Future fights will inevitably be fights between humanoid armors, and other foreign air forces will become auxiliary units in the fight. In the future fight, the humanoid armor confrontation is the thing that determines the victory or defeat, and other fungal powers can only help in some aspects. Jiang Cheng was not so nervous about this task. They came here to beat their opponents. In Jiang Cheng's view, the fight with those muscle teams is nothing more than a game that reflects the strength of Iron Man's armor, a single-sided fighting game. There are 1,000 advanced humanoid armors. If you can't easily kill the opponent, then Jiang Cheng doesn't need to do these studies. Boss, I don't know what you have to come with this time. If you want to fight, you can let me accompany you to fight. There is no need to run to the battlefield with us. I will be in trouble if something happens. Jiang Cheng reluctantly said to Ruo Jiang Cheng with an Iron Man armor. It was Zhang Da Biao who was talking to Jiang Cheng. He was the commander of this mission and the captain of the Blood Eagle Brigade. Zhang Da Biao was very skillful in manipulating Iron Man's armor, and he had a very good relationship with Jiang Cheng, so he became the captain of the Blood Eagle Brigade. Speaking of which, Zhang Da Biao is the one with the greatest improvement in physical fitness among these fighters, and it can also be said that he is the most powerful one, and being the captain is well-deserved. It seems that he is very helpless to Jiang Cheng coming over this time, but he has nothing to do with the boss of Jiang Cheng, so he can only complain about it in his mouth. What's the point of fighting with you? There is no real battle on the battlefield. The effect of the Iron Man armor cannot be seen in the usual comparisons. You have to check it out on the battlefield. After Jiang Cheng heard Zhang Da Biao's complaint, he said something irritably. Growing up, Bio knew that he couldn't control Jiang Cheng, so he could only say, "The boss, you will pay attention to yourself later, and it will be difficult to protect you when you fight." Stop talking nonsense. Do I still need your protection? It's almost time for everyone to prepare. Jiang Cheng saw that he was about to reach his goal, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhang Debiao. Jiang Cheng saw some troops appeared in front of him, and they were the target this time. Zhang Debiao also saw those targets, so he issued an order. Prepare to enter the predetermined location and take the expulsion action first. If the target resists, you are allowed to open fire. I saw the Iron Man armor changed its formation in the air, spreading out and flying towards the ships. Above this coral sea, a conflict is about to begin. The super fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade cooperated very tacitly, and they found their own goals without making arrangements. Each fleet is under the responsibility of a squad of Iron Man armor. The division of labor is very clear, and dozens of armors are left to protect Jiang Cheng. The fleet of those guys didn't know that the danger was approaching them, and they still didn't notice it on the ship. The shell of the Iron Man armor is anti-radar processed, and the coating on the armor shell is a special paint that can absorb radar waves. Coupled with the special design of Iron Man's armor, and the volume of Iron Man's armor is much smaller than ordinary fighting machines. Therefore, the Iron Man armor is difficult to be spotted by local radar. If this is where the humanoid armor is strong, it can approach the opponent quietly and give the opponent a fatal blow before the opponent reacts. However, this time the Blood Eagle Brigade did not take advantage of their secret advantages and was not prepared to adopt the strategy of approaching sneak attacks directly. They are preparing for a high-profile debut this time, and then use their strength to completely crush the opponent. In this action, the Yan clan was prepared to use those guys to stand up to their power, so the scene was as high-profile as possible. Only in this way can we give a very eye-catching warning to those forces that are unkind to the Yan family. Zhang Debiao saw that the team members had entered the predetermined position, so he gave everyone the order to act. Prepare to use the broadcast notice to drive them out. Let them roll out of the Coral Sea area. Let them know that this is the Yan family sea area. If a ship is unwilling to roll out of the Yan family sea area, I authorize you to use violence. Solve the opponent. Finally, Zhang Debiao coldly looked at the dozens of troops below and once again reminded his team members, remember that this action must be done beautifully. Once you officially fight, don't be soft. Let them know that the Yan family is now strength. For this mission, the Yan family is prepared to salute first and then fight if these guys get out of the Coral Sea honestly. The Blood Eagle Brigade people will not be too hard for them. They will only drive them out of the Coral Sea. But if these people are uninterested, the Blood Eagle Brigade will not be soft. The above has given them the right to fire freely. Once any conflict occurs, they will do their best to deal with these fleets. Jiang Cheng watched as the people in the Blood Eagle Brigade were preparing to broadcast the announcement, but a slight sneer appeared on his face. In his opinion, there must be a conflict this time, and those guys will not be scared off by them directly. After all, they don't know the power of Iron Man's armor, they don't know anything about this new type of combat weapon, and they don't know their ability to easily destroy opponents. So they will not leave honestly. They will inevitably have a conflict with the people in the brigade. It is because of ignorance that they are fearless, not knowing what kind of opponent they are facing. The result of this action was already in Jiang Cheng's expectation, and it would not end without killing blood. But this is in line with Jiang Cheng's wishes. If he doesn't have a good time today, then he doesn't need to follow along. Jiang Cheng was also afraid that the other party would be too awkward. If they really got out of the Coral Sea, then he couldn't find a reason to shoot. Now Jiang Cheng is very much looking forward to the next fight, looking forward to the resistance from the opponent. At the same time, on the ships below, the foreign troops on those ships still knew nothing about it. A flagship of the Fey State is parked in the center of the entire fleet. This flagship is also the most advanced ship among the military muscles present. It is also a ship that the Mei family used to support the Fey State. This ship is not a big deal in terms of the region, but in the southeast area, it is considered a very advanced ship, and it is much more powerful than other ships. The flagship of the Jade Kingdom was still in a quiet state. The commander of the foreign army of the Jade Kingdom was staying in his captain's room, holding a glass of wine in his hand. The commander wanted to relax for this mission. The Yan family hadn't moved anything a while ago, and it seemed that he was not ready to act on them. The attitude the Yan family showed before made him relax his vigilance and completely regarded this mission as a vacation at sea. Therefore, the commander thought that there would be no fighting in this mission, so that he would be so relaxed, hiding in the room and drinking small wine. The foreign commander of the Fey state lay on the armchair, drinking and chatting with the other thought captain first. This wine is really good. I bought it for a big price. How does it taste? In addition, thinking that the captain was holding a wine glass in his hand, he smiled and replied, "It's pretty good. It is indeed the aged wine of Lafite Winery. It is really difficult for ordinary people to get this kind of wine. The relationship between adults is really good, and it can be obtained." This wine, when the captain was drinking, he didn't forget to flatter his boss. The two of them are not so courageous. You must know that they are now but still in the middle of the task. Generally speaking, drinking is strictly prohibited at this time. Drinking during the mission is a big taboo for the bacteria team. If people know it, it will be a big controversy. But they didn't seem to care about it and drank a little wine contentedly. The commander of the Jade Kingdom was very happy when he heard the compliments from his subordinates and said with great pride, "Of course, this year's Lafite is very rare. Even people with money can't buy it, so I use it. There are a lot of relationships to buy a bottle, so how interesting is it to share with you this time? Thank you for your kindness. I will never forget the guidance of the adults. If it is useful in the future, please go to my place." The captain has always been a direct line of the commander, and of course he will not let go of this opportunity to show his loyalty, so he immediately began to express his loyalty. The commander of the foreign army of the Philippine nation nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "You know it's good to be grateful. It will cost me many years of painstaking efforts." The two high-ranking foreigners in the Fey Kingdom just drank in the room and didn't anticipate what would happen next. Just when the Blood Eagle Brigade was preparing to take action, the fighters of those fleets were not yet alert. On their radar screen, it was still quiet. So Japanese letter will be so slack. They believe too much in the effectiveness of radar. I didn't expect Iron Man armor at all to have full tilde stealth ability when facing radar. If the Blood Eagle Brigade had sneaked off now, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. However, the Blood Eagle Brigade didn't bother with this kind of sneak attack and was ready to rush to the front. The Blood Eagle Brigade is fully prepared and will start to act soon. And at this time, the foreign commander of the Philippines was also the joint commander of this multinational operation. He was still drinking and chatting on his own flag, and he didn't anticipate the next attack at all. "You said that there should be no fights in this mission. There is no movement from the Yan family. We should be able to complete the mission smoothly this time. It seems that I'm waiting to go back this time. After I have stayed for so long, it's time to go back to the shore and be cool." It was a coincidence that the commander was chatting with his captain about the Yan family. The captain agreed with his superiors very much, so he agreed and said yes. "It seems that there will be no surprises. I think the Yan family is a bit too much. We all ran over to provoke this time. There is no counterattack." His words revealed a discordant tone. It seemed that the Yan family did not fight back, and that the Yan family did not dare to fight them. Of course, the Yan family dare not really do it. Otherwise, we won't come here so boldly. You must know that we are behind the Mei family in this operation. Don't talk about this inside information. It turned out to be so no wonder the Yan family did not dare to do anything. It turned out that the Mei family supported us to do this, and the Mei family backed us back. What are we afraid of? Yes, I didn't see the two navigators of the Mei family, but they drove nearby. If the Yan family really did it, those two navigators are not decorations, they are still blowing the support of their Mei family over there. But unfortunately, the Mei family is not ready to do it themselves this time. Pushing them out is just to make them cannon fodder, and they have already given up these guys. At this time, the Blood Eagle Brigade had finished the preparation work, and all the armor had entered the predetermined position. Pay attention to all units, prepare for action. The mission officially begins. Zhang Dabiao hovered in midair and calmly gave the order to start the mission. I saw that the fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade, After receiving the mission start order, all began to act on their own. Controlling their armor, they turned on the loudspeaker device attached to the Iron Man armor and prepared to broadcast to the fleet below. Jiang Cheng was also ready to speak at this time, and other armored sound-generating devices had already been connected to his microphone. The next step was to watch Jiang Cheng's performance. This task was supposed to be carried out by Commander Zhang Debiao, but Jiang Cheng found this task very interesting. So Jiang Cheng snatched this task from Zhang Debiao. Growing up, Bio certainly didn't dare to fight Jiang Cheng anyway. It was not an important task, just a warning to the other party. In desperation, Zhang Debiao had to give up this opportunity to Jiang Cheng and stood aside and watched. The people in the fleet below listen. You have entered the Yan Family Sea area. You are restricted to leave the Yan Family Sea area immediately. Otherwise, we will take violent means to expel. Repeat it again. You are restricted to leave the Yan Family Sea area immediately. If there is any resistance, we will take violent means. Jiang Cheng's voice was enhanced by the loudspeaker and spread to the near sea. The fighters on the evil fleets were all stunned by the sudden sound. Soon there was some chaos on those fleets, and many foreign fighters didn't know what happened. The sound seemed to appear suddenly and hit them by surprise. No one knows where the sound came from, because the radar is still empty until now, and no target can be seen approaching them. The sudden sound made them all startled, and the captains of many ships broke out in cold sweat. They know very well what this voice represents, which means if they are now in danger. If those who set out to broadcast did not warn them through the broadcast, but directly attacked them, then their fleets it's a terrible end. You must know that since these people can approach them silently, they can be caught off guard. The captain of these guys' sea ships is very grateful for his luck now. The other party did not directly attack them, but instead reminded them by broadcasting. Let them have some time to prepare, at least they will not be attacked. But after those muscle lengths were grateful in their hearts, they fell into doubts again. They don't know how the other party approached them. It is necessary to know that there is still no indication on the radar. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to approach them. What happened and where did this voice come from? What's the matter? Who is the voice of this warning? Oh my God, how did they get so close by the other party? Can anyone tell me what the situation is? Where did the voice come from? The combined fleet in the southeastern region was a little confused by Jiang Cheng's voice, and no one of them can figure out the current situation. They don't even know who their opponents are now, and the whole team is in chaos. These fleets have not made the correct response at all, and even the basic combat preparations have not been made. Many ship fighters have not yet entered the fighting position, and they are all scurrying around like headless flies. Many artillery have not yet been ready for firing, and there is no fighting power at all. Compared with the bacteria team of the Yan family, these foreign troops are not on the same level at all. This time the Mei family is not ready to make a move on their own, and their good days will come to an end. Seeing that there was no response from the fleet below, and all of them were in chaos for the first time, Jiang Cheng fell into an awkward scene. He didn't know whether he would continue to warn the people below or just do it directly. The commander of the joint team finally reacted at this time. He was still drinking with the captain in the room, but he suddenly heard Jiang Cheng's warning. At first, he was even more pitied by Jiang Cheng's warning, and he didn't know what to do. The sound that suddenly appeared in their ears shocked them. He was so frightened that he did not hold the cup in his hand, and even the wine glass fell to the ground. That expensive wine was scattered all over the floor, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of wine. The commander of the foreign army of the Philippine nation has never encountered such a situation. Normally, he is only responsible for the processing of some documents. At most, he took his fleet to sway at sea several times and had never encountered such a sudden situation. This commander doesn't have much abilities at all. He can climb to the current position, all relying on the relationship behind him. Otherwise, relying on his command method, he would not be the commander at all. Now, when it came time for him, the commander, to come forward, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, his subordinates are considered capable and soon recovered from the shock and reminded him, "Sir, now we must figure out what happened, and we must rush to the bow of the ship immediately." The fleet can't do without your command. The captain's opinion is not bad. At least it is suitable for the current situation. It seems that he has been vigorously cultivated because of his own abilities, and he is considered a qualified captain. The commander was awakened by the voice of his subordinates and immediately reacted yes. Send someone to figure out what happened. I will go to the command post at the bow now, or it will be too late. After speaking, the commander hurriedly ran out of the captain's room and ran in the direction of the command headquarters. The captain is relatively sober. Knowing what he should do now, he is the commander of this combined fleet and must now appear in the command position if he stays in this daze. The entire fleet will suffer huge losses. If things get to that point, no matter how deep the background is, the commander of his team may not be able to protect him from those above. Soon the captain ran away from the headquarters, and there was still chaos in the headquarters. Because he, the commander, never showed up, no one came out to control the scene. Calm down for me. See what you are like now. Do you still want to be a foreign army? I'll return to my post and report to me immediately. Once the commander arrived at the headquarters, he quickly controlled the chaotic scene. Then he ran to the radio and picked up the microphone to give orders to the entire fleet. All ships obey orders. Immediately enter the fighting position. We have been attacked, ready to fight. The entire fleet recovered from the chaos because of his order. The normal preparations began, and fighters in various positions quickly entered fighting positions. The fleet finally became normal because of the commander's efforts, at least not as chaotic as before. Although this commander is not very good at leading troops to fight, he is still very good at controlling his men. He is still familiar with the work of this kind of commander, otherwise he would not be able to achieve the current 4-0 position. At this time, Jiang Cheng, who was floating in the air, discovered that the fleet below had restored its proper order. Jiang Cheng also found that it was not a solution for him to be so stunned, so he used those amplifiers again to speak to your fleet below. This is the last warning. If the fleet below does not leave the sea area of the Yan family, it will be attacked by us. Note that this is the final warning. You only have 5 minutes to make a choice. Either leave the Coral Sea immediately or fight with us immediately. Jiang Cheng made a domineering ultimatum and gave those fleets 5 minutes. This is the last warning for those fleets. If they still do not respond after a minute, Jiang Cheng will issue an attack. Jiang Cheng's cold voice echoed in the air, and it also passed into the ears of everyone below. There was no trace of emotion in his voice, as if he had made some announcement, sending the final message to the people below. Jiang Cheng's words sounded very relaxed, not at all like a confession before the fight, as if they were just saying a simple decision. All those who heard Jiang Cheng's voice would never doubt the determination in Jiang Cheng's words. As long as the time is up to 5 minutes before they make an evacuation action, these fleets will be attacked by Jiang Cheng. After the commander heard Jiang Cheng's words, cold sweat immediately emerged from his head. By now, he still doesn't know what the opponent is, only that the opponent is close to their team. This kind of unknown enemy is the most scary, and it is because of the unknown that it brings fear. Even his opponent couldn't see it, which made him feel flustered, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Damn, hasn't found our enemy yet? Until now, we don't even know what the opponent is. How do I direct such a fight? You guys are simply a disgrace to the foreign army. I really don't know how you became the staff of the foreign army. The commander loudly reprimanded his men around him, and those staff officers were all scolded. What happened today is indeed a great shame for them, and they were touched by the enemy. Up to now, it is still unclear about the enemy's situation, which is simply an unforgivable sin for the bacteria man. Sir, now there is still no target on the radar, and the sonar has not found the above situation, so we can't find anything. The enemy is like invisible, right beside us, but we can't see it. At this time, a staff officer stood up and explained the current situation to the commander. After the commander heard the explanation from his subordinates, the anger in his heart calmed down a lot, so he asked the staff officer, "Then what do you think about the current situation? Even some guesses can be seen in the class." The boss asked him a question, so he said his own thoughts. Since neither radar nor sonar found any of them, then we can rule out a lot of possibilities. General aircraft, ships, and submarines can be ruled out. Now that these conventional armed forces have been ruled out, can we guess that this time the enemy is a special existence, so it approached us so secretly and has not been discovered by all the detection equipment on board? He answered the boss's questions seriously, looking a little excited. This staff officer has always been very low-key, and he is completely greenish. This time he finally had the opportunity to show his face in front of his boss, and he still attached great importance to it. He believed that with his performance this time, he would be able to make these commanders remember him. As long as you leave an impression in the heart of this powerful foreigner, his future will become infinitely bright. After listening to the staff's analysis, the commander frowned tightly and fell into thinking. What the staff officer said is indeed very reasonable. Since conventional enemies can be eliminated, it might as well consider some special existence. Maybe only in this way can we discover the true face of the opponent. But what kind of existence should a special enemy be? Is it something that has never appeared before, or what kind of small aircraft? The commander had been thinking in his heart, thinking for a long time, but couldn't think of any thoughts. "Sir, look at the sky. What are those things in the sky?" Those things must be the enemy this time. It turns out that the enemy has always been above us. Soon his thinking was interrupted, and the people around him exclaimed. The staff officer just couldn't find a copy, so he picked up his binoculars and looked around. But when he moved the telescope lens above the fleet, he immediately saw something incredible. He looked at things in the sky while holding the telescope and loudly reminded everyone of his findings. After being reminded, the commander also picked up the binoculars beside him and pointed the camera at the sky. The foreign army will always be equipped with a large number of telescopes, which are convenient for their command. When the commander pointed the telescope at the sky, he finally knew the opponent he was going to face this time. The opponent, who had always been mysterious to them, finally revealed his true body this time. Some special machines were densely suspended in the sky, arranged in a neat formation in the sky. Those machines have a human-like appearance and look like robots. Those humanoid robotic hands had long rifles in them, and they carried a huge long knife behind them. From the appearance, it is quite domineering, and the whole body is full of violent beauty. The number of those humanoid machines surpassed over 1,000, hovering above all the fleets, and all made preparations for attack. Every one of their ships was put on board by the other side, and at least dozens of humanoid machines surrounded them. The commander was shocked by the sight, and he didn't know what these humanoid machines were. The commander of the combined fleet finally found Jiang Cheng and the others through the telescope. Originally, Jiang Cheng and the others hovered at a relatively high altitude, and the clouds on the surface of Shanghai were relatively thick. So Jiang Cheng's Iron Man armor has never been discovered. After the reminder to join the class, everyone picked up the binoculars and looked at the sky above the fleet. The amazing discovery in the sky left everyone at a loss, and for a time, the command headquarters fell into silence. Everyone in the headquarters stayed on the spot, not knowing what to do next. The commander of the combined fleet was even more unresponsive, and he did not have the consciousness of being the commander-in-chief. Seeing the Iron Man armor flying in the sky, the commander was immediately frightened. He had never seen such a thing before, and he didn't know what it was. This kind of thing beyond his cognition made him completely forget his responsibility. You must know that time is constantly passing by, and the time set by Jiang Cheng is only 5 minutes. Now their fleet must ask him as the commander to stand up and decide whether they should heed the other side's warning and leave there, or whether to proceed directly regardless of the opponent's opposition. The commander finally revealed his incompetent nature, unable to bring any help to the fleet at this critical time. Know that, as the commander of a fleet, he shoulders the responsibility of the fleet owner. His commander's incompetent performance is killing everyone in the fleet. The time was approaching for 5 minutes little by little, and it seemed that the time set by Jiang Cheng would soon be reached. But now the entire combined fleet still has no response. I don't know if they are ready to fight or leave. At this critical moment, the captain under the commander reacted. He knew that if he didn't do anything now, their entire fleet would really be in danger. So he shook his boss to wake him up, and then shouted at him, "Sir, there is no time to waste for us. Now we have to make a decision whether to follow the unknown goals in the sky. Fight or leave the Yan family's sea area like this. It's up to you to choose whether to fight or make peace. The commander finally recovered a bit of clarity and remembered his responsibilities now. So he started to think about whether or not to fight with things flying in the sky. But in the face of this unclear choice, how could he make the final decision? His ability determines his upper limit, and he cannot make correct judgments at all after retreating to such a complicated situation. What do you think we should do now? We don't understand the situation of these enemies at all, so how do I make a choice? The commander of the fleet asked helplessly to his men. He really had no choice now. Just when the entire command center was at a loss, the participant who had just put forward his opinion stood up again. He walked to the middle of the command and said, "These things should be the latest humanoid armor developed by the Yan family, equivalent to an enhanced version of exoskeleton armor." He seemed to remember some rumors he had heard, and finally recognized what the heavenly things were. These humanoid armors appeared in the May family last time. At that time, the news was blocked. I only learned about it after hearing about some legends. Now I see them. Someone recognized the things Jiang Cheng and the others controlled, which made the commanders finally relax. Now that they knew what was in the sky, it was easy to make a choice. What is the specific fighting power of these humanoid armors? Can we deal with them? If we fight with them, what is our chance of winning? The commander asked the staff officer a series of questions, all of which could help him make a choice. If these humanoid armors are very strong in his heart, then they will leave here immediately. If the opponent's fighting power is not as good as theirs, then he doesn't mind having a fight with the opponent here. I just heard some rumors. The specific intelligence of the May family has been completely blocked, and outsiders simply don't know the details at that time. When asked about these specific information, the staff officer had no way to know and could only answer honestly. These pieces of information are classified as classified. It's good if he has heard some rumors. How could his little staff know the specific data? Is the specific fighting power unclear? So what should we do? Unsure of the opponent's fighting power, the commander was once again lost in thought. But soon his subordinates put forward their own opinions and said to him, "I think we can tentatively attack some opponents. If the opponent's fighting power is very high, we can also withdraw immediately. If we leave like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the May family. Anyway, these things are just humanoid armor, and there should be no way to deal with so many ships." The captain said his own opinion, as if he was not going to leave. He makes judgments based on previous experience, and these are the conclusions drawn after analysis. In this captain's view, ships are the most powerful force at sea, and nothing can stand with them at sea. The opponents are just special in appearance. In terms of fighting power, they should be more powerful ships. Those humanoid armors are not in his eyes. It is precisely because he underestimated the strength of Iron Man's armor that he would say, "Let's fight," and see the situation. If he knew the fighting power of Iron Man's armor, I'm afraid he would just run away without looking back. Because of these humanoid armors of the Yan family, they didn't give them a chance to test at all. Once they started fighting, they couldn't even escape Yuan. That's good for the money. Just listen to your opinion. First fight with them to see the situation. If the situation is not good, we will evacuate. The opponent is just some humanoid armor. We have so many ships, we should be able to deal with them. The commander of the joint team finally made his decision, perhaps because the large number of fleets on his side gave him enough confidence. He still trusted his confidant, so he believed his judgment. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that their ships were all just Jiang Cheng's prey. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, dozens of ships were just a warm-up, and they did not reflect the true strength of the Iron Man armored team. So this fight really couldn't avoid the rabbit, and the commander's decision was in line with Jiang Cheng's heart. The fight is on the verge. Please pay attention to all units and be ready to fight at any time. The enemy will immediately launch an attack. This is a formal fight. Repeat, this time is a formal fight. I allow you to fire freely, and be careful to guard against the enemy's humanoid armor attack. Empty the artillery and prepare with all your strength, and let those flying in the sky taste the power of the empty cannonball. After the commander made up his mind to fight against the Yan family, he quickly issued an order to start fighting the entire fleet. As soon as he gave his order, all ships in the team were ready to fight. Every fighter is ready in the fighting position, and all kinds of assault weapons are on standby. All the artillery on the ship began to turn, and the sound of the machine running inside the turret. That was the sound made by the cannonballs when they were being loaded, proving that these cannons had completed their pre-launch preparations. The hulls of these ships began to vibrate slightly, and as they shook, the decks of those ships opened dark holes. Those openings are all missile silos. It seems that your launch team on the fleet is also ready to launch missiles. Especially the anti-control artillery above the ships. They are fully prepared to fight. Basically, all the venting artillery on ships are fully prepared. Those fighters who controlled the empty artillery were all nervously watching the humanoid armor flying in the sky. These artillerymen who emptied the artillery controlled the control rod in their hands to aim the muzzle at the humanoid armor flying in the sky, ready to fire shells into the sky at any time. These artillerymen knew that the main force of this fight was probably they, and those enemies all had the ability to fly after all. Therefore, only their empty artillery can deal with it. Maybe those missiles can also deal with the enemy. However, the launch density of missiles is far inferior to that of them. In terms of the ability to deflate, it is better to deflate the artillery. After all, missiles can only be launched one by one, and the preparation time is relatively long. Basically, launching one missile in a few minutes is fast. The caliber of anti-aircraft gun shells is not large, so the rate of fire can be reached very fast. With full fire from the anti-aircraft gun, many shells can be poured out in 1 minute. This is the advantage of anti-aircraft guns at close range and is determined by the shape of the weapon. The commander just issued an order to make these anti-aircraft guns the main attack method of the fleet. It seems that, although the commander of this fleet has no abilities, he is not too stupid. At the very least, I know that anti-aircraft artillery is the best weapon to deal with shaped armor flying in the sky. It is a pity that they will soon know that it is difficult to stop the Iron Man armor even in dense air defense fire. Generally speaking, when a ship is fighting, a dense air defense firepower net is arranged. The purpose is to deal with the enemy's aircraft, making it difficult for local aircraft to approach the ship, and thus unable to drop the bombs carried on the aircraft. But these venting firepower nets are designed for aircraft, and basically the main target is aircraft. Although the airplane is flying fast in the air, its steering is not very flexible. Faced with a dense air defense firepower network, it is difficult for aircraft to approach, which is caused by the limitations of the aircraft itself. Using this method to deal with Iron Man armor is not feasible, because the volume of Iron Man armor is much smaller than that of ordinary airplanes. Reduced a lot of volume to make Iron Man armor, reducing the probability of being hit by shells. And Iron Man armor is many times stronger than airplanes in terms of flexibility. And under the control of the fighter, you can make many evasive actions in the air. Even they can use the Gauss rifle in their hands to shoot the shells flying towards them in advance. When facing the local air defense firepower network, the Iron Man armor can easily avoid dense shells and quickly approach the opponent's ship by virtue of flexible maneuverability. Soon the commander would know that he was wrong, and the anti-aircraft artillery could not pose any threat to the Iron Man armor. Jiang Cheng saw the fighting gesture on the ship below, and there was not much confusion in his heart. Although the other party did not respond to his warning, the attitude the other party showed had already answered everything. Seeing the current state of the ships below, Jiang Cheng knew that the opponent was not going to leave the Coral Sea, but chose to confront them head-on. The attitude of the other party made Jiang Cheng feel extremely excited, and his desire to fight hope that his blood began to boil. It seems that the other party is not ready to leave. This time we can have a good fight. The dense muzzles below were pointed at Jiang Cheng, and those black hole muzzles exposed the threat of death. But as if he couldn't see the threat of those muzzles, he coldly gave the order to attack. Since the other party doesn't know good or bad, let these monkeys in the southeast area see our strength. All players enter the fighting mode, free action and annihilate all the ships below. Start attacking. When Jiang Cheng gave the official attack order, all the Iron Man armors hovering in the air all began to act in an instant, and the flames of the thrusters spurted from the back of the armor. With those jets of flame, the Iron Man armor accelerated from a standstill and quickly reached its highest point. Those fighters in Iron Man's armor all showed sneers when they looked at the ships parked on the sea. They manipulated the Iron Man armor to pounce on the ship below, their eyes cold-blooded and ruthless. The fighters of these Blood Eagle Brigade are all the most elite fighters. Facing the enemy, they never know what mercy is. It is the duty of these people to destroy all the enemies in front of them, and it is the purpose of the guys to train them. This was originally a very powerful fighter. After being strengthened by genetic medicine, his fighting power has exceeded the normal range. With the addition of Iron Man armor for them, they have become the most powerful fighting weapon. In order to control the armor they wear, they have gone through countless hard training, and this time is a good opportunity for them to show their skills. With the Blood Eagle Brigade officially entering a fighting state, the atmosphere on the sea became depressed. Everyone on the entire sea is far from Jiang Cheng's aura. That aura is a murderous aura that can crush everything. Thousands of Iron Man armors in the sky rushed to all the ships fiercely. The whole sky suddenly became darker, as if it was blocked by Jiang Cheng and the others. When did those foreign fighters see such a scene? Many courageous people are frightened. They completely forgot the usual training movements and looked at the other side rushing towards them so stupidly. This is the lack of a fighter who has not experienced the real war and has not experienced the experience on the battlefield. Even if it is sufficiently trained, it is useless. This is the gap between veterans and recruits. These people will survive this fight later to complete this mentality change. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng and the others are not going to keep their hands this time, so these recruits basically don't have this opportunity. In the headquarters of the Joint Fleet, the commander, who was originally confident after seeing the momentum of Jiang Cheng and their actions, they just didn't know where they went. Now he had some premonitions in his heart. Perhaps the fighting power of these humanoid armors far exceeded his estimation. They may not be opponents of these humanoid armors, and in the end, they might not even be able to escape. Although the commander had some regrets in his heart, he chose to confront these humanoid armors. But now he has no way of turning back, and he personally gave the order to fight. By this time, the opponent had already started a mechanic, and he could only bite the bullet and fight. The commander of the combined fleet gritted his teeth and confirmed his decision. He kept saying to himself, like hypnotizing, "We must be able to, even if these humanoid armors are powerful, they are not the opponents of our fleet." Perhaps the hint in his heart just now played a role, which made him calm down. The fleet commander who calmed down found that his side had not started an attack, and his original order had not been implemented. Those anti-aircraft guns that should have started firing are now all quiet, and they have not started fighting at all. After discovering his own problem, he immediately roared and issued orders to everyone. "Everyone listen. Start the fight right away." The anti-aircraft guns immediately enter the shooting state and fire me at all those things in the sky. Keep them away from our ship. Everyone must show their courage. For anyone who is timid in this fight, I will definitely send him to the fungus court. His voice is so angry, with a trace of coldness that cannot be rejected. The commander's hysterical roar spread to all the ships in an instant and was heard by all officers and soldiers in the combined fleet. Hearing that the commander had moved out of the military division's court, everyone was immediately shocked and slowly recovered from the panic. When I entered a place like the fungus court, I wanted to come out. No fighter was willing to go. Under the threat of the commander, the fighters of the fleet finally overcome their fear of fighting, and one by one began to forget the fear in their hearts. It seems that the commander's words still played some role, at least to make his fighters become normal. Especially the air defense artillery on the fleet, after hearing the commander's order, finally reacted and temporarily suppressed the fear in their hearts. Now they need to start shelling as soon as possible and use intensive artillery to block the approach of the enemy. If they don't move, the opponent will approach the fleet. They quickly manipulated the anti-aircraft guns around them. After aiming at the targets, they pressed the firing button with their hands and fired the shells in the cannonball towards the targets in the sky. Countless muzzles exploded fiercely at the same time, and those hot flames illuminated the entire sea. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, and it started to become hot. Simultaneously with the flames was the sound of shocking artillery fire. Bang, 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 the anti-aircraft guns roared in an instant, and the ship began to vibrate violently at the same time. That's because of the vibration generated when the artillery is launched, and some ships have deviated from their original position because of this huge force. The sound of artillery fire rang out at the same time, and the sound kept shaking off the surrounding air. The sea surface was instantly submerged by the sound of artillery, and the surroundings were caught in the echo of artillery fire. The other sounds were all overwhelmed by the play under such violent gunfire. The loud sound was like breaking the sky, and the young man might be scared to pee his pants when he heard it. However, the Iron Man armor that rushed towards those looking teams was completely unaffected by the sound of the artillery fire and continued to fly towards their target. Just when the fighters from the brigade were about to approach the spectator team, the shells fired from the empty artillery also flew towards them. The entire sky was covered by these artillery shells, and Mamas didn't have much space at all. Seeing that those Iron Man armors were about to be overwhelmed by these bombs, it was at this time that all the fighters in the brigade responded. They began to make rapid maneuvers in the air, dexterously hiding like bubble bombs around them. When they couldn't hide, they would raise their rifles and blast the flying shells. It seemed that the firepower net was emptied out of the sky, but none of them hit these armors, and they all cleverly avoided them. The originally densely emptied firepower net was unable to stop these humanoid costumes, and even the speed of challenging them was impossible. The figures hiding the shells are like dancing in the air. The armor of the fighter manipulator Iron Man of the Bloody Brigade performed a beautiful dance in the air. Such beautiful aerial dance music is a death dance to those below. The fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade, ignoring the intensive artillery fire around them, rushed firmly in the direction of the fleet. It seemed that the venting of the combined fleet's firepower net had no effect on them at all. Those humanoid armors quickly approached the fleet, and it won't be long before they approach the fleet. The commander watched his empty firepower net, and it was useless to those places in the sky. Falling into a deep fear, he originally had confidence in venting the cannon. He thinks that the densely vented firepower net of his fleet has nothing to pass through, but everything that happened before him had to accept the fact that the anti-aircraft guns were useless. Realizing that what he originally relied on didn't work, the commander suddenly became confused. He grabbed his collar in a panic and asked incoherently why the anti-aircraft gun was useless. Why? Tell me why. The man who was caught by his collar had difficulty breathing for a while, but fortunately, the commander's henchman stopped him. The captain stopped the irrational commander and said to him, their speed was too fast, and they soon exceeded the range of the artillery lock. The artillery at this speed could not be aimed at all, and they were very flexible and able to easily open the cannonballs in the sky. The captain was still very foresighted. He immediately discovered the advantage of Iron Man's armor and knew why the anti-aircraft guns could not deal with them. But his words were of no use. They merely explained why they failed, without giving any meaningful opinions. Faced with the humanoid armored team that is about to approach them, he did not put forward any new ideas for construction. It wasn't that the captain didn't want to come up with a solution, but he couldn't think of anything to pay attention to. The opponent he faced this time was something he had never experienced before, so even he couldn't help it. After the commander of the fleet heard the words of his men, his face did not improve, but he asked Ryuo his men back. Since the anti-aircraft guns can't deal with them, what can we do to resist these enemies? Come on. His voice became a little cold, and there were deep questions in his words. Facing Officer Ryuo's questioning, the captain also fell into a dilemma. He didn't know how to deal with these enemies in the sky like this. They were very fast and very flexible, and none of their weapons seemed to have any effect. However, the captain had some abilities and soon came up with a feasible plan. Maybe air defense missiles can deal with them. After all, air defense missiles have an automatic locking function, and can track these fast-flying targets. As long as they can be locked, they will not be afraid of not being hit. The captain's proposal to use air defense missiles against Jiangcheng and the others is also a good suggestion. The tracking function of the anti-aircraft missile can indeed bring some minor troubles to the Iron Man armor. Missiles that can keep chasing you and change their trajectory are much more difficult to deal with than shells that do not change direction. Anti-aircraft missiles are a big killer against flying targets, and it is difficult for an aircraft to avoid such attacks. After reminding him, the commander finally remembered the anti-aircraft missile. Yes, we still have anti-aircraft missiles. Launch the anti-aircraft missiles and shoot me down those things. So he immediately issued an order to launch all the air defense missiles in the fleet. With the commander's order, fire began to glow from the black holes on the deck. When those fire lights slowly brightened, missiles with metallic luster were ejected from the silo. Those anti-aircraft missiles, carrying a large amount of smoke and dust, are swiftly shooting towards the target in the sky. These missiles had already locked their targets, and soon those Iron Man armors were in trouble. The trouble is because of the tracking characteristics of air defense missiles. As long as the missile does not hit the target, it will follow the target until it completely destroys the meter. If you want to deal with this kind of air defense missile, or you can use the speed to completely use the missile that is behind it, so that the air defense missile loses its original target. Otherwise, keep flying with the anti-aircraft missiles until they run out of fuel. But none of these methods can be used now, so it will be said that the Iron Man armor is in a little trouble. The reason why it was only a minor trouble was that the fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade had a way to deal with these missiles. I saw the Iron Man armor being tracked in the sky. Several changed directions to avoid the missiles behind him, and then the missiles with Ruo rushed directly to the ship below. When they approach the ship, they will suddenly change direction, avoiding the ship and fly away. They avoided the ship by changing directions suddenly, but the missiles behind them were not so flexible. Those missiles didn't have time to change direction at all, and they hit Ruo's ship straight. After hitting the army muscle, those missiles exploded violently. Boom! The sound of explosions soon sounded in the fleet, and countless black smoke appeared on the sea. Those missiles that were originally launched towards the opponent were all lured if they hit themselves. In an instant, the combined fleet suffered heavy losses. Many military targets were severely damaged by the missiles launched by themselves. Some severely damaged ships had completely lost their fighting power. Even some ships were hit by several missiles at the same time. The hull could not withstand the huge impact, and the entire ship had begun to sink slowly. An attack by the combined fleet of anti-aircraft missiles caused a huge loss instead. The commander couldn't accept such a stimulus, so he just presented it in black. Up to the present position, the two sides have only fought for a short time, but the battle situation has tilted towards Jiangcheng and the others. Jiangcheng and the others only took a short time to smash the entire combined fleet. If the commander couldn't bear the pressure, he was fascinated by the command, and the entire combined fleet was completely plunged into chaos. The ineffectiveness of emptying the firepower net made many fighters desperate. Later, when they saw that they had launched a blast bomb, there was another glimmer of hope. These fighters originally thought that these anti-aircraft bombs should be able to block the attacks of those opponents, but they didn't expect that the missiles that had placed their hopes not only did not stop their enemies, but were hit by the opposing use. This kind of ups and downs caused these fighters, who were not originally elite, to fall into a state of collapse. In addition, their commander fainted directly, and there was no one to maintain the situation. All ships have lost command and can only fight separately under the control of the captain. But these captains faced such a powerful opponent, and those fighters who had no intention to fight. He didn't know how to fight. He could only watch his side slowly sliding towards the abyss. After a fight, it was just a short meeting, and the situation began to completely fall to one side. The fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade are just warming up now, and they are far from showing their full strength. They just performed some tactical evasive actions, and now they have not even sweated. There are not many counterattacks from the combined fleet now, and almost all fighters have been frightened. in the face of those terrifying enemies in the sky. These fighters with insufficient qualities are now unable to resist. Now only a few anti-aircraft guns are still firing, and the sound of solitary gunfire seems so lonely on the sea. Now that the opponent was unable to resist, Zhuang Brigade began to destroy the enemy. They began a merciless killing on the ships of the Ruo United Fleet. I saw the Iron Man armors surrounding the ship, all rushing towards their goals. Without any obstruction, he quickly rushed to the ship's side and started a close attack. Many fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade took out the high-frequency plasma blades behind their backs after they approached the enemy ship. Gauss rifles are not so suitable for large targets like ships, so they did not continue to use their rifles. But at this time, the high-frequency plasma warblade has embodied its value of existence, and it is the most suitable to deal with the goal of ships. Many fighters raised their sabers and began to destroy the hull of the ship. I saw a blue light flashing on the long knife, and then the original solid hull was easily broken after the blue light flashed, like cutting heated butter with a knife. Whenever the high-frequency plasma saber hits the hull of a ship, a huge hole will be cut. The original solid steel looked so soft in front of the high-frequency plasma blade. The long knife swept across the hull quickly and soon left a long cut on the hull. A fighter squeezed the long knife in his hand strongly, and after facing the ship, the cabin inside the hull was exposed in front of him, and the entire hull of the ship was cut. Then he didn't let go of the target in front of him and continuously waved the long knife in his hand, making one hole after another in the hull. The poor search ship lost its original solid structure after a series of new strikes. As the hull made a creaking sound, the ship could no longer withstand such damage, and the entire hull began to slowly tilt and sink into the sea. Soon the joint team suffered huge losses, and many ships were attacked by dozens of Iron Man armors at the same time. It didn't take long for those ships to be unsupported, and the entire hull was dismembered by those people. The result of the current battle is all dependent on the effect of the high-frequency plasma warblade. Otherwise, facing countless ships larger than himself, those Iron Man armors would not be able to destroy opponents so efficiently. The high-frequency plasma blade is very sharp, and it doesn't take much effort to cut through these ships. Therefore, the fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade can use the least strength to achieve the greatest degree of destruction. The entire sea has now become the of the fleet, and ships continue to sink. Black smoke appeared on every ship, and the entire sky was enveloped by rising black smoke. Ship after ship was sunk, and the fighters of the Blood Eagle Battalion attacked their opponents efficiently in the air. Judging from their slashing towards the ship, they didn't mean to stop at all. The combined fleet, which was originally large in size, began to slowly collapse. Originally, some ships still wanted to escape, but the fighters of the Blood Group, how could they give them a chance to escape? The speed of Iron Man armor is much faster than that of ships. Those ships that were ready to escape were all overtaken by several Iron Man armors and were soon sunk on the way to escape. Zhang Dabiao, the commander of the Blood Brigade, looked at the battlefield in front of him with satisfaction. He did not join the fight, but commanded the fight in midair. The fight has now been divided into winners and losers, and their mission is very beautiful this time. Not only did he settle the opponent smoothly, but he didn't suffer any losses. In particular, Jiang Cheng, the target that needs to be protected in this mission, has been by his side and has not joined the fight. From beginning to end, he is very safe and has not received any threats at all. Zhang Dabiao thought about this and glanced at his side, wanting to discuss something with Jiang Cheng. But when he turned around, he saw that there was nothing around him, and Jiang Cheng, who had been by his side, didn't know where he went. Damn it. After discovering that Jiang Cheng was gone, Zhang Dabiao panicked immediately. If Jiang Cheng had any accident, this mission would fail even if it went smoothly. Zhang Dabiao immediately looked for Jiang Cheng in a panic, searching for Jiang Cheng's figure on the battlefield. Soon he was relieved, because he found Jiang Cheng's position on the battlefield. Jiang Cheng was killing him in the opponent's fleet now, and he didn't need to worry about it at all. Zhang Dabiao saw Jiang Cheng attacking a ship, and in coordination with the soldiers of the Blood Eagle Brigade around him, he solved the enemy in a few strokes. After discovering his goal, Zhang Debiao didn't want to stay on top of it and command. He acted immediately, driving the Iron Man armor and flew in the direction of Jiang Cheng. Although the situation is basically clear now, the opponent has also lost the ability to resist. It seems that Jiang Cheng will not encounter any threats. Now only need to continue to harvest opponents. You can completely complete this task. What follows is some work that beats down dogs, which is not difficult for them. But Zhang Debiao still couldn't rest assured Jiang Cheng he had to go there to protect him. After all, anything can happen during a fight, and as long as the fight has not completely ended, one cannot easily relax one's vigilance. When Zhang Debiao chased Jiang Cheng was fighting happily. Even when Jiang Cheng developed it himself, he never thought that the high-frequency plasma blade was so easy to use. When Jiang Cheng started slashing towards the ship with the high, annoying plasma warblade, he found that this kind of fighting made him completely unable to stop. Personally, using this self-developed weapon made Jiang Cheng feel extremely refreshed. The feeling of cutting a ship with a long knife, like cutting melons and vegetables, made Jiang Cheng deeply addicted. See if the huge ship in front of you has become fragmented under his own long knife. The refreshingness of this destruction is easily fascinating, and Jiang Cheng likes this feeling now. I saw Jiang Cheng maneuvering his Iron Man armor, constantly traveling on the battlefield. Whenever he approached an army, he would immediately launch an attack, and the Kyorduo ship would fold in a few dollars. After ending his goals, Jiang Cheng will soon move towards each goal. The long knife in Jiang Cheng's hand turned into a ray of light, and it was continuously chopped towards the ships. Those bacteria muscles that Jiang Cheng was staring at could not withstand Jiang Cheng's attack and would soon be sunk by him. As Jiang Cheng continued to be active on the sea, the number of combined ships was also rapidly decreasing. The fighters of the other Blood Eagle Brigade are all responsible for their own goals and will not continue to act after destroying the goal. Because the command is to be responsible for their opponents, each fighter must have ample opportunities to fight. Only Jiang Cheng is not under anyone's jurisdiction to fight like this. There have been several ships sunk by him so far. If he continues at his current speed, the fight will soon be over. Jiang Cheng himself was quick to kill, and those who joined the joint team suffered. After a while, only one ship remained on the sea, and that was the flagship of their fleet. This flagship is very sturdy, much stronger than other ships. After this period of attack, although it has been shaky, there are big cracks everywhere on the entire hull, and it seems that it will not work. But it was still floating on the sea, and it did not sink completely. It is no wonder that this ship was selected as the flagship. It is indeed the most advanced ship among these ships. Just this ability to endure beating is not ordinary. It is no wonder that the Cole family supports the advanced ships of the Fey Kingdom. But it's also time to be terminated now, because Jiang Cheng has already built it. Seeing that there were no other targets on the sea, Jiang Cheng flew towards the flagship. Jiang Cheng mentioned the fastest flight speed and rushed straight towards the flagship. Soon Jiang Cheng flew to the flagship, but he didn't mean to slow down at all. I saw Jiang Cheng rushing towards the hull like this, and he was about to hit the hull of the flagship. Jiang Cheng did not do this to seek death. He wanted to give this flagship a look. As long as he can make the long knife break through the hull in front, he can directly sever the ship in front of him. The Iron Man armor can also withstand such an impact without any damage at all. He was going to use the sharpness of the long knife to cross the entire hull of the ship and give the flag muscle a direct cross. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to hit the ship, he raised the long knife in his hand and put the long knife in front of him. He adjusted the armor's flight attitude, then tightly clenched the handle of the knife with both hands and hit the hull of the flagship at high speed. Stab tilde, Jiang Cheng's whole body turned into a ray of sword light, and he flashed quickly through the hull, just like that. After Jiang Cheng's sword light flashed, the flagship was cut off. After the flagship was attacked by Jiang Cheng, it finally couldn't bear it anymore and slowly sank into the sea. After Jiang Cheng completed the final attack, he just stopped in the air. He looked at the wreckage of the ships in front of him with a satisfied smile. This time, the Iron Man armor finally had a formal fight, and the result of the fight was better than expected. Throughout the entire fighting process, the opponent basically did not cause them any trouble. They have always been like Iron Man armor on their side, raging in the opponent's fleet, and they have no ability to resist at all. And they quickly ended the fight, and dozens of other ships simply couldn't stand their toss. The final result was that they completely wiped out the opposing fleet, but did not suffer any loss on their side. Except for a few armors that were rubbed to the bottom by the shells, which caused the coating of the armor shell to be scratched, there was no loss. This fight can be said to be a complete victory, a victory with 0 casualties for his side. Jiang Cheng asked Lucy to analyze the fighting process, and Lucy quickly calculated the result. The final data shows that the performance of the current Iron Man armor in the fight perfectly meets his expectations before the fight, and it can be regarded as reaching the requirements of his design at the time. This time, Jiang Cheng severely taught the guys who picked the Yan family. Let those guys on the coral beach never dare to have any thoughts about the Yan family's sea area. Now Jiang Cheng and the others have completed all the tasks, and the rest is the finishing touch. Jiang Cheng saw the expressions of the fighters in the brigade and knew that they were still unfulfilled in this fight. These elite fighters selected from all the bacteria teams still keep the excitement just now. It seems that they have not yet escaped from the fighting state, and their faces are still excited. Jiang Cheng knows the current state of these people very well, which is caused by not having fun in fighting. For these elite fighters, fighting has become their physical instinct. But this task was too simple for them, so they showed such a state of excitement. However, Jiang Cheng couldn't solve this matter. Who made the people of the combined fleet too can't help fighting. Jiang Cheng himself had never fought against Zhang, let alone other fighters. In less than an hour from the beginning to the end of that fight, dozens of ships of the combined fleet sank to the bottom of the sea. The difference in fighting power between the two sides is too big, and they are not opponents at all levels. The People's Congress of them rushed over all the way, but they solved the opponent in twos or twos. Today's task is almost like a meal abuse. It didn't cost them much effort at all. Although Zhang Kai is very cool, these Blood Eagle Brigade fighters still prefer evenly matched fights. That kind of fighting can make them feel the fun of fighting, and they don't want to be abusive. Although these fighters haven't played enough, they still controlled themselves very well. They are all the most elite fighters, so obeying orders has become his instinct. Since the current order is to clean the battlefield, they will faithfully execute this order. Now that the battle is over, cleaning the battlefield is their main job. The fighters of the Blood Eagle Battalion began to do some aftermath work, collecting some intelligence on the sea one by one. The wrecks of those ships are still floating on the sea, and these wrecks need to be searched in detail. They searched for ships, not for the technology on the ships. They wanted to make up for the deficiencies of Yan family ships from the wreckage of the ships. Although the Yan family's shipbuilding technology is not world-leading, it has been quite good in recent years. No technology can be borrowed from these ships, and the technology of these ships is a bit outdated. These outdated bacterial muscles have no meaning to the Yan family and are no different from scrap iron. Although these ships are not very advanced, it is of little value to the Yan family to obtain these wrecks. But their purpose is not the wreckage itself, but the information carried on the ship. These ships belonging to different guys are basically all of these guys' marine teams, so if there is a lot of information on these ships, there may be some confidential information. These intelligence and information are the key points, which are of great significance to the Yan family. If you can get some intelligence, the Yan family will be more sure about dealing with these guys in the southeast area. Although the Yan family can completely defeat them now, the fight just now illustrates this point very well. But no one would think that they have too much information, and the truth of knowing oneself and the enemy can be very clear. In this mission, when the bacteria side issued an order, he asked the fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade to get as much information as possible from the opponent after destroying the local ships. The fighters of the Blood Eagle Battalion will, of course, follow this order, so they are searching very seriously now. There is a small team of fighters in charge of the wreckage of each ship, and some useful information is carefully searched for in those wrecks. There are also some wrecks that have sunk into the water, and people have sneaked into the wreckage submerged under the water to search for them. Fortunately, the tightness of the Iron Man armor is very good, and it does not fear the pressure of the seabed. You can let them dive into the sea at will, into the bottom of the deep sea, into the wreckage that has sunk. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to enter the wreckage on the bottom of the sea. Maybe you have to salvage the remnants first before you can start collecting intelligence. Now with the Iron Man armor, everything is very simple, as long as they wear the armor and rush to the bottom of the sea. There was a fighter in front of Jiang Cheng who did just that. Jiang Cheng watched a fighter with his own eyes, first flew into the air, and then continuously accelerated in the air and rushed towards the sea. Then there was a huge splash on the surface of the sea, and the fighter rushed directly to the bottom of the sea with his own speed. Such a simple and violent diving method made Jiang Cheng feel a little painful. When Jiang Cheng made the Iron Man armor, he never thought that Jingren could still be used in this way. It seems that developing the Iron Man armor into a submersible is also a feasible solution. Maybe you can open up more functions of the Iron Man armor, which is a completely new idea. Jiang Chengfei was thinking by himself in midair. His thinking has begun to diverge. Just when Jiang Cheng was thinking wildly, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Boss, you scared me to death just now. If something happens to you, I will need it." Zhang Debiao had already arranged the work of his subordinates at this time, so he ran to Jiang Cheng's side. He has nothing to do now, and it is his duty to protect some Jiang Cheng. Why did Jiang Cheng slip away from him just now, making Zhang Debiao feel a little negligent? So now there is a chance that Zhang Debiao followed, just not wanting Jiang Cheng to disappear from his sight again. He was really taken aback when he discovered that Jiang Cheng had disappeared. He can't help Chu Jiang Cheng's importance, so he didn't want Jiang Cheng to have any surprises. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng just rushed up to fight alone, which made him a little relieved. But now Zhang Debiao will always follow Jiang Cheng closely and never let him run away from him again. Zhang Debiao was afraid that Jiang Cheng would run away from him again, so as soon as the fight was over, he arranged what he had at hand. Asking the fighters under him to clean the battlefield, he came over to guard Jiang Cheng's side. Zhang Debiao decided to do the job of protecting Jiang Cheng by himself, and he would follow Ruo Jiang Cheng until he returned. He doesn't worry about leaving this kind of thing to others, only he can follow Jiang Cheng himself. Looking at Zhang Debiao, who was following by him like a worm, Jiang Cheng reluctantly shook his head and said, "Well, isn't it just a casual activity? You are so nervous, and you won't encounter anything when dealing with these people. The danger is really just a warm-up." Hearing Jiang Cheng's so-called words, Zhang Debiao became even more helpless. "Boss, what do you mean by casual activity? You didn't know that you scared me to death just now. The task above was to protect you well, but you rushed to the front. When I saw you rushing towards the flagship just now, but I don't watch it anymore. Boss, don't always do this kind of heart-pounding things. Don't scare me if I am coward." After talking to Jiang Cheng for a while, Zhang Debiao seemed to have thought of a way to deal with Jiang Cheng. I saw Zhang Debiao showing a rogue appearance and said directly to Jiang Cheng, "The thing just now has passed, then I don't care, but you don't want to get rid of me from now on. From now on, I will follow wherever you go. You must not let you run away alone." After speaking, Zhang Debiao stood beside Jiang Cheng, and it seemed that he did not leave easily. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Debiao's current posture and knew that he couldn't use Zhang Debiao as a follower. Jiang Cheng had nothing to do with the matter of having a bodyguard by his side. He was able to participate in this mission this time because he made a guarantee in the base camp. At that time, the big brothers of Fungus Fang refused to let him follow, fearing that he would encounter any danger on the battlefield. If something happens to Jiang Cheng, those fungus recipes will not be able to bear it, so at the beginning, they all strongly opposed and resolutely refused to let Jiang Cheng and the people from Ryuxuying Brigade come over. However, under Jiang Cheng's entanglement, those big bacteria giants really couldn't control Jiang Cheng, and there was no way for him to follow Ruo. But those people are not without conditions for Jiang Cheng to participate in this mission. The condition is that Jiang Cheng must not do it himself. When Jiang Cheng was in the base camp before, he had promised with the bacteria recipe. He cannot take part in dangerous operations on the battlefield and can only observe this operation in a safe place. He can't drive the Iron Man armor against the enemy himself, nor can he run around on the battlefield. Moreover, there must be someone by his side to protect him, not to act on the battlefield without permission. These were all things Jiang Cheng had promised before he came. Otherwise, the top of those bacteria would not agree with him. In order to participate in this mission, Jiang Cheng promised many conditions. But after arriving on the battlefield, Jiang Cheng put aside all the things he had promised. The scene at that time really made Jiang Cheng's blood boil, and the warlike emotions all over his body were mobilized. In order to be able to have a good fight, Jiang Cheng forgot all the conditions he had promised. As a result, Jiang Cheng not only participated in the fight personally, but was also the most active one on the battlefield. After the final calculation of the results, Jiang Cheng alone sank the most ships, ranking first among all fighters. In this way, Jiang Cheng violated the previous agreement and failed to abide by the promised conditions. Jiang Cheng now knew that he was at a loss, so there was nothing to do with Zhang Dabiao's rogue behavior. He violated the agreement first when he went to bed, and now he can't say anything. Since there is an extra follower around, it is inconvenient to do anything. Jiang Cheng was ready to stay here and forget it, not going to wander around. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted to look at the wrecks and see what remained on them. I can't watch it properly now, so I might as well just stay where I was. After Jiang Cheng decided not to continue the action, he glanced at Zhang Dabiao, who was next to him. Okay, you don't have to stare at me so nervously now. I promise you don't run around. You don't want to make this look. I feel numb when I see it. Seeing Zhang Dabiao's grudge appearance, Jiang Cheng couldn't help talking to him. He knew that if he didn't promise Zhang Dabiao, this guy would definitely continue to follow him. Since he doesn't plan to do anything anymore, it's better to let Zhang Dabiao rest assured. Anyway, now the mission has come to an end. It's all about finishing touches. After they are done, they can return. Jiang Cheng promised Zhang Dabiao would be fine. After this, there is nothing worth Jiang Cheng to do. It's better to stay honestly and make Zhang Dabiao's work easier. After hearing Jiang Cheng's assurance, Zhang Dabiao was still not at ease. This is what you said yourself. Don't turn your head like the guarantee in the base camp and forget it. I heard all your guarantee in the base camp at that time, but it was not in vain afterwards. Zhang Dabiao was scared by Jiang Cheng. So Japanese letter is not very helpful to Jiang Cheng to okay, if you don't run around, you won't run around. How can you get a mother-in-law with a woman? My head hurts a bit when I read it. Jiang Cheng said impatiently. I'm not worried about your safety. Important people naturally need to be protected. Zhang Dabiao smiled happily. Just as the two of them were talking, Jiang Cheng heard Lucy's voice in the helmet. Master, there are a large number of ships approaching nearby, but they didn't approach. They just watched from a distance. There is also a scanning instrument on the Iron Man armor, which can detect nearby situations. Jiang Cheng had always asked Lucy to scan the nearby waters, and told her to report to him immediately if she had a situation, just because she was worried about the appearance of other enemies. The warning given by Lucy made Jiang Cheng immediately vigilant. The ships that appeared near them at this time must have no good intentions. Jiang Cheng felt that the opponent must be hostile to the fleet that suddenly approached them. This sea area is a coral sea belonging to the Yan family's ocean, and others will not come here if they have nothing to do. In addition, the relationship between the Yan family and those guys has reached an extreme point of tension recently. In the eyes of others, there is the possibility of conflict between the Yan family and the guys in the southeast region at any time. Now other guys' ships don't dare to come here casually, just because they are afraid of being affected by the conflict between them. At this very sensitive time, the boats of other guys wished to be far away from this sea area, but they would never come over. So the fleet that suddenly appeared was very suspicious, and it was definitely an enemy or not a friend. After receiving Lucy's warning, Jiang Cheng immediately reminded Zhang Dabiao, "Attention, there are a large number of ships in the nearby waters. It seems that they should be coming towards us, so that everyone should be vigilant and guarded to prevent sudden attacks by the other side. After Jiang Cheng reminded Zhang Debiao, he also made some preparations. The muscles on his body became tight in an instant, and his spirit began to become focused and concentrated from the state of just relaxing. This was Jiang Cheng's preparation before the fight, which made his body start to get excited, so as to reach a state where he could fight at any time. Jiang Cheng still pays more attention to the fighting that may occur later. As long as it is a fight, Jiang Cheng will not relax his vigilance. In the end, he may encounter dangerous situations. The enemy who dares to come over now is definitely not a small character. When the Yan family was in conflict with those guys, the decision of the ship that dared to approach was not easy. At the very least, the fleet that came over this time was definitely better than the ships they had dealt with just now, or else they wouldn't dare to come over at this time. After hearing Jiang Cheng's warning, Zhang Debiao also put away his joking expression. The captain of the Blood Eagle Brigade immediately became serious, and he didn't feel the kind of grieving women just now. Everyone immediately finished searching, and an unknown target was approaching nearby, and everyone immediately put down what they were holding and came to gather. Repeat it again. Everyone immediately returned to the team to gather and prepare for the first level of fighting. In normal times, Zhang Debiao is a casual person. He likes to joke with Jiang Cheng when he is fine. But once he enters the state of work, Zhang Debiao will immediately become serious. Especially when it comes to fighting, Zhang Debiao has always taken it very seriously. Zhang Debiao gave instructions to the people under him to gather together, just for possible conflicts that might occur next. After giving the order, Zhang Debiao asked Jiang Cheng again, "Do you know the origin of those ships? Do you know the number of the other party and the types of ships?" Jiang Cheng didn't know the identity of these fleets either. Lucy just told him that there were a large number of ships approaching. So Jiang Cheng could only reply to Zhang Debiao, "The detailed information of the ships approaching us is not clear. Now we only know the number of them, and other information is not clear." Lucy didn't tell Jiang Cheng about the identities of those ships and the types of ships. Lucy's intelligence was so inaccurate not because Lucy wasn't careful enough, but because it was restricted by the scanning device. The scanning device attached to the Iron Man armor could not take up too much space. There are too many things on the armor. If the scanning device is too big, there will be no place to install it. Since the space is limited and cannot be too large, the performance cannot be guaranteed. The scanning device Jiang Cheng mounted on Iron Man's armor was not a very high-end scanning device. It's just a tiny detection instrument that can roughly detect the surrounding environment. So Lucy can only use this detection instrument to find those close ships. However, the condition of those ship bodies cannot be detected. Although mysterious ships appeared nearby, Jiang Cheng only raised some police officers. Regarding the safety of these people, Jiang Cheng would not worry at all. With their thousands of Iron Man armors here, no matter what the identity of the person who came over, Jiang Cheng has no reason to be afraid of anything. The Blood Eagle Brigade around Jiang Cheng is sufficient to face any challenge. No matter how strong these people are, the Blood Eagle Brigade fighters can easily deal with it. Jiang Cheng is still very confident about this. The source of his confidence is their powerful strength. The crushing fight just now proved their strength, and it was only part of their strength. Jiang Cheng has the confidence to fight back all evil enemies, no matter how powerful they are. Soon the fighters of the Blood Eagle Brigade gathered together and spread out in the air to form a fighting formation. These fighters are worthy of being truly elite, knowing that they have arranged their formation without giving orders. I consciously formed the most suitable formation for fighting. I didn't encounter any sudden panic at all, and naturally made the most correct choice. After seeing that the fighters around him had gathered, Jiang Cheng issued the order by radio. Everyone went over to see, who ran to our guy's ocean this time. Everyone will be careful for a while. This time the opponent is probably more difficult than the previous one. After speaking, Jiang Cheng rushed to launch the thruster and flew in the direction of those who entered. Jiang Cheng forgot the guarantee he had just given to Zhang Debiao and flew directly to the opposite side. Zhang Dabiao saw that Jiang Cheng had no choice but to quickly chase after him with someone. He didn't dare to let Jiang Cheng go by himself, so he could only protect Jiang Cheng as if he was scalping. Pedestrians flew very fast, and in a while they flew to the edge of the battle area, where the ship stayed. They stopped here all the time, and didn't mean to approach Jiang Cheng and the others. As the distance slowly approached, Jiang Cheng finally saw the opponent's face clearly. What appeared in Jiang Cheng's eyes was a huge fleet, which was composed of many different ships. In the center of the fleet, 2 ships are very conspicuous. They are 2 huge ships. When Jiang Cheng and the others approached each other, the mysterious intruders finally revealed their true faces. The iconic deck of the big ship is so easy to recognize. Jiang Cheng recognized the identity of the opponent at a glance. This fleet is composed of 2 large ships, and the 2 most important ships are heavily protected in the middle. There are many ships surrounding the big ships, all of which exist to protect the big ships. They are responsible for different responsibilities. Just to protect the safety of large ships, some ships are dedicated to air defense ships, with a large number of air defense guns and deflated missiles installed on them. If a plane approaches them, it will be destroyed by the venting force above. Others are missile destroyers with long-range attacks, which are equipped with long-range attack missiles that can deal with long-range enemies. There are also ships designed to deal with submarines, equipped with advanced sonar detectors that can detect enemies hidden under the water. This anti-submarine ship is also equipped with a large number of depth charges, which are specifically designed to attack those submarines. Of course, the most important thing is the big ship in the middle, which is the ultimate fighting weapon. It is equipped with a large number of fighting machines, which can strike various targets. It is because of the existence of large ships that those fighting machines can exert their strongest fighting power. The large ship on the sea is a fungus base camp, which can be matched very well, and this fungus base camp can still be moved, which greatly improves the range of coverage that large ships can cover. It is precisely because of the powerful combat power and mobility of the large ship formation that Japanese letter will make the large ship the most powerful weapon. This powerful mobile fortress can provide a very powerful deterrent for their fellows. No one dares to offend a guy who owns a big ship easily because of the terrifying combat capability of the big ship. However, this strength is just that before the Iron Man armor appeared, it should not be the strongest now. After the Yan family installed a large number of Iron Man armors, the title of the strongest combat weapon on the planet should be changed. The most deterrent combat weapon in the future should become humanoid armor. Humanoid armor is more flexible than large ships, although it is not as destructive as large ships. But if the upper 2 sides fight, the large ship formation simply cannot deal with the humanoid armor. Just like the fight that just happened, traditional weapons can't deal with Iron Man armor. When faced with the Iron Man armor, the large ship formation may be better than the combined fleet just now. By Jing, this is the most advanced fleet. Compared to the backward fleets of the guys in the southeast, it is still much stronger in strength. But it was just a little better than the combined fleet. If you really met Jiang Cheng and the others, there would be no change in the result. At most, it just made the fighters of the Blood Eagle Battalion spend more time, and the big ship formation would eventually sink as a result. But it was only able to resist a little bit. After seeing the 2 large ships, Jiang Cheng showed a clear expression. It turned out to be a fleet composed of 2 large ships. No wonder it dared to approach this sea area. With such a powerful force, it is no wonder that he has the confidence to enter this sea of war. Of course, the people on these large ships are not afraid of being affected by the fighting, because they have strong strength and can guarantee their own safety. Needless to say, this fleet of 2 large ships belonged to the Cole family. Jiang Cheng recognized the ship's serial number as soon as he saw it. The large ships of the Mei family were still very famous, and it didn't take much effort to recognize them. Moreover, you can guess who these bacteria muscles belong to. There are only a few guys with big ships. The big ships of other guys are not so powerful. Only 2 guys can have such a big ship formation. One is the Mei family, the strongest fungus in the world, and the other is Xingguo, who has been fighting against the May family for a long time. The Bear Country's fleet can be eliminated first, and they won't be able to run here without problems. Then there is only one May family left, and only they have a reason to come here. Of course, the Cole family's fleet is here to gather information, although they are not prepared to do it themselves this time. But they let the guys in the southeastern region do things with the Yan family, just to test the Yan family's strength and create some trouble for the Yan family casually. Now that the Yan clan has been completely hands-on, and of course they will not be idle. This is a good opportunity to observe the Yan clan. That's why they approached this sea area in order to figure out the current strength of the Yan family. In fact, they had been in the nearby waters since a long time ago, and they only leaned in after the fight started. They also didn't expect to fight so fast. They just got close to the fight. Just when Jiang Cheng and the others flew over, an ocean team from the May family descended and sat in the headquarters. He was really shocked now, watching the situation reported to him by his subordinates. He was holding some photos in his hand, all of which were just taken by them. The Cole family's remote detection methods are very advanced. The photos taken in the distance are very clear, and the situation on the photos can be seen clearly. Above the photos are some scenes of the Blood Eagle Brigade fighting, and the scene of the combined fleet being ravaged. Just after seeing those photos, the ocean team has been in a state of surprise as they descended. His mouth has not been closed, and his expression has been frozen. It looks like he has been frozen. The reason why the ocean team descended so surprised was that they were all shocked by the photos in his hand. There is nothing scary about the photo itself. What really shocked him was the content of the photo. In these photos, the ocean team descended and saw that those Iron Man armors were crushing their opponents. The Iron Man armor on the photo is really easy to deal with the enemy. The huge number of ships of the combined fleet seemed vulnerable to the Iron Man armor. The Cole clan's ocean team went up and down just because of the fighting power of Iron Man's armor, which was frightened like this. Iron Man armor, this Marine team still knows even the intelligence about this fighting weapon, and he knows far more than the staff officer. After all, he is the Marine team of the May family descending, and relevant information will not be kept secret from him. The staff only heard some stories, and of course it was not as good as the Cole clan's fighting officials who knew Iron Man armor. Although the Marine team of the Cole family descended to know the intelligence of Iron Man's armor, he was still frightened by the information in the photo. Because in his impression of the humanoid armor of the Yan family, although the fighting force is strong, it has a limit. The situation shown in the photo completely overwhelmed his perception. Judging from the situation at the scene, the Iron Man armor of the Yan family is simply a slap on the entire combined fleet. In front of the humanoid armor of the Yan family, the ships of the joint fleet are all furnishings, and they cannot withstand the attack of the opponent at all. In particular, I saw those originally powerful ships, just like toy ships in Iron Man's armor. They were cut to pieces in a few strokes and sank to the bottom of the sea. The ocean team descended and was stunned by the fighting power of Iron Man's armor, so it showed such a surprised expression. The powerful fighting power of Iron Man's armor made him simply unacceptable. Those ships were not even qualified to fight Iron Man armor, and they did not pose any threat at all. The final result also proved this point. Those who joined the current team did not hurt the opponent at all. The humanoid armored unit of the Yan family has not suffered any damage from beginning to end. The result of this fight was the Yan family's victory, and even achieved 0 casualties. The humanoid armored troops of the Yan family directly crushed their opponents with their powerful strength. The fighting between the two sides is like a fight between an adult and a child, even larger than this gap. They originally came this time to test the strength of the Yan family, but the strength that the Yan family showed far exceeded the imagination of the May family. Originally, the Cole family provoked the guys in the southeast region and asked them to gather their ocean teams to the Coral Sea. In the May family, even if they can't beat the Yan family, they will at least create some hemp for the Yan family. Maybe it could cause some losses to the Yan family, and that result would be even more perfect. But the Yan family solved their opponents perfectly, so that the Ocean team didn't know what to say. The conspiracy they launched against the Yan family this time can be said to have completely failed. I thought it would create some trouble for the Yan family and make it impossible for the Yan family to develop at ease. The result was the current result, and the combined fleet in the southeastern region was instantly destroyed. Although they have tested the strength of the Yan family, such strength has exceeded the fan country they can accept. The Ocean team of the Mei family was already scared in his heart. He was scared because of the strength of the Yan family. He was afraid that the Yan family would use those Iron Man troops to deal with the Bacteria team on the Cole family. In the eyes of such a powerful humanoid armor, the Cole family simply couldn't find a way to deal with it. As far as the large ship formation he currently commands, this is already the most powerful thing in the Mei family. But even if they fight with the ships of the joint Bacteria, I am afraid they will have to pay some price before they can finally defeat the other side. In the heart of the Ocean team of the Mei family, the goal that he was not easy to deal with was easily solved by the Yan family. Especially seeing the relaxed look when the opponent is fighting, the opponent hasn't done his best to fight. This shows that if the fleet on your side fights with that humanoid armored unit, there is probably only one way to fail. Guardian, those humanoid armored units have disappeared. We just detected the battlefield again just now, but we couldn't see any target, and a sound awakened the Ocean team up and down, making him finally relieved. But after hearing the news, he became even more afraid. The other party suddenly disappeared, and it was obvious that they had found them, so it was troublesome to come over and find them. Their current location is Fan Guo in the Coral Sea, and the Yan family is qualified to come and trouble them. And facing the terrifying humanoid armor, this fighting officer didn't have much confidence. While he was still worried, suddenly a voice appeared around the fleet. The team below, leave this sea city right away. This is the Ocean belonging to the Yan family. If you don't leave, we will use violent means to expel you for 5 minutes. We will attack as soon as the time is up. This sound was made by Jiang Cheng. He issued a warning to the formation of large ships just like before. Even the time is the same 5 minutes. If the opponent does not leave, he will attack. Originally, Jiang Cheng had planned to do it directly, but Zhang Dabiao stopped him. These big ships, Bai Jing, belong to the Mei family, and it is not time to go to war with the Mei family. Although they can deal with the fungal power of the Mei family, the weapons in the hands of the Mei family are not easy to deal with. If the Mei family gets anxious, maybe they will use Dutch weapons. Of course, the Yan family did not want to face the attack of the Dutch weapon, so it was not time to go to war with the Mei family. Of course, Zhang Dabiao knew the above thoughts very well, so he stopped Jiang Cheng firmly and prevented him from directly attacking. There was no way that Jiang Cheng issued a warning and asked these large ships of the Mei family to leave the Coral Sea quickly. But if the opponent doesn't leave, even Zhang Dabiao will launch an attack, because here is still the Yan family's ocean, and the Yan family's territory is not to be violated. After hearing Jiang Cheng's warning, Ocean team immediately woke up and descended. He knew that those terrifying humanoid armors had now arrived in their Zhu kingdom. As long as they do not leave immediately, they will be attacked by the other side. The Ocean team of the Mei family went up and down, weighing the strength of the two sides in his heart. The decision to withdraw was made immediately. He was not someone who could not see the situation clearly. After knowing the strength of the opponent, he chose to leave wisely. Soon the large ship formation began to evacuate, and Jiang Cheng had no reason to do it. The two powerful ships of the Mei family were just scared away by Jiang Cheng. Under the command of that Ocean team up and down, the large ship formation of the Cole family directly accelerated away from the Coral Sea. The speed was almost as if Jiang Cheng and the others would catch up, and they would soon run out of sight. They ran all the way to Fan Guo on the high seas before they slowly started to slow down. Damn, this is too courageous, right? I just ran away. After seeing the Mei family's big ship escaping, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but curse the Huomai family fleet. Seeing the back of the Mei family fleet leaving, Jiang Cheng was actually a little unwilling in his heart. There was such a good opportunity to wipe out the strength of the Mei family, but in the end he couldn't do it directly. Originally, Jiang Cheng thought that the other party would not leave easily. Maybe he was going to stay and fight them. In the end, Jiang Cheng didn't expect the other party to be so witty. After hearing his warning, he immediately set off and left without any intention of staying. Jiang Cheng hadn't fought in the fight just now. Originally, he thought that if the opponent resisted, then he could use the Cole family's big ship. Jiang Cheng felt excited when he thought about the killing of 2 large ships. Besides, this is the ocean of the Yan family. The Cole family's team has invaded the Yan family's chassis. If Jiang Cheng kills all these scolding teams here, the Mei family won't let go. If these 2 large ships were lost, even the strength of the Mei family would feel distressed. There are not a few large ships of the Cole family, and if these 2 are missing, the strength will be much reduced. It's a pity that the other party is too wise and won't give Jiang Cheng a chance at all. After hearing the warning, he left without looking back, making Jiang Cheng want to make a move and didn't borrow it. The decisive choice of the ocean team to leave was indeed a very wise decision. If they didn't respond when the time came, Jiang Cheng would definitely attack them. At that time, it would be too late to escape, and the speed of Iron Man's armor would not give them a chance to escape. At that time, he would definitely catch up with them and then sink them, just like Jiang Cheng did with the joint fleet. The decision of the ocean team of the Mei family to descend can be said to have saved the entire fleet and his own life. Forget the boss, people are so witty and left, we don't have to say anything. Now is not a good time to deal with the Mei family. There will always be a chance to kill them in the future. If we really fight with each other today, it would be a nuisance to fight with the Mei family. Anyway, as long as we continue to increase our strength, one day we can easily defeat them. When he saw Jiang Cheng's pity, he ran up and calmed him down. Don't look at Zhang Dabiao's appearance, but the key issues are still very awkward. Now it is not the time to deal with the Mei family. It is not a wise choice to conflict with the Mei family's marine team here. At present, the Yan family's strength is improving rapidly every day, and the opponent's speed is definitely not better than the Yan family. So even if the Yan family does nothing here, it will surpass the Cole family's strength in a few years. At that time, it was a good time to take action against the Mei family. For now, temporary patience is necessary. Just now, Zhang Dabiao was afraid of Jiang Cheng's reckless shot, which made him look a little ugly. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng endured in the end and let the opponent's big ship leave. Hey, I didn't expect the opposing commander to be so smart, knowing that he couldn't beat us, so he immediately chose to evacuate. The choice was too decisive, and he didn't hesitate at all. Jiang Cheng said helplessly. After Zhang Dabiao heard Jiang Cheng's comments on the commander of the Mei family, he then talked about this issue. The commander of the Cole family's large ship formation must have some skills. At least he has a good vision. He can understand the power gap between our 2 sides, so he won't give us a chance to take action. He just took Yuan away. This commander is definitely much stronger than the commander of the Jade Kingdom. He is indeed a guy who has dominated the world for many years. From the quality of the commander alone, he is not a little bit stronger. There was a trace of fear on Zhang Dabiao's face, and the other party's decisive choice made him evaluate the Mei family much higher. That commander's quality is not simple. He can analyze all the situations in a flash, and then make the most correct choice. If the commander of the Mei family bacteria team has this ability, then the strength of the Mei family is much higher than he thought. Jiang Cheng also agrees with this point very much, agreeing to say, that is the commander of the ocean team of the Mei family, and he must be much stronger than that of the Jade Kingdom. Otherwise, the position of the boss of the Mei family for so many years would have been taken away by others. From today's point of view, it is really not so easy to defeat the Mei family completely. It seems that the Yan family cannot relax the slightest and must be alert to the Mei family's counterattack. Jiang Cheng knew very well that, although he could shorten the gap between the Yan family and the Mei family, some things could not be caught up in a short time. What the Yan family needs most is time for development. Jiang Cheng believes that the contrast of strength will be reversed in a few years. Well, since the other party has escaped, it's useless for us to be dumbfounded here. Let's go back and proceed with the mission. Let's go back after the search. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he took the fighters of the Blood Ying Brigade and returned to the place where they had just fought with the net to continue their unfinished mission. After a period of searching, all the wreckage of the combined fleet was searched. They found a lot of information from those wrecks, and all the guys have information. Especially on the flagship ship, a native soldier found the Jade country's bacterial codebook among the wreckage. This thing can be regarded as a big gain. In the future, facing the intelligence of the Fey country, the Yan family can easily crack the intelligence through the codebook. This is a good harvest for the Yan family, and some other information is also very valuable. It depends on how the Yan family's intelligence agency used it after returning. Just after the search missions are all over, their missions are even completed successfully. Having been busy for so long today, it's time to go back. Everyone, let's go home. Now that the task was completed, Jiang Cheng took the others back. Generally speaking, the task was completed perfectly, and there was nowhere else to pick it. They fiercely defeated the provoking enemy and caused all the ships of the combined fleet to sink to the bottom of the Coral Sea. By the way, it scared away the Cole family's large ship formation, allowing the Yan family's Iron Man armored unit to show its face in the world. After this conflict, Jiang Cheng believed that Zhu Guo's guys would not dare to provoke the Yan family. With the sinking of the United Muscle team lying there, the surrounding guys must think about whether they can deal with the Yan family's humanoid armor before they provoke the Yan family. Before they were able to fight the humanoid armor of the Yan family, the guys around the Yan family would definitely have to rest for a while. This time, they drove the Iron Man armor and completed a perfect fight with 0 damage. It showed the fighting power of this kind of humanoid armor in front of the world, and everyone saw the terribleness of this fighting weapon. When other guys understand this fight, they will spend a lot of energy to develop their own humanoid armor. All the guys in the world will understand that humanoid armor is the protagonist of future fights. Without this new type of fighting weapon, there would be no capital to fight the enemy at all. So after this incident, the research and development of humanoid armor will definitely enter a boom. The R&D power invested by the world will increase to an incredible level. No guy is willing to fall behind in this area, and they will definitely work desperately on this technology. Especially the Cole family, who didn't scare away this time, don't know how many $1 billion will be added to the investment, just to stop lagging behind the Yan family in this respect. But Jiang Cheng was not worried at all about the investment of those guys. Humanoid armor-related technologies cannot be developed casually. No matter how huge the investment of those guys is, they will be in vain without many years. By the time other guys have developed humanoid armor, Iron Man armor may have developed a second generation. When the time comes, the Yan family's humanoid armor will be stronger, and it will still have a leading advantage compared to other guys. Jiang Cheng was confident that he could always maintain the leading position of the Yan family and would not let the guys behind easily catch up. The mission this time is not just about training the guys on the Coral Sea. At the very least, the Mei family will definitely change its strategy in the future and will no longer dare to act rashly against the Yan family. For the whole world situation may cause changes and may affect countless guys. But these things are not something Jiang Cheng needs to consider now. All they need to do now is to return to base camp and report on this task. After a period of flying, Jiang Cheng and the others returned to the base camp where they started. This base camp can be regarded as the permanent base camp of the humanoid armored forces, and it was built specifically to cooperate with the Iron Man armor. There are a lot of personnel and equipment in the base camp to maintain and repair the humanoid armor and provide logistical support for the humanoid armor. The humanoid armor stationed here in the future will be responsible for the mission in the south, guarding the entire southern land for the Yan family. There are several base camps like this, located in different directions of the Yan family, but the Iron Man armor is still in production, and the inside is still empty. After all the Iron Man armors are in place, a protective net can be formed, which can radiate to all of the Yan family. After returning to the base camp, Zhang Debiao was busy reporting tasks. Jiang Cheng would never take care of such things. If Jiang Cheng himself had nothing to do in the base camp, he went back to Los Angeles alone. Jiang Cheng didn't want to intervene too much in the matter of the humanoid armored forces. The people in the bacteria side would worry about these things. Jiang Cheng only needs to take care of his research, and other things will naturally be handled by professional people. After returning to Luoyu, Jiang Cheng went directly to rest, and after a tiring day today, he can finally relax. Jiang Cheng has started to sleep a lot, but many people may not be able to sleep today. The news that the combined fleet has been completely wiped out will surely make it difficult for many people to sleep. Especially the guys who were hostile to the Yan family after discovering that the Yan family had such a powerful weapon. Those guys may not be able to sleep well in the future, and those powerful humanoid armors will become their inevitable dream monsters. Now the ocean team of the Cole family is going up and down and is meeting Trump through video report, the detailed information he found on this mission. What are you talking about? Dozens of ships in the United Fleet, all of which are owned by the Yan family, has the humanoid armor sunk. As soon as Trump heard the news, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Originally, the head of the Cole family, when he arranged those guys to provoke the Yan family, he knew that those guys could not beat the Yan family. However, he thought that even if he couldn't fight, he could at least be entangled with the Yan family for a while. Trump did not expect that the combined fleet would be completely destroyed, which was beyond his expectation. Yes, Master Punch, the combined fleet was sunk in a short time, and there was no loss at all on the Yan family. This conflict was a one-sided fight. The Yan family dispatched a humanoid armored force. The humanoid armor is stronger than we expected, and it is beyond the limit we can imagine. These photos were taken on the spot. You can always see the ocean team descending and descending. Trump confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence and then sent him the photos they took. After seeing the photos taken at the scene, Trump's face became even more ugly. Trump can see from the photo that it's not an exaggeration to say that the ocean team descends. The combat power of those humanoid armors is really strong. Even their large ships can't deal with it. After being warned by the other party, they can only run away desperately. Trump looked at the pictures taken from the scene. The expression on his face grew more dignified. The reason why this news spread so quickly is also because the Yan family can spread it. The Yan family didn't do any confidential work for this fight, so the information spread in an instant. This time, the Yan family deliberately wanted to let other guys know what kind of power the Yan family now possesses. Only in this way can it deter those bad-intentioned guys and allow the Yan family to have enough time to develop. Every boss who saw relevant information was frightened by the terrifying power of the armor. After knowing that the Yan family possesses such a powerful force, no one's boss can sleep at ease. Everyone was worried about whether the Yan family would take action against them, and no one faced that terrible worry. This night is destined to be a long night and a sleepless night. The Iron Man armor appeared on the world stage for the first time, and it created an incomparable deterrent and made everyone feel scared of it. The combat weapon of human armor appeared in front of people for the first time. It appeared in an invincible posture and instantly changed the mode of fighting. Everyone realizes that the future fight has changed, just the moment the armor appeared. The future must be a confrontation between humanoid armors to determine the outcome of a fight. Soon all the guys spent a lot of effort and began to study humanoid armor. Countless outstanding scientists have begun to study related technologies, and countless funds have been invested in research. Since then, a new round of equipment competition has been launched, and now it is up to who can own this weapon first. But the Yan family is now watching a good show. Who makes the Yan family already have Iron Man armor. Now it only needs to see if others laboriously research it. Just when the local situation changed a lot because of the Iron Man armor, Jiang Cheng did not pay attention to the changes in the external situation, but stayed in the laboratory to carry out his own research projects. Those things from the outside world could not affect Jiang Cheng at all, because he was already immersed in his own research. Jiang Cheng is currently conducting research related to electric power in order to vigorously promote electric power. He finally worked out the controllable load changes, and of course he has to work hard in related fields. Now that we have this almost unlimited energy, we must let it have a wider range of use. Jiang Cheng's goal is to allow electricity to replace some traditional energy sources so that electricity can be used in more places and in new areas. Some time ago, Jiang Cheng had just promoted the Lotus variety pile, and the Yan family was working hard to build it. It won't be long before the first batch of generators can start generating electricity, and the Yan family will be able to completely eliminate thermal power plants. After the completion of the first batch of reactors, there are many subsequent construction plans. There are still many generators to be built in the plan. Jiang Cheng's plan will eventually cancel other types of power stations, leaving only the change generator. Let change happen to become the only type of power station in the Yan family, and then increase the total power generation so that everyone can enjoy sufficient energy now that the occurrence of the reactor has become normal. Jiang Cheng only needs to wait for the reactor to build slowly. But it is not enough to build a large number of generator reactors. The electricity generated by generator reactors must be used for more purposes. The change generation pile is a near-infinite energy source, and it is too wasteful if it is not used as much as possible. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's plan for the first pass has not been completed. This plan must be matched with other products, and electric energy must be used to replace other energy sources as much as possible. Jiang Cheng plans to develop some new products, all of which are driven by electricity. Only in this way can the effect of the heap of changes be brought into play, so that the Yan family can enter into rapid development. First of all, Jiang Cheng is ready to let electric energy replace oil, this very traditional energy source. Mankind has a long history of harvesting oil, and oil has always been regarded as the main energy source by mankind. Oil has become black gold again, and this energy has now penetrated into all aspects of mankind. Whether it is a car or an airplane, all kinds of transportation require petroleum as an energy source to drive them. If there is no such thing as oil, countless machines will not be able to run human civilization at least several decades. Jiang Cheng is unwilling that things like oil affect the development of mankind, and relying too much on this kind of energy is not enough. The oil resources on the ground are limited now. Once humans have exhausted all the oil, all the means of transportation will be unusable. This is not a sensational prophecy. This is already a problem before mankind. The current oil is estimated to be available for human use for 50 years. It seems that there is no problem now, but what should humans do in 50 years? Human beings have also had many fights because of the oil problem, and these fights are for the wonder of this limited resource. In the future, if there is less and less oil, the conflicts over oil will get bigger and bigger, and it is not impossible to trigger a big fight in the end. Of course, Jiang Cheng considered this problem, so he wanted electricity to replace oil. If all vehicles are driven by electricity, the problem of oil depletion will be solved. Moreover, this matter is also very beneficial to the Yan family, and it is a stable transaction. Now that the Yan family has something like the change generator, the electric energy is almost unlimited. If you don't make good use of this, then your brain is sick. Jiang Cheng has recently been busy solving the problem of replacing petroleum with electricity, so he has been staying in the laboratory. In fact, this question is very simple to answer, because this problem has long been figured out to solve it. The substitution of electricity for oil is a question that has been raised very early and has been studied for a long time. The use of electric energy to drive vehicles has actually been realized. There are already some electric cars on the market. Such cars are powered by electricity and can run without gasoline. There are also battery cars that are very mature and have been widely promoted in the Yan family. The battery cars on the streets are now electric motorcycles, and battery cars can run on the road without gasoline. It seems that this problem does not need Jiang Cheng to study, and it has been solved now. In fact, this problem is still disturbing mankind and has not solved the problem fundamentally. It seems that there are many electric cars now, and battery cars are everywhere. But electric-powered vehicles cannot replace traditional vehicles. Electric cars are not used by many people at all, and some other vehicles are not powered by electricity. You must know that there are many types of transportation, and there are ships, airplanes, and trains besides cars. None of these things can be driven by electricity, and they all rely on oil to operate. Now things like cars are still immature, let alone other types of transportation. Only small things like battery cars can be considered more mature, but they cannot solve the oil problem. Human beings are still inseparable from oil, and human society cannot function at all without it. At present, the Yan family imports hundreds of millions of tons of oil every year. This number sounds scary enough. This is not even the Yan family's own oil field, which can produce a lot of oil. The Yan family alone consumes countless oil every year, let alone other guys. To completely get rid of the restriction of oil on mankind, start with many aspects. First of all, Jiangcheng has to solve the problem of cars, which is the most used means of transportation by ordinary people. There are many problems with electric vehicles in the world, so they are not accepted by people. The first is the battery life of electric vehicles. Current electric vehicles cannot run too far even with a full charge. Compared with a traditional car filled with gas, an electric car is a short-legged thing. How can this kind of thing that can't run far be accepted? Naturally, it cannot be popularized. Another problem is that the charging time of electric vehicles is too long, which is also very difficult. It only takes a few minutes for an ordinary car to refuel before it can continue driving. However, it takes several hours to charge an electric car, which is too inconvenient to use. These two problems are currently the most serious problems that plague electric vehicles. If there is no solution, electric vehicles cannot completely replace gasoline vehicles. In fact, these two problems are one problem for Jiangcheng, as long as the battery problem can be solved. The endurance of electric vehicles is not good, just because the current batteries cannot store too much electrical energy. If the storage capacity of the battery for electric energy can be increased, this problem will be completely solved. The greater the storage capacity of the battery, the longer distance the electric vehicle can travel. Too long charging time is also a problem of battery technology. As long as you have a battery that can charge quickly, you can solve this problem. As long as someone can invent a new type of battery that has a large storage capacity and can also be quickly charged, all the problems since then are solved. What Jiangcheng is studying now is a new type of battery, which uses a brand new technology, which is very different from the previous batteries. Now that the experiment has come to an end, Jiangcheng is doing the final test work. Lucy, help me record the discharge data of the battery, as well as various indicators when the battery is charging. A rectangular box was placed in front of Jiangcheng, and this box was a new battery developed by Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is doing some tests on the battery, and the battery is constantly burning. This kind of battery was named K38 battery by Jiangcheng. This kind of battery uses a lot of brand new materials, and the storage technology is also a new type of technology. For previous batteries, this K38 battery is very advanced. First of all, the K38 battery can store more than 10 times the power of a normal battery, and the charging speed is even faster. According to the results of Jiangcheng's test, it takes 10 minutes to fully charge the battery. The emergence of K38 battery can be said to have completely changed the future of electric vehicles, making electric vehicles a better vehicle than traditional ones. An electric car equipped with a K38 battery can travel for dry kilometers with a full charge, which is farther than the distance that the car can travel when it is full. And the battery can be fully charged in 5 minutes, which is not much slower than the time to refuel. As long as the K38 battery is installed on an electric car, the myth that it can travel for 5 minutes on a dry kilometer can be realized. I believe that if this kind of electric car is to appear, traditional cars will inevitably be eliminated, and Jiangcheng can accomplish his goal. Soon, Jiang Cheng performed all the tests last night, and the results of the tests were perfect. This battery can already be mass-produced, but before producing this new type of battery, Jiang Cheng has to acquire an automobile manufacturing company. Although the K38 battery is the most important thing in an electric vehicle, only a battery is not enough. Jiang Cheng also needs an automobile manufacturing company to produce this new type of electric car for him. This time, Jiang Cheng is not going to sell batteries directly, but is going to produce electric cars by himself. The profits of the auto industry are terrifying, and Jiang Cheng will not let these profits go in vain. In addition, Jiang Cheng, a traditional automobile company, was not very satisfied, so he bought a company to produce it himself. Jiang Cheng is planning to use many new technologies in the car this time, making this new electric car an epoch-making car. Jiang Cheng now has the Hexen K38 battery for electric cars, and other things can be solved easily. Other related technologies for electric vehicles, such as electric motors, are readily available to Jiang Cheng. With the existing strength of the Universe Umbrella Company, it is not too difficult to acquire a car manufacturing company. Casually, Jiang Cheng intends to use new electric vehicles to completely open the market for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are only the first product Jiang Cheng is preparing to launch, and many more products will be launched one after another. Only with the K38 battery in the hand, it is not impossible that all vehicles are driven by electricity. After the new electric vehicles are thoroughly promoted, Jiang Cheng is also preparing to launch other electric vehicles. For example, electric ships, electric trains, and even electric planes will appear in people's eyes. At that time, the Yan family can completely get rid of the oil restriction, and only electricity is needed to replace oil. Coupled with such a cheap power station as change generation, the Yan family will take off again. When the time comes, the Yan family society can eliminate other energy sources and only need electricity, which is an energy supply. A single energy supply will greatly facilitate industrial production and reduce other unnecessary expenses. Moreover, the vigorous development of an electrified society is closely related to the next industrial revolution. We have experienced many industrial revolutions, and the next industrial revolution will come soon. The first industrial revolution was a mechanized industrial revolution. After the textile machine was first invented, mankind officially entered the era of industrialization. This time, the Industrial Revolution allowed mankind to use energy, and the steam engine officially entered human life. The emergence of the steam engine solves a large amount of labor, making large-scale industrial production possible. This time, the Industrial Revolution made Eagle Geely the first industrialized guy, and it also made Eagle Geely the master of the world. Relying on the development of the first Industrial Revolution, the country where the sun never sets was born. The glory of the Lord of the Seven Seas that does not fall back then is the Gu windmill of the first Industrial Revolution. Then came the second Industrial Revolution, which began the development of electrification. Electricity began to be used in people's lives. Lighting, telephones, and telegraphs were all invented during this time. Although the second Industrial Revolution did not give birth to a world hegemon, it also allowed the world to formally enter the colonial era, completely stabilizing the status of a country that never sets. The third Industrial Revolution was when automation began, and automation made industrial production more convenient. The appearance of computers is the greatest achievement of this Industrial Revolution, and mankind's official entry into space is also due to the occurrence of this Industrial Revolution. This Industrial Revolution established the status of the coal family as the hegemon, once again spawning a world hegemon. The coal family's status as the world leader is inseparable from the Third Industrial Revolution. It was because of grasping the Third Industrial Revolution and seizing the opportunity for development that the May family became the new world hegemon. It can be seen from the development of several industrial revolutions that each industrial revolution is a time when the world progresses, and the world structure changes. There are already two world hegemons who have risen because of the Industrial Revolution. The next guy who controls the world is the one who holds the next Industrial Revolution. The fourth Industrial Revolution has not yet occurred, and now it is up to who can grasp the opportunity. The Yan family had missed the previous few industrial revolutions, and they simply did not catch up with the opportunity for development. I missed the opportunity of the previous industrial revolutions. This will cause the Yan family to lag behind for a long time. The Yan family can't miss the next industrial revolution, and we must seize this opportunity. This time, the Industrial Revolution is the best opportunity for the Yan family, an opportunity to surpass the developed guys in the West. As long as the Yan family can develop in this Industrial Revolution, it will be able to take the position of world hegemon and pull the Cole family from that position. Jiang Cheng knew that the next Industrial Revolution would be an industrial revolution related to electricity, and a fully electrified society would be the product of this Industrial Revolution. This Industrial Revolution is the fourth Industrial Revolution, an industrial revolution about energy. To completely eliminate traditional energy sources such as oil and coal is the development process of this Industrial Revolution. In Jiang Cheng's last life, he experienced this Industrial Revolution a long time ago, so Jiang Cheng is very clear about the development process of this Industrial Revolution. Jiang Cheng has been treating the Yan family, leading on the road to the fourth Industrial Revolution. The K-38 battery that was taken out this time is also part of the Industrial Revolution. The Yan family is now on the right path. It only needs to continue to work hard to be at the forefront of this Industrial Revolution and lead the development of the entire human civilization. But it is too early to talk about the fourth Industrial Revolution, and there is still a lot of preparation work to be done. The fourth Industrial Revolution still needs a long time to prepare, and it is not the time to officially begin. Jiang Cheng needs to promote the development of science and technology a little bit until the fourth Industrial Revolution completely begins. What Jiang Cheng has to do now is to acquire an automobile manufacturing company to prepare for the next Industrial Revolution. Jiang Cheng is not very good at this aspect of acquisitions, and Jiang Cheng will leave it to professional people to do things that he is not good at. Zhang Manlin is the best at acquiring companies, and Jiang Cheng doesn't need to worry about it herself. After Jiang Cheng completed all the work on the K-38 battery, he came out of the laboratory. He came to the company headquarters building, returned to his office, and notified Zhang Manlin that the CEO came to him. Jiang Cheng sat in his office, waiting for Zhang Manlin's arrival. He sat on the seat through the transparent wall, admiring the view of the entire city of Los Angeles. The traffic in the distance is constantly flowing on the road, and countless people are busy with their own affairs. The scenery that Jiang Cheng can see from this office is really good. You can see all the winds in Los Angeles. It is a pity that he has very few opportunities to come here. It is basically empty all the time, and such a beautiful scenery has not been appreciated for a long time. Ding dong! Just when Jiang Cheng was enjoying the scenery of Los Angeles, a voice awakened Jiang Cheng. He hadn't been indulged in the beauty at all just now and didn't pay attention to the outside world. The sound came from the direction of the elevator entrance. There should be someone tilde coming up in the elevator. The only umbrella employee who can come to the top at this time is Zhang Manlin, the company's CEO. Soon a figure slowly walked out of the elevator, wearing a black-colored professional suit. The black professional suit highlights her mature figure, with an indescribable charm constantly exuding. The person who came in was indeed the company's CEO Zhang Manlin, and Jiang Cheng specifically approached her to discuss matters this time. "It's a rare, boss. I didn't expect you to come to the company to discuss things with me. I thought, the boss, you really don't care about the company." After entering the door, Zhang Manlin complained to Jiang Cheng. It seems that the resentment in the CEO's heart is really not small. The boss, Jiang Cheng, really doesn't like coming to the company. He often doesn't see each other for half a month. This CEO thought he met a fake boss and became a fake CEO himself. Jiang Cheng became embarrassed when he heard Zhang Manlin's complaints. He really didn't want to take care of things in the company, so he let Zhang Manlin develop by himself. Among all the companies, his boss is probably the one who manages the company's affairs the least. Zhang Manlin, as the CEO of the Universe umbrella, although she can fully display her talents because of Jiang Cheng's decentralization. But the company's heavy responsibility has fallen on her shoulders alone, and most people really can't stand such pressure. I met Jiang Cheng, a boss who is often absent from the company, and Zhang Manlin didn't know or knew if it was lucky or not, but Jiang Cheng also knew that he was a little irresponsible in doing this, so he didn't care about Zhang Manlin's complaints. Jiang Cheng didn't talk about anything else with Zhang Manlin and went directly to the topic and stated the purpose of his coming this time. I came here this time to discuss with you a very important thing. There is one thing you need to do right away. This matter is related to the future development direction of the company. It is very important, so you must personally intervene. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Manlin also put away her joking expression and began to become more serious. There was no emotion on her face. She looked at Jiang Cheng earnestly and waited for him to tell her his arrangements. This is what Zhang Manlin looks like after entering the working state, very focused and serious, and she is exactly like two people in normal times. If you take down these documents, this is a new type of battery technical information. Take it down and take a closer look. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the changes in Zhang Manlin's mood. Instead, he put a thick pile of materials into Zhang Manlin's hands and then continued to talk to her. These materials contain detailed production methods and process steps. First, arrange production in the industrial park and mass-produce this new type of battery named K38 as soon as possible. I have a lot of use for this new type of battery. If you want to produce electric cars, you must first manufacture K38 batteries and start mass production. Because Jiang Cheng will only need more and more K38 batteries, it won't be enough if we don't produce them quickly. Jiang Cheng, the electric car, is going to directly acquire an automobile company, and it is enough to transform the original factory of that company, which does not require him to spend much energy. The K38 battery is completely different. Jiang Cheng plans to put it in his own industrial park for production. Anyway, there are still many empty factories in the industrial park, and many production lines can be arranged. The reason why Jiang Cheng wants to produce K38 batteries in his own industrial park is because he has a secret idea. The production method of this kind of battery is very simple. Basically, there is not much technical difficulty. If it is produced in other places, Jiang Cheng is afraid that the production technology will leak out. If the production process is known by others, you can imitate it yourself soon. It is because it is too easy to be copied, so Jiang Cheng has to do a good job of confidentiality. The best way to keep it secret is to put it in your own base camp, so that it will be difficult for others to know. Jiang Cheng's doing this is not unfounded. If the K38 battery is exposed, there will be countless people who want to steal this battery technology. This new type of battery, K38, is very popular and can be used in many fields. It can be said to be a very important thing. That's why Jiang Cheng is so careful, just to ensure his monopoly in this area. Cut off the most profitable business. Jiang Cheng will not let go of these profits. Zhang Manlin looked at the information in Iwait and learned about the performance of this K38 battery. Looking at the perfect performance of the K38 battery in the information, Zhang Manlin doesn't know what to say. Zhang Manlin is no longer surprised by the rabbit epidemic of this kind of thing, and is no longer surprised by what her boss brought out. In this CEO's mind, even if her boss took out something shocking, she wouldn't have any thoughts. Jiang Cheng has come up with amazing products time and time again, and now Zhang Manlin doesn't feel any surprise. Just like Jiang Cheng said before, Zhang Manlin is used to this kind of thing. Good boss. I will arrange production as soon as possible and try my best to meet your requirements. Is there anything else? Zhang Manlin put away the information and asked Jiang Cheng. It is not time for her to read the information. She felt that Jiang Cheng had other things to find her, not just the production of batteries. If it was just such a small matter, Jiang Cheng would usually let Xia Xiaowei notify him instead of going to the company to discuss with her. Zhang Manlin is right. Of course, Jiang Cheng is not just looking for her. There are other things to discuss with you this time. I am going to enter the electric vehicle industry, so I want to discuss related issues with you. After all, it is a brand new industry for us, and there are many things to be resolved. Now that Zhang Manlin asked so, Jiang Cheng also stated his main goal, which is to formally intervene in the electric car industry. Jiang Cheng saw that Zhang Manlin had nothing to say, so he went on to talk to her. I am going to make great efforts to develop the electric vehicle industry. It requires our company to invest a lot of energy. It is our company's main goal that must be taken seriously. Jiang Cheng first emphasized to Zhang Manlin that he attaches great importance to electric vehicles, and hoped that she would not be sloppy about this matter. I am going to directly acquire a car manufacturing company, preferably a company with a certain degree of technology accumulation, and can start producing new electric vehicles after simple transformation. After the acquisition is completed, new electric vehicle research and development will be carried out. Therefore, the acquired company must have a certain degree of research and development capabilities, and it is best to have its own automotive research and development center. After Zhang Manlin heard this, she finally understood why Jiang Cheng wanted to develop the K38 battery. This clever CEO quickly linked the K38 battery to the electric car. She knows what this new battery means for electric vehicles. Although Zhang Manlin is not very familiar with technology research and development, this CEO still knows how to transform technology into products. The electric car with K38 battery installed in her heart is like having a strong heart, and it immediately becomes completely different. She can imagine that this new type of electric car perfectly solves the problem of battery life and charging time. As long as this electric car comes out, it will definitely be pursued by everyone. Zhang Manlin can imagine the scene when this new type of electric vehicle appears. This kind of car will become popular in an instant, and maybe it will have a huge impact on the traditional automobile industry. After thinking of this, Zhang Manlin asked Jiang Cheng, "Is the production of K38 batteries to support electric vehicles? If this is the case, we must speed up the production of batteries. If it is too late, we will not be able to keep up with electric vehicles." The research and development progress. Jiang Cheng also didn't expect Zhang Manlin to think so quickly associate the two things together, really worthy of a high IQ person. However, Zhang Manlin is so excellent. Isn't it the reason why he chose Zhang Manlin as the CEO? Otherwise, Jiang Cheng wouldn't trust her to manage his company. Very clever. The K38 battery is prepared for electric vehicles, so the production of batteries must not be relaxed, and strive to be able to carry out mass production before the car is developed. Jiang Cheng first praised Zhang Manlin and then reminded her, "A good boss, I will be personally responsible for related matters, and I will definitely be able to limit the plan." Zhang Manlin gave Jiang Cheng a guarantee. "By the way, you don't know much about automobile manufacturing companies. If we want to acquire, which companies can meet my requirements?" Jiang Cheng himself did not know much about the auto industry, so he solicited Zhang Manlin's opinion. There are many auto companies that can have independent research and development capabilities, but only a few are suitable for our acquisition if we have to consider comprehensively. Although Zhang Manlin is only the CEO of a technology company, she has a deep understanding of other industries. Soon, Zhang Manlin introduced the current situation of the automobile industry to Jiang Cheng and analyzed with him which companies are more suitable for acquisition. After the two discussed in the office for a while, Jiang Cheng finally decided which automobile company to buy. That's how this company is doing. Their own technology is pretty good. It doesn't require much help from us, and the company's production line is relatively advanced, so it can be used without much modification. Jiang Cheng finally decided to acquire a domestic automobile company, which was also a plan for convenience. You contact the other party as soon as possible and start the acquisition. Now that the target of the acquisition has been decided, Jiang Cheng is about to start the acquisition work, and Jiang Cheng is so refreshing and not procrastinating at all. Okay, I will go down to arrange the acquisition. I believe the other party will not refuse our acquisition. Zhang Manlin is still very sure about the acquisition of this automobile company. If the other party knows that Jiang Cheng is going to acquire them, they still don't know what to be happy about now. I don't know how many companies want to cooperate with Universe Umbrella. They just want to make money with Jiang Cheng. Moreover, it is no secret that Jiang Cheng's background in the Yan family is now no longer a secret. The troubles in all aspects of the company that has something to do with him will be eliminated a lot. Zhang Manlin stayed in Jiang Cheng's office, discussed the acquisition plan with him, and decided on all the details of the acquisition. After discussing everything, Zhang Manlin is ready to leave. By the way, boss, there is one more thing to discuss with you. You have to make a decision. But before leaving, Zhang Manlin seemed to think of one more thing and said to Jiang Cheng, "The normal temperature superconducting material you arranged to produce last time. Now all the factories have been transformed and started to enter the stage of large-scale production work, is still continuing to expand the output, and it is expected that the target maximum output will be reached within a few years. But the current output is already high and formal sales can begin." Speaking of this, Zhang Manlin took out a file, all of which are about the production data of normal temperature superconducting materials. According to the data shown in this document, the production of normal temperature superconducting materials is very smooth. Now that the company has a lot of inventory, the next step is to start selling to the outside world. The specific sales issue still needs you to decide. You told me about it at the time. At that time, Jiang Cheng asked Zhang Manlin to make arrangements before selling this new material. That's why Zhang Manlin asked this kind of question. Otherwise, it was just a sales problem, and she could solve it by herself without having to specifically come to Jiang Cheng. After hearing what Zhang Manlin said, Jiang Cheng began to think. This normal temperature superconducting material is the kind of organometallic conductor. After he completed the research at that time, it was handed over to Zhang Manlin to make him responsible for the production. After such a long time, if Zhang Manlin had forgotten about Jiang Cheng without mentioning Jiang Cheng, now it has finally started large-scale production. Regarding the sale of room temperature superconducting materials, Jiang Cheng really needs to plan carefully. First of all, Jiang Cheng had already promised that Xiangdong would be less surrendered and would give priority to selling to guys to meet their needs in this regard. Therefore, some of the materials produced by the company cannot be sold publicly. He must keep a part of the room temperature superconducting material for sale to guys. The room temperature superconducting material, just ready to be sold to the guys, is not a small quantity. The use of this material is too wide, and any machine related to electricity can be used. The machines and circuits that the Yan family needs to transform themselves need an astronomical number of superconducting materials at room temperature. Even if it is only part of the state-of-the-art machine that is modified first, the material required is not a small amount. Moreover, this is only the amount officially required by the Yan family, and the amount required by private enterprises is even greater. As long as it is a machine related to electricity. After 22 uses supertemperature superconducting materials, the performance will be greatly improved. In the future, this kind of machine using normal temperature superconducting materials will surely be sought after by everyone. It's good just to make computers. At least you don't have to consider the heat dissipation of computers. Those companies will not let go of such a good opportunity to improve their competitiveness. Jiang Cheng believes that as long as he starts selling this material, countless manufacturers don't look at the fact that a lot of organic metals have been produced now, and the output is still continuously expanding. But these materials are not enough for the domestic enterprises of the Yan family, not to mention that some of them are already reserved by the guys and will not be sold at all. Subtracting the part of the material that the guy bought, the remaining room temperature superconducting material will definitely be in short supply. This shortage of new materials may continue for a long time because the expansion of production takes time. The shortage of new materials may not be able to solve the problem until a few years later. Wait until the output is maximized so that the needs of all enterprises can be met. This is only the domestic demand of the Yan family for this material and has not taken into consideration the desire of those guys to buy it. Of course, those foreign-related companies would not watch the Yan family use this material themselves. They would definitely come to the door to buy it from Jiang Cheng. For example, if the world's demand is taken into account, the current output is far from enough, and it is far from even meeting the needs of a branch. The problem of insufficient supply needs to be considered by Jiang Cheng. If someone can buy it, then someone cannot buy it. At present, there are so many superconducting materials at room temperature, and it is up to Jiang Cheng to arrange who they want to sell. You don't need to be responsible for this matter. You first let out the news that the materials are being sold. I will personally arrange how to sell them and let them come to me. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng decided to arrange sales by himself. Well, you should go to your own business first, and it is up to you to worry about the acquisition. So he confessed to Zhang Manlin and let her leave by herself. It's not that Jiang Cheng wants to help Zudong share some things by arranging the sales of new materials by himself. It's just that the poor arrangement of this matter is still very offensive. If Zhang Manlin is asked to come forward, he is afraid that Zhang Manlin will face too much pressure. Those companies that want to buy new materials will not have a simple role. The price of this material will certainly not be low. Jiang Cheng believes that many people know this well. The high price excludes many small companies, and companies that can afford it are naturally very powerful. Jiang Cheng estimated that the companies that came to the door would at least be the best in their respective industries. Otherwise, they would not dare to come and buy this expensive material. Faced with those powerful companies, it is a big problem to sell to whom and not to sell. If it is not handled well, it is very hateful. And it is the same to buy, and the company that cannot buy it will definitely not be very comfortable. At that time, facing the pressure of those giant enterprises, Jiang Cheng was afraid that Zhang Manlin could not bear it. Although Zhang Manlin's methods are very good, it is better for him to do this kind of thing himself. Zhang Manlin Bai Quan is the CEO of the company, and she has to solve many things. If Zhang Manlin offends too many people, things will be numb to the Universe Umbrella Company in the future. On the contrary, Jiang Cheng is not afraid to offend the people of those companies. I believe many people understand his character. Jiang Cheng is a man who is not afraid of things, and a master who is not afraid of offending people at all. The key point is that after he offends others, he does not take revenge on others, and does not need to look at other people's faces. Just because the Yan clan standing behind him still had fungus recipes, he let those people shut their mouths obediently. The last time I negotiated with those in the cinema line, it was just such a situation. Jiang Cheng can be said to be very strong at that time, and he was not afraid to offend those people. In the end, those people weren't obediently accepting his conditions and didn't dare to have other ideas. This is the benefit that status brings to Jiang Cheng, allowing him to do something unscrupulously. Since this sale is going to offend people, Jiang Cheng feels that he should let himself be the bad guy. Anyway, he was afraid that he was not afraid to offend the people of those companies. Those people had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, there were still many places where they begged him in the future, and they dare not have any complaints. Soon, Zhang Manlin released a message through the media that the normal temperature superconducting material has been officially put into production and is now selling to the outside world. The Xinjian of the Universe Umbrella Company has always been a favorite of the media, because every time there is new news about this company, everyone can pay close attention to it. Under the massive publicity of those media, the news spread all over the world in an instant. The news that room temperature superconducting materials have begun to be sold makes those companies that need such materials uncomfortable. They had been waiting for Jiang Cheng to sell this material and ran to the Universe Umbrella Company as soon as they heard the news. The threshold of the Cosmos Umbrella Company was quickly stepped on by these people, and countless people flocked to the Cosmos Umbrella Company just to be able to buy this material. When Jiang Cheng published that paper before, it caused a great sensation. After all, people have been looking forward to this material for many years, and countless scientists want to study it. Later, Jiang Cheng directly held a press conference to announce to everyone that he had developed a new type of supertemperature superconducting material. Jiang Cheng even presented some samples of normal temperature superconducting materials at the press conference and asked the scientists who came to the press conference to take them back for their own research. At that time, many companies had put this new type of material on and wanted to use this material in their company's products. These companies are well aware that once this material is used, the performance of that product will have a leap-forward improvement. As long as the room temperature superconducting material is used, this product will become the leader of similar products, and it will instantly compare other companies' products. So at that time, there were a lot of corporate actions, and they wanted to find Jiang Cheng to buy this material. However, at the time, this material had not yet begun industrial production, and only a small amount of laboratory manufacturing was not enough for those companies to plug their teeth. At that time, because they couldn't buy this material, those companies temporarily gave up and waited for the day when Jiang Cheng was officially sold. At that time, many scientists also obtained samples of organometallic conductors and went back to conduct detailed studies. Many people hoped to decipher the production process of this material and copy the technological process of this material. Especially, the laboratories of many guys put a lot of energy into research. They all hope that their guys can have the production method of this material. It is a pity that after a long period of research, those scientists discovered that this material is very special, and it is beyond the scope of the existing technology on Earth. This kind of metal with an organic structure is something that scientists cannot understand. They don't know how this material exists or what it should belong to, whether it is an organic substance or a metal. Just figuring out the nature of organometallics leaves the scientific community at a loss. They can't even analyze the properties of organic gold, let alone make such things. After spending countless amounts of manpower and money, those scientists rushed to this kind of research. Things like organometals are completely beyond their capabilities, and they are simply not something they can understand. It can be said that this kind of material is beyond the current technology, and it is simply not something that humans can have now. Organometal is completely a product that transcends the times and is not a high-tech that humans can now contact. Jiang Cheng also had the experience of the previous life before he could make it. Otherwise, just relying on the research of human beings on the Earth will not be able to succeed for hundreds of years. In the end, this new type of normal temperature superconducting material can only be manufactured by Jiang Cheng alone, and no one else can produce it. So those companies are very anxious now, rushing to the Universe Umbrella Company one by one, for fear that they will not be able to buy this new material when they are late. They all know that the output of new materials is certainly not high. After all, it is a brand new thing that needs to be transformed into a new factory. So the question is, who can buy these materials? Other companies use new materials to make products. If you don't, you are lagging behind others. Anyway, those companies don't want to be unable to buy them and let their company's products become backwards. Therefore, those who come to buy are very anxious, making him unable to fulfill the tasks assigned by the company. In the past few days, the threshold of the Universe Umbrella Company was about to be smashed, and those people did not see Jiang Cheng after running several times. Some people simply stayed at the Universe Umbrella Company and didn't leave until Jiang Cheng was killed. These people are really pitiful. They come to buy things by themselves, but they are treated like this. It was the first time this happened, and people who bought things were anxious to sell things instead. They all endured the torment while waiting and anxiously looked forward to the meeting with Jiang Cheng. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng here is not in a hurry. He didn't summon those people right away, but left them to take care of their own affairs. There is still a small experiment in Jiang Cheng's hands. He is ready to finish this experiment. Nothing is more important than his research. He wants to let those people hang out for a few days before seeing them so that they can reflect the value of the new material. He is ready to slaughter these people, so he must first prepare for his trip to prepare for the lion to open his mouth. Jiang Cheng is not afraid that these people will not buy. Some people are willing to buy. Generally, people who buy things are uncles, but this time it's completely reversed. Now it's uncle who sells things. Jiang Cheng wanted to let those people know that the people who sell things now are the uncles, and those who want to buy new materials must be grandchildren. Otherwise, the uncle Jiang Cheng will be upset, so he won't sell it to those people. After Jiang Cheng dried those people for several days, he finally finished the small experiment in his hands. After he was busy, Jiang Cheng was ready to meet with those people to discuss the sale of organic metal conductors. Those who were sent to buy new materials have been waiting for a few days at the umbrella company. You should know that they are all under a lot of pressure these days, and the pressure from the company is going to make them crazy. The tops of those companies kept urging them to buy that new material as soon as possible. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng never meets with them, so they can only be there in a hurry. Just when they were all desperate, Jiang Cheng finally met with them. The news made them all very happy. Jiang Cheng's time to meet with them is set to be today, in a conference room to discuss the sale of new materials. The conference room at the headquarters of the umbrella company was filled with people from various companies. These companies come from all over the world and have their own territories. One thing they have in common is that they all come from some large companies. Those small companies simply do not have the qualifications to sit here, and new materials are not something they can afford. In the conference room of the umbrella headquarters, people from all over the world are sitting. They were all sitting tightly, waiting for someone to arrive. Soon a figure appeared at the door of the meeting room, and that figure was a little bit outrageous. The young figure was tall and strong, as if full of power in it. His face is delicate but sharp, giving people an indescribable feeling. I saw the man slowly walked into the conference room and sat directly in the first seat of the conference room. Sorry, there were some things on hand a few days ago that hadn't been finished, which made you wait so long. It was Jiang Cheng who walked into the meeting room. Equals he apologized to everyone as soon as he spoke. But listening to Jiang Cheng's tone did not mean to apologize, and there was no embarrassment at all. Jiang Cheng's apology was just a casual talk on the face, not really apologizing to these people. Listening to Jiang Cheng's very casual Taoism, the people sitting below didn't care about Jiang Cheng's attitude. On the contrary, they were flattered by Jiang Cheng's deception, and they all spoke to Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, this is just a meeting. Let us wait for a few days. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. President Jiang is polite to us. It's okay to be busy with things. It's even better for us to wait a few more days. Mr. Jiang, you are a very busy person. You must have a lot of things at hand. It's normal to ignore our affairs, and the big guy has nothing to say. For these people, Jiang Cheng's willingness to apologize to them is already giving them great face, and of course they have to show it. Although Jiang Cheng's Dao Zai was very perfunctory, it also gave them a step down. What kind of character is Jiang Cheng, a genius scientist and chairman of the Universe Umbrella Company? Compared to people like them, that is already a big man who can only look up. Jiang Cheng's willingness to discuss business with them in person is an honor for them, and of course they will not care about what has been waiting for so many days. In the hearts of these people, Jiang Cheng must have a lot of things, and he has to take time out when he meets them. So it is normal to let them wait. The atmosphere in the conference room is still very harmonious, and it feels like the guests and the host enjoy themselves. After being in the meeting room for a while, the people on both sides finally came to today's topic, which is about selling normal temperature superconducting materials. Jiang Cheng sat on the top of the conference room and said, "I think everyone is here today with the company's mission. I won't say much about other things. I will negotiate the new materials as soon as possible. Go back for business." After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the others in the conference room put away their joking expressions and began to become serious together. They all sat up straight, looking at Jiang Cheng in front of the conference room, waiting for Jiang Cheng to speak next. Seeing that everyone below was ready, Jiang Cheng continued. Everyone wants to buy normal temperature superconducting materials this time. Today, I will tell you about the specific sales plan. You can report to your company and finally decide whether to buy this new material. When Jiang Cheng said about the sales plan, everyone attentively listened to Ruo Jiang Cheng's words, for fear that he might have missed any words from Jiang Cheng. After waiting for such a long time, they finally got into the subject, which made them all concentrate. What Jiang Cheng will say next is likely to be related to the success or failure of this mission, and these people can't help but get serious. The company behind these people basically gave them dead orders, asking them to bring back enough room temperature superconducting materials. So no one took jokes on this matter. All of them were very energetic. Seeing that the people below were listening carefully to what he said, Jiang Cheng nodded with some satisfaction and then continued. I don't need to say more about the value of this kind of ultra-temperature superconducting material. I think everyone knows exactly what this new type of material means, so if I introduce it again, it's a waste of your time. As for the price of this material, I believe everyone has a bottom line. The price is not acceptable to ordinary people. I think everyone has prepared for this before coming. After the people sitting down heard Jiang Cheng say this, everyone nodded uncontrollably. They certainly know that this new material is precious, otherwise they wouldn't rush over to buy it. They are also prepared for the price. If this material is very cheap, it would be impossible, and the high quality is what they expected. Although everyone agreed with Jiang Cheng's words, they did not speak but listened to Jiang Cheng's words quietly. The meeting room was quiet. Only Jiang Cheng's words echoed in the room. Due to the current shortage of output, this new material may not be able to meet everyone's needs. It is impossible for our company to provide a large amount of it. It will be done after the output is completely increased. Since it can't meet everyone's needs, I decided to adopt a purchase restriction measure this time. Each company has a certain purchase limit and can only purchase the quantity within the limit each time. Jiang Cheng's decision was a long-awaited decision by him to limit the quantity purchased by each company, so that everyone can buy it without creating a situation that some people do not have. In fact, Jiang Cheng can use auctions to selling limited materials to the highest bidder. If you do this, you might be able to sell at a very high price, which is much higher than the price of restricting purchases. But Jiang Cheng is reluctant to adopt this method, because many companies have been unable to purchase new materials since then. Jiang Cheng wants to promote this new type of material as soon as possible, instead of letting this material be in the hands of few companies, which is not conducive to the popularization of new materials. Soon, the output of new materials will increase a lot, and the price will definitely fall by that time. Therefore, Jiang Cheng might as well start promoting this material now to increase its demand in the world. Jiang Cheng plans to adopt a purchase restriction strategy for the sales of room temperature superconducting materials. First, give up part of the existing profits, thereby expanding the distribution of the entire market. Anyway, only Jiang Cheng can produce this material. The greater the demand, the more money he makes. First, use this limited batch of materials to promote its use, so that more products use this new type of material. After the market demand is increased, a large number of sales can be made to earn a large amount of profit. This is an act of making the cake bigger first, and then you can eat more profits. If Jiang Cheng uses auctions to sell new materials this time, although the temporary profits will be relatively high. However, the promotion of follow-up materials will definitely slow down, and the overall sales will decrease in the future, which is far less profitable than the first promotion. If this calculation is done, Jiang Cheng is still at a loss, so he will choose the method of restriction, which is to let everyone first taste the benefits of the new material and are not afraid that they will not buy it. Regarding the sale of normal temperature superconducting materials this time, Jiang Cheng adopts the strategy of making more profit but making more sales, and plans to use quantity to make up for the shortfall in unit price. Although it is only relatively speaking that Haley is overselling, the price of this material is still very expensive, even if the price is not as high as the auction. The price set by Jiang Cheng this time is very high, far exceeding the price of raw materials. The unit price of this new type of material is not much yuan per ton, let alone how much yuan per kilogram. The unit of measurement for the price is calculated in grams. That is to say, how much is the price of this material per gram. From this point, we can see that the price is high. Generally speaking, things priced in grams are all extremely expensive luxury items, such as precious metals such as gold and platinum. Although the current price of the new material of room temperature superconducting material is not comparable to those of precious metals, it is also of the same grade. In the end, the price of normal temperature superconducting materials is 10 yuan per gram. Don't look at the price of 10 yuan. It seems that it is not very expensive. You have to see that the units in the back are per gram. 1 gram is not too much. This can be sold for $10. What kind of concept is 10 yuan per gram? At present, the price of silver is about 4 yuan per gram, and there are some fluctuations, and generally it will not exceed the price of 5 yuan per gram. That is to say, the price of normal temperature superconducting materials has now exceeded the price of silver, and even reached twice as expensive as silver. Silver used to be a unit of currency, so there is no need to say anything about its value. And now it's all used in jewelry. The price is twice as expensive as silver, which is simply a sky-high price. When Jiang Cheng reported the price, the people sitting below did not have any unexpected expressions. The price was actually within the range they accepted, and it did not exceed their expectations. Normal temperature superconducting material is a good thing, and it has just been invented. The price will, of course, not be announced. The companies that wanted to buy had already anticipated it, so these people quickly accepted the price. These companies will not lose money to buy back at this price. They plan to use this new type of material to create some high-end products to sell to customers who can afford it. Those products that can use superconducting materials are certainly not for the masses, but must be high-end products positioned in luxury products. And this material only replaces traditional conductors, and the usage of each product will not be very large. So they are completely acceptable at this price. They didn't say anything about the price of 10 yuan per gram, but they had to wrestle with Jiang Cheng about the purchase restriction. The companies behind these people are all powerful companies, and they don't care about spending more money. What they want is more purchase share, not limit the number of purchases. If they can buy more new materials, even if the unit price is higher, they are willing. After Jiang Cheng announced the sales plan, many people approached Jiang Cheng. I hope I can buy more new materials at a higher price. If facing such a request, Jiang Cheng is not tempted and would rather make less money than increase the share of any company. Now selling high prices is not Jiang Cheng's goal. What he wants is a larger scale promotion. Jiang Cheng is very firm about the purchase restriction policy and is unmoved no matter how much those people raise prices. In the end, they had no choice but to accept Jiang Cheng's plan and finally reported the results of the negotiation to the company. After determining the sales plan, those companies directly charged the payment to the Universe Umbrella Company. Then they immediately sent someone to pick up the goods, hoping to quickly ship the materials back to their company. They also need these materials for manufacturing, and other preparations are done, and now they are waiting for these materials to be shipped back. At the same time, those companies also released news, preparing to launch their own company's superconducting products. Those high-end sports car companies are the most active, using new materials directly on the sports car. In this way, the performance of luxury sports cars has been greatly improved, and the compelling performance of luxury sports cars has also been enhanced. If it is followed by private jets and private yacht manufacturing companies, they also advertised products that use superconducting materials. And those manufacturers of electronic products, they all began to advertise and prepare to launch high-end computers. This kind of computer that uses superconducting material does not need any heat dissipation device at all and directly cancels all fans, completely achieving the effect of silence. And this kind of computer saves more power than previous computers because it saves a lot of parts. This kind of high-end computer has entered the attention of many people from the beginning of advertising, and everyone wants to have this advanced electronic product. Time is all over the world with news of superconducting materials, and countless products using superconducting materials will be launched soon. Under the overwhelming publicity of these new products, human society suddenly seems to have entered the superconducting era. Although superconducting materials have not yet become popular, mankind will soon officially enter the superconducting era. Up in Jiang Cheng's plan, these products that use know-how materials are only used to promote this concept. It's just an early test of the water, not really entering the superconducting era. There will be many things in the future, and they will start to use superconducting materials. When the company's output can meet the demand, it is time for human beings to truly enter the superconducting era. At that time, superconducting materials will truly enter people's lives and be completely popularized among all ordinary people, instead of being used by only a few people like now. When superconducting materials completely replace traditional conductors, human civilization will enter a track of development. Without resistance, which hinders the development of civilization, technological progress will begin to develop by leaps and bounds, and many technologies that were previously impossible to achieve can be easily solved. And Jiang Cheng, who has the exclusive technology of superconducting materials, will have enough right to speak. When people can't do without superconducting materials, Jiang Cheng's authority still doesn't know how much to improve. After all, only he can produce superconducting materials. If he cuts off the supply of superconducting materials to certain companies, that company will instantly fall into bankruptcy. After all, no one else sells this material except him. Offending Jiang Cheng means that he has no relationship with superconducting materials. This kind of authority to control his life and death is Jiang Cheng's ultimate goal, and it is also Jiang Cheng's goal of vigorously promoting superconducting materials. Although the amount of money earned from it is very magical, it is only incidental, and Jiang Cheng is not very fancy. For Jiang Cheng now, money is really just a series of numbers, and it doesn't have much meaning at all. What Jiang Cheng wants now is something money can't give, and he needs other ways to influence it. What he wants is an absolute right to speak, the right to speak for the entire human civilization. This right to speak is not about how much money he has or how much technology he has developed, but how many people he can influence. Jiang Cheng hopes that he can influence the entire world and let human civilization develop in the direction he wants. The right to speak represents the influence, and Jiang Cheng hopes to influence the entire human race. He hopes that he will be able to control the direction of human housing exhibitions in the future. He said that human beings should develop something, then everyone will work hard in this direction. For the control of the entire human race, this is Jiang Cheng's real goal. The voice of the entire human civilization is very difficult to achieve. If successful, Jiang Cheng will be the invisible master of humanity. No one would stop him from doing anything he wanted, and the entire mankind would move forward in accordance with his will. However, Jiang Cheng's goal is still very long, attaching his will to the category, but it is a long matter. This requires Jiang Cheng's continuous efforts, and there is a glimmer of hope that it can be done. Difficulties are nothing to Jiang Cheng. If there is no challenge, Jiang Cheng would not be willing to do it. In this life, Jiang Cheng is ready to do something challenging, so as not to waste such a good opportunity for him. Jiang Cheng's goal was divided into many stages by him, and the things he had completed before were only the first stage. Next, Jiang Cheng will proceed with the next plan, which is considered a big goal in the first stage. The things Jiang Cheng promoted before were just gadgets. The preparation for this plan is almost done, and now it can finally begin. The goal of Jiang Cheng's plan is to allow mankind to go to space, and all the previous things were prepared for this goal. The civilization in which Jiang Cheng lived in his last life was the civilization that successfully entered the universe. And that civilization just made use of the resources in the universe, and this has developed technology to a very high level. At the level of technology, human beings are as backward as a primitive tribe compared to that civilization. Like the previous controllable charge change reactor, it is to provide energy for mankind to move towards the universe. Normal temperature superconducting materials are also necessary materials, which can eliminate unnecessary losses on a large scale. Holographic technology is also used on spacecraft. This is the real purpose of Jiang Cheng's research on this technology. Gene evolution medicine is even more necessary to strengthen human physical fitness to adapt to the environment in the spacecraft. Long-term space travel is not acceptable to ordinary people, but after being strengthened, Pudao can become astronauts. It can be said that Jiang Cheng's previous studies were all preparing for the entry of mankind into space. The entire space program is Jiang Cheng's largest plan at present, and it will eventually allow mankind to enter the cosmic age. The stars and the sea were Jiang Cheng's destination, and it was so boring to toss on the Earth. There will always be a day when the resources on the Earth will be used up, and that time will be when humanity will perish. The only way to prevent this from happening is to go to the universe. There are countless resources in the universe that can be used. Compared with the barren resources on the Earth, the resources in the universe are almost inexhaustible. To know how small the Earth is in the entire universe, even if it rules the entire Earth, it is just a king. The solar system is already very large to humans, but the solar system is just a small galaxy in the Milky Way. We must know that the Milky Way uses countless galaxies like the solar system, and the Milky Way is not very large in the universe. It is just a relatively small river system. Those really powerful civilizations all ruled countless planets, and their domains radiated to many river systems. This kind of cosmic civilization is the real hegemon and can affect the existence of many river systems. Jiang Cheng wants human beings to become such a civilization that can soar in the universe. The goal of mankind is the Sea of Stars, and Jiang Cheng's eyes have long been on the Sea of Stars. Jiang Cheng's next plan is to develop the resources in the solar system so that mankind can truly get out of the Earth. However, this plan is still very far away, not something that can be done in the near future. So Jiang Cheng took his gaze back from the Sea of Stars and began to pay attention to what was in front of him. The Sea of Stars is still too far away for mankind, and mankind still needs a long development. What Jiang Cheng is really doing now is to reduce this development time, and human beings enter the universe as soon as possible. Next, Jiang Cheng is also preparing to come up with a lot of technologies, which will gradually improve the level of human science and prepare for Jiang Cheng's ultimate goal. In the next step, Jiang Cheng is going to develop aerospace technology, which is a very important part of his plan. Only after the aerospace technology is sufficiently developed can it be possible to start developing the entire solar system. For the development of aerospace science and technology, Jiang Cheng has many plans in mind, but aerospace science and technology encompasses a lot of technology, involving all aspects. This kind of complicated technology can't be achieved in a day or two. It needs Jiang Cheng to improve its performance a little bit. After deciding on the short-term goals, Jiang Cheng is ready to start related research. Aerospace science and technology are a series of technologies, and there are many projects that need him to study at present, which may take him a long time. However, before starting the research, Jiang Cheng is going to communicate with the guy. He is ready to get the guy's strong support to carry out his own space program. If Jiang Cheng wants to develop aerospace technology, he cannot do without the support of the guys behind him. Private rocket launches are not allowed in China, let alone plans to explore the universe. However, it is not easy to get guys to support him in developing a space program. Hangshan technology is the most high-end technology field for a guy. Even Jiang Cheng's current status has to take his time. Jiang Cheng is ready to cooperate with the guys step by step, slowly develop his Hangshan power, and improve the level of Hangshan technology in the process. He hopes that one day he can launch a rocket and explore the universe by himself without the support of the guy. First of all, Jiang Cheng is going to let the guy help him launch a private satellite. This is the first step and pave the way for future cooperation. All cooperation is deepened step by step, and satellite is the first cooperation project proposed by Jiang Cheng. Given Jiang Cheng's current status in the family, it is not too difficult for the guy to help him launch a satellite. After that, Jiang Cheng can use this cooperation to slowly reach out to the family's Hangshan realm. And now, Jiang Cheng himself needs a satellite, and Jing is not just for the purpose of establishing a relationship with the Hangshan department of the family. Jiang Cheng needs a satellite of his own, mainly for communication considerations. At present, Cosmos Umbrella has developed a lot of businesses, and these businesses need many employees to communicate with each other. The umbrella company's current business is all large projects with hundreds of millions of dollars. If the communication is monitored by people, the loss will be too great. These communication lines all rely on existing communication lines, which are not very safe. Although all communications in the company are now encrypted, there is still a risk of eavesdropping. If you have a communication satellite of your own, then you can be eavesdropped by others, and the company's employees can communicate remotely at will. So Jiang Cheng is now preparing to launch a communication satellite of his own, specifically for his company's employees to use, so that the company's internal communication becomes absolutely safe. Jiang Cheng had a good opportunity in front of him to talk to the guy about this matter. Now, the normal temperature superconducting material has officially started production. Those companies that were planning to buy this material have begun to ship this material back one after another, and are now busy manufacturing their own products. Subsequent production is also in continuous progress. Now, as much as it is produced, it will be shipped away, and basically all the output has been rounded up. Except for the part previously reserved for the guy, everything else was booked. And the part of the material reserved for the guy has not been transported away yet. Jiang Cheng was going to mention satellites, by the way, when the guy sent someone over. Soon the guy sent someone to discuss material matters with Jiang Cheng. Those companies started to use normal temperature superconducting materials, and now it's time for the guy to put his efforts. The places where the Yan family uses superconducting materials at room temperature are even more unclear, and the amount required is much larger than those of those companies. At least those important machines must be replaced with superconducting materials. For example, the equipment in the fellow-level laboratories, as well as the circuits on the bacteria-type facilities and machines, require a lot of superconducting materials. There is also a fighting weapon like Iron Man armor, which was previously manufactured without using superconducting materials as internal circuits. So now it is necessary to replace all the internal circuits of the Iron Man armor with superconducting materials. After replacing the internal circuit with superconducting materials, the performance of the Iron Man armor can be greatly improved. This kind of already powerful fighting weapon will become even more powerful. So now it's the guy who is in a hurry. Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry at all. The one sent to join Jiang Cheng this time was an old acquaintance, and Xiangdong Shaojiang was sent to Los Angeles to meet Jiang Cheng again. This Shaojiang, who belongs to Fungus Fang, has now become a bridge between the guy and Jiang Cheng. Everything is handled through Xiangdong Shaojiang. We meet again. Jiang Cheng, how have you been recently? Seeing how well you are doing. It seems that your little life can be polite to Jiang Cheng and care about Ruo Jiang Cheng's recent situation. It's not that he was too diligent, but he had to. Now Xiangdong is basically Jiang Cheng's contact person, who is responsible for the communication between the guy and Jiang Cheng. The future of his contact person depends entirely on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is so important to the Yan family, so his contact person is more prominent. If Jiang Cheng said something nice in front of those big people, saying that Xiangdong communicated very well with him, his contact person would be a great accomplishment. If he manages the liaison with Jiang Cheng, Xiangdong's small surrogate might soon become a middle surrender. For the sake of his own future, Xiangdong had to be more diligent with Jiang Chengdian, so as not to have any opinion on him. Jiang Cheng didn't care about Xiangdong Shao Jiang's somewhat diligent attitude. By the time Jiang Cheng was in his current status, too many people had already faced him with this attitude. More people wanting to be courteous to Jiang Cheng can't do it because they don't have the opportunity to be courteous. So Jiang Cheng is very accustomed to this attitude, and he won't be surprised at all. Jiang Cheng said very confidently, "You came to me this time to talk about normal temperature superconducting materials, right? I haven't seen someone from above. I thought I had forgotten about it. He is indeed a little strange. The above is obviously not as active as those private companies. Although Pai Xiangdong came here very quickly, it is still much slower than those companies that have already started manufacturing superconducting products. Of course, I will not forget this matter above, but I attach great importance to superconducting materials. I will wait to buy materials from you and then go back to the transformation work." Xiangdong paused here for a while and said with some embarrassment, "It's because I paid too much attention to it, so I came a little bit late. So many places above need to use this kind of material. It's a problem for who to give or not. I have already discussed how to allocate it, so I was sent over immediately." The situation, he said, is indeed normal. There are too many places to use superconducting materials, and the amount now provided is not enough, so some disputes will inevitably occur. There are many factions in such a big place, and it must have taken a lot of effort between these different departments to compete for these materials. It's like the army must have a lot of shares, but other departments are definitely unwilling to let them occupy them all. So wrangling for the distribution of things will definitely happen. This is an internal normality. This time, the wrangling thing was completed at such a fast speed, which is already very fast. If it hadn't been for the leader to make the final distribution plan after hearing about it, those people are still talking about it. "Well, I don't want to deal with your own allocation. Anyway, the previously negotiated share is left for you. How you do it after you go back is a matter within your system." Jiang Cheng has always avoided these things, and he didn't want to participate in such things. All the materials to be purchased above are stored in the warehouse. You can send someone to pick it up directly. The payment will be paid directly to my account. I am not afraid of your account anyway. Jiang Cheng directly told Xiangdong the location of the warehouse and asked him to send someone to pick up the goods. Anyway, he is not afraid of the family killing him, and it is no big deal to buy goods first and then money. Of course, the family will not rely on your account. The money will not lose you even a single cent. Don't worry, wait until the amount is confirmed, and then it will be directly charged to your account. Xiangdong was very refreshing about the payment for goods. Anyway, he didn't spend his own money, so he certainly wouldn't care about it. By the way, do you have any more requirements? The family that can meet it will try its best to solve it. If you have anything, just tell me. After completing his task, Xiangdong also asked Jiang Cheng's special requirements. He came with this purpose this time, just to see what Jiang Cheng could help. The family has relied on Jiang Cheng's help these few times, so there will be such a good situation now. Just like Iron Man's armor, other families dare not provoke the Yan family now. To be serious, the family owed Jiang Cheng a lot of favors, and none of these favors had been paid. The leader specifically explained this matter, just to help some Jiang Cheng in other ways, so as to repay the favor that the family owed. Someone told him before he came, as long as Jiang Cheng's request is not excessive, and Jiang Cheng can be satisfied as much as possible. That's why Xiangdong asked Jiang Cheng this way, and it was for his own mission. If I have any problems to solve, there is really a busy family to solve them now. Jiang Cheng heard what Xiangdong said, so naturally he wouldn't be polite to him, so he just prepared to mention MSI. Originally, Jiang Cheng was going to tell him about MSI this time, but the other party offered to help him solve the problem. "What's the matter? You can be assured that it will be resolved for you. If you can't be resolved, you must also find a way to help you," Xiangdong said to Jiang Cheng, clapping his chest. Xiangdong was still very happy to be able to help Jiang Cheng, so he agreed on a big deal. This matter can be regarded as his task this time, and he is still very satisfied with being able to complete 2 tasks at once. She reached the other party and agreed, and Jiang Cheng directly stated his request this time without pretending to be. I want to launch a private MSI of my own, mainly for communication. So I want to launch a private communication MSI for my company's internal communications. But the Yan family didn't let themselves launch rockets, so they had to ask the family to help launch them. Do you think the family can help solve the problem of launching MSI? When Jiang Cheng spoke, Xiangdong jumped in shock. Although he promised very happily, he never expected Jiang Cheng to make such a request. Launching MSI is not a trivial matter. The preparation work alone takes a long time. The related resources that the family needs to invest are even more huge. There are many units involved, and it requires the cooperation of many technicians. Launching MSI into space does not mean that you can find a rocket and launch it. This requires the cooperation of many departments to complete the rocket launch. Xiangdong never thought that Jiang Cheng wanted to launch a private MSI. This incident had a big impact on him, and he didn't even react for a while. That was launching a MSI, Jiang Cheng actually said so lightly, as simple as going to the street to buy food. Xiangdong stayed for a long time and reacted. He was just shocked by Jiang Cheng's words. After slowing down, Xiangdong still couldn't believe Jiang Cheng's words and asked Ruo Jiang Cheng with a confused expression. What you just said was the launch of MSI? Is it because I just had an ear problem and misheard it? Is it the kind of MSI in space? Isn't it something strange? Jiang Cheng didn't care about Xiangdong's reaction and didn't think the other party's reaction was too great. Of course he knows how scary what he said just now, but he wants to launch MSI by himself, not anything casual. Although Jiang Cheng understood the reaction of the other party well, he had no idea of taking care of the emotion of the subject. Jiang Cheng counseled his shoulders and said relaxedly, "You did not misheard what I just said is a private MSI. MSI is the kind of MSI that flies in the sky just like what you think." The tone is so casual, as if talking about MSI is not about MSI, but going to the street to buy food. Jiang Cheng's behavior irritated Xiangdong's nerves, and he saw that his head was covered with black lines, and he shouted at Jiang Cheng loudly, "I go, you know what you are talking about. How do you feel that the party is so relaxed? Do you know how troublesome it is to launch MSI? That's MSI, how much work it takes to send a MSI to the sky, do you know?" It seems that Jiang Cheng's casual attitude really stimulated Xiangdong, mainly because Xiangdong was a little unacceptable to talk about such high-end things in this relaxed tone. When discussing things like MSI in his mind, it should be a very formal occasion. Both parties brought a large number of experts, each holding a large pile of technical materials, and they discussed very seriously in the conference room. It's not like Jiang Cheng is so casual, not taking this matter seriously. It's like discussing with him where to eat at night. High-tech products like MSI cost a lot of money just to manufacture, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Not to mention that the cost of MSI is small, and the cost of launching MSI is an astronomical figure. To launch a MSI into space, currently only a launch vehicle can be used. There are not many families in the world that are capable of launching rockets, just those few families. The cost of the launch vehicle is extremely high, and there is the possibility of launch failure. Rockets are not only prohibitive in cost, but the most important thing is that rockets are secondary gadgets. Once launched, they are completely scrapped and cannot be reused. They are simply super expensive disposable items. Unfortunately for people like Jiang Cheng, things like MSI are not really high-end gadgets. He even played a lot of spaceships in his last life, let alone low-end things like MSI. If it wasn't for the family to not let him launch the rocket, he would build one and play with it. Anyway, he knows all the relevant technologies well, and he doesn't lack the funds to make rockets, but he needs permission from the family. After waiting for a while, Xiangdong finally calmed down and thought about it. He felt that if other people told him they wanted to launch MSI, that person must be crazy. But Jiang Cheng is not comparable to ordinary people. He said that he wanted Ying's own MSI, then this thing might really be true. If someone else is really joking, Jiang Cheng has the strength to do it. So Xiangdong asked Ruo Jiang Cheng, "I said you don't really want to launch MSI? Are you serious about what you just said?" "Of course it's true. Why am I joking with you here? I'm not idle and doing nothing. The company really needs a communications guard. So I asked you if the family can solve it. The main reason is that I don't let the rocket family launch myself. Otherwise, I will build a rocket myself. Anyway, it is not a big deal. I will still build a rocket. Jiang Cheng's words were so casual, and Xiang Dong's blood pressure rose again. I'm going, you still want to build a rocket yourself. Your heart is too big. Why don't you go to heaven? Xiang Dong was madly complaining in his heart. Only in this way could he ease his current emotions. But he soon thought that Jiang Cheng really had the ability to build a rocket, and maybe he could really go to the sky by himself. For people like Jiang Cheng, rocket technology is not difficult, and he still has enough money to achieve this goal. Finally, Xiang Dong finally accepted the fact that Jiang Cheng really wanted to launch his own MSI this time. If you really have this idea, I can ask the above to see if it can work, but I don't dare to vote for this matter, and Bai Jing is not something I can settle. He was not sure enough about this matter, and he would definitely be able to help Jiang Cheng handle this matter, so he gave Jiang Cheng a vaccination first. If it's the military affairs, I will take care of it for you, but we are not in charge of launching the rocket. I need to coordinate with the above-mentioned personnel and see what the space company says. The Yan family's aerospace company is not under their control. It is a very independent department, and it is a very special existence in the entire Yan family. Others want to order the aerospace company to be basically useless, and they will not care about the possibility that the aerospace company will help Jiang Cheng only if the real person speaks. It's okay, you can just mention it to the above. It doesn't matter whether it is successful or not, I just ask. Jiang Cheng said that it didn't matter. In fact, he was quite sure of this matter in his heart. He believes that with so many contributions, it would be very simple for people from aerospace companies to help launch a MSI. As long as Xiang Dong mentions this matter above, this matter will definitely be handled for him. That's okay, I'll tell you when I go back. Can you just help you launch it? Did you provide MSI or let the family build a Xiangdong for you? Finally, I kindly reminded Jiang Cheng and asked him MSI for don't make things. You don't need to help with MSI. If I can make it by myself, you can just contact the rocket launch. The matter of launching MSI had some eyebrows. Jiang Cheng seemed very happy to talk to Xiangdong with a smile. As for MSI's matter, it is very simple for him. Of course, he doesn't need the help of his family to make it. There is no need to bother the family to deal with things that can be solved in the laboratory. Moreover, I'm more assured of my own technology. The MSI produced must be more advanced than those of ordinary MSI. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't need to help with MSI's affairs, and he was qualified to look under those experts who made MSI. In the manufacturing of high-tech products, he has absolute confidence to surpass all experts. Jiang Cheng believes that the MSI made by himself must be the most advanced MSI in the world. Well, I will try my best to deal with your affairs. If you wait at home for my news, I will get back to you as soon as possible. Now that everything is done, Xiangdong is ready to leave. Before leaving, he promised Jiang Cheng that he would take Jiang Cheng's affairs to heart. Since Jiang Cheng got the guarantee from the other side, he felt more at ease about this matter. As long as Xiangdong contacts the Yan family, this matter will definitely be resolved smoothly. And his face is still very useful over there. Jiang Cheng is still very confident about his face at the Yan family. After sending Xiangdong away, it was evening. Just when it was time for dinner, Jiang Cheng had a dinner with a few women in the family. Recently, Jiang Cheng has been busy with his own affairs, and has no time to care about the 3 women around him a little bit in the cold. It is also good to accompany them to eat, and rest. At the very least, it can enhance everyone's feelings. Jiang Cheng is not the kind of scientific madman who only knows about research, although he likes scientific research very much, which is his biggest hobby. But he will also care about the people closest to him, and will not put all his mind on scientific research. Although scientific research is very important to Jiang Cheng, the people around him are equally important to him. Everyone who had a dinner was very happy, and the atmosphere was very warm and harmonious. Everyone likes this moment of gathering, which makes everyone feel at home. After dinner, of course, it's time to rest. All four were fully satisfied. Jiang Cheng got up very early the next morning, and the whole night of the fight made him feel refreshed, and he felt greatly relaxed both physically and mentally. The relaxed Jiang Cheng immediately plunged into the research and got busy in the laboratory. Since the matter of launching MSI is already a little bit eye-catching, it is time for him to create a MSI. This MSI is for his own use. Of course, he has to make it better as possible. In fact, if you want to achieve global communication, a communication MSI is far from possible. Because MSI can only cover a part of the Earth's surface, receiving and sending signals from a part of the place. It cannot completely cover the entire Earth. In order for MSI to receive signals from the ground, MSI's receiving device must be aimed at that area of the ground. Otherwise, the signal sent from the surface to MSI will not be received by MSI. The Earth Beijing is a round sphere. Of course, a MSI alone cannot receive signals from all places. If there is a distance between MSI and the place where the signal is transmitted, it will definitely not be able to communicate normally. Therefore, communication MSI is generally composed of many particles, which can transmit signals to each other, forming a complete MSI network. If the launch and reception are on both sides of the Earth, MSI can be used to turn around and transmit the signal to the other side of the Earth. Generally, if communication companies want to achieve global communication, they have to launch several MSI Japanese letter Chinese letter. Otherwise, only some places can be used normally. But Jiang Cheng doesn't have to be so troublesome. He can cover the entire Earth with just one MSI and form a complete MSI network in space. The MSI he plans to manufacture is not a general communication MSI, and it is more advanced than the existing MSI for many years. Jiang Cheng is going to use some brand new technical methods on his own MSI so that this MSI can form a global MSI network. This kind of technology hasn't appeared on the Earth yet. If there is no Jiang Cheng, it might be many years later that people will study it. And Jiang Cheng now wants to shorten this time and let this technology appear on the Earth ahead of time. This advanced technology is a special reflection receiving technology, which can use the reflection of the Earth's atmosphere to receive signals from all positions on the ground. As long as the MSI with this technology is used, it can be reflected by the atmosphere to receive the signal from the back of the Earth. When the same signal is transmitted, this reflection technology can also be used to achieve smooth communication. With this kind of technology, Jiang Cheng is much more convenient. Now he can do several MSI things with only one MSI. In this way, Jiang Cheng saved a lot of things and didn't need to waste the funds of those few MSIs. This kind of reflection acceptance technology is not difficult to implement, at least for Jiang Cheng. He only needs to add some different equipment to the existing MSI technology. Soon there was the sound of the machine starting up in the laboratory, and Jiang Cheng officially started to build his own MSI. Time passed so slowly, and I always felt that time passed quickly when I was busy. After Jiang Cheng stayed in the laboratory for a few days, he completed the manufacturing of MSI. He didn't even think that time had just passed. It felt like it hadn't been long. Jiang Cheng has done the MSI thing by himself, and now it's almost time to launch MSI into space. This matter requires the help of the family, which requires Jiang Cheng to wait slowly. Xiangdong didn't make Jiang Cheng wait too long and quickly replied to him. Even Xiangdong didn't expect that this matter would go so smoothly. After he had reacted to Jiang Cheng's request with the above, a high-level executive soon questioned the matter. As long as the leader cares about anything in Yan's family, it will be easy to do. The people below are very good at trying to figure out the thoughts of these leaders. As long as it is something the leader wants to do, there will naturally be people rushing to do it, and the thing will be done as beautifully as possible. Jiang Cheng's affairs are such a typical case. After reporting Jiang Cheng's affairs to the east, just a few words from a high-level person to his subordinates, and the people below took care of the matter. Besides, Jiang Cheng didn't have much difficulty. Although the aerospace department is a confidential department for the Yan family, all related matters are very important. But Jiang Cheng is no ordinary person. And those things in the aerospace company are no big deal to Jiang Cheng. The Yan family's aerospace-related technology is not kept secret from Jiang Cheng. The above may also hope that Jiang Cheng will pay attention to these technologies and use his own brain to improve existing space technology. Space-related technology is not important to the Yan family. It is a question related to the family's overall strength. As for the secrets of aerospace technology, those high-level officials wish that Jiang Cheng knew as much as possible. They would not be able to start unless Jiang Cheng was interested. Therefore, for ordinary people, things that are difficult to approach can be open to Jiang Cheng. Since these things are open to Jiang Cheng, it is not a big deal for the space company to launch Ying Jiangcheng's MSI. The attitude of the aerospace company was even better. As soon as I received the notice, I happily agreed, and there was no hesitation at all. The technical observer in charge of the aerospace company over there also hoped that Jiang Cheng would personally pass by when launching the satellite and give guidance to their aerospace company. The observers of the aerospace company really hope that Jiang Cheng will guide him, and they have long admired Jiang Cheng's name. Their department is considered to be the department with the highest technological content of the Yan family, and it is straight ahead of others in technology. Before they looked at the military and the energy sector, they had obtained the technology in Jiang Cheng's hands, and thus completely moved towards rapid development, but they were jealous. They have long been greedy for those high-end technologies, but they have never had any chance to contact Jiang Cheng. Now I finally have such a good opportunity to communicate with Jiang Cheng, and the people of the space company are also very happy. They also hope to get some advanced technology from Jiang Cheng so as to enhance the technical strength of the entire aerospace company. The people at the space company were more concerned about Jiang Cheng's affairs and went to prepare for the launch as soon as they were notified. Launching a rocket is a very complicated task, and the preliminary preparations take a long time. It's not that you can launch it right away if you want to launch it. Just preparing the rocket is very troublesome, let alone consider external environmental issues. A launch vehicle is a very expensive thing, and it must meet very harsh conditions before it can be launched. Weather conditions, temperature, humidity, and other external conditions must meet the standards before a formal launch can be carried out. If there is any sudden change, the rocket launch may be cancelled at any time. The news of the rocket launch delay on the TV is not heard once or twice. This is normal. Now the space company has already started the preparation work. As long as the launch time comes, let him directly pass MSI. After Jiang Cheng got the news, he was completely relieved, and MSI's affairs were settled. As long as the rocket launch does not fail, he will be able to own the private MSI with Ying. The rocket launch will fail. If it fails, even the MSI above will be destroyed. Basically, as long as the launch fails, everything on it will be destroyed, and even the dross will not be left behind. However, Jiang Cheng felt that he would not be so desperate. It happened that the rocket failed to launch. This time, he should be able to launch Gu Lai into the air. Jiang Cheng handed over the MSI he had made to Xiangdong and asked him to take it to the aerospace company to prepare for the loading of MSI. He doesn't have to worry about anything now, as long as he stays at home honestly and waits for the person from the space company to inform him of the launch time. Since there is no need to prepare for the launch by himself, Jiang Cheng is busy doing his own research. Now that he hasn't been free, there is still a lot of research waiting for him. The dazzling is that a few months have passed, and Jiang Cheng has been in the laboratory for the past few months, busy with some technical matters. He also visits the company from time to time and cares about the development of some companies. During this period of time, Jiang Cheng has gained a lot, and both his own research and the company have made great changes. In terms of research, Jiang Cheng has overcome many technical problems and laid a solid foundation for mankind to step into space. These technical difficulties are all related to space technology. It can be said that mankind has taken one step closer to being a space. The development of Universe Umbrella Company is also very good, basically in line with his plan. The Universe Umbrella Company now has a lot of products, and these products are all hugely profitable industries. These monopolistic industries have brought countless money to the umbrella company, allowing the company to continue to expand its scale. Now even Jiang Cheng doesn't know how much money the Universe Umbrella Company has made for him during this time. However, judging from the bonuses issued by the company's money may not be a small amount. The better news for Jiang Cheng is that the launch of MSI is finally about to begin. The news finally came from the space company a few days ago that all preparations have been completed. The launch vehicle has already carried the MSI he made, and now we are waiting for a good time to launch. Fortunately, there has been a very good launch opportunity recently. All conditions have met the needs of launch. If everything goes well, his MSI will go to the sky. Today is the scheduled launch time of the rocket, and Jiang Cheng set off from Los Angeles early. He's going to take a look at the launch site. After all, it is better to have a relationship with MSI. It is said that Jiang Cheng is still very curious about the Yan family's MSI launch center. This time I have the opportunity to go in and have a look. For Jiang Cheng, he can satisfy his curiosity by the way. After flying for a period of time, Jiang Cheng arrived in the southwest of Yan's home by plane, where the Yan's MSI launch base was located. Of course, the plane Jiang Cheng still needs to make can't go directly to the launch base, but the key security unit can't have a direct plane. Only get here by plane first, and then transfer to other means of transportation. When Jiang Cheng got off the plane, someone was waiting at the airport. This is something he said a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get into the launch base at all. The Yan family's rocket launch base is not accessible to everyone. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng's special status, it would be impossible to watch the launch live. As soon as Jiang Cheng walked out of the airport lobby, he saw a middle-aged man in a black suit at the door, holding a big sign with the words Jiang Cheng written in black pen. Shi Lai was the one who came to pick up Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't talk nonsense and followed him directly into a car. This time Jiang Cheng visited the launch base, but Xiangdong was not responsible for receiving it. After all, the aerospace company and Guanfeng are two systems. Even if Xiangdong meets Jiang Cheng, he can't do it. The Yan family's rocket launch base is eastward, and generally speaking, it is impossible to enter without special circumstances. So this time Jiang Cheng came here alone and was not prepared to let any acquaintances receive him. Anyway, Jiang Cheng only came to visit this time and didn't need Xiangdong's acquaintances to receive him. The person who came to receive Jiang Cheng this time seemed quite silent. It seemed that they belonged to the security agency, not like the staff of an aerospace company. The black-clothed, middle-aged man only cared about driving by himself. He remained cold and silent all the time, without any emotional fluctuations. When Jiang Cheng looked at this person, he knew that he came from that kind of special organization, or Nyan was a person specializing in the safety of the launch base. This kind of people are generally specially trained, and they don't have any extra movements, so they appear so silent. It is estimated that this person is the kind of talent who has undergone special training and is considered to be the most elite group of people outside the bacteria team. Jiang Cheng estimated that this person had also been strengthened by genetic medicine, otherwise he would not be in a place like the launch base. Now the production of genetic medicine is on the right track. Although the current output is not very high, it is still sufficient for some special talents. For example, the person who came to pick up Jiang Cheng must be qualified to use this kind of medicine. Now, there are a large number of elite soldiers in the army. All of them are the Yan family's most powerful talents, and they are also the true pillars of the Yan family. The potion Jiang Cheng took out greatly improved the Yan family's strength, at least in terms of elite soldiers, far surpassing any family. The person receiving him did not ask Jiang Cheng to speak, and Jiang Cheng was happy and free here, and he could just take a break in the car. Jiang Cheng sat alone in the back of the car, leaning on the seat, and slowly fell asleep. Jiang Cheng got up very early this morning because he had to catch a plane. Now he has a chance to catch up. After arriving at the launch base, there are still many things to be busy. Jiang Cheng will not let go of such a good opportunity to sleep now. The person who came to pick up Jiang Cheng had very good driving skills, and the body was very stable without any bumps. Jiang Cheng leaned in the car and fell asleep very quickly, and he slept fairly peacefully. When Jiang Cheng woke up, he had already reached the launch base. Their car came to the gate of the launch base and stopped at the gate of the guard post. The security work is very strict. The car needs to be checked before driving in. While the guards were inspecting the car, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu's environment. The Yan family's rocket launch base is located on a plain, and the surrounding terrain is fairly flat, and there is little ups and downs. Perhaps it was the surrounding terrain that made the family choose to build the rocket launch base here. The launch base is surrounded by high walls, and it is still not visible inside. There are guards with guns patrolling on the fence. Everything seems very tight. There are still vehicles passing by on Zhu Guo's road from time to time, and those vehicles are vehicles belonging to the launch base. All guards patrolled the vicinity to prevent unknown personnel from approaching the base. After the guards checked the car, Jiang Cheng and the others could finally get in. Jiang Cheng was still very curious about this launch base. After all, it was the Yan family's aerospace base that said it was not curious and it was fake. No one outside can know what the inside of this mysterious base looks like. Reports on this base are all short pictures, and there is no panoramic view of the entire base at all. The Yan family had been keeping secret about the situation of this base very well, but today Jiang Cheng was able to unravel the veil of mystery and get a glimpse of this mysterious base. After the car passed the gate and entered the foundation, the appearance of the entire base was recognized by Jiang Cheng. The first thing Jiang Cheng saw was a huge shelf in the middle of the base. This shelf was too big, and it was very difficult for people to not notice. That shelf is the legendary rocket launcher. It is dissatisfied with the complexity of various instruments and pipelines. This launcher is used to launch rockets, and a launch vehicle has been installed on it. The silver-white rocket is erected there. The whole rocket is streamlined and looks very beautiful. The MSI made by Jiang Cheng should be on the rocket, now waiting to be launched into the sky. The most conspicuous thing in the base is the launcher, because this building is really spectacular. This launcher is the crystallization of human technology and represents the most advanced technology on Earth. The huge launch frame was pointed directly at the sky, carrying mankind's dream of space and flying to the distant starry sky with the hope of mankind. Of course, there are not only the middle launcher in the base, but also various other buildings. Those other buildings are of different sizes, and they are scattered throughout the base. These different buildings in the base all have different functions. Some are laboratories in the base, responsible for related technical research and consolidation. Some buildings are where inspection agencies are located, and they are responsible for monitoring how the current environment can launch rockets. Most of them are office spaces and living areas. Many of the staff here live in the base all the year round, so many supporting facilities are needed. The environment in the entire base is very good. With good greening, it seems that the above is also to provide a good working environment for the technicians in the base. That's why the environment of the base is beautiful. Jiang Cheng sat in the car and looked at the scenery in the base, and he was very good at everything in the base. It is interesting. This is perhaps the most advanced place in Yanjia's science and technology, and it is also the place with the highest average education. The technicians who work here can be the backbone of a company if they go outside. However, these technicians did not choose the colorful world outside, and they stayed in this base all the year round to endure the dullness and boringness and carry on their own work year after year. They dedicated their entire youth to the Yan family's aerospace cause, and it is precisely because of their existence that the Yan family's aerospace technology will develop so quickly. Jiang Cheng has always admired this kind of person. Although he could not make that kind of pure dedication, he was able to pay his highest respect. Soon, the car passed through the entire base and came to a building. This building is the center of the launch base and the headquarters of the launching rocket. All rockets launched in this base must go through the orders issued here before they can proceed with the launch procedures. Jiang Cheng got off the car at the entrance of this command building, and when he got off the car, Jiang Cheng saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. The middle-aged man wore the work clothes inside the base, with a pair of eyes on Guang Zixiu's head above his head. Judging from the thickness of the lenses, I am afraid the power is not low. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Jiang Cheng get off the car, he greeted him and said, "This is the famous Jiang Cheng, right? Welcome, welcome. I have heard your name a long time ago, and no one knows your name in academia. Unfortunately, I have never had a chance to meet." The man who came up to the show was very enthusiastic. His words were full of Jiang Cheng's praise, and he seemed very happy to meet today. "Today, I finally met a real person. Like in the legend, I am so young and promising. My name is Xiao Peng, and I am the technical person in charge of this base. I am responsible for the launch of MSI today." This top man named Xiao turned out to be the technical person in charge of this base. His appearance seemed to be very responsible for his identity, as if he had been in the laboratory all year round. His body is full of the bookishness of a researcher, which is completely different from the average viewer. People like them are said to be managers, but they are actually core researchers, so they are responsible for things that are not expensive. No wonder he is so enthusiastic about Jiang Cheng. It turns out that he is also a person in the scientific world. Jiang Cheng's reputation in the scientific world is not very high. Basically, people who know the edge of science know Jiang Cheng well, and they also know the value of Jiang Cheng's research. It is precisely because they understand Jiang Cheng's research that they respect Su more than most people. This kind of respect is something that people who are scientists have, and it is their respect for science. Only people in the scientific community would respect Jiang Cheng so much, because the boundless hope Jiang Cheng brought to them can lead them to the unknown world. Now the status of Jiang Cheng in the scientific world has surpassed everyone, and no other scientist can compare him. The scientific achievements Jiang Cheng has made now can be compared with those of the greatest scientists in history. No one can compare the scientist who is still alive. The technical person in charge of the Launch Foundation is now coming to welcome Jiang Cheng in a fan state. Facing the enthusiasm of Xiao, the technical leader, Jiang Cheng hadn't reacted for a while. The attitude of the other side was a bit too enthusiastic, which made Jiang Cheng a little uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng had to stretch out his hand and shook his hand with the other party, and then said politely, "Letter 3005 where, my research is nothing but some results, so you shouldn't praise it like this." Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out what was going on now, so he had to be polite with Xiao Peng there. Xiao Peng saw Jiang Cheng's humble attitude, and he was more enthusiastic about Jiang Cheng's attitude. "Your achievements are worthy of any praise. We are all ready here, and we are waiting for you to come and give guidance today. MSI will be ready to launch soon. Please check it out when launching. What are the shortcomings of our technology? Fang, you don't have to point it out politely to us." Xiao is now completely like a fan, facing Jiang Cheng, who is here. What he said was all things such as guidance, which seemed to be quite respectful of Jiang Cheng's technical level. He completely put on an educated appearance and waited for Ruo Jiangcheng to come and guide them. Jiang Cheng finally reacted. The technical person in charge of launching the foundation is completely a fan of him. I am afraid that this fan is still a fanatic, but the average fan is not so enthusiastic. However, Jiang Cheng understands this kind of thing very well. People like Xiao Peng completely regard scientific research as their life fork. A genius scientist like Jiang Cheng is the idol of this kind of research madman. Jiang Cheng didn't have any bad views on Xiao, a fan. Xiao Peng's adoration of Jiang Cheng is not the kind of adoration of fans and stars. Xiao Dio values Jiang Cheng's scientific research level, not Jiang Cheng. So Jiang Cheng didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiao Peng as a fan. It's just that when I have an admirer of technology, I didn't think about bad things. When Jiang Cheng faced Xiao Peng, a fan, he was very satisfied with his curiosity and told him a lot about research. Both of these are people in the scientific world, but there is a lot of conversation. The two of them walked into this building while talking about scientific research. Jiang Cheng found himself chatting with Xiao Peng very happily, perhaps even more because of a common topic. Both of them are the kind of people who love scientific research, and if they have a common hobby, of course they can talk together. After chatting with Xiao Peng, Jiang Cheng discovered that the technical person in charge of the launch base has deep attainments in space science and technology. Many of his ideas have a certain predecessor and are basically in line with the future development trend of aerospace science and technology. Many of Xiao Peng's ideas on aerospace are achievable in Jiang Cheng's view, and even some technical ideas have been implemented in Jiang Cheng's previous life. Achieved, he is indeed a technical expert from Yanjia Aerospace Company. These thoughts made Jiang Chenggao glance at him. Although Xiao Peng, because of the limitations of the times, has no point of view that is better than Jiang Cheng's, he also has a lot of his own unique opinions. If Xiao Peng is allowed to live in a more scientifically advanced civilization, he must be an aerospace talent. It's just that the current level of human science and technology development does not allow him to realize his ideas. Jiang Cheng didn't even think that he would come to Yizhao Launch Base and Jingren would be able to send from such a talent. This kind of technical personnel is the kind of person Jiang Cheng needs most and can help him a lot in the aerospace field. If Xiao Peng has Jiang Cheng to provide technical support, I believe he will be able to make many epoch-making results. After discovering Xiao's foresight, Jiang Cheng became interested in talents and wanted to take the astronaut into his pocket and let Xiao help him conduct some technical research. If Xiao comes to help him, many aerospace technologies can be realized ahead of time. To be honest, what Jiang Cheng needs most now is a helper like Xiao Peng who can help him share some pressure. At least let Jiang Cheng not have to do any research by himself and be able to hand over some simple technologies to his subordinates to develop. Now, Jiang Cheng has trained people in biotechnology. The two sisters Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian have enough talents in biotechnology. Jiang Cheng is worth looking forward to in the future. As long as the two sisters grow up, Jiang Cheng will have someone to help with biotechnology. There are two sisters to help in biotechnology, but Jiang Cheng cannot find a suitable person in other technical fields. Xiao's appearance is very much in line with Jiang Cheng's wishes. His technical level is very mature, and basically, he can directly hit him without much training. In terms of experience, Xiao Peng is even more sophisticated, and his years of research career made him adapt to Jiang Cheng's research quickly. Although Xiao looks quite good, it is a pity that Jiang Cheng's idea is difficult to realize. Basically, there is not much possibility to do it. This is an expert in the aerospace company, and his level alone is not comparable to Duan's observers. Moreover, the power of this kind of technology is not small, and there are hundreds of researchers under his staff. The treatment in all aspects is not bad. It can be said that the current conditions are very good. Jiang Cheng wanted to dig Xiao from the aerospace company. The difficulty was not ordinary. Maybe Jiang Cheng has to come up with enough advanced technology to be able to attract this technical madman. But the problem is that even if Xiao he himself is willing to study with Jiang Cheng, the aerospace company will definitely not agree. Xiao Peng is the core technician of the aerospace company. If he is poached by Jiang Cheng, what will the aerospace company do in the future? It is conceivable that Jiang Cheng's digging behavior will definitely be strongly opposed by the aerospace company. This matter is basically impossible to operate. The resistance from all quarters is too great, so Jiang Cheng can't do this for the time being. Although Jiang Cheng temporarily gave up the idea of digging people, it is not that Jiang Cheng will give up Xiao Peng as a talent. He was going to see if he had a chance to dig Xiao Peng into his company. It's still a long time anyway. Jiang Cheng patiently waited for the opportunity slowly. Maybe the future cooperation with the aerospace company is an opportunity. If the two sides start technical cooperation, it will be easy for Jiang Cheng and the aerospace company to borrow two people. As long as the talent is borrowed, the question of not paying it back depends on Jiang Cheng's mood. However, these things are in the future, and Jiang Cheng feels that he should finish the immediate things first. Today is the day when my own MSI launches, so let's first care about the rocket launch. Soon Jiang Cheng followed Xiao Peng to a hall. The area of this hall was very large enough to accommodate many people working in it. There are a lot of technicians in the hall, all busy with what they are doing, and there are people walking back and forth from time to time, working together with each other. On the wall on the front of the hall is a huge display, which shows the situation of the rocket launcher. This Ying rocket is the fire that will be launched today, and Jiang Cheng's MSI will be mounted on my rocket. As you can see from the display, many pipelines connected to the rocket have been disconnected. This means that the rocket is fully ready for launch and is now waiting for the official launch. There are many different small screens in other parts of the hall which display various data. These data are all rocket-related situations, as well as real-time monitoring records of the external environment. Every display screen has technicians who are watching and paying attention to the rocket launch information. The whole hall seems to be full of sense of science and technology, and the technicians inside are busy in uniform wearing uniforms. This is the command center of the launch base, and the place where the rocket launch is controlled. As soon as Jiang Cheng entered the hall, Xiao Peng was invited to the main position of the podium. From this position, you can see all the conditions in the hall, and if you face the huge display screen, you can clearly see the rocket launch. Generally speaking, this place is prepared for leaders. If any leader comes to inspect, they will watch the rocket launch from this location. The situation at the launch center today is quite special. The rocket was launched for Jiang Cheng's personal request. So today, no leaders came to inspect the work. Basically, all the technicians at the launch base were present. Since there is no leader present, then Jiang Cheng has become the highest standing person here. Xiao Peng put Jiang Cheng in the main position and let him watch the rocket launch. Jiang Cheng sat on the main seat of the podium, and there was nothing unaccustomed to him. He felt that he was qualified to sit on the main seat. In terms of identity, although Jiang Cheng is not a member of the system, he cannot be regarded as the leader of these people. However, Jiang Cheng's background is extremely special, and he is a leader that cares about. Jiang Cheng has a very high status on the military side, and several military leaders are very fond of him. In terms of status, Jiang Cheng is no better than those leaders. If you count Jiang Cheng's technical strength, then he is even more qualified to guide them. Jiang Cheng's strength in scientific research, none of the people present was unconvinced, and it was enough to guide this launch. Therefore, Jiang Cheng is qualified to be their leader today, and sitting in this position does not appear to be abrupt. Sitting on the podium, Jiang Cheng looked at the busy technician Gu underneath with a sense of leadership. This feeling was something Jiang Cheng had never experienced before, and it made him feel very fresh. After Xiao Lu took Jiang Cheng over there and closed the command, he went down to work on his own affairs. Although this person in charge is also the leader here, he is a technical person in charge. Unlike those ordinary leaders who just stand by and look at their subordinates, he is responsible for many technical matters. There are many technical issues in the headquarters, so he can't watch from the podium. He needs to do many things by himself. This is the difference between technical leaders and general observers, who often start with hard work. Therefore, they have very strong operation ability, and they are far stronger than ordinary viewers in terms of hands-on ability. While waiting for the launch of the rocket, Jiang Cheng observed the situation inside the Queen. Looking at the busy Xiao road below, Jiang Cheng would be even more satisfied with this technical talent. Not only did Xiao talk about the future technological development, he was also experienced when he started his own hands. He was not the kind of person who only talked about things, and he was unambiguous when he did things. Not only is Xiao very good in technology, Jiang Cheng found that he still has strong leadership skills. Seeing if he directs many technicians below, Jiang Cheng knows that he is capable of leading a technical team to conduct his own technical research and development work. Jiang Cheng values Xiao Peng because of this. Not only can he help him with his research, but he can also help him manage the scientific research team. Being able to independently lead a research and development team, This kind of talent is very popular everywhere. No wonder Xiaopeng can have his own place in a place like aerospace company. It seems that this is because Xiaopeng has a strong ability to achieve his position today. Jiang Cheng didn't just observe Xiaopeng's performance, but also paid attention to other technicians. Jiang Cheng needs a lot of people in aerospace. If he is alone, it is too difficult to engage in aerospace technology. Aerospace science and technology is a combination of many technologies and requires a lot of manpower to succeed. Now that Jiang Cheng wants to vigorously develop aerospace science and technology, he needs a lot of technical personnel to form a complete technical team to be able to carry out aerospace science and technology research smoothly. These technicians are his best choice. As long as some talents are dug from them, Jiang Cheng's technical team will have a backbone. Then find some outstanding graduates from the university, and a perfect technical team is formed. These people are able to work in Yan's aerospace company. There is no doubt about the technical level. It depends on whether other aspects can meet his requirements. He planned to find a few more people among these technicians to find opportunities to dig them all over. Jiang Cheng regards Yanjia Aerospace Company as his own talent training mainly because it is too troublesome to train a researcher from scratch. Jiang Cheng had to look for some good semi-finished products everywhere, thus saving a lot of training time. Not to mention that after a period of observation, Jiang Cheng did find a few good people among this group of technicians. Jiang Cheng secretly tapped the names of these people on the nameplates and then stopped going around in large numbers. By doing this, Bai Jing was digging into the corner of an aerospace company. It would be bad if he did too much. This kind of thing still needs to be converged a little bit, and it is enough to stop. After Jiang Cheng had memorized the names of the few people, Xiaopeng was also busy with his affairs and returned to the podium. Seeing Jiang Cheng had been inquiring around, Xiaopeng thought he was observing his own technical level. How is it? My technical strength is pretty good, right? Although it's far from your level, it's a top technical team outside. It seems that Xiaopeng, a technically noble man, is very confident in his subordinates, otherwise he would not have said such words. It's really good. Your team has no problems as a whole. You deserve to be the top technical team of the Yan family. For these technicians, Jiang Cheng is quite recognized and can be regarded as acknowledging the strength of this team. Just after careful observation by Jiang Cheng, he found that the people here are indeed very high level, able to meet his various requirements. After discovering this, Jiang Cheng wanted to start digging people even more. As long as he dig a few technical backbones, his own technical team would be well established. Haha, I can get your approval. I feel that my work is worth it, and there are not many technical teams in the world that Jiang Cheng can see. It seems that Xiaopeng is very proud of Jiang Cheng's agreement with this idol. With Xiaopeng's cheerful look, he didn't realize Jiang Cheng's thoughts of digging people. If I knew that Jiang Cheng had prepared his men to dig away, I wonder if Xiaopeng could be so happy. However, Xiaopeng himself was the person Jiang Cheng wanted to dig most, and he couldn't tell what happened at that time. All the preparations are done. Can we start launching now? After joking for a while, Xiaopeng put away his smile and asked Jiang Cheng about the possibility of rocket launch. After talking about the work, Xiaopeng has completely lost the appearance of fans and has completely changed to the state of technical leader. Jiang Cheng glanced at the current surrounding environment data and found that it was very suitable for launching. Let's launch without any problems. If you continue to drag it, you don't know what accidents will happen. Taking advantage of the current conditions, let's hurry up and launch the work. For Jiang Cheng, whether he hastened to send MSI, it's not a solution to keep hanging. After receiving Jiang Cheng's approval, Xiaopeng officially started the launch process. He picked up the microphone on the command podium and gave orders to all the technicians in the hall. The rocket launch has been approved, and now all personnel are in place to enter the rocket launch state. The other technicians in the hall, after hearing Xiaopeng's order, all entered a state of concentration, staring at what they were responsible for. The rocket launch process cannot tolerate the slightest mistake, and even the smallest mistake will cause the launch to fail. So everyone needs to be fully involved, and there can be no relaxation at all. Once Magia launched a rocket, it was because a screw was loosened, and finally caused the rocket launch failure. The failure of that launch caused a serious accident in which several astronauts were killed. The economic loss caused was as high as hundreds of millions of dollars, leaving a bitter lesson. After the accident, the rocket launch became more stringent. Just to check the state of the rocket, it would go through several inspection procedures. After all the technicians were ready, Xiaopeng then gave the order. Entering the pre-launch inspection procedure, all monitoring units report rocket-related data. No abnormality was found at checkpoint 1, and the launch is possible. Everything is normal at checkpoint 2, and the launch is allowed. There is no abnormal situation at checkpoint 3. Number 4. Reporting voices sounded in the lobby, reporting the rocket's detailed situation. After everyone had finished reporting, Xiaopeng nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the situation reported by these people, the rockets are in good condition and can proceed to the next step. The rocket inspection is complete and everything is normal. Now start the next step of the process to report the current environmental situation. After checking the condition of the rocket, it is necessary to check whether the environment is suitable for launch. The current weather is good, the temperature and humidity are all in line with the launch conditions, and the rocket can be launched. Soon someone reported the results of the test, and everything seemed to be pretty good. Even the gods were very cooperating with this launch. After the final inspection process, the next step is the most important work. Set up his mind, gave the final launch order. The official launch will begin now, ready for ignition. Following Ruo Xiaopeng's order to ignite the fire, the most stressful time came. Everything is normal, start ignition. A technician pressed the rocket ignition button, and the rocket was about to lift off. After the technician presses the button that controls the ignition, the rocket's changes can be seen from the display. I saw the huge rocket in the field, and the jet at the bottom began to emit flames. Those flames are the fuel that propels the rocket, and the fuel injected after burning can propel the rocket to space. The intensity of the flame ejected from the jet slowly increased, and soon increased to the point where it could launch a rocket. The rocket jet port is all normal, the thrust has reached the target, and the launch can begin after hearing the report from his subordinates. Xiaopeng turned his head and said to Jiang Cheng, "You can give the countdown launch order. Anyway, it's just the countdown. It's the same for everyone." After hearing Peng's words, Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, but took the microphone and prepared to give orders. Jiang Cheng is still very interested in launching rockets, although he also conducted many space launches in his previous life. But at that time, it was already launching a spacecraft, and Jiang Cheng hadn't played a backward thing like a rocket. After taking over the command, Jiang Cheng let out a sigh of relief and then gave the final launch command to the microphone. Count down to 5 seconds and prepare to launch. 5, 4. As Ruo Jiang Cheng kept counting down, everyone became nervous. In the end, whether the rocket can successfully launch depends on a few seconds. Time will not stagnate because of their tension. Jiang Cheng's voice constantly echoed in the hall. Emission. When Jiang Cheng finally uttered the word launch, the injection port at the bottom of the rocket suddenly exploded out of a large amount of flame. With the appearance of those flames, there was still a lot of smoke and dust, covering the entire launch site. Then the rocket slowly began to lift off, and the fixed rocket launcher was also retracted. The flame at the tail of the rocket is getting bigger and bigger, and the speed of the rocket is getting faster and faster. The whole rocket starts to fly towards the sky. Everyone can see from the display, the rocket started to vibrate slowly. After the shock reached its highest point, the rocket had already flown into the air. After a period of time, the vibration of the rocket suddenly stopped, which means if the speed has been increased to the highest. The rocket also flew into the sky at this time and began a steady flight phase. The rocket flies steadily in the air, and if flames are continuously ejected from the tail, the speed becomes faster and faster. Soon the speed of the rocket was increased enough to fly out of the Earth, and it rose far into the air. At this time, the rocket disappeared from the display. The current position of the rocket is too far, so it is difficult to capture the picture. From now on, you can only see the current position of the rocket from the radar. The largest display in the lobby was also switched from the scene. It becomes a computer simulation animation, which is the simulated rocket flight state after detecting the position of the rocket. It can be seen from the picture that the rocket is running smoothly, and the flight attitude is also maintained very well. Nothing happened at all. After seeing the current situation of the rocket, Xiao Peng came out for a long time. Generally speaking, at this stage of launching a rocket, 30 basically succeeded. The most accident-prone thing is at the beginning, and basically there will be no problems later. Just wait for the rocket to reach the orbit and separate MSI from the rocket. Finally, after adjusting the orbit of MSI, the entire launch process is over. This mission is very important to Xiao. Bai Jing has his idol Jiang Cheng watching by the side. If the launch fails, his face will not look good. Now that the rockets had reached their current position, Xiao Lu finally let go of his hanging heart. Although Xiao could relax a little now, he still did not dare to relax completely. He needs to be in charge of the work in the future, and he can't leave it here. All units pay attention to monitoring the rocket's situation at all times and report to me immediately if there is any situation. Xiao constantly asked the technicians about Ruo rocket's current situation, caring about various data. Now they can no longer take pictures of the rocket, so they can only observe the current situation of the rocket from various data and make corresponding responses. The rocket's current speed is very fast, far beyond what can be observed with the naked eye. Only at such a fast speed can the rocket be able to get rid of the gravity of the Earth and fly to the predetermined path. At such a fast speed, the rocket soon rushed out of the troposphere and reached the position of the stratosphere. Strictly speaking, the stratosphere can be said to be in space. It's just that there is still some thin atmosphere, so it's still above the Earth. After the rocket crosses the stratosphere, it can reach the real outer space. The destination of the rocket's flight is to be located on the Earth's orbit in outer space. When the rocket reached the stratosphere, Xiao Peng became busy again, ready for the first-level rocket detachment. This is the work of separating the lower part of the rocket, throwing away the first-stage rocket below, and then flying into space with the other parts. The reason why the rocket needs to be separated is because the fuel in the first-level fire festival has been used up, and now it is just an empty shell. Continuing to bring these empty rocket parts will be a burden to the rocket that is still flying. The heavier the weight, the more fuel needs to be consumed, and reducing the load is what needs to be done now. It is better to completely discard these useless parts and use a lighter weight to escape the gravity of the Earth. The rocket is ready to leave, and all data can be used for separation. Soon the work of the first-level rocket separation began, and a technician first reported the situation of the rocket. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Peng gave the order to leave the first-level rocket. Start the first level of rocket detachment. Following Xiao Peng's order, many technicians began to control it remotely. They need to control the rocket in the air on the ground and separate the first-stage rocket from the main body. Soon the rocket in flight reacted, and the first-level rocket below slowly left the main body. After losing the power provided by the propeller, these separated parts began to fall towards the ground. However, it is difficult for these fallen rockets to fall to the ground because they violently rubbed against the air and began to burn violently in midair. Soon there was a meteor in the sky, which was formed when the first-stage rocket fell. The main body of the rocket has lightened its own weight, and its speed has increased a lot, and it flies towards its destination. Finally, after a period of flight, the rocket successfully reached the destination and released the MSI it carried. With Jiang Cheng's MSI officially entering the scheduled orbit, the successful completion of the launch can be declared. When the MSI signal appeared in the display, the inside of the hall boiled. They all knew that their efforts were not in vain, and the rocket was successfully launched. Many technicians embraced excitedly and celebrated this success. Each launch of a rocket is a difficult challenge, and for them, a successful launch is a thing to celebrate. Jiang Cheng saw if the crowd below was celebrating, he was also infected by this emotion. Even a calm person like Jiang Cheng can't hold back a smile on his face. This is really a great moment. Jiang Chengnan muttered to himself. Jiang Cheng feels the joy of those people even more because he understands the joy of conquering, which is the joy of mankind after conquering the unknown. Rockets are tools invented by mankind to conquer space. These rocket technicians are all pioneers of mankind's march into the universe. It is with the continuous efforts of these people that mankind can hope to truly step into the universe. Today, I really want to thank you all. Thanks to your efforts, the rocket was successfully launched. My MSI can also be used officially. Here I want to thank you all. Jiang Cheng picked up the microphone and thanked everyone. Thanks to everyone. After a busy day, everyone can take a breath. Jiang Cheng now finally has a private MSI, and many things will be much easier in the future. Seeing his MSI successfully operating, Jiang Cheng was ready to leave the launch base. When he came, he was mainly curious about the rocket launch base of the Yan family. There are still many things waiting for him in the laboratory. Since there is no way to dig people directly now, it is just a waste of time to stay here. Jiang Cheng and Xiao Peng chatted for a while, discussed the future development trend of space technology, and then left the launch base directly. When he left, Xiao Peng personally sent him away. Judging from Xiao Peng's appearance, I was afraid that Jiang Cheng could not bear to leave. Xiao Peng found that he could learn a lot by chatting with Jiang Cheng, and many vague thoughts in his heart became clear. It is a pity that even if Xiao Peng is reluctant to leave Jiang Cheng, it is now time for Jiang Cheng to leave. Under Xiao Peng's unwilling gaze, Jiang Cheng left the Yan family's rocket launch base and then took a plane back to Los Angeles. As soon as he got home, Jiang Cheng asked Rem to control his MSI and start communications. The MSI orbiting in space, with Rem's control, has increased its work efficiency several times. When MSI officially starts to work, Jiang Cheng can use this MSI to contact the people he wants to contact. This kind of communication is absolutely confidential. Because the signal is directly transmitted by its own satellite, there is no possibility of being stolen at all in the future. Jiang Cheng will not have to worry about the confidentiality of his company. In the future, all employees of the Universe Umbrella Company will have to transmit signals through his own MSI. Moreover, Rem was able to monitor all communications and only found any problems to report to Jiang Cheng. This kind of monitoring is also Jiang Cheng's method of controlling the company. With so many employees under his hands, if he is not careful, he still doesn't know what will happen. Cosmos Umbrella Company currently involves a lot of confidentiality technology. If an employee is bought by others and then leaks the company's secrets, the loss will be great. Therefore, Jiang Chengyu had to facilitate in advance and let Rem monitor all communication content to avoid leaking company secrets. After working on MSI's affairs, Jiang Cheng was originally going to return to the laboratory and continue to study the unfinished projects. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng's plan, which suddenly appeared disrupted, made him unable to stay in the laboratory anymore. Jiang Cheng's own CEO, Zhang Manlin, rushed directly to his home and dragged him into the company. Jiang Cheng did not appear in the company again this month, which made Zhang Manlin and me CEO angry. So Zhang Manlin caught her boss and forced him to return to the company to handle things. During this period of time, Jiang Cheng has been busy with MSI's affairs, and many things have accumulated in the company. These things must be confirmed by the boss Jiang Cheng, so Zhang Manlin will directly arrest Jiang Cheng in the company. Jiang Cheng has nothing to do with his own CEO, although Zhang Manlin is just an employee. But Bai Jing is doing his best to take care of the company, and there is really no way to find him, and Jiang Cheng can't take it into the house. Jiang Cheng just reluctantly returned to the company, still dealing with the things he didn't want to touch. After working for a long time, the company's business is finally over. Jiang Cheng looked at the big tweet of documents processed on the table, moved his aching shoulders, and then let out a long sigh. Finally, the processing is over. I didn't expect that processing some files would be so tiring. I have not been so tiring after imitating experiments for several days. It seems that Jiang Cheng really doesn't like these things, otherwise he wouldn't look so tired. Zhang Manlin looked at her boss and didn't know what to say. Jiang Cheng was tired after this amount of work. She had to deal with more documents than these every day, and she had never seen her shout tired before. By the way, the automobile manufacturing company that our company acquired has now produced new electric vehicles and is now waiting for formal sales. Zhang Manlin suddenly mentioned the new electric vehicle and also wanted to ask Zia Jiang Cheng's opinion. A few months ago, the Universe Umbrella Company used a lot of banknotes to directly submit their acquisition targets and successfully acquired an automobile manufacturing company. Then, on the basis of the K38 battery, the research and development of a new electric vehicle began. The automobile manufacturing company that they acquired has strong R&D capabilities. Coupled with the K38 battery, it quickly completed the design of a new electric vehicle. Now that the first batch of electric cars have been produced, they are just waiting to go on sale. Now that they are all ready to sell, the promotion will begin. No matter how good the product is, it will be in vain without enough publicity. How can someone buy something that you don't know? Zhang Manlin is now most concerned with propaganda, so she asked Jiang Cheng, Letter 3005, what do you think about propaganda, boss? Do you follow the traditional propaganda route, or use some unconventional means to promote it? After Jiang Cheng heard about electric vehicles, he immediately cheered up and began to get serious. Electric vehicles are very important in Jiang Cheng's plan and are the first step to fully promote electrification. Whether electric energy can completely replace other energy sources depends on how well this step is going. If ordinary people can accept this electric car, the next plan will be easy to implement. It can be said that electric vehicles are related to Jiang Cheng's next actions, and he has to take it seriously. This electric car took a lot of effort from Jiang Cheng, not only developed a new type of battery specifically for it, but also provided many new technologies for use in cars. When designing electric vehicles, Jiang Cheng provided many ideas to enable electric vehicles to better utilize those new technologies. It can be said that this electric car is an epoch-making vehicle with countless new technologies, which is completely different from the previous cars. After the emergence of this electric car, the automotive industry will enter a new era. Jiang Cheng has been thinking about the new car, so he did not immediately answer Zhang Manlin's question. When thinking, Jiang Cheng habitually emptied himself to avoid being disturbed by the outside world. Jiang Cheng's habit of thinking like this can make him more focused. The downside is that it is so easy to ignore external affairs. It seemed that Jiang Cheng was in a daze, especially in Zhang Manlin's eyes. Jiang Cheng has been in a daze over there, as if he hadn't heard her. Zhang Manlin waited for a long time without waiting for Jiang Cheng's answer. She thought Jiang Cheng was distracted while talking to her. In this way, she became even more speechless to Jiang Cheng, the boss, and she was in a daze while discussing matters. Boss, what are you thinking? I'm here to discuss the issue of new cars with you. New cars are very important to the entire company. Boss, you should concentrate on it. Seeing her boss competing like this, Zhang Manlin was so angry that she didn't dare to vent it. She could only complain about Jiang Cheng in her mouth. Jin called Jiang Cheng as her boss, and she had nothing to do with Jiang Cheng. If her staff dared to distract themselves while discussing matters, Zhang Manlin was afraid that she would show her the majesty of CEO. It is a pity that Jiang Cheng is her boss. Zhang Manlin can only vent her dissatisfaction in this way. Zhang Manlin's voice interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts and pulled him back to reality from the space of thinking. After Jiang Cheng reacted, he saw his own CEO, looking at him complaining. Just now, he was still thinking about the future layout of electric energy, and his thinking has not been changed all of a sudden. After being awakened by Zhang Manlin's voice, she simply forgot what was just now, and she didn't even hear what Zhang Manlin said just now. Jiang Cheng, who had not figured out the situation at all, subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? What did you just say? I was thinking about things just now, but I didn't hear what you were saying." When Zhang Manlin saw Jiang Cheng's reaction, she was so angry. She couldn't wait to rush to strangle Jiang Cheng, the boss, to be able to vent her anger. Fortunately, Zhang Manlin has many years of management experience, which gives her good control ability. Finally resisted his impulse and didn't go up and choke his boss to death. Not angry, not angry. He is my boss. I am not angry at all. Zhang Manlin kept repeating this sentence in her heart, trying to calm herself down. Jiang Cheng saw that Zhang Manlin was not quite right, but still did not figure out what the situation is now. Why Zhang Manlin was fine just now, but suddenly she became a little strange. So Jiang Cheng asked Ruo Zhang Manlin caringly, "What's wrong with you? How do you feel that your emotions are not right? Is it not feeling well? Or the company has too many things that make you too tired for a while? Take a break when it's time to take a break. No matter how busy the company is, don't tire your body. The company can't do without you. If you get tired, the company will be in trouble." Out of the self-consciousness of a boss, Jiang Cheng still has to show his concern. The boss who is considerate to his subordinates is a good boss, and Jiang Cheng still knows this very well. Jiang Cheng's words are indeed correct. Zhang Manlin is too important to the Universe Umbrella Company. Without Zhang Manlin's central command, such a large company would not be able to operate smoothly. It is a pity that Jiang Cheng's caring words made Zhang Manlin's mood even more difficult to calm down. The blue veins on Zhang Manlin's forehead jumped. Her face became even more ugly. From Jiang Cheng's perspective, some black lines appeared on Zhang Manlin's head, and I don't know if it was his illusion. Zhang Manlin is very depressed now. How could she get caught up with the boss Jiang Cheng? After calming down for a long time, Zhang Manlin held back herself and did not do anything cruel to Jiang Cheng. "I just asked you if you have any thoughts on the promotion of the new car. If there is any special promotion plan, I can make corresponding arrangements. If you don't have any special ideas, boss, I will follow the general publicity plan." Zhang Manlin knew that Jiang Cheng hadn't heard what she was talking about, so she repeated what she said just now. This matter is still relatively urgent. Only after the publicity work is arranged can the new car be launched. That's why Zhang Manlin was so eager to get Jiang Cheng's answer. If Jiang Cheng can't come up with any special ideas here, she is ready to carry out regular publicity methods. General publicity such as advertisements or participation in some auto shows and other activities. Although these propaganda methods are very old-fashioned, they are indeed the most practical propaganda methods. Often cliché means if it is practical, otherwise it won't become cliché. Jiang Cheng finally understood Zhang Manlin's question and temporarily focused his attention. The future layout of those things can be considered at any time. He decided to deal with the immediate matters first. "I don't have any special propaganda methods, but I can use general methods. The advertisements can be published. At least let everyone know that our company has released a new type of electric car. However, in the advertisement, we can play some tricks. Don't expose the new car pool first. Just use a black shadow to replace the appearance of the new car, so that it can give people enough surprises when the final announcement." Jiang Cheng proposed a novel idea, which is to hide the appearance of the vehicle and related data in the advertisement. Just put a black shadow on the screen to replace the car that should have appeared. Jiang Cheng's idea hasn't been used before, and it might have some miraculous effects. Zhang Manlin is still very familiar with the propaganda aspect, and Jiang Cheng reacted as soon as she told her. "You are talking about creating a sense of mystery in the advertisement, using this method to arouse the interest of the public, and finally revealing the new car at a suitable time, creating the most sensational effect at once." Zhang Manlin is indeed a smart person. Jiang Cheng understands Jiang Cheng's thoughts by mentioning it casually and also brings up the follow-up thoughts. The method Jiang Cheng said looks more complicated, but the truth is very simple. It uses people's curiosity to achieve the purpose of attracting people's attention. Promote that the Universe Umbrella Company is going to release a new car. It is best to get everyone knows the point. However, the propaganda was pretending to be mysterious, not revealing information about the new car at all, creating a mysterious feeling. Then, use this mysterious feeling to get everyone's attention to their new car. Human curiosity is very vigorous. The more you don't know, the more others want to know, and you will do everything possible to find out. If it is really impossible to know the truth, people will still guess the truth. Such propaganda methods also allow people to give full play to their imagination and guess what this new car is like. In this way, the new car that Cosmo Umbrella is about to release will definitely become a hot topic, and there is no need to worry about no one paying attention. Is it possible to do this? Are you afraid of causing people's rebellion? I always feel that this is too risky. Although Zhang Manlin understood Jiang Cheng's thoughts, she didn't quite agree with it. This kind of propaganda method is too risky. If it is not operated well, it will cause a negative impact and give people a bad impression of the new car. If you use conventional methods to promote new cars, although this method is not as effective as it is more secure than that. With the current influence of the umbrella company, it is enough to let people know about this new car. Coupled with the fact that their company has enough money to advertise, there is no fear that no one will know this. As long as the effect of honest publicity will not be bad, why use risky means? As the CEO of the company, Zhang Manlin will of course choose a safe method. It's not that she didn't have enough risky spirit just after Zhang Manlin's position. She must first consider stable development and then consider the issue of effect. This is a matter of status, and the things that she and Jiang Cheng have to consider are completely different. Zhang Manlin's identity prevents her from taking risks, so she doesn't agree with Jiang Cheng's ideas. Don't worry, as long as the operation is careful, it won't cause any adverse effects, and don't you think it's fun to do this? First raise everyone's interest, and finally give them a big surprise. Jiang Cheng still insisted on his own ideas and wanted to use this special propaganda method. He was born to be an adventurous person. Otherwise, he would not personally drive the Iron Man brick armor last time to perform a special mission in the South China Sea. For Jiang Cheng, whether it is scientific research or other challenges, all are things that excite him. Too plain life is not what he wants, and only with enough stimulation can he be more engaged. Although Jiang Cheng wanted to take the risk very much, Zhang Manlin still didn't want to stay in danger. So she said to Ruo Jiang Cheng, "But if we promote this way, everyone's expectations will be raised to the highest. If our products do not meet everyone's expectations, everyone will be disappointed in our new car." Zhang Manlin also pointed out her concerns, that is, question of expected value. When people find that the expectations are too high, it is not a good thing. If they arouse all the interest and mobilize them all, in the end, if people's expectations are disappointed, they will be criticized a lot. This is a problem of excessive expectations, and it is easy to mess things up. This problem can be explained with a very simple thing. We can use sports to compare this problem. Take table tennis, the Yan family's best sport, as well as the national football. Table tennis can be said to be the strongest event of the Yan family, and people have the highest expectations for the Yan family's table tennis. If table tennis fails to win the championship, it is a complete failure. People have adjusted the expectations of table tennis to the highest level. As long as they are not champions, they cannot meet everyone's requirements. As for the national football team of the Yan family, that is another extreme example. Everyone has no expectations for the national football team and does not expect any results from them. But if the national football team can achieve some small results, such as entering the main match of the World Cup, even if the national football team is eliminated immediately after entering the World Cup, everyone can be satisfied. At that time, you might still praise the national football team for doing a good job, even able to play in the World Cup. This is the difference brought about by different expectations. As long as one project does not win the championship, it is a failure, and the other project is satisfied as long as the World Cup is played. In this way, everyone can understand Zhang Manlin's concern. This is a very real problem. After Jiang Cheng heard Zhang Manlin's concerns, he did not dispel his thoughts. Don't you worry about our company's products. No matter how high everyone's expectations are, we can make everyone full of expectations. Jiang Cheng does not worry because he has enough confidence in his products. He believes that this new car produced by his company will surely meet everyone's expectations. But Zhang Manlin saw that Jiang Cheng still didn't give up and wanted to continue to persuade him, but before she finished her words, Jiang Cheng interrupted her. "Okay, that's all for the promotion. If you don't worry about it, I'll do it myself at that time. I will host the launch of the new car so that there will be no problems. Jiang Cheng finally used the power of his boss to force the final plan. Zhang Manlin saw that Jiang Cheng was ready to go out on her own, and she didn't worry about anything anymore. Jiang Cheng's popularity, Zhang Manlin, is still very clear, and there will be no problems with him. Isn't the Magic City going to hold an auto show recently? The new car launch conference will be reported there. Then, I will personally go to the auto show Yichao to introduce our new car to everyone. Jiang Cheng was willing to go out this time, ready to personally do the propaganda work. The reason why Jiang Cheng did so hard this time was to completely start the name of the new car. And with such a fun way of publicity, Jiang Cheng also wants to participate by himself. Such a special propaganda method can't be used frequently. If I miss this time, I don't know when to wait. In the end, Cosmos Umbrella Company set the time for the new car launch event, which will be held at the next International Auto Show. This auto show of Madu is a good time for publicity. This auto show is a large international auto show. At that time, many vehicle brands will be unveiled at the auto show, and basically, the world's well-known car brands will participate. Many luxury cars that you never see at all will appear at the auto show at that time, and they will definitely attract everyone's attention. Generally speaking, at this kind of auto show, many car brands will release new cars, which can be said to be a feast for car lovers. Jiang Cheng chose a very good time for the launch of the new car on this occasion. The most important thing is that there are still many car models on the auto show. You can feast your eyes at that time. This is the key point of each auto show. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin discussed for a while and finally decided on all the propaganda plans. After the plan is finalized, it will be Zhang Manlin's business. The boss Jiang Cheng doesn't need to do anything personally, as long as he shows up at the auto show. After deciding on the propaganda strategy, the Universe Umbrella Company quickly began the propaganda work, and the entire propaganda department began to operate. Under the full operation of the Universe Umbrella Company, many people know that the Universe Umbrella Company has released a new car. The Universe Umbrella Company has also invested a lot of money and advertised in many places. The advertisement has achieved an overwhelming effect, basically allowing everyone to see the advertisement. The content of this advertisement is quite special. The above only introduces a new car launched by Universe Umbrella, but there is no introduction to this new car. The vehicle on the whole picture is a vague black shadow. It is impossible to clean the shape of the car at all. Not only can you not see the shape of the car, but you also don't know the data of this car. Universe Umbrella Company seems to be deliberately hiding it from everyone, just telling everyone that they are going to sell a new car. I am sorry for not telling you what the specific vehicle looks like. All information on the new car is confidential, and no information is revealed at all. There is no surprise to everyone when the Umbrella Company enters the automotive field. A few months ago, it was reported that the Universe Umbrella Company had acquired a large automobile manufacturing company. At that time, everyone knew that the Universe Umbrella Company was preparing to enter the automotive field. At that time, the news also attracted all the attention, and they were expecting what kind of car the Umbrella Company would launch. However, the Umbrella Company has been quiet since then, so everyone gradually stopped paying attention to this matter. As a result, now that the Universe Umbrella Company suddenly came out, everyone was very surprised. They were surprised that the publicity methods of the Universe Umbrella Company were so secretive of their new cars. Everyone has never seen such an advertisement. It only promotes a new product, but keeps the content of the product confidential. The new car made by the Universe Umbrella Company is so mysterious, like something shameless. However, this has successfully achieved Jiang Cheng's goal and raised everyone's curiosity. This kind of propaganda method quickly attracted everyone's attention and made countless people pay attention to this new car of the Universe Umbrella. Countless people want to know the specific situation of this car and began their efforts to explore the truth. Human beings are such contradictory creatures. The more they cannot know, the more they want to explore. Perhaps this is the greatest manifestation of human curiosity, which is the result of human nature. But those who explored all failed in the end, and no one heard anything about the new car. Cosmos Umbrella Company does a good job of confidentiality, even if many internal employees don't know about the new car. Zero, finally, the only thing everyone knows about this new car is that the new car launch will be held at the auto show soon. Other things are completely like a mystery, attracting people's curiosity. After a long time of hard work and no results, everyone began to guess what the new car would look like. Why is this car so mysterious? Is there any surprise waiting for everyone? After things developed to this point, they have fallen into Jiang Cheng's control. His purpose has been completely accomplished, and everyone is looking forward to this new car. Many people are now waiting for the International Auto Show held by the Magic City to see what this mysterious new car looks like. The organizer of the Moto International Auto Show was completely overwhelmed by unexpected surprises, like a sudden win in the lottery. Jiang Cheng's move not only made his new car be expected, but also attracted countless attention to the auto show. Since the launch of the new car is held at the auto show, everyone will naturally start to pay attention to the auto show. Jin let Jiang Cheng put the new car launch conference above the car limit. Everyone is curious about the new car now, so all of them are looking forward to the auto show. For a time, Umbrella's new car and the Magic International Auto Show all became hot topics. Not only people from the Yan family are discussing it, but people from other families are also paying attention to this matter. Cosmos Umbrella's advertisements are published globally, basically without any family or region. Now people all over the world know the news, and they are starting to wait to see the true face of this mysterious new car. And this press conference is still held by Jiang Cheng himself, which makes people look forward to it even more. Jiang Cheng's popularity is not that high, and he rarely appears in the public. Basically, it is difficult to see him on the telegram. This time, it was hard to meet this genius scientist, which was very curious to many Jiang Cheng. People from all families in the world have all paid attention to the Magic City, and now they are waiting for the International Auto Show. Soon, it was time for the start of the auto show, and everyone turned their attention to the auto show, just waiting for the launch of the new car of the Umbrella. On this day, the National Auto Show held by the Magic City officially opened, and countless car lovers gathered in the Magic City to participate in this car feast. Many well-known car manufacturers bring their newly developed models to the auto show. Some manufacturers will release some concept cars at the auto show to let everyone see what the cars of the future will look like. These concept cars all have only one shell. There is no way to really start, but these car manufacturers' outlook for the future. All kinds of vehicles filled the entire exhibition area, making the visitors dazzled. Here you can see luxury cars that are rarely seen. Even top supercars are not uncommon. Hundreds of thousands of vehicles at the auto show are just low-end models, and there are many millions of luxury cars. There are also limited edition vehicles worth tens of thousands of dollars here on the Bugatti Veyron exhibition area. There was a centennial Bugatti Veyron parked. The price of this car was tens of millions of yuan. Just seeing the scary price tag is enough to make people surprised. But even if you spend tens of millions of RMB, you can't drive away this limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Because this car is not on sale to the public, only loyal members are eligible to buy this car. In other words, if you want this car, you must first buy several Bugatti Veyrons, and you are eligible to buy it after becoming their member. Such conditions have blocked the vast majority of buyers, making it a very small number of people in the world who own this car. Maybe this is their sales strategy, using this way to reflect the value of their cars. In addition to this century-old Bugatti Veyron, there are many eye-catching luxury cars at the auto show. BMW and Benz are all low-end brands at the auto show, and Porsche and Bentley are barely enough. Of course, there are also many sports cars like Ferrari, Maserati, and several models of various models have been exhibited. Brands such as Rolls-Royce and Aston Martin are the most attractive brands, and time-honored luxury cars are fascinating. Those ordinary people have no access to high-end vehicles, and they can all be seen at the auto show. On the first day of the opening of the car show, a large number of people came to visit, and countless people looked at those luxury cars with envy. They all know that they can't afford these luxury cars, so it's good to have a look. The more things people can't get, the more curious people are. So many people will come to the auto show to take a look at the luxury cars they can't afford. They like to come and take a look because they can't afford it, otherwise they won't use it at the auto show. You can buy the things you can afford and go home by yourself. You can look at what you want, and you don't have to worry about getting a bus if you go back late. This is probably the heart of ordinary people, a kind of envy, and yearning heart. It is the purpose of many people to visit the auto show to be able to see a car that will never be owned in a lifetime. Of course, there is another purpose that is more important than this, and that is to take a look at the car models at the auto show. Every time, the auto show organizers will invite many car models to participate, just to attract more men's attention. A car model with a fiery figure is the eternal theme of the auto show. A luxury car with a beautiful text is a good match, which can always arouse the deep desire of a man. The hot car models at the auto show, posing like a single person next to the luxury car, continue to attract the attention of men. There are countless photographers taking photos next to the car, and it is not clear whether they are shooting the luxury cars or the car models standing next to the car. This is a huge Vanity Fair, where countless luxury cars are competing for beauty, and there are more beautiful articles here that are like their own strength. This year's International Auto Show has more people than in previous years, and the huge venue is almost unable to accommodate the people who come to visit. This time, the media that came here far exceeded the past. In terms of media, it has exceeded the required optical specifications. You can see reporters from all over the world at the auto show, and all major media in the world have come to the auto show. We even saw OB vans outside the auto show, which were used by the media when they were preparing to broadcast live. However, many of these people were attracted by the Universe Umbrella Company. The advertisements some time ago really aroused the curiosity of too many people. So many people come to see what the new car of the Universe Umbrella Company is like. The media who came here were not for the luxury cars at the auto show. They all came to interview Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng likes to stay in his laboratory when he has nothing to do. Even his company rarely visits. It is very difficult for these media to interview Jiang Cheng. Basically, they rarely get Xinjiang about Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's attention has always been high among the 883 people, and news about Jiang Cheng has always been very popular. This time, Jiang Cheng finally showed up in public. Of course, they would not miss such a good opportunity, so they all ran over to take some shots of Jiang Cheng. People coming and going in the venue made the organizers laugh from ear to ear. The more attention they got, the happier they were. They didn't care what the focus of these people was. Whether paying attention to Jiang Cheng or other luxury cars, as long as the media comes, they will be happy. Those manufacturers who participated in the auto show are also very happy. It is always a good thing that more people see their vehicles, although they also know that these media are not rushing to them. But Jiang Cheng's light is also very good. Everything at the auto show was very good, but the curious crowd was disappointed because the new car launch conference of Universe Umbrella Company was held on the second day of the auto show. Jiang Cheng arrived at the Magic City ahead of schedule, but he did not come to the show. Today, Universe Umbrella's new car is still in secret, and everyone still can't see the true face of the new car. Now the auto show has already started, and the new car of the Universe Umbrella Company is so mysterious, as if it has a veil of mystery. The most eye-catching thing at the auto show is not the booths of luxury cars, nor the car models that are exposed. The one with the best attention was an independent booth. There was no car model on the booth and no other staff members. This booth is the booth rented by the Universe Umbrella Company, and the new car launch conference is held here. The area of the booth is not small, but the empty rectangular objects on the booth are blocked by thick black cloth. This little-looking booth has attracted the attention of many people. Countless tourists in Zhuguo, the booth of the Cosmos Umbrella, pointed at the objects hidden by the black cloth. It seems that something difficult to block under the black cloth is the new car that Universe Umbrella Company is about to release. This person has been looking forward to this booth for a long time, although nothing can be seen on the booth now. But they couldn't stop the curiosity of these people. They stood there and guessed what shape and performance the car under the black cloth had. These new cars were all transported here before the opening of the car show, and they were arranged together with the booth. During the entire transportation and arrangement process, it was strictly confidential, and no information was revealed to the outside world. The cars on the booth were all covered by black cloth. The black cloth was so tight that it was impossible to see the situation under the black cloth. Moreover, on the booth of the Universe Umbrella Company, there were many black-clad guards standing, preventing tourists from setting up black cloths to find out about the new car. Such strict security measures make those tourists more curious. All the people at the auto show are now very curious about what is special about the new car under the black cloth that requires such strict confidentiality measures. Don't miss the curiosity of these people now. It's impossible to be satisfied. You will not be able to see the true face of the new car until the new car launch conference tomorrow. I found that the booth of the Cosmos Umbrella Company could not explore anything. The crowds were still scattered. Anyway, the final answer will be revealed tomorrow. It is not a big deal to wait one more day. There are so many things worth paying attention to at the auto show. Those luxury cars and beautiful models are all waiting for them to appreciate. One day passed, and the opening day of the Magic International Auto Show also ended. The first day of the auto show appeared to be quite smooth, and everything went well. The light rate is also greatly guaranteed by the special propaganda methods of the Universe Umbrella Company. This auto show lasts for a week, and there are many wonderful things waiting for everyone. Especially on the second day of the auto show, Universe Umbrella Company's new car launch conference will be held, and Jiang Cheng will make an official appearance at the auto show. The current achievement of the auto show early this morning was a crowd of people. Countless tourists poured into the auto show venue to get a glimpse of the new car of the Universe Umbrella Company. There are a lot of people who are not interested in cars and come here to meet Jiang Cheng. Many young people are Jiang Cheng fans and want to come and meet their idols in person. The number of media who came to the scene was many times more than that on the first day. There were several OB vans parked at the entrance of the venue, and the reporters didn't know the number. Basically, the mainstream media came this time, just to broadcast the new car launch conference hosted by Jiang Cheng. Many cameras have been set up next to the booth of the Cosmos Umbrella, and the reporters who broadcast live have put on makeup and waited aside, and now the protagonist Jiang Cheng is here. With so many people crowding in one venue, it quickly squeezed the auto show venue. There was a long line at the door, and many people were still waiting to enter the auto show. The crowd was a little surprised by the organizers. They had never seen such a scene before, and the number of people exceeded the upper limit of the venue. There are too many people to come. The organizer has to take some temporary measures, otherwise there will be trouble in the venue. The organizer temporarily transferred a lot of security personnel over to maintain the order in the venue. At the same time, the crowd entering the venue was restricted to avoid accidents caused by too many people. The people lining up outside are now in tragedy. Basically, they can't get in today. After waiting in line for a long time, but being told that they could not enter, the mood of those people can be imagined. Some unwilling people are still making trouble outside the venue, just want to go inside the auto show. It's a pity that no matter how they are making trouble, the organizer will not let people in. Now that the people in the venue are overwhelmed, and if people are allowed in, something will really happen. Soon Jiang Cheng arrived at the auto show, and Jiang Cheng was surrounded by the crowd before he even entered. All the fans who couldn't get in the scene were waiting at the door for Jiang Cheng to come. They shouted Jiang Cheng's name one by one, hoping to get a response from their idols. Jiang Cheng has never encountered such a scene before. This is simply star-level treatment. Not to mention that Jiang Cheng's current reputation is not lower than that of first-tier stars, and the number of fans far exceeds them. If Jiang Cheng went to the entertainment park now, an international superstar would not be able to run away. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng's interest is no longer here, and his fans may be disappointed. Jiang Cheng was taken over by his fan Bao Guo, so he smiled and waved to them. Faced with fans Jiang Cheng who loves him, it is hard to say anything, and can only deal with them with a smirk. Fortunately, his bodyguard was professional enough to block the excited crowd, and then squeezed away for him so that he could enter the venue with a sharp head. The group of bodyguards around Jiang Cheng were sent to him by the military, and they were all strengthened elite soldiers. If it hadn't been for these bodyguards to have used genetic evolution medicines, and their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, they wouldn't really be able to let them in evenly. The military was afraid of Jiang Cheng's accident, so they sent a lot of native soldiers by his side, but they didn't expect it to come in handy here. Without the help of this group of bodyguards, Jiang Cheng would really not be able to enter the auto show scene. After a lot of effort, Jiang Cheng finally entered the venue smoothly. After squeezing in, the situation is much better. Jiang Cheng feels that his breathing is a little smoother, unlike being squeezed out and out of breath. The number of visitors in the venue has been restricted, so it is still barely acceptable. When he was outside, Jiang Cheng really felt almost squeezed out of his breath. You must know that those people are basically coming to Ruo Jiang Cheng, and of course they will regard Jiang Cheng as the main target. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's body is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Coupled with the very conscientiousness of the bodyguards, this did not cause Jiang Cheng to be surprised. After Jiang Cheng came in, he didn't go to his booth immediately, but wandered around the venue. It's a pity to come to this level of auto show after all. Jiang Cheng didn't want to see those vehicles. He mainly wanted to see girls at the auto show. Jiang Cheng, who is a luxury car, doesn't have much interest. He just looks at it casually. Looking at the car model is the most important thing. There are so many good-looking and good-looking girls, but not many of them are concentrated in the spot. I was wrong this time. I wonder how long it will be next time. This time, Jiang Cheng came here alone, and there was no one other than the bodyguard around him. In particular, he did not bring the three sisters in the family, mainly because they were afraid that they would affect their appreciation of the sisters. With his own woman around him, it's hard to see the girl. Jiang Cheng wouldn't be so stupid to bring the three of them over. After entering the venue, Jiang Cheng did not encounter the blockade of crazy fans. Now the people in the auto show are much calmer. Basically, they came here for the car, which was completely different from those who came to Ruo Jiangcheng outside. Kyungren, these people are also very curious about Jiang Cheng and want to get close to this genius scientist. It's a pity that they dispelled such thoughts when they saw that Jiang Cheng was surrounded by a group of big men. Jiang Cheng's bodyguards are all 5 and 3 phase, and they look very effective. Most people really don't get close to Jiang Cheng. Just like that, Jiang Cheng took a group of bodyguards and messed up in the venue. He didn't have any special goals, just to see a car model girl from a car company that looks so beautiful. So he leaned forward and took a quick look. After suffering from eye cancer, I changed another place and continued to admire different girls. Jiang Cheng also went through other automakers to see what styles of new cars they released. Your own company is about to enter the automotive industry, so it is good to observe some bright competitors first. Of course, these are all incidental items, and he mainly came to see the sister's observation opponent, which is a good cover. Otherwise, it would be too shameful for Jiang Cheng to watch car models at the auto show. Jiang Cheng quickly passed the booths of many auto manufacturers and then began to summarize these competitors. Ferrari's girls are pretty good, especially those with long legs who can play with them for 10 years. Rolls-Royce's car model is too conservative as their brand. Wearing too much does not look like a car model. Of course, what he summarized was not the new cars of various companies, but also the car models on their booths. Jiang Cheng always dismissed those competitors' new cars. He believes that his new electric car can kill all brands of vehicles and become the absolute focus of this auto show. Jiang Cheng is still very confident in his new car, because this electric car uses too many new technologies, and the technology content exceeds all previous cars. To say that this electric car is the vehicle of the future is nothing to exaggerate. After choosing for a while in the venue, Jiang Cheng came to the Tesla Motors booth. He didn't come to see their sister when he came to the booth of this car brand. Jiang Cheng came to the Tesla Motors booth to observe their new car. Why is Jiang Cheng indifferent to other brands of vehicles, but he specifically came to see this company's cars? Because Tesla, a car company, specializes in producing electric cars, it can be said that Tesla is a leader in the field of electric vehicles. Tesla Motors focuses on the research and development of electric vehicles, leading all other companies in technology. The electric vehicles produced are already in use and are far better than other electric vehicles. Moreover, the electric vehicles produced by their company are already very inferior in performance. At the very least, the electric cars produced by Tesla are already large enough to be popularized. Unlike electric vehicles that are completely impractical, their company's electric vehicles have strong practical value. It is also a manufacturer in the field of electric vehicles. Of course, Jiang Cheng has to observe this main competitor. People at Tesla Motors were also very nervous seeing Jiang Cheng coming over, because their company's cars are branded as high-tech. Now Jiang Cheng has also entered the automotive industry, and the most nervous one is their company. If it is better than high-tech products, they are really not better than Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Cheng didn't stay at their booth for long. He just learned about the performance of their new car and left. Jiang Cheng's departure gave those Tesla managers a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Jiang Cheng's new car would be an electric car. If this is the case, they will face huge competition, and their own electric cars may be eliminated. Now Jiang Cheng's casual attitude shows that the new car of Universe Umbrella Company is not an electric car. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not just leave like this. It is a pity that they don't know the reason Jiang Cheng left, not because his new car is not an electric car. It's just that their car's performance is too poor, and it is far from reaching Jiang Cheng's requirements. Jiang Cheng was very disappointed with the performance of Tesla's new car. Under disappointment, Jiang Cheng left immediately. After leaving, Jiang Cheng didn't continue to spin around, but walked to the booth of his company. The launch of the new car is about to begin, and his owner should also be there to prepare. After Jiang Cheng came to the booth of his press conference, he first observed the layout of the next booth. Jiang Cheng randomly scanned the layout of the booth and found that it was in line with his appetite. It seems that the employees sent by the company are good at knowing what style he likes. Except for the new cars blocked by the black cloth, there are many other decorations on the booth, and the booth does not look very monotonous. The whole layout style is still Jiang Cheng's favorite future style, with smooth lines and bright colors, giving a sense of science fiction overall. This style is also the consistent style of Universe Umbrella Company, which represents that the main business direction of Universe Umbrella Company is high-tech products. Science fiction in the future style is a good interpretation of the products of the Universe Umbrella Company and can bring people a sci-fi feel. This is also the concept that Jiang Cheng has always wanted to implement, that is, to use high technology to change everyone's lives, and Jiang Cheng has always been doing things. After observing the booth, Jiang Cheng clicked with satisfaction, praised the employees on the booth at will, and then walked to the backstage to prepare. Behind the booth is the makeup place, and there are many car models prepared here. These car models were all invited by Universe Umbrella Company to create momentum for this press conference. It's not a good thing to have a press conference without girls, especially for this kind of new car press conference, which requires some girls to come to the platform. Jiang Cheng put on makeup in the background while observing the car model girl next to him. Of course, Jiang Cheng, the car model of his own family, has to see enough. Otherwise, it would be too bad to spend so much money to invite them over. Jiang Cheng would never do such a disadvantaged thing, so he wanted to show his capital here. The costumes of these car models are also very special, not ordinary model costumes at all. They were dressed in silver-white clothes, and their bodies were covered with grace, but they didn't show much, not the style of selling. The clothes worn on these car models were specially designed by the company. The silver-white clothes looked like uniforms, and they were very tight, showing their figures. This silver-white tight-fitting uniform also adopts the style of science fiction, just like the style of the booth. The overall design is like a uniform on a spaceship, specifically for space navigation. All beautiful car models wearing such clothes look like future humans. They feel like crew members on spaceships, not models at all to participate in the auto show. Especially one of the models attracted Jiang Cheng's attention. The model is very slender, especially the pair of tui makes Jiang Cheng in his eyes. Although the bag of her clothes is very tight, she still can't conceal her body shape. Her overall body proportions are quite perfect. No shortcomings can be found. She has a pair of big eyes, and her face is so exquisite that she can't help but protect her. Among this group of models, this long-legged model is very special and is considered the best one among them. The long-legged model may have noticed Jiang Cheng's gaze, turned his head, and smiled at her. This laugh is unbearable, and it can melt a man's heart. The makeup artist standing next to Jiang Cheng just stared at her straightly, as if she had been hooked away. Jiang Cheng wasn't much better here, so he completely focused on the model in front of him. The long-legged model saw Jiang Cheng's appearance and showed him a human smile. It seemed that she was also a little bit interested in Jiang Cheng. She didn't resist Jiang Cheng's scorching gaze at all, but rather made Jiang Cheng look at it. Jiang Cheng's status among these models is unattainable. Moreover, Jiang Cheng's own conditions are very good, with a strong build and handsome appearance. Just relying on Jiang Cheng's own conditions is enough to attract people, not to mention Jiang Cheng is so talented and rich. It is completely impossible for a handsome, young, and talented person like Jiang Cheng to say that these models are not tempted. It's just that ordinary models know that they are not worthy of Jiang Cheng, so they dare not come to provoke her. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng will not be full of various models. This long-legged model is different from other people. She has a lot of faith in herself, so Japanese let her specially selected a position close to Jiang Cheng and deliberately showed it in front of him. After she discovered that Jiang Cheng was interested in herself, she began to attack, hoping to have a story with Jiang Cheng. Although she also knew her identity and couldn't be the woman next to Jiang Cheng, she was willing even if it was just Dewey. Jiang Cheng has a fatal attraction to young girls like them. Regardless of appearance or talent, Jiang Cheng can satisfy these young girls' fantasy about Prince Charming. If anything can happen to Jiang Cheng, it's like fulfilling one's dream. This long-legged model is a girl who was attracted by Jiang Cheng and is now trying to get her attention to Jiang Cheng. Seeing the performance of his own model, Jiang Cheng certainly missed such a good opportunity. He has been watching the beauties at the auto show for a long time, and his anger has long since gone. Now that there is a beautiful long-legged model who is interesting to him, Jiang Cheng certainly won't let her slip away from him. Anyway, Jiang Cheng looked at the other person and didn't mind what happened to him. It just so happened that Jiang Cheng felt that there was nothing to do after the press conference, and a friendly match with this model was also very good. So Jiang Cheng stood up and walked in front of the long-legged model, and then said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Cheng. I am fortunate enough to meet such a beautiful girl today. I wonder if I can know the girl's name what?" Seeing Jiang Cheng take the initiative to come up with a conversation, the long-legged model knew that his goal had been achieved. So she also stood up and said to Jiang Cheng, "Hello, Jiang Cheng. I have known you a long time ago, but you may not know me. You can call me Lily. I am glad to know you." It turned out that the long-legged model's name was Lily, and Jiang Cheng wrote down this name in his heart. Lily's voice is soft, and it sounds very comfortable. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng chatted with the long-legged model, and it seemed that the two of them talked more easily. After a meeting, Jiang Cheng was ready to get into the topic, and he didn't want to talk nonsense, so he just started the appointment. "Lily, I don't know if you have time for me to treat you to a meal after the briefing is over." Jiang Cheng's sister-in-law has always been in this style. After seeing the target, she will go straight up and hard. It is not enough to rely on his capital, and generally speaking, hard teasing can be successful. This is the difference between people. If the average person is so hard-hearted, it will basically be dead and ugly. But if Jiang Cheng did this, there would be a high probability of success. This time Jiang Cheng succeeded. The long-legged model named Lily was no longer direct by Jiang Cheng, and he readily agreed to Jiang Cheng's invitation. "I have time. I always have time tonight, no matter what you want to do." Lily not only agreed very happily, but also contained incomparable confusion in her words, as if she was suggesting something to Jiang Cheng. "After that briefing is over, you will wait for me in the back and I will pick you up at that time." After the success of teasing the girl, Jiang Cheng set a time to prevent the cooked ducks from flying. Lily blinked playfully at Jiang Cheng and then said, "Okay, see you after the press conference is over. I'll be waiting for you in the background." The two of them made the arrangements for the future, and everything seemed so natural. What kind of meaning do they both have? So things are easy. Jiang Cheng's visit to this auto show was worth it. Not only did he feast his eyes on the auto show, but he also admired all kinds of car model girls. "I also caught one of my own car models, which is really a worthwhile trip." After making an appointment with the model named Lily, Jiang Cheng began to prepare for the press conference. Now the most important thing is the next new car launch conference. Other things must be put aside first. This kind of thing like teasing girl is just a small embellishment. You can't put all your energy on it. Jiang Cheng still knows the priority and knows what should be most concerned about now in the backstage. Jiang Cheng was slowly preparing to speak for a while, but the models appeared early. The new car launch conference is about to begin, and they are coming out for the launch event. The models invited by the Universe Umbrella Company entered the booth with music. These models in futuristic uniforms attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. These models of them were originally in good condition. They were all bought by Universe Umbrella Company at a high price, and they were all top-notch bodies. The originally beautiful model wore a sci-fi style uniform, and the effect was even better. Especially, the one worn by these models made everyone on the scene shine. This kind of sci-fi style tight-fitting uniform was designed by a well-known designer by the Universe Umbrella Company. Both the design and the handwork are top-notch with some sci-fi style music, and the overall future-style layout of the scene. Everything seemed so special, and the opening of this conference gave everyone a lot of surprises. The audience and the media at the scene all thought that they had come to the future world, and all the beauties in science fiction movies appeared before them. The new car launch conference just started and received countless applause. The scene is constantly flashing flashes, shooting these beautiful models. Those live broadcast media are actively taking pictures of the scene for fear of missing any detail. There are also many viewers in front of the TV who watch the live broadcast through the TV station. Those viewers were very satisfied with the arrangement of the Umbrella Company. This was just the beginning, and they were very satisfied. The male audience in particular stared at the models directly, as if they were going to eat them. But if they are accompanied by a woman, I am afraid that they will have to accept some punishments, at least some of the indispensable ones from the female companions. After the models entered the scene, they walked to the side of the vehicles. Although these vehicles are still covered by black cloth, they still put on various poses on the vehicles, making everyone's heart beat faster. Soon the music at the conference site was listened to, and the hot spot ended, and then it was time for the conference to officially begin. When the music stopped, a figure slowly walked out of the background. The figure was straight and sharp. When the figure walked to the top of the booth, the flashlight below began to flash crazily. This is the protagonist of this conference. Of course, the media will not let go of the opportunity to take pictures. Jiang Cheng overwhelmed the limelight of those models as soon as he appeared and drew everyone's attention from those models. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to our company's new car release. I will explain to you our company's latest vehicle." Jiang Cheng walked to the front of the booth, waved his hand to say hello to the surrounding crowd, and then gave a brief examination. The applause rang out again, much more enthusiastic than the applause just now. Everyone was watching Jiang Cheng, waiting for what he wanted to say next. The managers of those other companies have also come here, and they all come to pay attention to the new car of the Umbrella Company. The launch of a new car by the Universe Umbrella has put too much pressure on them. When they heard that the umbrella company entered the automotive field, the first reaction of all automotive companies was that the wolf came. Although Jiang Cheng has never been involved in the automotive field, who dares to say that his new car is not good? In particular, they also heard that Jiang Cheng personally participated in the design of this new car and provided a large number of new technologies. No one dares to underestimate Jiang Cheng's strength, so Japanese letter will attach such importance. If this new car is good enough, it will be a huge impact for them. After Jiang Cheng waited until the applause was quiet, he began to preside over the announcement. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. I believe everyone is looking forward to this new car launched by our company. Then, I will continue to waste no time. Let me introduce this brand new car to you. The first sentence Jiang Cheng said made everyone agree. After intensive publicity, everyone is looking forward to this new car. The main reason is that the publicity methods of the Universe Umbrella Company made them fooled, so Japanese letter would be so curious, and one by one would want to rush to lift the black cloth and take a good look at what the new car looks like. Do you know why I entered the automotive industry? After all, this is an industry that our company has never been in contact with, and it has nothing to do with our company's previous products. Jiang Cheng didn't introduce his new car right away, but began to talk about the purpose of his own research and development, as if he was going to whet everyone's appetite. The reason why I think about acquiring a car company and developing a new car is not to get a share of the auto industry, but because of my own consideration. Jiang Cheng halted everyone's appetites a bit, and then continued to talk. I don't know if you have noticed that the energy crisis has become the biggest crisis for mankind, especially the resource of oil is a big problem. According to the current global oil reserves, as well as the current human consumption of oil, the oil on the earth will be exhausted in 50 years or so. At that time, all cars will become a pile of scrap iron. As soon as he came up, Jiang Cheng talked about the energy crisis and seemed to explain why he wanted to enter the automobile industry. This brand new car of our company was developed to solve the energy problem. When it appeared, the oil crisis ceased to exist. Don't think I'm talking big, because our company's new car is powered by electricity, and it can be started without gasoline. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, everyone exclaimed. No one could have imagined that the Universe Umbrella would actually produce an electric car. Because electric cars are not mainstream vehicles at all now, even if Tesla is the leader in electric vehicles, global sales are not very good. Everyone is just looking at the future development of electric vehicles, and they don't think there is much market now. Everyone is well aware of the shortcomings of electric vehicles. That is, battery life and long charging time. As long as these two problems are not resolved in one day, electric vehicles will not become mainstream vehicles. Now these two problems cannot be solved at all, and the production requirements of electric vehicles cannot be met with human current technology. But everyone is just surprised, not that they are not optimistic about the prospects of this new car. Beijing is something Jiang Cheng brought out. Even if it can't solve the problem of electric vehicles at all, it will definitely bring enough surprises to everyone. With Jiang Cheng's technical support, this electric car is definitely better than other similar products, and at least it can solve some of the defects of the electric car. The managers of Tesla Motors, who had been watching from the sidelines, were completely black when they heard the news. Jiang Chengkai produces electric cars, which is a waste to them. Their company relies on technology for food, and they do not have that confidence in technology compared to Jiang Cheng. Other car companies breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Electric cars are not yet mainstream after all. The traditional cars produced by their company are now the most popular vehicles. Since the main directions of both sides are different, they can rest assured. What they don't know is that Jiang Cheng's goal is to completely eliminate traditional cars and let everyone start using electric cars. If they knew Jiang Cheng's goal, they wouldn't be able to relax now. Jiang Cheng waited until everyone had digested the news, and then said, "Maybe everyone thinks that electric vehicles are not yet practical because the technology is not mature enough. But I want to tell everyone here that this new car developed by our company is a brand new electric car, which is completely different from the previous electric cars. As for why it is different, I can introduce it to you slowly, and then I invite you to take a look at the true face of this new car. After saying this, Jiang Cheng stopped, and he motioned to the models to lift the black cloth. After receiving Jiang Cheng's instructions, the models all grabbed the black cloth and lifted it up. When the covered black cloth was lifted, the face of this new car appeared in front of everyone. This mysterious new car that has whipped the appetite of countless people finally appeared in front of everyone. Wow! When everyone really saw this new car, they all made exclamations. They exclaimed because they saw the appearance of this new car and were surprised by the beautiful appearance. The new car adopts a very soft and streamlined shape, and the overall look is very beautiful, giving people a smooth feeling, and it looks very comfortable. The front part of the car adopts a completely new design, which is different from the design of any previous car. The tail is even more equipped with a rear wing, which looks natural and flexible. The overall shape of the vehicle is very sci-fi, just like a vehicle in a sci-fi movie. This futuristic appearance makes everyone very satisfied. At least it looks very cool and can definitely meet everyone's visual needs. The reason why the new car is designed in this shape is mainly because of the wind. The problem of resistance, with the addition of some science fiction elements, becomes what it is now. 6 new cars were placed on the scene, each with different colors. This is considering the different needs of customers, so there are 6 colors of painting. Of course, the most attractive is the silver one, which is also Jiang Cheng's favorite color. The refreshing silver-white color combined with the sci-fi shape is simply the perfect combination. The new car launched by the Universe Umbrella Company only showed its unique appearance and conquered everyone. The new car shape brings enough freshness to people. At least many people want to buy a new car after seeing the shape. Even if the car is an electric car, they want to buy it. Even if the electric car is not practical, the appearance of the car is worth their money. I named this new car Zunying. I hope everyone likes this new car. Jiang Cheng's remarks are nothing like saying nothing, and everyone likes this car very much without him. Many people just fell in love with this car at a glance and were instantly overwhelmed by its appearance. Countless viewers imagined in their hearts if they were able to drive this car, it would be so exciting. If you drive in such a handsome car, even if you want to make a girl, it becomes much easier. Some people with more financial strength are already ready to buy this new car. They have not heard about the performance of this new car, they have already made a decision. They must buy such a beautiful car, even if it is not open to watch at home, it is a pleasure. The only thing in everyone's heart now is that they are deeply satisfied. Their sense of anticipation was adjusted to the highest level some time ago, and now they finally saw the mysterious new car. The result is very satisfying for them, at least in terms of appearance. It can meet their expectations, and it far exceeds their expectations. Jiang Cheng looked at the reaction of the crowd below and nodded in satisfaction. He had anticipated this situation a long time ago, but he personally designed this shape. Although he has never designed a car, but with the experience of the previous life, the car is still very simple. Jiang Cheng just took out some classic appearances of vehicles from the previous generation and then asked Rem to make some optimizations. In the end, we concentrated on the advantages of a lot of appearance design and designed such a handsome vehicle. How is it? Let everyone look forward to it for such a long time, and now you can finally feast your eyes. Everyone is not satisfied with the appearance of this new car of our company. Do you think this car is handsome? Jiang Cheng shouted to the audience, his voice full of confidence. Satisfied? I am so satisfied. The appearance of this car is so stunning. It looks comfortable. I have never seen such a handsome car. No matter how the car is performing, I must drive it home. After hearing Jiang Cheng's question, the audience below started yelling with Ruo Jiang Cheng. The atmosphere at the press conference was instantly ignited, and everyone's emotions were mobilized. Jiang Cheng stood on the stage looking at the excited crowd below, and did not immediately introduce the performance of the new car. He waited for everyone to calm down before starting to introduce the following content. I think everyone's curiosity has been satisfied. But what I want to tell you is that the appearance is only the most inconspicuous aspect of this car, and its performance is definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Next is the most critical time. Whether the performance of this electric car can be recognized by everyone is the most critical thing. If this new car is only good-looking, it still cannot be truly popular. Only when the performance of the vehicle meets everyone's requirements will this new car enter everyone's lives. Why electric vehicles have not been popular until now, I think many people are very clear. That is because batteries limit the development of electric vehicles. The battery determines the endurance of electric vehicles, as well as the charging time. Because the battery does not meet the requirements, electric vehicles cannot be promoted. Fortunately, this problem was solved by me. Before I developed a new type of battery, this new type of battery was named K38 battery by me. When Jiang Cheng said the new battery, Tesla Motors' face changed completely. What they fear most is that Jiang Cheng has developed a new type of battery so that their electric vehicles will be completely compared. Those people from Tesla company looked desperate now, and Jiang Cheng was in their desperate eyes and said what they didn't want to hear. Letter 3005. The performance of this new type of battery completely surpasses the traditional potato battery and completely meets the requirements of electric vehicles. After installing the K38 battery, our electric car can run 500 kilometers, which is stronger than a traditional car, and it only takes 5 minutes to charge. In other words, this car only needs to charge for 5 minutes, and it can run 500 kilometers. There is no need to supplement energy in the middle. Jiang Cheng gave out the data that made everyone crazy, and the endurance of 500 kilometers was beyond everyone's cognition. Even a traditional car can't reach such a long distance, and an electric car can run such a long distance. There are even more surprising data waiting for them. The Zuniying car has many outstanding features. This car is not only the endurance and fast charging, its performance is not worse than that of traditional cars, Lai Dihao, and even much better. Where electric cars are not as good as traditional cars, there is a gap in performance. Whether it is top speed, acceleration, or horsepower, electric cars are not comparable to traditional gasoline-burning cars. The top speed of the new car can reach 400 kilometers per hour, and the acceleration and horsepower are more than ordinary cars, which can definitely satisfy everyone. After hearing the detailed data, many people showed incredible expressions. Electric cars can reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. This data has surpassed many super sports cars and has reached the speed of traffic jams. This speed is excellent enough even in a car. But this electric car is just an ordinary family car, which has reached the performance of a super sports car. After Jiang Cheng introduced the performance of the new car, the audience fell into silence for a while. People are still digesting this amazing news. The performance of electric cars unexpectedly exceeds that of traditional cars, which everyone can't accept for a while. However, the silence on the scene lasted for a short period of time. When the audience reacted, the whole scene fell into warm applause. This Susheng was given to this new car, and they were completely impressed by this new car. Because of the emergence of this new electric car, the problem of the oil crisis on the Earth has been completely solved. The excellent performance of this electric car will surely make it popular. When all the cars on the road became electric cars, the oil problem was naturally solved. Even if one day the oil on the Earth is really depleted, it will not have much impact on mankind. At this time, many people have already decided to buy a Zuniying. Such a perfect new car, they cannot find any reason to refuse handsome and chic appearance, coupled with excellent performance, not to mention that electric cars are completely environmentally friendly vehicles. All of the above advantages are not available in traditional cars, and only this new car can do it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jiang Cheng was relieved a lot about the new car he launched. Just by looking at the audience, there are many people who want to buy. Moreover, this conference was broadcast live all over the world, and now those media have spread all the pictures to the whole world. The detailed data of the new car has now spread to everyone, and the number of people who want to buy it is unimaginable. As long as the new car can successfully open up the market, Jiang Cheng's plan behind will be well implemented. After the audience began to calm down, Jiang Cheng began to break important news about the new car. Do you think this is all about the new car? If you think so, then you are wrong. The new car's functions are far more than that. This new car uses a lot of new technologies, and there are still many functions that I haven't introduced to you. I will explain to you slowly below. Jiang Cheng's words made those who had calmed down become excited again. When people thought that this was all the advantages of this new car, Jiang Cheng suddenly raised everyone's interest again. Everyone never thought that the performance of this new car was so perfect that there are still many functions that have not been introduced. Especially in Jiang Cheng's words, the other functions are all high-tech technologies, which makes people look forward to it even more. Brand new high-tech technology can always make people love. No one will not pursue more advanced technology. The entire scene of the new car launch event was once again caught in awe-inspiring sound. People were all amazed at what Jiang Cheng just said. This car is really far beyond people's imagination. A small car can contain so many high-tech things. That's why everyone was so surprised. This is scared by the new car. After discovering that the atmosphere at the scene was ignited again, Jiang Cheng went on to introduce it. There are so many new technologies on this new car. The first is the brand new anti-theft device. We have used unprecedented anti-theft technology to prevent these two cars from becoming a lot safer. We use a facial recognition system inside the compartment, which can automatically detect the appearance of the driver. If it does not meet the preset personnel, it will automatically lock the vehicle so that the car cannot be started and will report itself. This defense system was brought out by Jiang Cheng, and it was considered a special feature of this new car. Of course, the new car has other functions, and Jiang Cheng is introducing them one by one. This new car adopts a fully automated design, and a large number of functions can be controlled by voice. If you want to open the car's user directly, the car will automatically open the user. If you want to adjust the air conditioner, you don't need to do it yourself. Just say the temperature you want to adjust. There are many adjustment functions that can all be controlled by voice. Jiang Cheng keeps introducing the functions of the new cars. There are many new functions, and they basically have functions that other cars don't have. These functions have never appeared before, using a lot of new technologies. Only Jiang Cheng can put these new technologies on top of a car. When the new car has these functions, it can greatly facilitate people's use. This car can be said to be a fully intelligent car. As long as you get in, there is no need for the driver to worry about anything. When Hikari hears those novel features, it knows how high-tech the car is. Jiang Cheng has put a lot of hard work on this car, not knowing how much technology has been used on it. Just to make the performance of electric cars surpass that of traditional cars, Jiang Cheng has come up with a variety of technologies. Even the car engine is his brand new model. Without this new engine, how could the performance of an electric car surpass that of a traditional car? Okay, I believe everyone is tired of listening now, because the new car has too many functions. But I have to let everyone wait for a while, because I have not introduced the most important functions of this new car. After introducing it for a long time, Jiang Cheng has introduced the fragmentary functions, and there is more important news he wants to announce to everyone. When people discovered that the new car has one of the most important functions, they all listened carefully to Jiang Cheng's introduction. Under everyone's attention, Jiang Cheng said a heavy news. Do you think driving is a troublesome thing? It's not only tiring but also can't rest. Our car solves this problem because this car doesn't need you to drive it yourself. It is equipped with a new type of automatic driving system, which can completely free the hands of the driver. You heard it right, it's the autopilot system. This car can be driven by itself, and there is no need for humans to control it. When people heard the words autopilot, they didn't respond at first. Because they have been dizzy by Jiang Cheng's introduction, everyone's brains are all kinds of new functions, and they have not yet separated from those new functions. After a short period of time, the quick-reacting person has awakened. OMG, it turned out to be an autopilot system. Has Jiang Cheng already completed this thing? I can't believe that someone has implemented an autonomous driving system. This is simply something that appears in science fiction movies, and it is simply not something humans can master now. After everyone reacted, the atmosphere at the scene even fell to the highest point today. Everyone is talking loudly about autonomous driving and is full of interest in this feature. Autonomous driving is a concept that has been put forward very early. That is, smart computers help humans drive. This system is actually an intelligent system that can automatically analyze the current road conditions and then make the best choice. Although someone proposed this concept very early, it has never been realized. In recent years, many companies have begun to research, hoping to develop an autonomous driving system. It is a pity that the products of these companies are not perfect. Some companies have brake driving systems that have been involved in car accidents while they were still in trial operation. This kind of automatic driving system that can cause car accidents is simply not taken away by anyone. Without a 100% safety guarantee, the automated driving system simply cannot be realized. The intelligent driving system of these companies is not perfect. It is because the artificial intelligence level of those companies is not enough, so Japanese letter will be the present situation. This problem is not a problem for Jiang Cheng. REM is a real artificial intelligence. Moreover, REM is also advanced artificial intelligence, which is much higher end than the automatic driving system. High-level artificial intelligence, Jiang Cheng, has been researched, and the low-level automatic driving system is no longer a problem. Jiang Cheng just took out a simplified version of artificial intelligence and then added some modules to recognize road conditions and driving, and successfully developed an autonomous driving system. But ordinary people don't know these things, and everyone still has a lot of concerns about autonomous driving systems. The audience who heard this news hesitated about this system. They are not sufficiently oriented towards the autonomous driving system, and they are afraid of affecting their lives. Most people will not want to hand their lives to a cold system, so Jiang Cheng must dispel people's worries and let everyone use this system with confidence. You may have questions about my autopilot system and think it cannot be completely safe. My research in the field of artificial intelligence, I think everyone knows. So you can trust this autonomous driving system because it was designed by myself. And what I want to tell you is that this system has been researched for several months, and our company has carried out countless tests long ago without any accidents at all. It can be said that this autopilot system is absolutely safe, and everyone can safely leave the driving to it. In fact, as early as the K38 battery was researched out, Jiang Cheng made an automatic driving system. However, testing was still needed at that time, so the news was not announced. Jiang Cheng asked people in the company to conduct a secret test and installed this system on a car in Shanghai. Then put this vehicle on the highway and conduct a lot of tests. The test result is perfect. Thousands of cars have not had any accidents. After getting the test result, Jiang Cheng installed the system on the new car. After all, this system is related to the safety of life, and Jiang Cheng would not dare to use it without testing. Everyone heard Jiang Cheng said that he had completed the test, and his worries about the automatic driving system were completely eliminated. Jiang Cheng's words are still very assured. He said that this system is safe, and everyone is willing to believe it. When Jiang Cheng is in his current position, there is no need to lie. This will only affect his reputation, and the benefits gained are far less than the loss of reputation. After Jiang Cheng introduced his driving system, the new car launch conference came to an end. The new car launched by the Universe Umbrella Company changed people's views on cars as soon as it appeared. A car can compete to this extent, with so many advanced features. Everyone is very satisfied with this new car, especially which autopilot system makes a lot of people excited. Everyone can't wait to drive this new car home right away and feel the brand new features. When Jiang Cheng slowly walked off the stage, the launch of the new car ended. Many employees of the Universe Umbrella Company appeared on the scene. The next time is the time for the new car to accept the reservation. The new car can be booked at the press conference. After discovering that it was possible to make a reservation, countless people flocked to those employees. This new car, named Zuniying, has received a large number of orders before it has started its official sales. The hot sale of this new car from Shiki is already destined, and the next Universe Umbrella Company only needs to wait for people to buy it. At the same time, new car reservations can also be made online. Many people have boarded the Umbrella Company's website and booked a new car for themselves. The number of new car pre-sales is constantly rising and even almost exceeds the current output. After receiving this news, Zhang Manlin immediately ordered an increase in the production of new cars, which must meet the needs of customers. Fortunately, when the production line was designed, a part of the production capacity was reserved. Otherwise, there would be no way now. This is probably an unprecedented situation in the automotive industry. A new car has not been officially launched before it has received massive orders. The existing output is still unable to meet the customer's reservation, and the production line has just started to increase production. The employees of Universe Umbrella Company are busy again, and they need to arrange the sales of new cars. So many orders have to be processed by them, and they need to be busy with the opening of the 4 store. Universe Umbrella Company plans to drive 4 stores all over the world to sell cars launched by its own company. Zuniying is only the first new car, and the Umbrella Company will launch many new cars in the future. Zuniying is only a normal version of an electric car, and the price is not too exaggerated. The company plans to launch several high-end electric vehicles in the next time to meet the requirements of high-end customers. Of course, there are low-end models that they just let go. The Universe Umbrella Company is ready to fully occupy the automotive market, and of course it needs to meet the needs of different customers. When these employees started to be busy, their boss ran away by himself. Of course, Jiang Cheng will not forget that there is a long-legged model waiting for him in the background, waiting to spend a romantic evening with him. After the new car conference was over, Jiang Cheng came backstage and found Lily, who had been waiting there. Jiang Cheng took the long-legged model out of the auto show, found a restaurant with a good environment, and had a romantic candlelight dinner. During the period, the two chatted very happily, and the fight soon became hot. Of course, it was time to work after dinner. Jiang Cheng took Lily back to the hotel where he was staying and fought for the whole night. Especially Lily's long legs made Jiang Cheng feel that it was not enough to play with. On the next day, Jiang Cheng was still reminiscing about the feeling of last night, and that taste was really not said. But Jiang Cheng was just aftertaste, and he didn't plan to contact Lily again. Women in the modeling industry are generally casual, and Jiang Cheng is just for fun and doesn't take this matter seriously. Maybe the long-legged model was the same as Jiang Cheng thought. The two had just spent a good night. It was just a night, and there was no future. After spending a wonderful night with his own company's models, Jiang Cheng returned to Los Angeles with full energy. There are still many things in the company waiting for Jiang Cheng to deal with, and he can't continue to waste time in Magic Capital. Sales of new cars have just started, and now is the most critical time. In the end, whether this new electric vehicle can occupy the market depends on the previous sales situation. All Jiang Cheng cares about this matter very much, rarely stay in the company all the time, caring about the sales of new electric vehicles. Jiang Cheng is very satisfied with the sales of new cars, and as many as 50,000 have been sold during the pre-sale stage. That is to say, 50,000 units of this new car have been sold before the official sales have started. If it were not for the adequate preparation of the former futures sources, they were afraid that they would not even be able to get the pre-sold cars. Fortunately, after the emergency increase in production, the market demand was finally met. After dealing with the pre-sales, Zuniying's new car officially began to go on the market. The 4 stores of Universe Umbrella Company around the world also opened at the same time and began to welcome customers who came to buy cars. Universe Umbrella's company's 4 shop only sells Zuniying cars, and at most, it can provide only a few colors. Other models are still under development, and it will take a while to be available. Although their Ford stores have very few models, many people still come to the Fords. Zhanying's car is really excellent, so those who are ready to buy a car choose this new electric car. The main reason is that the autopilot system is too tuned. Who doesn't want to save the trouble of driving, so they chose Zhanying as their car. Especially the performance of this car is so superior, there is no reason to reject this new car. Moreover, the cost of using this car is very low, and electricity is much cheaper than gasoline, which makes many people willing to choose this new energy car. Soon, the sales of this new car of Zhanying reached a peak, with more than 200,000 units sold worldwide in 1 month. All of a sudden, Universe Umbrella Company has a firm foothold in the automotive industry. This is just a month. Plus the pre-sales have a total of about 300,000 sales. And millions of sales are expected to come soon. Everyone believes that it won't take long for Zhanying this car to reach the top-selling position and step on all other cars. Coupled with other models launched by the Umbrella Company in the future, the Umbrella Company will soon occupy the entire automotive market. By that time, all the vehicles seen on the street are all kinds of electric vehicles produced by the Universe Umbrella Company. The construction of facilities for electric vehicles is also accelerating, and various charging stations have begun to emerge in cities, making it easier for customers who have purchased electric vehicles to charge. Moreover, many gas stations have switched to charging stations directly. Everyone can see the trend of the car industry. When Zhanying's electric car appears, the future is bound to be the world of electric cars, and traditional cars will only be slowly eliminated. Of course, the bosses of these gas stations can see the situation clearly, and the change of career is already imminent. Those other car companies are now in a wailing the emergence of this new electric car is simply a disaster for them. What can be seen is that their sales will continue to decline in the future until they are completely replaced by new electric vehicles. This pair of them, who are mainly in the automobile industry, has already foreshadowed one day if they go bankrupt in the future. Soon, the sales volume of this car of Zhanying reached 1 million units, which is already the sales volume of another car company in 1 year. After getting the news, all car companies held emergency meetings. They knew that the moment of their life and death had come, and bankruptcy would only be very fast if they did not act now. The stock prices of these car companies are now falling. The better the umbrella companies' cars sell, the harder their company's stock will fall. In particular, Tesla Motors, which also produces electric cars, has its stock price dropped to the extreme, and this company will be unable to hold it. Facing the menacing umbrella company, global auto manufacturers have fallen into national borders. Under the impact of the new cars of Universe Umbrella Company, sales of all car brands have begun to drop significantly. Even if Zhanying has sold only 1 million units of this new car, it seems very inconspicuous among the number of cars in the world, and we have a very low share. Once the sales of this million units, it only took a short time to reach. If this trend continues, it is not impossible for Zhanying to reach tens of millions of sales. The most important thing is that most of the new vehicles in this segment of the world are Zhanying, and vehicles from other companies simply cannot be sold. This means that the electric cars of Royal Umbrella Company are completely occupying the automobile market and want to dominate the entire automobile industry. The market share of the cars produced by Universe Umbrella Company will increase, until one day all other auto companies are driven out of this market. If there are no accidents, all other car companies will be eliminated, and all future cars will be produced by the Universe Umbrella Company. Such an example has now appeared on 31st. Just when Zhanying's sales reached 1 million units, Tesla Motors declared bankruptcy. Their company mainly produces electric vehicles, so the impact is the most. The same users who want to buy electric cars will definitely choose the new car of the Universe Umbrella instead of their products. So this car company went bankrupt, and they couldn't sustain it unless they went bankrupt. Bankruptcy earlier can also reduce some losses, so as not to have nothing left in the end. Tesla Motors was still so glorious before, leading the entire field of electric vehicles. I didn't expect that just such a short period of time would have been completely defeated by the Universe Umbrella Company. The bankruptcy of Tesla Motors sounded the death knell for all auto companies. Other car companies can still stick to it, just because some people are not used to driving electric cars, so they will choose to buy traditional cars. After everyone has adapted to electric vehicles, Tesla Motors is their role model. All the automobile companies in the world are beginning to look for solutions to find a way to restore the situation. They struggled with strategies to deal with it, but the debt could not think of a better way. The new car of Universe Umbrella Company is so perfect, and it is a new energy electric car. This made them unable to find a way to target them, and they could only watch the other party continuously cannibalize the entire market. Many companies also want to develop electric vehicles because they have all seen that electric vehicles are the direction of the future. Only by catching up with electric vehicles can we have a chance to survive in the future market. It's a pity that electric vehicles are not so well developed. Tesla specializes in this, and it has not completely lost to the umbrella company. These companies without technological accumulation cannot catch up with the technology gap. What's more, the Universe Umbrella Company also has a demon like Jiangcheng. It is just a dream to catch up with technology. In desperation, many auto companies have made the same choice, which is to immediately start company transformation. They want to leave the automotive industry and transition to other products. Only in this way can we avoid the situation of rapid bankruptcy and keep our company. Soon all major automobile companies announced at the same time that they would transform into products in other fields and began to slowly launch the automobile manufacturing industry. Such news even stimulated Zunning's sales, because everyone saw the weakness of those auto companies. This makes more people believe in the strength of electric vehicles and join the ranks of new energy vehicles. After things have developed to this point, the entire automotive industry is under the control of Universe Umbrella Company. I believe that in a few years, the cars of the Universe Umbrella Supply Company will be all over the streets. At that time, Universe Umbrella Company will become the overlord of the automobile manufacturing industry and dominate the entire world's automobile market. When Zunning's sales of this car became regular, Jiangcheng didn't care about it. It seems that Jiangcheng has made a good start for his plan this time, and the era of full electrification is about to come. Jiangcheng will launch many products that use electric energy in the future and gradually eliminate other energy sources. When the entire society only uses electricity as an energy source, Jiangcheng's plan will be completely completed. According to current trends, this day will not be long. However, Jiangcheng is currently busy with other things and has not taken the next step. At present, the industry involved in the Universe Umbrella Company has been very extensive. The main industries alone include biomedicine, electronic products, energy, materials, and automobiles. With so many industries all in one company, it seems that the company's organizational structure is very unreasonable. The Universe Umbrella Company has grown to its current scale, and it has become a bit bloated. Because the work content required by different industries is not the same, so many industries at the same time will cause a lot of waste of manpower. So many industries are all concentrated in one company, so the efficiency of the company's operation is greatly reduced. Generally speaking, a company will not be involved in so many different industries. The key is that these industries have not many connections. Basically, the industries under the umbrella company are all industries that are not close to each other, and they have nothing to do with each other. Only the boss, Jiangcheng, can do this kind of thing, constantly involving brand new fields. Now the Cosmos Umbrella Company has reached a bottleneck, and some changes must be made. The main problem of Cosmos Umbrella Company is the problem of organizational structure. There are too many things in the company now, which are somewhat beyond the company's support. What the company has to do now is to reorganize and separate different industries. Put different fields under different management structures. So as to achieve maximum office efficiency now, Jiang Cheng is busy with the company's reorganization, which requires him to invest a lot of energy. The reorganization of the company is a very troublesome task. It requires adjustment of the positions of many personnel and a specific division plan. If something goes wrong in the reorganization of the company, it will have a devastating effect. The reorganization of the company requires a lot of adjustments to the asset structure, and the transfer of personnel and equipment is countless. Many of the company's internal assets keep up with the changes and require the signature of the boss, Jiang Cheng. So Jiang Cheng couldn't escape at all and is now working hard in the company. Even a lazy person like Jiang Cheng gets up hard now, let alone Zhang Manlin. Zhang Manlin, the CEO, is now the busiest time, but she is not the only thing about the company reorganization. This kind of adjustment of the company's administrative structure is her job as CEO, so she can't get away. Zhang Manlin needs to constantly deal with matters within the company, such as the separation of specific assets and industries, all of which require her to do it herself. Only under the command of Zhang Manlin, the CEO, can the company successfully complete the reorganization. After a busy period of time, the umbrella company finally completed its reorganization. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin are in the office, and they just finished their last job. After Jiang Cheng signed the last document, he threw the document on the table, stretched his waist, and said, "Finally, I'm done. I feel like I'm going to be hollowed out, and if I don't finish it, I'm about to collapse." During this period of time, Jiang Cheng was exhausted. He who didn't like this kind of thing in the first place, he was completely in trouble recently. Fortunately, now things are finally over, and Jiang Cheng can relax. After Zhang Manlin heard Jiang Cheng say this, her face showed disdain. "What kind of tired you are? I haven't closed my eyes very much these days, and I've basically been dealing with things all the time, tilde." Compared with Zhang Manlin, Jiang Cheng is really tired. She handles most of the things. Jiang Cheng is basically only responsible for controlling the situation and then signing some documents. Now even Zhang Manlin, the strong woman, can't hold it in. Her face is exhausted. However, the hard work of the two has been rewarded, and the company has now successfully completed the reorganization. The result of this company reorganization was very successful, and there were no problems in the process. After the reorganization, the efficiency of the company has improved a lot, laying a solid foundation for future development. If it were the same as before, a company in charge of countless industries would have no future for development. Sooner or later, the company will have problems due to the swollen structure, and it will be difficult to reorganize at that time. However, these problems no longer exist. The entire company has become streamlined, and the organizational structure has become much more reasonable. Now the Cosmos Umbrella Company has disappeared from the world, replaced by a brand new Cosmos Umbrella Group. The Universe Umbrella Company has now become a group company and is now renamed the Universe Umbrella Group. The group company is very different from the original company, mainly because a lot of changes have taken place in the structure. The Umbrella Group, which was reorganized and formed, is now divided into a head office and many subsidiaries. The head office is now not responsible for specific industries, but is responsible for organization and management, as well as administrative work. The company's original industries have now been separated and reorganized into some branches, each responsible for the work they received. The head office is only responsible for the work of centering adjustment and also handles some corporate financial issues. The branch company is responsible for handling specific tasks and managing specific industries under its umbrella. After the reorganization of the Cosmos Umbrella Group, it gained a new life. Now, the entire group is headed by the head office, and the subordinates are divided into branches. There are branches in charge of biomedicine, and there are branches in charge of energy. There are also materials branch companies that manage normal temperature superconducting materials, and other branches have also been established in other fields. The automobile industry has set up a separate branch to be responsible for all things related to automobiles. Now, basically, all industries are in charge of branches in their respective fields. The respective branches are only responsible for the work in their own fields, and they do not interfere with each other. They are not as chaotic as before and appear to have a clear division of labor. Now all industries of the umbrella group have specific branches responsible for them. The entire group is very efficient, full of vitality up and down. The umbrella group is now officially established, which also marks the umbrella company's development from a single company to a group company. This change is experienced by all large companies. When a company's scale is expanded to a certain extent, it will inevitably develop in the direction of grouping. This is also the only way for the company's development. Only after becoming a group can it continue to develop. Becoming a group company also represents the strength of this company, and all companies that can be called a group have very large power. Now the Universe Umbrella Group is such a giant group that spans many industries. At present, there are hundreds of thousands of employees under the umbrella group, and any action can cause a great impact. It is no exaggeration to say that the Universe Umbrella Group can now affect the entire world. As long as Jiang Cheng is willing now, he can use the influence of the entire group to have a significant impact on the entire world. By the way, for the newly established aerospace technology company, you only arrange some administrative staff, but you have prepared a new large laboratory. What are your plans for this company? In Jiang Cheng's office, Zhang Manlin suddenly asked Jiang Cheng. When the company was reorganizing, Jiang Cheng established an aerospace technology company and a branch company. Just setting up a branch would not make Zhang Manlin feel strange, but the current situation of this branch made her a little bit confused. This branch that makes Zhang Manlin feel strange is called Umbrella Aerospace Technology Company, which is a subsidiary company directly under the head office. Just by hearing the name, you know this branch company, which is responsible for aerospace technology, and it is likely to involve the aerospace field in the future. Companies that can be involved in the aerospace field feel a lot taller when they hear their names. Even if a company just sells some side with the aerospace industry, that is a very serious thing. The Umbrella Aerospace Technology Company was very special since its establishment. It was directly led by Jiang Cheng and did not pass through the hands of anyone in the head office. Even Zhang Manlin, C0 of the Universe Umbrella Group, does not have the power to directly manage this branch. This is very strange, and Zhang Manlin doesn't know what Jiang Cheng is doing. This branch was specially arranged by Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng was responsible for the establishment of the branch. Jiang Cheng personally took care of the organizational structure of the branch and the personnel assigned to it. Jiang Cheng not only arranged all the affairs of this branch company himself, but also injected a large amount of funds into the account of this branch company. This newly established branch has billions of funds in its account. Billions of funds are too extravagant for a newly established branch company. Even if this company is engaged in aerospace technology, it cannot use billions of funds. So much money, let alone research aerospace technology, even if you build your own rockets, it is enough. It can be seen from these things how much Jiang Cheng values this branch. That's what Zhang Manlin can't understand. She can see that Jiang Cheng attaches great importance to this branch, but she couldn't understand Jiang Cheng's arrangement of the company's personnel structure. She even felt that Jiang Cheng's arrangement of this branch was just for fun, because the company's past employees were all administrative and financial personnel, and there were no other related personnel. Forget other related personnel, Beijing Technology does not need employees who sell advertising or the like. But there is not a single technician in this branch, which makes Zhang Manlin confused. Since this branch company can be seen from the name, it is a company mainly focused on aerospace technology. It must require a large number of technical personnel. Although Zhang Manlin doesn't understand aerospace technology-related technologies very well, She knows that all technologies related to aerospace territories require a large number of technicians. Aerospace science and technology is not an independent project, but is closely related to many other fields. There are quite a lot of subjects involved, and it is impossible to deal with without a large number of technical people. What Zhang Manlin didn't understand was why Jiang Cheng didn't arrange some technical personnel to enter, but only arranged some administrative and financial personnel to enter this branch. It's not that there are no technical personnel in the company. Jiang Cheng can arrange for some technical personnel to pass. The Universe Umbrella Group is not like it used to be. In the past, the entire company had only one technician, Jiang Cheng, and it was not like a technology company at all. After this period of development, Universe Umbrella Company has recruited a large number of technical talents. These technicians are involved in various fields, and they are all excellent technical talents. They can play a role in the aerospace field. Even if these talents can't satisfy Jiang Cheng can arrange a few to the branch company first, so that these people will become the first team. Finally, recruit some relevant talents from the outside world so that a preliminary technical team can be formed. This is the easiest way to set up a new company, instead of a company like Jiang Cheng's, which is now completely empty. In the current Umbrella Aerospace Technology Company, despite the fact that there are a lot of office staff in it, the funds on the company's accounts are also excessive. But this company is still just a leather bag company, because this branch does not have the most critical talent, that is, technical personnel in the field of aerospace research. An aerospace technology company without technicians is not a leather bag company or something. The composition of the personnel arranged by Jiang Cheng made Zhang Manlin very confused, so Japanese letter would ask him directly. After hearing Zhang Manlin's question, Jiang Cheng didn't make any allusions, but directly explained to him, the CEO. The reason why I arranged the company's personnel in this way, naturally, has my own reason. It is not that I don't want to arrange technical personnel in the branch now, but that there is no suitable talent for me to use. But aren't there many technical personnel in the company? Why don't you let them go to the branch first? Zhang Manlin asked puzzledly. At present, this branch is still in a state of idleness and has not carried out any substantive work at all. It is a waste of resources there. This is what Zhang Manlin is most uncomfortable with. This branch is still vacant. It is full of administrative staff who do nothing every day. It is not that they deliberately steal carbon, but that there is really nothing to do in the branch. An aerospace science and technology company does not even have a single technician, and their administrative staff are not idle and cannot find anything to do. There is such a branch in the group that is idle and nothing to do. Of course, Zhang Manlin, the group CEO, is not pleasing to the eye, so she sent an inquiry to Jiang Cheng. If it were not for this branch, she could not directly intervene. She would have managed these weird branches a long time ago. It's a pity that this branch is directly led by Jiang Cheng, and she can only watch it. Jiang Cheng saw Zhang Manlin's questioning expression, but he didn't think Zhang Manlin was too much. Of course, Zhang Manlin, as the CEO of the group, has to consider the entire company. Of course, she will look down upon seeing a branch company wasting resources. However, Jiang Cheng has his own arrangements for this branch, and he didn't intentionally let that branch be idle. Soon this branch will make big moves, but it's not a good time yet. Therefore, Jiang Cheng Japanese letter will leave this branch temporarily idle, waiting for a good opportunity to shoot. But now Jiang Cheng must explain to Zhang Manlin, otherwise this strong woman will not see Huo Jiang Cheng wasting company resources. That is, billions of funds have been lying on the account. Every day of inactivity will cause a lot of waste. With this money, you can make a lot of money in whatever field you put into it. Sleeping on the account of the branch office like this, Zhang Manlin will never tolerate this. I know that you are also for the good of the company, but there is a special reason for this, so I didn't do it right away. This branch will not remain idle forever. Now I'm just waiting for a good time to act. Jiang Cheng started with Yu Zujin. Explain why he arranged this branch in this way. It's not that I don't want to send technicians in the company. It's just that the existing technicians in the company, although they are all excellent, do not meet my requirements. This company is preparing to study technologies related to the aerospace field, and none of the technicians in the company have any experience in this area, so they are simply not qualified for this job. The research of aerospace technology is a very experienced field. If there is no relevant work experience, it is difficult to conduct research smoothly. The professionalism required for research in this field is too high, and it is not just a technician who will be able to do it by just grabbing a technician. The company has never had any business related to the aerospace field before, so the technicians it hired have never been exposed to this aspect. If these technicians are suddenly allowed to join the research, it will waste a long time for Jiang Cheng to train them. Of course, Jiang Cheng wouldn't do such troublesome things, so he was going to dig out existing talents directly, and he could start researching directly. I have already found some experienced technical talents. As long as they are dug into our company, I can form a mature technical team. You don't need to worry about your technical staff. As long as the time is right, they will be in place immediately, and then the new branch will have something to do. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin had nothing to conceal, so they told her a few of their thoughts. He plans to use these mature technical talents as the core backbone, and then go to the university to recruit some graduates of related majors, so that a perfect aerospace technology team will be built. However, the person Jiang Cheng wanted to dig was not easy to start. He had long been involved with the technicians of Yangyuo Aerospace Company, and even wanted to dig up their technical leader, Xiao Peng. But it is not easy to dig people from Yangyuo Aerospace Company. This matter needs Jiang Cheng's slow planning. Jiang Cheng herself knew that the job of digging people was not good enough, so Jiang Cheng didn't take any action, leaving the newly formed branch company idle all the time. After Zhang Manlin listened to Jiang Cheng's explanation, her face became better. Since Jiang Cheng didn't intend to restrict the new company, Zhang Manlin didn't think there was anything. The boss, Jiang Cheng, had her own arrangements, so she completely let go of her mind. As long as Jiang Cheng is not intentionally wasting company resources, she, the CEO, has nothing to say. However, Zhang Manlin's doubts were still not completely eliminated. She didn't know who Jiang Cheng wanted to dig, and it would take so long to prepare. With the current strength of the umbrella group, it is easy to dig anyone. Even if it is the people of the multinational group, the Universe Umbrella Group wants to dig people. But it is not easy to catch them. There are a lot of people out there who want to enter the Universe Umbrella Group, and countless high-end talents want to enter this most promising company. Now, the company confirms that there is no need for them to bother to dig people, and a large number of people come to the door directly after sending a message. All they have to do is to select suitable talents. But Zhang Manlin didn't ask this question. Since Jiang Cheng said that she didn't care about this matter, she wouldn't ask too much. Zhang Manlin is still very clear about her identity. She is only C0 of this company. The real owner of the company is the boss Jiang Cheng, and she is just a senior employee in this company. Since the boss, Jiang Cheng, spoke directly, she would not care about this matter with peace of mind. But in the end, Zhang Manlin asked another thing, which had been in her heart for a long time, and it would be very hard for her if she didn't ask clearly. By the way, this Umbrella Aerospace Technology Company, you injected billions of funds into it at that time, and it is still lying in the account of the new company. Zhang Manlin asked about funding. She really couldn't figure out why a technology company needed so much funding. Even if it is a company that studies aerospace technology, it won't use billions of funds. Even if the money is taken out of the house, it is a lot of income. It is a huge waste to lie in the bank account now. The waste of funds Zhang Manlin is the most unbearable thing, so she can't help but ask boss, do you know how much it is? That is not tens of millions of billions, but billions of funds, let alone research aerospace technology. The money is enough to make your own launch rockets. Zhang Manlin definitely cannot use so much money for a technology research company. That's why she would say this. It's a pity that what she didn't know was that Jiang Cheng was really preparing to launch the rocket herself, and she really guessed Jiang Cheng's purpose. You are so smart. You guessed my idea right. I set up this company to launch rockets by myself, so I will inject so much capital. What Jiang Cheng said caused Zhang Manlin to collapse. She never thought that Su really wanted to launch a rocket by herself. But Jiang Cheng did not manage Zhang Manlin, but left his office directly. Zhang Manlin will know about the rocket launch. Let her mess around here for a while now. He still has his own things to do, and now the time to start has arrived. Jiang Cheng is ready to reach out to Yangguo Aerospace Company and recruit enough people from them to form his own aerospace technology company. After Jiang Cheng left the company, he directly contacted people from Yangguo Aerospace Company. Now he is finally about to start digging people, which makes Jiang Cheng feel a little excited. Jiang Cheng has been greedy for a long time for the experienced technical talents in Yangguo Aerospace Company. Especially the person in charge of technology, Xiao Peng and Jiang Cheng are extremely valued. As long as Xiao Peng can be dug into his own company, Jiang Cheng of the entire aerospace technology team does not have to worry. Xiao Peng will help him manage the entire team. Jiang Cheng believes that Xiao Peng has this ability, so Japanese letter will value it so much. Jiang Cheng didn't venture to the aerospace company this time. If he went directly to dig people, it would be strange if the leader of the aerospace company didn't punch him out. You must know that he digs the technical backbone of aerospace companies. Without these people, the technical strength of aerospace companies will at least drop by a few grades. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not be so stupid and went straight to the aerospace company to say that he was going to dig the other party's person. Regarding the matter of digging people, Jiang Cheng had already made preparations. Everything had been arranged, and now he was just going to harvest the final fruit. When Jiang Cheng asked his family to help him launch satellites, he was already optimistic about the talents he wanted. At that time, after leaving the launch base, Jiang Cheng had already started to act, but these actions are relatively secretive, so they did not cause much response. Jiang Cheng had already completed a cooperation with the aerospace company at that time and had a good start. After ending the satellite launch cooperation, Jiang Cheng responded to the senior officials of Yangguo. He wants to carry out in-depth cooperation with the country, including comprehensive cooperation in the aerospace field. Jiang Cheng directly proposed a cooperation plan at that time and reported the entire plan to the senior officials of Yangguo. This plan is for him to pay for the establishment of a technology company that specializes in space-related technologies. At the beginning, the research on the technology was carried out, and after the new results were researched, the technology was applied to the rocket to build a new type of rocket. The entire plan is very detailed, specifying what both parties need to pay and the distribution plan of the final result. This company is jointly managed by him and the country. All the funds needed are provided by Jiang Cheng, and the final research results are shared by both sides. Since Jiang Cheng has already paid for it, the country can't just take advantage of it. The personnel matters are left to the country. In that plan, Jiang Cheng asked his family to assign some technical staff to the aerospace technology company to develop new aerospace technologies with him. At that time, in order not to arouse the alertness of the aerospace company, Jiang Cheng did not say anything about digging people in the plan. He only said that the aerospace company should send some technicians to cooperate with him, but these talents still belong to the aerospace company. It's just that the time is sent to work. Such an arrangement can dispel the worries of the aerospace company and let them hand over people to Jiang Cheng with confidence. Although all these talents were lent to Jiang Cheng, it was difficult for them to come out again when they were in his hands. He can drag on forever and let these people stay in the company for a long time. Jiang Cheng believes that after people come to his company, he has many ways to change the minds of these people and make them completely his own employees. Once this cooperation plan was submitted, it attracted the attention of Yangguo's senior officials. Collaborative research is still very attractive to Yangguo, although Yangguo's own research in spaceflight is not very backward, and it can fully meet current needs. In terms of funding, Yangguo is not lacking and has always invested heavily in this area. But it's a very good thing that someone pays to cooperate with them, since someone paid for them to study, and in the end they shared the results of everyone's efforts. This plan is because Yan Nation made a lot of money. Yan Guo only needs to send some technicians, and they don't need to spend a penny of research funds to get the research results in the end. This kind of plan is simply to send money to the country. If Yan Guo's high-level officials are not tempted, it will be a ghost. And the most important thing is that Jiang Cheng will also participate in the plan and research with those technicians. Even the main research work is led by Jiang Cheng, and the general direction is completely controlled by him. This is what makes Yan Guo's senior leaders the most tempted. After Jiang Cheng's joining, the final results must be amazing. Jiang Cheng is the above kind of person, but he has proved his own heaven in many fields. Regardless of the above aspects of research, as long as Jiang Cheng is out of the way, he can catch it. Even if Jiang Cheng has never shown results in the aerospace field, no one will doubt it. As long as Jiang Cheng begins to study this area of technology, the entire aerospace technology will be driven by him and even develop aerospace technology to a whole new level. Jiang Cheng has proved this kind of thing many times. As long as the field he involves, he can get great development in the end. Yan Guo certainly hopes that Jiang Cheng will be involved in the aerospace field, but Jiang Cheng has never been interested in aerospace technology, so Yan Guo has no ideas in this regard. Now that they have such a good opportunity, they will certainly not let it go, so they attach great importance to Jiang Cheng's plan. However, even if Yan Guo's high-level officials paid more attention to this plan, it still went through repeated discussions and research. Bai Jing is such an important research, and he has to send a large number of technical people. They can't help but 9 accidentally. Finally, after a period of discussion, the plan proposed by Jiang Cheng was finally agreed to send technicians from aerospace companies to temporarily join the cooperative companies. Now that the cooperation has officially started, Jiang Cheng has already prepared that the company still has funds and is waiting for the personnel from the space company. Jiang Cheng contacted Yangyo Aerospace Company this time. It was the people who had chosen to cooperate in the past, and now the entire Yangyo Aerospace Company's technicians are all waiting for Ruo Jiangcheng to select them. And as long as they are people he valued, they can take them away. Jiang Cheng is in a very good mood now, and what he planned for so long has finally succeeded. Now the door of the aerospace company has completely opened to him, allowing him to pick the talents he likes inside. After Jiang Cheng contacted the aerospace company, he went straight to the topic, without being polite with them. He directly said to the official who received him, "I believe I have already notified you about the cooperation. Your aerospace company only needs to provide technical personnel. You are not responsible for all other things. Here is a list of personnel. I need all the technicians on the list. No one on this list is missing. They are all necessary talents in the cooperation project." While talking, Jiang Cheng took out a document with many people's names written densely on it. These people were the technicians Jiang Cheng wanted to take away this time. The technicians listed on this list are all technicians that Jiang Cheng has long been attracted to. Jiang Cheng had already carefully observed these people when they launched the base last time. All of them are talents with excellent skills and rich experience, which are very suitable for Jiang Cheng's needs. In his words just now, he also emphasized that no one can be less, because he was afraid that the space company would be careful with him and would not send some people to follow Ruo. The person sent by the aerospace company here to contact Jiang Cheng was an official who was different from the technical person in charge, Xiao Peng. He is a purely official chat, and he doesn't understand technical matters at all. He is simply responsible for the management of the personnel of the space company. So this time Japanese letter will send him out to receive Jiang Cheng because he knows the personnel of the space company well. Compared to Xiao Peng, who only understands technology, this official is more suitable to communicate with Xiao Peng. The official of the aerospace company picked up the list provided by Jiang Cheng and carefully checked the list in his hand. He couldn't help but check it carefully, and the people Jiang Cheng wanted had him deal with it. Those who leave are required to prepare for the handover of work and related arrangements. After looking at the list for a while, the official looked up, and his expression became a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the others on this list say that the impact of working with Jiang Cheng on them is not too great. However, there was even Xiao Peng's name on this list, which made him a little embarrassed. Xiao is a key figure in their aerospace company, and he basically has the final say in technology. If Xiao Peng and Jiang Cheng are allowed to leave, the space company will really be in trouble. As soon as I came to the aerospace company, Xiao Peng was in charge of all the technical aspects of the aerospace company, and he could not easily leave this technical person in charge. If the aerospace company does not have Xiao Peng, a lot of research work will be difficult to carry out. What? Is there anything wrong with my list? Why do you show such an expression? I made this list after investigation. I think there should be no problems with the list. You just need to send these people to me. Jiang Cheng, the official of the aerospace company, had been watching the change in his face, so he asked him directly. Jiang Cheng's words can be said to be very rude. There is almost a taste of questioning in it. It is very offensive to say this to an official. Jiang Cheng's remarks are a bit heavy. After an official heard Jiang Cheng's words, his unhappy face became even more ugly. It wasn't that he really had any opinion on Jiang Cheng. He didn't dare to get angry with Jiang Cheng at his level. Jiang Cheng was a person who had been in the top ranks of Yan country. He, a small official, didn't dare to show Jiang Cheng's expression. In terms of his current level, Jiang Cheng may have a hard time going back and moving around, so he is still very polite to Jiang Cheng. It's just that Jiang Cheng's request made him really embarrassed. It was really troublesome for their aerospace company to leave Xiao Peng. There is no problem with the other personnel. I can arrange their affairs immediately and let them report to the cooperative location as soon as possible. It's just that Xiao Peng is in a bit of trouble. I am the core figure of our aerospace company. If he leaves, we will not be able to conduct a lot of research, and Peng's level is about the same as mine. Even I don't have the qualifications to assign him arbitrarily. If he is willing to go here, I can't guarantee you. The official of the aerospace company immediately explained to Jiang Cheng that he didn't want Xiao Peng to leave. There are other reasons for this, that is, the official cannot arrange Xiao Peng at will. Don't think Xiao Peng is just a technically noble person, but the level of the technical person in charge of this kind of place is not low. From the perspective of rank, Xiao Peng is basically equal to this official, so he is so embarrassed. After hearing this explanation, Jiang Cheng chuckled and said, I don't care how important Xiao Peng is to the aerospace company. Anyway, this cooperation is decided by the senior management. I still have to ask for Xiao Peng. If you can't arrange his work, then I will tell him personally. I believe he must be very willing to cooperate with me. Moreover, the leader personally intervened for this cooperation. If it is because your side affected the cooperation, I am afraid that it will be difficult for everyone to explain it after returning. After Jiang Cheng said here, his tone became a lot more serious. This is completely using the high-level Yan Guo to suppress people. Jiang Cheng now seems very domineering and doesn't look at the people of the aerospace company at all. When he mentioned the name of the leader, he was reminding the other party of this relationship and asking him to think about the consequences of rejecting him. Jiang Cheng's remarks are already very excessive. It is simply a naked threat, however. Jiang Cheng was not afraid that the official of the aerospace company would turn his face. He came here this time with permission from the senior officials of Yan Guo. Even the leader personally nodded and agreed to the plan to cooperate with him. Jiang Cheng has obtained the permission from the senior officials of Yang Yuo, so he is not afraid that the people of the space company will disagree, and they must agree to this matter. If this cooperation goes bad, their entire aerospace company will have nothing to eat. That's why Jiang Cheng is so confident, because he has enough confidence. After the aerospace company official heard Jiang Cheng's words, the sweat on his head was about to come out. Jiang Cheng's domineering performance made him very uncomfortable, but after thinking of the other party's background, he had to adapt to Jiang Cheng's style. Well, since the leader nodded in agreement for this cooperation, of course we have to cooperate with your work. After sitting there for a long time, the official of the aerospace company finally agreed to the list that Jiang Cheng gave out. Even if he disagrees, it's useless. The above command crushed him to death. Even if the aerospace company's research stops immediately, he will give priority to meeting Jiang Cheng's requirements so that this cooperation can proceed smoothly. This is your unspoken rule in the officialdom. The leadership's command is the most important. Even if the command is unreasonable, it must be carried out. But Xiao Peng's job may require you to talk to him in person. If he disagrees, no one in our bureau can force him. Peng, this person's mind is full of technical matters, and he doesn't care about any kind of worldliness, and we have nothing to do with him. But in the end, he left Jiang Cheng a hand and let him do Xiao's work by himself. It wasn't that he was trying to be careful with Jiang Cheng, but Xiao Peng really couldn't handle it. A technical madman like Xiang Xiao Peng has nothing in his eyes except technical matters. If Xiao Peng doesn't want to say anything, it's useless. Moreover, Xiao Lu's level was so high that he couldn't use his identity to forcibly order others. He really didn't do anything to let Xiao Peng take the initiative to go with Jiang Cheng and let Jiang Cheng solve the problem by himself. No problem, this is the case. I will solve it by myself on Xiao's side. It is my own business whether he wants to go with me, and it has nothing to do with your side. This question is not difficult for Jiang Cheng, so he happily agreed. Jiang Cheng's words made the aerospace company official completely relieved, as if the whole person suddenly became relaxed. As long as this matter had nothing to do with them, it wouldn't be a big problem for Xiao to leave. Anyway, the final decision is with Xiao Peng, and the result is not important to him, as long as he successfully completes the above order. After discussing the personnel matters, the official left immediately. He has to be busy arranging things for those people on the list, and there is still a lot of work for him to do. Of course, Xiao Peng had his own business, and that was the most crucial person to get Xiao. The technicians on Jiang Cheng's list belong to Xiao Peng as the most important person. It's okay for Jiang Cheng to solve it after the other guys. If Xiao Peng is missing, many things will become troublesome. He doesn't have the time to personally manage a technical team, so Xiao Peng is the one he needs right now. Peng can not only help him research advanced technology, but also lead the entire technical team. Such talents are hard to come by, and of course they won't give up easily when I meet Jiang Cheng. Soon Jiang Cheng found Xiao Peng, talked about cooperation, and convinced him to follow him back. The work of persuading Xiao Peng went beyond Jiang Cheng's expectations, but it was not that Xiao Peng finally rejected Jiang Cheng's proposal. And it was Xiao who easily agreed to Jiang Cheng's request, without wasting much of Jiang Cheng's saliva. Basically, as soon as Jiang Cheng found Xiao Peng and explained his intention, he immediately agreed in pain. It turned out that Xiao Peng had long wanted to cooperate with Jiang Cheng, and he had long admired Jiang Cheng, a genius scientist, Xiao Peng. The last time Xiao Peng and Jiang Cheng were in the launch base, he showed great respect for Jiang Cheng. This time Jiang Cheng was cooperating with aerospace company. He was tempted after he heard about it. Doing research with a genius like Jiang Cheng is his biggest wish in this life. It's a pity that Peng also knows his importance to the aerospace company, so he can't take the initiative to request cooperation with Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, Xiao Peng might come by himself and ask Jiang Cheng to include him in the list of cooperation. Jiang Cheng took the initiative to let him follow, which happened to follow his wishes. The current situation is that Jiang Cheng has to make Xiao Peng go there, and he has no scruples here. Anyway, he did not leave the aerospace company directly, but was only temporarily seconded to Jiang Cheng so that he would not be burdened by Xiao Peng's proactive attitude, which made Jiang Cheng quite happy. Now that the core personnel are there, just recruit some experimental assistants. People like laboratory assistants are easy to find, as long as they have enough theoretical knowledge. The best candidates are those college graduates who have no problems with theoretical knowledge and are better managed. After the matter of the aerospace company was determined, Jiang Cheng left the Yanghuo Aerospace Corporation directly. People here, as long as Jiang Cheng is waiting at home, they will go to him to report after they arrange the handover. He only needs to do the reception work well, and he does not need to do other things. What Jiang Cheng has to do now is to recruit some fresh graduates and fill some manpower for the technical team. The recruitment of these college students is really just to help others. In aerospace technology research and development, inexperienced graduates can't be very busy. Although the role of these college students is not great, Jiang Cheng still attaches great importance to this recruitment. Although these recruited college students still need to be trained, as long as they are successfully trained, they will be quite good people. His technical team will be given to these young people in the future, waiting for them to provoke the backbone of research work in the future. Therefore, the specific recruitment candidates are still very important. Jiang Cheng wants young people with potential. It is best to have a few geniuses in it, who can help him with high-end research work in the future. Young people recruited must at least have a certain amount of talent before they can be included in the training target warehouse by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's vision is very high, and ordinary college students are not seen by him at all. What he wants is the kind of young people with potential. Even if they are not geniuses, they must be smart enough. Otherwise, there is not much value in training. Jiang Cheng is preparing to hold a university job fair this time, specifically recruiting some graduates for his aerospace technology team. Since this recruitment is a graduate recruitment fair, the location of the recruitment fair must of course be in the university. The specific location needs to be carefully studied by Jiang Cheng. Many cities in Yan country have well-known universities. So in which city will this job fair be held? This is a question. Although the well-known universities in Yan country are basically in a few cities, choosing between these cities is also a problem. After comprehensively considering various conditions, Jiang Cheng decided to place this job fair in the imperial capital. The job fair held here can find more outstanding talents. The imperial capital can be said to be the academic center of Yan country. There are many well-known universities here. Basically, many of the top universities in Yan country are in the imperial capital, although there are some good universities in other cities, such as Fudan in the magic capital, Tongji, or Sichuan University in Sichuan province. The rankings of these universities are very high, and the quality of their graduates is also very good. But what Jiang Cheng wants to recruit this time is some aerospace talents, who must have the relevant professional level, and not all professional people can participate. In terms of aerospace technology, there are more universities or imperial capitals, so Jiang Cheng decided to hold this job fair in the imperial capital. After deciding on the location of the job fair, which university will be held is another question. This problem is very troublesome if it is not handled properly, because it is related to the issue of university rankings. Although it is said that as long as the job fair is held in the imperial capital, all universities in the imperial capital can participate. It seems that the choice of which university is the same anyway. Students from other universities can come and participate. But in fact, there are too many doorways. As the leader of Yan Guo's current academic circle, and even the leader of the entire human academic circle, Jiang Cheng's every move will be overinterpreted. If Jiang Cheng chooses to hold it at National Tsinghua University, then Peking University must have no face. Which university Jiang Cheng chooses means that Jiang Cheng, a leader in academia, has recognized the teaching quality of the university. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not choose this university. The other universities that have not been selected will definitely not be convinced. Why do other universities want to overwhelm us? In particular, the two universities, National Tsinghua University and Peking University, have been fighting for the top spot in the Yan country all year round, and they are quite unconvinced with each other. Regardless of which university Jiang Cheng chooses, the other one will definitely feel uncomfortable. This matter is related to the honor of each school, so it becomes a troublesome matter. Just after the employees of the Umbrella Group released the news of the job fair, many universities in the imperial capital sent people to find them and wanted Jiang Cheng to put the job fair in their schools. In particular, several famous universities are very positive about this matter. They all promised many conditions to the Universe Umbrella Group, and they are willing to give Jiangcheng a lot of assistance so that they can hold the job fair smoothly. The well-known universities in the imperial capital are usually very cold. It's not a big company to go to them. They don't even care about it. But now they are very positive. It is actually very simple to be able to cause such a situation, and the name Jiangcheng is enough. Jiangcheng is the most authoritative person in Yan Guo's academic circles. Of course, these universities hope to be recognized by Jiangcheng, and they also heard that Jiangcheng will attend the job fair in person, which can bring a lot of benefits to their university. Jiangcheng, the #1 scientist in all mankind, gives face to that school wherever he goes, and will greatly improve the honor of the school. These universities have shown great enthusiasm, and the conditions for opening are not bad, so it is even more troublesome to choose which university. Jiangcheng looked at the list of those universities and started to get a headache. The Ba list is all some of the most famous universities in Yan country, and I am also willing to hold a job fair for the umbrella group. It is very troublesome to choose which university to reject. Jiangcheng is now stuck in a difficult choice due to his choice. Finally, Jiangcheng finally made the final decision after considering it for a long time. He plans to place this job fair in Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Jiangcheng chose this university based on his own considerations. Choosing Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics will not let other universities feel unconvinced. Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics can tell by just hearing its name. It is a university in aerospace technology. This university specializes in the fields of aerospace and aviation, and it is regarded as the best university in Yan country in the field of aerospace. Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics has the best astronauts. Many of the graduates in it are aerospace and aviation-related majors, which match the talents Jiangcheng needs. This job fair is mainly for recruiting talents in the field of aerospace, so of course it must be placed in Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And other universities won't say anything about this choice because it's a professional counterpart. Although other universities also have aerospace majors, they are certainly not as good as the aerospace technology of Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Therefore, Makoto Jiang will use Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics as the venue for this job fair. After deciding on the final location, Jiangcheng let people release the news. First, to publicize the news of the job fair. The news that the Universe Umbrella Group is about to hold a job fair caused an uproar among all college students. Many students start preparing very early, hoping to leave a good impression on each other at the job fair. The number of university students who want to work in the umbrella group is hard to count. This company is the best among all companies in the world in terms of salary and development prospects. Every college graduate wants to work in the umbrella group because this is their best choice. But there are so many university graduates every year, but too few can eventually enter the umbrella group. Generally speaking, every time the umbrella group recruits employees, it will be overwhelmed by all kinds of talents. Many people who participate in the recruitment are experienced people who come over and prepare to change jobs. Fresh graduates are, of course, at a disadvantage compared to those with work experience. Fresh graduates who want to join the Cosmos umbrella group must compete with those who have work experience to compete for the few places. Under such cruel competition, it is really difficult for those college students who have just graduated to enter the umbrella group. Every time the umbrella group recruits personnel, the admission rate is pitifully low. Everyone said that it is much more difficult to work for the Universe Umbrella Group than for national workers. Because it is so difficult to enter the umbrella group, those graduates are so excited, because this job fair is a good opportunity for them to enter the umbrella group. This job fair is specifically for recent graduates, so that those college students have fewer competitors, and their chances of successfully applying for a job are much higher. For this job fair, many college students even gave up the solicitation of many companies in order to enter the umbrella group. It is a pity that this time I recruited graduates majoring in aerospace, and many of them did not meet their majors. If it weren't for the recruitment profession, the disturbance this time might be bigger than it is now. Umbrella's job fair this time allowed all graduates of aerospace majors to take action. The college students in the imperial capital are the happiest now. They can participate in the job fair without leaving the local area because the job fair is held in the imperial capital. Those graduates outside the imperial capital are now very hard-pressed. They will only be able to participate in this job fair if they travel far to the imperial capital. The college students close to the imperial capital are still convenient, but the graduates of those universities in the south are in trouble. They had to travel across the entire China to reach the imperial capital, and they had to travel such a long distance for a job fair. It's just that the Universe Umbrella Group has such a big attraction, if other companies would not have such a situation. Soon all the college graduates of China, aerospace-related majors, began to gather in the imperial capital and began to wait for the start of the job fair. As the time of the job fair keeps getting closer, the number of graduates in the imperial capital increases. They come from different schools in different regions. The same is the major they studied in the university, all of which are related to aerospace technology. Yisu also came to the imperial capital soon, and the job fair was about to begin. The job fair was held on the square of the Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and it was already crowded before time was up. There are now a large number of graduates gathered on the square. All of them have confidence on their faces. They believe that they will be selected by the umbrella group this time and become an employee of the umbrella group. Their self-confidence is not without reason, because this self-confidence comes from their own strength. Although the graduates present are from different schools, they are all outstanding in their own schools. These graduates are all elites in various schools, and they are very good in terms of their performance. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to come here. Everyone knows how competitive the recruitment fair of the Universe Umbrella Group is. Those graduates who think they are not capable enough will not dare to participate in this job fair because they are not confident enough in their own strength. This is equivalent to having already conducted an election and weed out all the talents who are not good enough. It can be said that these people are all tyrants, and the square is simply a gathering of tyrants. Soon Jiang Cheng also came to the job fair, and his appearance also caused quite a stir. People like them who admire academic masters are generally great scientists, and Jiang Cheng is now the greatest scholar. So many of those graduates are fans of Jiang Cheng, and they often follow Jiang Cheng's news. Now seeing their idols always makes people excited. The reason why this job fair can gather so many outstanding people is because of Jiang Cheng's own fan effect. Many people came here this time to meet Jiang Cheng's side, and they came here entirely with fans in their hearts. Even if they cannot join the Universe Umbrella Group in the end, it would be nice to meet Jiang Cheng, the idol here. But these graduates are not like those simple fans. They are still very self-controlling, and they can keep calm when they see their idols. Unlike those crazy fans, they don't care about anything when they see their idol. The scene did not cause much chaos due to Jiang Cheng's appearance, and a certain order was maintained on the entire square. The sensation in the square soon subsided, and the job fair began with Ruo Jiang Cheng's arrival. Jiang Cheng walked to his position in all his gazes. The job fair of the Universe Umbrella Group officially began. Many temporary sheds were set up on the site, and a long line was formed outside each shed. Inside the shed is the recruitment site, and each recruitment site has several employees of the universe sitting in it. The employees of the Cosmos Umbrella Group are the interviewers of this job fair, specifically responsible for the job interviews. They are all professional human resource managers, and now we have to rely on them to select outstanding candidates and add them to the aerospace technology team. However, these interviewers are only in the preliminary selection. They will select good candidates and hand them to Jiang Cheng to make the final decision. The reason Jiang Cheng came here in person this time was to personally select talents. Those who can join their team must meet his requirements. It's not that you can pass the selection with good grades. Jiang Cheng values many aspects, not just his performance in school. The talent recruited this time is Jiang Cheng's hope in the future, so he will personally come to check. But Jiang Cheng couldn't choose one by one. There were too many people who came to the scene. It was not known how much time Jiang Cheng would waste. That's why these interviewers exist on the spot, just to help Jiang Cheng make a preliminary selection. People who these interviewers think are good will be sent to Jiang Cheng in the end, so that Jiang Cheng will make the final selection. The temperature above the square was quite high, and the sun in the sky began to become hot. By now this time, the sun has risen very high, and now it is the midsummer season, so the sun is still very sunny. But those graduates did not feel the heat at all, and they were all full of energy, hoping to face the interviewers in their best condition. This opportunity is very rare, and they don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Cosmos Umbrella, this is the first job fair held specifically for fresh graduates. I missed this opportunity. I don't know when it will be next time. So everyone attaches great importance to this job fair. A little bit of heat cannot affect them at all. Jiang Cheng was sitting leisurely on the chair, watching the graduates lined up for interviews under the big sun. He hasn't passed the preliminary interview yet, so Jiang Cheng has nothing to do here, so he will be so leisurely now. Sitting in the shady shed, Jiang Cheng looked at the graduates outside basking in the sun, feeling that he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. People always have to compare in order to show their superiority. This is the situation Jiang Cheng is now. He is hiding in the shade when others are basking in the sun. This is a gap that appears in contrast. Just like on a bus full of people, everyone else is standing and you have a seat. When you sit in your seat and look at the people standing and crowding the bus, this is the coolest moment in life. I believe everyone likes this feeling of party. Jiang Cheng really enjoyed the feeling now. If it weren't for the bad influence, he would have to hum a little song now. However, Jiang Cheng's leisure time was about to end. Among those recruitment sites, suitable people were quickly selected. The following is the time for those who passed the preliminary interview to communicate with Jiang Cheng face to face. Jiang Cheng will select the best person from these people to supplement his technical team. Soon, several people were brought to Jiang Cheng, and he couldn't continue to idle. The first person who came to interview Jiang Cheng was a graduate who was almost 30 years old. This graduate who participated in the recruitment is not very young at first glance. It's not that he is so old because of repeating grades. People who can come here are basically unlikely to repeat grades. He is a doctoral graduate who has just passed the thesis defense, so he is several years older than the average undergraduate graduate. The interviewer allowed him to pass the preliminary interview because he valued his PhD degree. Speaking of the graduates who participated in the job fair this time, many of them were in the same situation as him. Many graduate students and doctoral students have participated in this job fair. Undergraduate graduation is nothing here. There are many people with higher academic qualifications. Jiang Cheng would not select people because of academic qualifications. As long as you have basic subject knowledge, he wouldn't care whether you are an undergraduate, a research office, or a PhD. Jiang Cheng's fancy is the potential for future development. Simply put, it depends on whether the talent is enough. As long as he is a genius, even a bachelor will choose it. Scientific research is a job that depends on talents. Even if there is no talent in this field, no matter how hard it is difficult to reach a high enough field. Untalented people can at most be an assistant in the field of scientific research, and they simply cannot carry out research on their own. Jiang Cheng is not looking for simple laboratory assistants. He hopes that these young people can become outstanding scientists after his training. Only the best scientists can help Jiang Cheng in the future. The first doctoral student to pass the preliminary examination left a deep impression on Jiang Cheng. Just reading his information made Jiang Cheng very satisfied. The doctoral student's name is Jiang Zhenqing. He graduated from Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Today's job fair was held at his home court. Jiang Zhenqing's resume is very beautiful. He was admitted to the Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics with very high grades and studied aerospace technology. His grades during his undergraduate degree have always been the first in his age, showing his own natural side. Later, I was successfully admitted to the Graduate School of Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, specializing in the field of rocket manufacturing, and then went on to study for a doctorate. He has always been among the best in examination results during the entire school period, and there is basically no examination where he is not the first. And Jiang Zhenqing is not the kind of person who can only take exams, and he is also quite good in other aspects. During his studies, Jiang Zhenqing participated in many research groups in schools, and he had already made a lot of research results. He has also published many aerospace papers in various journals, showing his talent in the aerospace field. People like Jiang Zhenqing are the standard genius template. They have achieved very good academic performance since childhood, then admitted to a well-known university, and finally became a good researcher. This doctoral student actually doesn't have to go out to find a job. Usually those companies come to him. Such talents as Jiang Zhenqing are very sought after, and no company does not want such talents. Yangyuo's aerospace company had nailed him a long time ago and prepared to let him join a research group to conduct research on rockets. Jiang Zhenqing was planning to work in Yangyuo Aerospace Corporation after graduation. He had dreamed of studying rockets since his childhood. I just heard that Jiang Cheng is recruiting aerospace personnel, so I came to try my luck. The reason why he gave up his job in an aerospace company and came to the Umbrella Group for an interview was because he heard that Jiang Cheng was preparing to form a technical team. He had heard that many outstanding talents from aerospace companies had been dug away by Jiang Cheng just to form a technical team in aerospace. So Jiang Zhenqing wanted to join the team and conduct research with Jiang Cheng. Doing scientific research with Jiang Cheng is the dream of people like them. So as soon as Jiang Zhenqing heard the news, he immediately refused the invitation of the aerospace company and ran over to participate in the interview. Jiang Zhenqing is confident that he can pass this recruitment and eventually become a scientific researcher under Jiang Chengmo. He passed the preliminary interview easily now, and then it's up to Jiang Cheng's choice. After Jiang Cheng read Jiang Zhenqing's materials, he recognized the doctoral graduate in his heart. Jiang Zhenqing's resume is perfect and fits Jiang Cheng's requirements in every respect. Moreover, Jiang Zhenqing is also a doctoral student in the field of rocket manufacturing, which is very in line with Jiang Cheng's next plan. It is the kind of professional talent he urgently needs. Although Jiang Zhenqing's conditions were very suitable, Jiang Cheng did not immediately let him pass the test. Jiang Cheng will interview him next. You can't really understand a person just by looking at the information. Through this conversation, he is going to see if Jiang Zhenqing is as good as the information. The information can be deceiving, and how much Jiang Zhenqing is capable of chatting Jiang Cheng will know immediately. Jiang Cheng put down Jiang Zhenqing's information and looked up at the doctoral student, sitting Zhenqing on the chair, waiting for Makoto Ruojiang's next interview. This Badu student is less than 30 years old. As a doctoral student, Jiang Zhenqing is still very young. He left short hair and looked very energetic, with a confident smile on his face, as if he would surely pass the interview. Jiang Cheng's impression of Zhenqing's self-confidence has improved a bit. Jiang Chengjai likes such a confident person. If you are not confident enough in yourself, how can you make others believe you? The confident Jiang Zhenqing has given Jiang Cheng a good impression since then. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes in the interview, he will basically be able to pass Jiang Cheng's inspection. Facing his first interviewer, Jiang Cheng spoke first. Your information is very good. It seems that you are a genius. At least in the field of aerospace, you are still quite talented. Jiang Cheng, while talking and observing the reaction of the other party, and then making corresponding analysis in his heart. It is a very clever interview technique to use words to test the reaction of the other person, so that you can see the truest face of a person. Jiang Zhenqing performed very well in the face of Ruo Jiangcheng's temptation. After he heard Jiang Cheng's praise, He neither felt ecstatic nor pretended to be humble. With a smile on his face, he calmly said to Jiang Cheng, "Where are some small achievements compared to Jiang Cheng? I am really not a god, just a general entry who has worked hard enough." His answer can be said to be the truth. Saying that he is inferior to Jiang Cheng is not at all humble, but an iron fact. Jiang Zhenqing knew very well in his heart that although he was considered a heaven compared to ordinary people, but compared to Jiang Cheng, the demon-like Tianu, he is really just an ordinary person with average talent. Jiang Cheng's achievements now, whatever it is difficult for others to obtain in his life. Not to mention that Jiang Cheng is still so young now, and I don't know how many amazing results there will be in the future. He heard a lot from Jiang Zhenqing's words. Facing a genius like Jiang Cheng, Jiang Zhenqing has neither blind self-confidence nor inferiority, but is in a state of calmness. This state made Jiang Zhenqing in Jiang Cheng's heart. Yu Pei added a lot of points. Jiang Cheng soon settled on tentative questions and began to ask some serious questions. I won't say much about other polite remarks. Let's get to the topic now and talk about your views on the future of rocket technology. Just talk about it casually, even if it is some unrealistic fantasy, as long as it is your own opinion, even if it is wrong, it doesn't matter. Jiang Cheng asks this way to see the other person's thinking. Only if the thinking is broad enough, only those who can adapt to the development of future technology. What he wants is a future scientist, not an experimental assistant. So this kind of expansive issue is what Jiang Cheng cares most about. After Jiang Zhenqing heard Jiang Cheng's question, he did not immediately imitate his own answer, but opened up after thinking for a while. Regarding the future development of rocket technology, I have some immature ideas here, but they are just some simple ideas, and there is no specific way to achieve it. Now that Jiang Cheng asked about his views on the future of rocket technology, Jiang Zhenqing came up with his previous thoughts. I think the biggest problem with rockets at the moment is the problem of driving energy. All rockets now use solid fuel to drive the fire. The reaction force after the combustion of the solid fuel is used to drive the fire. In my opinion, the driving force of solid fuel rockets is very backward because solid fuel has a lot of weight, which wastes a lot of energy. The more Jiang Zhenqing talked about, the more self-confidence on the eyelids became more obvious. It seemed that he was very confident in his own ideas. So I think the rockets in the future will definitely be driven by new types of energy, so that a lot of unnecessary expenses can be saved, and the performance of the rocket can also be greatly improved. After Jiang Cheng heard about the new energy, he immediately mentioned a lot of interest, because what Jiang Zhenqing said just now is also what Jiang Cheng is considering now. He felt that solid rocket fuel was very backward and wanted to replace this driving energy for a long time. Jiang Zhenqing's ideas coincided with him, which made Jiang Cheng look at him a lot. Being able to see this clearly, Jiang Zhenqing's future achievements will be very high. Now that Jiang Zhenqing talked about a problem that Jiang Cheng also concerns, Jiang Cheng will discuss it with him in depth. Which direction do you think you can start from, can solve the problem of rocket propulsion? It doesn't matter if you only have a general idea, you can express your ideas as much as you like. Being able to tell what the rockets need to change most, Jiang Zhenqing is already very satisfied with Jiang Cheng. The question Jiang Cheng is asking now is to see if he can find a solution. What he wants is this kind of talent who can solve problems, so Japanese letter would ask Jiang Zhenqing this question. If Jiang Zhenqing can give Jiang Cheng a satisfactory answer, then he will be able to pass this interview immediately, and there will be no need for other tests at all. After Jiang Zhenqing discovered that Jiang Cheng had asked this question, his expression became serious. Through the changes in Jiang Cheng's mood, Jiang Zhenqing can clearly know that Jiang Cheng is very concerned about this issue. Jiang Zhenqing knows very well that he is now at the most critical time, and his next answer can determine the result of his interview today. He knew that if his answer satisfies Jiang Cheng, he will pass Jiang Cheng's test. After understanding it, Jiang Zhenqing has also become a lot more serious. At this destiny-determining moment, no one can remain calm enough. After Jiang Zhenqing lowered his head and thought for a while, Japanese letter said his final case. I couldn't find a solution to the problem of the replacement of solid rocket fuel, but your previous research results gave me a lot of inspiration and made me think of a solution. Jiang Zhenking suddenly mentioned Jiang Cheng's research results, which made Jiang Cheng even more energetic. Jiang Cheng didn't know that the thing he had brought out before gave the other party so much inspiration, allowing him to find a solution to the problem. Jiang Zhenking didn't let Jiang Cheng wait too long and quickly said his answer. I think the controllable charge fusion technology is the way to solve the rocket propulsion problem. Before you took out the fusion reactor technology, I found a way to solve this problem. As long as a fusion reactor is installed on the rocket, the problem of propulsion energy can be solved. The fusion energy is excellent. Not only is it light in weight, but also has a high output power, which can fully meet the needs of rockets. Jiang Zhenking fully stated his idea, which is to use the fusion reactor as the rocket's energy source to provide enough propulsion for the rocket. After Jiang Cheng listened to Jiang Zhenking's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and a smile appeared. Jiang Zhenking's answer made him very satisfied, so that he already had any of Jiang Zhenking's talent in his heart. The doctoral student sitting opposite him is the person Jiang Cheng has been looking for. Jiang Zhenking's answer so satisfied Jiang Cheng because this solution idea is exactly the same as Jiang Cheng's idea. Jiang Cheng had planned to start from the fusion reactor to find a new type of rocket energy. This method has also proved to be a successful idea in Jiang Cheng's previous life. Installing a fusion reactor on the rocket is a very good solution, which can greatly improve the performance of the rocket and at the same time reduce the manufacturing cost of the rocket. Jiang Zhenking is completely correct about the future development of the rockets. This also shows that Jiang Zhenking's talent in aerospace has reached a very good level. Only people with excellent talents will have such a good vision and can directly find the correct answer. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised by Jiang Zhenking. Jiang Cheng hadn't thought that someone in Jingren could do the same as he thought. Very well, I am very satisfied with your answer. I can tell you the correct way of thinking. The fusion reactor is the way out for the rocket in the future. Jiang Cheng said to Jiang Zhenking with satisfaction. After Jiang Cheng said this, he stood up with a smile on his face, while extending his right hand to Jiang Zhenking. He gave the result of the interview next. I am going to develop in this area and create a new type of rocket. Welcome to join my research team. After Jiang Zhenking heard Jiang Cheng's words, his expression instantly became surprised. He was pleasantly surprised that he finally passed Jiang Cheng's test and could join Jiang Cheng's team. He was also pleasantly surprised that his thinking was correct. Even Jiang Cheng and his thinking were the same. Soon Jiang Zhenking recovered from the surprise, and now he is a member of the Universe Umbrella Group. Jiang Zhenking stretched out his hand, held hands tightly with Jiang Cheng, and said happily, I am very happy to join your team. I believe that my future performance will definitely not make you regret today's decision. He is now full of self-confidence, and his thoughts are what Jiang Cheng has, which makes him more confident. Now Jiang Zhenking can't wait to join Jiang Cheng's team now to start research on new rockets. But Jiang Zhenking still needs to wait for a while. He is only the first successful interviewer. Jiang Cheng can't take him away now, and there are still many people waiting. After getting Jiang Cheng's reply, Jiang Zhenking left here. Soon someone took Jiang Zhenking to the other side to carry out some follow-up work, and Jiang Cheng will continue the job of interviews. In his expectation, the aerospace technology team will need hundreds of technicians. All the technicians need him to look for them slowly, but now he has only found a talent for show. Don't just start your work at SU, and there are still many people who want to choose from later. The recruitment will proceed in an orderly manner, and then many people have passed Jiang Cheng's test. Some of them are students like Guo Jiang Zhenking, and some are just graduate students. Jizhai still has a few undergraduates because of his good talents, and Jiang Cheng also asked him to join the technical team. Of course, many more people do not meet Jiang Cheng's requirements. It is time for Jiang Cheng to cry. The graduates who came to attend the recruitment meeting today are indeed outstanding, and many of them can meet Jiang Cheng's requirements. After a day of selection, more than 300 graduates passed the final interview. Those who have passed the test have seen it all in the test and started to sign a contract with the employees of Universe Umbrella. As long as they complete the contract, they will officially become an employee of the Umbrella Group, and they are still directly under Jiang Cheng's management, and they are considered a member of his team. This reality makes them very excited and look forward to the next research work. And the other graduates who are waived can only leave with deep comfort. After Su recruited more than 300 college students, his own technical team has also formally formed. After the job fair held in the imperial capital, Jiang Cheng returned to Los Angeles first. Those graduates who have just been recruited are going through the entry formalities with his staff. After these formalities are completed, they will report to Los Angeles. Jiang Cheng came back alone by himself because he still had a lot of things to do with the newly established aerospace technology company, which is still just an empty shelf. Many things have to be arranged by Jiang Cheng. Now that the R&D personnel of the new branch are already there, they can start to arrange work. At the job fair this time, Jiang Cheng recruited more than 300 outstanding graduates. They are all professionals in aerospace-related professions, and they can complement the technical team well. Coupled with those technicians dug from aerospace companies, Jiang Cheng's aerospace technology team has been completely formed. The entire team has as many as 400 people, which is a huge technical team. Although it seems that there are quite a few 400 people, Jiang Cheng, these technicians, still feels that they are not enough. Where 717 is a field related to aerospace, a lot of people are needed to develop technology. Because aerospace technology requires technical cooperation in many fields, a large number of relevant technical personnel is needed. Now these people have just set up, and the general framework of the technical team only meets Jiang Cheng's initial needs. Jiang Cheng will continue to expand this technical team and eventually expand into a complete research institution. This aerospace technology company, Jiang Cheng is going to develop it into a big company. At the very least, you must have a few excellent technicians to meet Jiang Cheng's requirements. The hundreds of people recruited now are just laying the foundation for the future, and they simply cannot meet Jiang Cheng's requirements. For those advanced aerospace technologies in the future, without the cooperation of a few technicians, Jiang Cheng has no way of researching them. The more advanced the technology, the more team cooperation is needed. Jiang Cheng alone cannot handle the most advanced technologies. Therefore, Jiang Cheng is so eager for a technical team. Only after having enough helpers can Jiang Cheng be able to realize the most advanced technologies. After Jiang Cheng arranged everything in the company, the recruited graduates arrived in Los Angeles. The people who dug from the aerospace company have come to Los Angeles one after another during this period, and they are all here now. Jiang Cheng had prepared the research equipment in the aerospace technology company even earlier. Now that all the preparations have been completed, the research work can be officially started. The Umbrella Aerospace Technology Company is located in the Umbrella Industrial Park. There is a separate building in the east of the park, and the new branch is in this building. The office area for administrative staff in the entire building is very small and basically occupies less than 1/10 of the space. The other areas are all prepared for the research team. An entire building is basically a laboratory, and the newly formed aerospace technology team must conduct research in these laboratories, of course. These people can't use that wide space now, and now it is estimated that they can only use a small piece of laboratory. This is what Jiang Cheng prepared in advance for the future expansion of the team. After the technical team adds more people in the future, there is no need to worry about the problem of insufficient experimental sites. Jiang Cheng is in this building today, bringing Ruo his technical team to familiarize them with their future work locations. The people in the technical park team were attracted by the laboratories as soon as they saw the scene in this building. The equipment in the laboratory is all the latest equipment, many of which they have never seen before. Jiang Cheng has worked the laboratory in this building he has obtained some advanced equipment that is not available on the market through the relationship of the Guo family. There are also some experimental instruments even made by Jiang Cheng himself, which are more advanced than all experimental instruments in the world. The technicians from the aerospace company are okay. They have seen big scenes before, and they are not very surprised about the research environment in the building. Those graduates who just came out of the school were stunned by the high-end equipment in front of them. Many of these devices in front of them were just heard, but they didn't expect to see them today. When they think that they will be able to use these advanced equipment next, they can't calm down even more. These students who have just graduated have seen such an advanced laboratory there, and it is inevitable to be surprised. Not to mention these graduates who have just walked out of school, even Zio, an experienced researcher, was shocked by the environment here. Jiang Cheng, the conditions here are really good. They are much more advanced than the equipment of our aerospace company. There are so many equipments that I have never seen before. Peng, the former technical director of the aerospace company, followed Jiang Cheng in awe. He used to be the technical director of an aerospace company. What kind of laboratory he had never seen before.